we're gonna be throwing hands.
Dude, I was listening to a 3-6 song the other day, and the hook was just it was
Sip on some scissor.
well, no, it was
Can you believe it? Can you believe that?
no, it was,
so
it was just
wacky.
lick my nuts, suck my butt, lick my nuts, suck my butt.
Ha 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 ha
I love it.
Suck in on my penis.
Suck in on my penis.
Suck in on my penis.
We did that. I did that one with the gay kid at the freestyle club.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Making that boop hard with my mouth. You can fuck my hands. All right, you lose.
Okay, time's up, Marcus. No more gay freestyles, man. Mr. Johnson said you got to give me my whole time.
Everybody gets their turn. You can't kick me out of freestyle club just because I'm gay.
Sucking on his dick.
Sucking on his penis. Making his penis hard. Fucking my ass. Fucking my mouth.
Oh my God! Shut up, Marcus. God damn.
Marcus, it doesn't even rhyme.
Well, lunch is over. I guess.
I hate this fucking club.
Freestyle club.
It's the gay kid ruining freestyle club. Rap about some other shit, man.
I can't wait to suck a penis. The veins on my lips.
We don't care. You gay. Just stop saying gay
Feels like
shit.
yeah.
Don't
Fuck.
kill yourself, bro.
Damn. I wish I could freestyle, man.
Yeah.
That would be such a fun skill.
That
It would be so cool.
That'd be funny if you became a freestyle rapper.
Should I, dude? Should I have a
Yeah.
career shift? Just go
There's
to.
different types of freestyle.
There was, yeah. There's an era of like, wasn't who's that fat Jewish guy that was like a battle rapper?
Action Bronson,
No.
the fat Jew.
No, yeah, the fat Jew. Should we find that guy and slap him around a little bit?
I
wanna
saw
slap
him.
around?
I saw him
Why, 'cause he
walking
stole
around
jokes?
the city.
Yeah.
Who cares?
And he shouldn't be rich.
Yeah, but no.
I think he lost some deals off of that. People say just
No one gives a fuck, dude. No one cares if you steal.
no one cares.
This whole country was founded on stolen jokes.
We
On
stole
stolen
this
jokes.
land.
Yeah. I mean, Native American culture was a joke. I mean, you can call it. You can say for the most part, it's a joke. I don't think they were serious about any of that.
I don't know, man.
They
I
weren't
like-
taking it serious.
Yeah, no, they're like, well, what if I lived in a teepee?
That's a good bit. Honestly, not a bad
What if,
bit.
what if we didn't have a language and we just? What if we let the buffalo tell us where to live? That'd be fun. They were doing. It was all a bit.
Yeah. Oh, I guess. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, interesting.
Yeah, we kind of stole the whole country from them.
Did they have any like big ass stone buildings, or no?
No.
But in the Aztecs didn't they?
they
They
had
were old as
teepees.
shit.
They had teepees and wigwams.
No one had like a big ass stone building.
No, there was not a single building in the United States, continental United
No
States.
way,
South
dude.
America had stuff.
Yeah.
That's not true.
No, it's true, dude.
No, it is true. It's literally not a single part of American Indian culture as far as the continental.
No, Nick, they had like Adobe.
They had
huts.
no languages.
He's going Stormfront right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that the Hopi Indians still live at the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
Need help?
It's really hot down
They're
there.
like, why don't you try to come down here?
Come down here. We got something for you.
I go, you can suck my fucking dick if you want to come down here.
Suck my dick.
Suck my dick.
Penis.
I'm
penis,
gay. I'm
penis.
gay. I'm gay. I'm
Dude,
gay.
let's go to the Grand Canyon and play the penis game.
Hell yeah, dude.
Probably so fun.
I would show people. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my fucking dad, bitch.
Yeah, I'm here without my dad for a
My
reason.
dad can suck my dick and soak in you at the Grand Canyon, which is also Adam's ass.
Thinking of a pun. Look, his eyes just rolled back into his head.
Very tired.
Yeah.
This coffee isn't working.
You want the rest
Bro,
of this?
you're a mechanic now, dude.
It's good. It's good,
A
dude.
touch of milk. Light
It's got a,
whiskey.
yeah,
So
it's got a
guys-
touch of milk and sugar.
A touch of bilk.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
What's bilk?
It's milk from a guy named Bill.
Bilk.
I've got nipples.
Yeah. Did you see that New York Times article that's like, a tenth of fucking sperm donations are just the doctor's.
Yeah, dude.
What?
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
You're not even fucking the like.
Which is like, it's like, okay, so that means that a tenth of that industry is people that are like sexually assaulting their.
Yes, literally raping them.
Yeah. So it's like, what percentage of childcare workers?
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
It's like, or fuck it. I mean, it's like, oh, the world is as bad as.
Everyone's a rapist. 10% of everyone is a rapist.
Yeah, except guys like us who have a job where the only people we interact with are, you know, each other.
We play rock, paper, scissors, and we rape the guy who loses every 6
I wouldn't
months.
say what we do to Adam is rape. He likes it.
Yeah.
She likes it.
What do you mean she?
When you put the wig on in the dress.
You guys could do whatever you want, just don't misgender me.
Oh, you're Julia.
Come on, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
You know I only have one small earring, and that's gonna be Julia.
I was trying to think of something wrong about how people say like rape is about power. It's like rape is about power. It's so big. Countercultural.
Oh, that's a big thing.
That's what the free love movement is.
Oh.
Flower power is doing whatever you please.
Including someone's body.
To pleasure yourself.
To pleasure your cock.
To please. Your Honor.
What
I
about a
was-
guy? What about a rapist that
Like
was like,
with you.
nevertheless, he persisted?
Be like, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm from the 70s, okay? I'm from the free love movement.
Different culture, man.
Woodstock. You know, things were different out in Long Island back then. Okay? You know, I know you
Mhm.
see my long hair and you think rule breaker.
Mm-hmm.
You think get the hell out of here, hippie. Well, tell you what, my free love ideas. John Lennon said they're gonna free the world.
You're gonna free the
So
world.
that woman can say whatever she wants. I know that my spiritual guides. Okay, 25
you're
years.
guilty. Are you done? This is your sentencing. You're already guilty. So you're going to jail for life.
And I would.
This is your 4th rape.
It's a free love movement.
I can't believe you kept slipping through the cracks. You're
Yeah.
going to jail forever.
Yeah. When I converted my Mercedes to biodiesel, to drive around Long Island raping women.
Yeah, like this year, like 10 years ago. He's been raping people in 2005, starting 2005, and he uses the free love movement. as an
I'm a hippie.
excuse.
We've been, listen, sustainable use, compound. I've been wearing my homemade sandals for the last 10 years. It's about Mother Earth.
Greetings.
You know what I mean?
All right, you're guilty. Stop talking, please.
You can't talk your way out of
Listen,
this, sir.
I go around this town. I got my Todd Rundgren cassettes playing.
Hell yeah.
I got my fucking Divas on. And I'm getting some free love. I'm doing some flower power. It's not about sex, it's about flower
About
power.
flower power.
Woodstock 99,
Throw all the
baby, never
mamas and the
forget.
papas.
No, Woodstock 99.
No,
that was,
Woodstock 99.
that was my Woodstock.
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit.
Mm-hmm.
Bands that were about free love.
Oh, yeah.
Corn.
Korn, fucking Counting Crows,
Oh, yeah. Dude.
Eagle Eye Cherry,
Jamiroquai.
Jamiroquai.
Mhm.
Who was at Woodstock 99?
I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Jimmy's Chicken Shack?
Kid Rock.
Or was he only at HF Festival?
DMX was. I know that.
DMX was.
That video of him playing at Woodstock 99 is amazing.
I remember going to my cousin's
See you around.
wedding and then watching Woodstock 99 on their TV when she went back on the notebooks for the kid that she already had.
Wait, at the wedding?
I think right after the wedding. Yeah.
Nice.
She got married, but she had already been knocked up and had a kid.
Damn.
Married afterwards.
Sounds like a
Life be
fucking
with you.
slut, dude.
Limp Bizkit, Corn, The Peppers, The
Farewell.
Creed.
Or maybe I'm conflating two different things. Because I remember a wedding, and then I remember just being at their house. and
Looking
she-
at her tits.
Well, I remember she had a baby. Yeah, it was weird to me. I think that happened. I'm like, what's going on?
yeah.
Yeah, my aunt breastfed my cousin in front of me too one time.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
like,
the first
What the?
The first time I
fuck?
saw a baby sucking on a titty, I was like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah.
This is fucked up, dude.
I love
Why is
that.
that lady putting... I get
Yeah.
horny when I look at titties and you're putting that shit in a baby's
Dude, I saw
mouth.
that. I
No, I remember
remember. I
Woodstock-
told you I saw that at Lucha before I came into
Woodstock
the pod.
'99 was on TV, and I remember because like TV used to have this like big impact on on me. Like I felt like it was this thing that announced important cultural events that I was not invited to and I would never participate in.
Yeah.
So to see like a bunch of people
What
at
can
a
I do
concert
for you?
just frightened me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like I don't know.
Dude, I remember Woodstock 9. I remember being like, damn, I wish I was at Woodstock 99.
Yeah,
And
I
I've
thought it was
never listened
cool.
to any of the fucking
Yeah,
bands.
right.
Like,
Everyone
like,
got
I'm not,
raped,
yeah, it was like
though,
I'm
in the
never gonna
mud.
be that cool.
damn.
I'm never gonna
Step into the
like, surf or make friends at a beach.
Yeah, I wanted to surf for
I wanted
sure,
I wanted to
dude.
be a guy that knew how to go to a beach and be like, "What's up?
What's up? How we doing?
Yeah,
Join in on the volleyball game.
Mahalo.
dude.
name's Kyle. Cool. Yeah, I'm the new guy in town. It's like, actually, no, I've been in this town for a while, and everyone thinks I'm a faggot. It's hard.
Beat it, Kyle.
It's hard being the new guy. Well, have you tried being the guy that's just been here the whole time and everyone hates anyway?
Yeah. They've all made their minds up and think he's a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I'm that guy.
I'm that guy.
Yeah, dude.
Mhm.
Learn how to surf. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I know. I
I've
had.
surfed before.
Shut up, dude.
God damn it.
You don't
Sorry,
know how to
I
surf.
couldn't
Don't
help
know how to
myself. I
surf.
couldn't help myself.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying.
I've ridden longboard before.
Adam in a surfboard with a safety net all around going up to the top.
Well, it had a.
And
It was kind of
his
similar.
dad
to
pushing him around in a kiddie pool. You're doing it, Adam. You're surfing. And then he's drowning in the kiddie pool because he can't get his rollerblading equipment off. And Adam's like, Dad, just try harder. He's like, I love you.
I love you. Keep surfing.
Just keep surfing. Don't ever stop surfing.
Can't stop surfing.
Dad, no. And then blah, 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 blah.
We're gonna put enough water
Just
gets in
take
his
a-
ass.
A local gay retard drowned in a kiddie pool
Come on,
today.
Nick.
Oh, sorry.
He's not retarded.
He didn't drown, dude.
Yeah.
His ass filled with
That's
water.
not me. I'm just being the local Hispanic reporter.
Yeah, but who sounds what?
I sound white until I have to describe the local Taco Bell. Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Damn, I could go for a gordito.
Yeah. It's funny when the newscasters do that, but if you had like Cuomo on or something, you know, just like an Italian newscaster that's like, the restaurant features mozzarella. Gabagool.
Lasagna.
Lasagnace. Hey, let me get some lasagna niche.
Mozzarella sticks.
Mozzarella.
Who's Adele?
Yeah, I don't know how to speak my own fucking language over here. Yeah, I don't even know how to fucking communicate with fucking anybody. I barely learned fucking English, now I'm fucking up the other one too.
God damn, when Paulie goes to Italy, dude, that
Yeah.
shit's the
It's
best.
my favorite.
Have some
Commendatory,
gravy.
dude.
Commendatory.
Now that's
Respect.
respect.
It's down on
Respect.
Fulton,
I like it.
I got all of Homicide Life on the Street on DVD for $10.
Huge
That's
pickup.
So sick.
Love it.
On
Huge
DVD?
pickup.
Yeah. DVD.
They got
DBT.
Caruso on there, huh?
no,
Or is that NYPD Blue?
it's CSI Miami.
No. He's in
Yeah,
one
he's
of
on
those.
he's on NYPD.
yeah.
Homicide is Yaphet Kotto, John Polito,
Oh yes,
Andre
Polito.
Braugher. Yeah.
That's my
Let
guy.
me ask you something. Why is it that the Italians? He's like, oh, he's one of those guys.
yeah. Yeah, I've only seen like episodes.
You think Lincoln was murdered by John Wilkes Booth, or maybe some other guy? There's a lot of that.
Homicide was like episodic. It was like SVU, right? It was like
Yeah.
every episode was like a different
Yeah, there's different
Yeah.
cases and shit, but there are like over
through lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch that shit.
Yeah, it's a great show. Yeah, and there's a lot of like Richard Belzer as Munch.
Yeah. Belzer, dude, just milked that shit.
Yeah.
He was Munch. He shows up in the Wire.
He was the host of all the young comedian specials on HBO.
The season 2 episode Bob Gun is like such a fucking good episode.
Bop Gun.
Yeah, it's Robin Williams guest stars.
Where he gets bopped off.
he gets bopped off.
He gets head. Ooh, I'm getting head.
yeah.
Ooh, my dick's getting sucked.
my dick's I'm being raped.
I'm
Bop me
being
off.
Bob, someone's got a gun.
raped here
Please bop me off.
yeah. Who's this guy? Oh, he's a,
Oh, he's got free legs from Long Island.
oh, he's from Long Island.
Oh, it's one of those.
Oh, he's wearing
hippies.
a
He's got-
Volkswagen.
He's got a flower in his hair. Ooh, he's John Lennon. He's bigger than Jesus. Now I'm bigger than Jesus. Now I'm getting hard. Ooh, I'm confused by my own body. I don't know if I like it or hate it. Ooh, I'm being raped. It's rubbing my prostate. Prostate. How about a constate? What's the opposite of a prostate?
A sword out and cut his hands off.
And he was like, ah, my hands, man, shit. And then they cut his head off. Shing. You look at the conservatives and they have to kowtow to us. They're putting out our hashtag. And he got Charlie Kirk saying something I never thought he'd say. He says, I love the Jews and I love Israel, but the ADL's an anti-white hate organization and they should be banned. It's like, did you ever imagine in your wildest dreams that Charlie Kirk, the main antagonist of the Groyper War, would be saying that? Or a few weeks ago saying, I'm proud to be white. It's like this guy's pushing basic poll talking points from 6 years ago. I never thought I'd see that. And all that says, by the way, is that we've captured the youth. That's what that means. Everything that you see in here, when you see the institutional forces parroting our talking points, when you see the institutional forces organizing and mobilizing against our talking points, it's because we already won. True. Very true.
Next Gen Catholic sent $47. Matt Walsh uploaded a video titled The Most Shameless Hoax to Demonize Christians with a thumbnail that reads Mass graves or hoax. Bro is really pushing his luck with his boss.
Mass graves or hoax. Very interesting. Well. Yeah, maybe Matt Walsh is becoming based. Maybe he always was. Who knows? He certainly is coming around, from years ago. I called him a Shabaskoy race trader. And I think that maybe set him on a path to become who he is, because you remember it was just about 4 or 5 years ago today. It was in August. I think it was August 2019 when I called him a Shabaskoy race trader because of that Walmart shooting in El Paso. And he goes out and says, this white racist piece of shit should get the death penalty, should get the electric chair. And I said, why do you have to say a white piece of trash? Why do you have to say a white, terrible person? I said, if it was a black person, would you say this black piece of shit? No, you'd never say that. I said, but you feel bold because it's a white person. A white racist does something bad, so you want to go kill him to prove what? How not racist you are? That's where that came from. He's come a long way since he said power. If you talk about Jews in power, that's an age-old anti-Semitic trope. It is hateful. It is evil. It is evil to talk about who is in power. It is evil to question those in power. And people are like, yup, good enough for me. We Jews are in power. If you talk about Jews in power, that's an age-old anti-Semitic trope. It is hateful. It is evil. It is evil to talk about who is in power. It is evil.
Their credo.
Yeah.
Because they killed.
You know I'm repeating myself, but every time I was fucking, my culture isn't a costume thing. It just drives me insane.
It's
It's literally a costume.
yeah.
That headdress is not like, that's not like going to Chinese buffet when Native Americans are around all the time. You never see them. They dress like fucking whoever.
Yeah.
They're not
It's a
wearing
cool
headdress.
costume. It would be like
Yeah.
if they wore.
A tuxedo. If there was a fucking,
No,
we were like,
Jessica
oh, that's
was a
not
white guy.
Oh, that's not a costume. It's like, well, he's wearing a masquerade ball fucking bird man in a tuxedo. Seems like it is a costume.
That would be a good white person costume. Tuxedo.
Yeah. James Bond.
Yeah, why people do be
White
wearing
people
those
be wearing tuxedos.
tuxedos.
If you saw a Native American guy wearing a top hat, the top and tails,
I'd
going
be
around
like-
full dinner dress, with,
I'd be like, that guy
gloves.
looks
with like
awesome.
the big neck thing, looking like the guy on the New Yorker,
Yes.
you wouldn't be like, that's not a costume.
I'd be like, that looks tough.
Yeah, that looks cool.
I would say
I'd
that
be
looks
like, yeah,
good.
sick costume.
No, I would say that's a sharp dress dude.
That is a sharp dress man.
Everybody crazy for a gay guy with a hard ass dick.
You got it.
Let's go crazy for guys sucks dick.
A song about how you're gay to get pussy. I'm girl, I'm crazy for my gay ass dick.
ZZ Top's actually a band about falling asleep while getting your dick sucked. Yeah, I might catch a little ZZ Top.
Oh, I want ZZ Top. That's my favorite shit on earth, dude. I honestly love getting ZZ Top.
Yeah.
Waking up to getting my dick sucked.
Yeah.
Now that's a great feeling, dude.
Yeah.
That's quite the way to start your day.
Damn. I'm looking at the lineup for Woodstock 99. I wish I was there.
Who else?
You got Fatboy Slim.
Oh yeah. Right about now, the Funk Soul
Wyclef-
Brother.
Wyclef Jean and the Refugee All Stars. That's probably around the era when the Carnival came
That's
out.
back when Haiti was sick.
That album's sick. John Entwistle from The Who, who's dead now.
Fuck him.
I'm out of
Suck my dick.
Creed with Robbie Krieger.
What? Who's Robbie Krieger?
From what do you call it? The Doors. The guy from The Doors. The
Yeah.
guitar guy from
Your Honor,
They didn't have a guitar, dude. It was a keyboard.
They didn't have a
drummer,
Your
bass.
Honor,
and
have you ever
Morrison.
heard of the Doors?
They didn't have a bass. Godsmack, Megadeth,
Godsmack's tight. dude.
Collective Soul,
Godsmack's a good band.
Seven Dust,
Collective Soul is good.
Elvis Costello, Jewel. Oh, I love her, dude.
Elvis
I was at
Costello.
this wedding this weekend, and there was like a acoustic guitar girl playing while they walked down the aisle, and I just fucking fell in love with her.
Yeah.
And I did not talk to her, but she was playing.
She
Jewel.
texted me. She said your dick
Yeah,
was small.
she said that.
If she listens to the podcast, I was at this
No,
wedding.
she doesn't listen.
Yes.
No, that's
Hello?
not her. Shut up, bro.
Hello.
That's not her. You're doing
This is Mullen speaking. Oh, it's the girl from the wedding.
This is your mom?
No,
No,
this is
Mullen.
the use.
I
the
thought
phone.
you said this is Mrs. Mullen.
No, this is Mullen speaking. I use a professional telephone voice because I've been trained in telephone enunciation classes, which I have an associate's degree in. Excuse me, but I have an associate's degree in telephone enunciation. Yeah. Hello.
Oh my god, dude, the lineup for the East Stage on Saturday, July 24th, 1990. This is crazy lineup. Kid Rock, into Wyclef Jean, into the Counting Crows, into Dave Matthews, into Alanis Morissette, into Limp Bizkit, into Rage, into Metallica.
Metallica.
That is awesome.
That sounds like the best concert ever, dude.
I mean,
Alanis Morissette, 3 acts later, you got fucking Rage.
Rage Against the Machine. That's fucking.
Suck. My dick.
Yeah. That's how you know you're fucking like old if you're like unironically fuck yeah.
I would
I
love
don't want
that,
it.
dude.
I have no interest in that concert.
Yeah. I mean, I would leave when Rage was done.
Yeah.
But it's like
You
this.
wouldn't see Metallica?
No. This is 1999. Mike.
That's 1999 Metallica. That's when
Oh,
they had
sorry.
Jason,
Give me fuel,
Jason
give me fire.
Newsted.
I thought you said Megadeth, not Metallica.
No, Metallica.
Yeah.
That would be so weird if Megadeth was headlining all those people.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're gonna put Megadeth on last.
Yeah.
After everyone on that lineup is more famous. Hey, what happened? Who did John Grisham fuck in that book? You never finished that story.
Yeah.
Well, it's Tom Cruise's character from the movie,
Crom 2s.
from the firm.
His character.
So the
Crom 2s.
protagonist fucks some
I only
chick
want
on
to
a
play. I only
machine.
want to play a guy named Crom 2s.
Dude, that book.
I'll be in the movie,
Have
but
you
the
seen the
character
fir-
has to be named Crom 2s.
Have you seen the
I get
firm, the
confused.
movie?
What is going on? You're ordering a sandwich. Thank you. Very good, Tom. But this scene doesn't require that level of intensity. Okay. All right. We'll do it again.
That movie, Wilford Brimley plays the bad guy, and Tom Cruise. Yeah, we've talked. He's like
I've
chasing-
never seen the movie, so tell
Yeah.
me what in the book happens.
In the book, he like gets involved with this law firm that I think he has to do some
On the
shady
beach.
shit. So he goes
Who
down
does
to
he
the Caribbean.
fuck?
He goes to a tax haven.
He's
And
pretending.
some bitch. No, some
Never
bitch.
is.
He fucked some bitch, and I think it was like a setup. Actually,
Was she an islander?
she was like a fine ass island beauty. Yeah, with beautiful
Shells in her hair?
Yeah, they were talking about like her nipples and in the sun.
Really?
Yeah, it was turned me on when I was a kid.
Did they describe her pussy?
No, they don't describe the pussy, but you know, that's really where the imagination. You know,
Did they describe what it feels like? What a pussy smelled like?
I don't
Tom
think
Cruise
they
sucks,
talk about this.
man.
I couldn't disagree more.
Come on.
I think
Tom
he's a
Cruise doesn't
fucking.
suck.
I think he's a fucking movie star.
He is a movie star, but he sucks.
No.
But he seems like he would not.
The Mission Impossible series is great,
Yeah, those are good movies, but he
Yeah.
seems like
and he
would
does
not
all
be,
his
It's all
own
him.
fucking stunts.
He seems like he would not be chill at all.
Of course not. He's a fucking crazy. And no one that talented is
He's not
chill.
cool. I don't think he's a cool guy, but as an actor, I fucking
Perfect.
love
He
him.
lights up the damn
Eyes Wide
screen.
Shut is so good, dude.
Eyes Wide Shut is good, but not because of Tom Cruise.
Cock wide shut.
Dude, I mean,
I've never seen the movie. I can't speak
it's
to it.
really good, dude.
But I will say Mission Impossible, he freaks it. All
Yeah,
of them.
he kills it, dude.
Without him, there's no movie. There's
Oh.
no Mission Impossible. You can't make Mission Impossible.
You can make
without
Mission
Tom Cruise.
Impossible. That's
Who's in Mission
You know what
Impossible?
movie I
And
rewatched
it's
a
just
couple
as
months
good.
ago and
Jackie Chan.
it didn't hold up?
Nah, dude, too
easily.
Chinese.
No.
First of all, you're fucking right.
Jackie Chan, no, because Mission Impossible is all about the mask
Yep.
shit, right?
Which means you could easily just
Yeah,
have
but he
fucking
can't do the
Jackie Chan.
voice. Oh, they do the strip on your neck.
They
where
do the
it
strip
changes
on your neck.
Yeah, it changes your
That's
neck.
not until Mission Impossible 3.
I think so.
Yeah.
Is that the one with Philip Seymour Hoffman as the bad guy?
Yeah. Just shove the bomb in my ass.
It's real.
Just fucking turn me
That's
around.
that's
just,
one of his best performances.
Just turn me
too.
around and fuck me in my
Jackie
ass.
Chan is not as good at acting as Tom Cruise.
No.
Just fuck me in my ass. Just shut up and fuck me in my ass. Just shut up and fuck me in my ass. One of the greatest actors.
James
People
Lipton.
crying. It's at his funeral. Everyone's like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
Come on,
No
man.
one's ever done work like that.
Just fuck me in my ass just once. Just let me get a taste.
He gets
I
head.
just want to feel fucked in my ass. Feel it once. I don't know what it sounds like.
I didn't know that was fucking motherfucking. The first one was Brian De Palma.
Yep.
That's wild, dude.
Yep. And the first one is still so fucking good, dude.
They are a good movie to do a double feature, and by double feature I mean you watch every Mission Impossible, and then you watch every Fast and the Furious.
Is it 5 now? Is it 6?
Yeah. Ghost.
Dude, he jumped from fucking space in the last one, and he
Yeah.
actually did it. And he broke his leg.
Vivek
and
Ramaswamy,
they had to like stop
the
production for
Republican
6
That's weird, though, that he
candidate, and specifically this major controversy in his campaign, where he has called for the total suspension of foreign aid to the state of Israel, which is a huge controversy. It's a big deal, and people watch this show, so they basically understand what's going on with that. But I feel like a lot of people have no idea that you literally cannot say that if you're running for office. Do people realize that? An American politician just can't utter those words. Otherwise, they're utterly destroyed by the Israel lobby. And it doesn't matter who they are, even if they're considered anti-Semitic, even the 9 Democrats that voted against a recent
That spell isn't ready. I'm out of range. I can't cast that yet.
Became an action star. Is it?
I'm the one being chill.
Dude, fucking Magnolia, he's so good.
Fagnolia.
That's true.
And it's a movie Adam was in about a guy who kisses flowers. And he has
That is
he
There's
likes,
nothing gay
he
about
makes a
kissing flowers.
boyfriend out of flowers.
No, I don't know if you've heard of George O'Keefe. Flower represents pussy.
What
That's
a-
why I kissed them.
What a fucking what a just a hack.
Yeah, the worst.
Those paintings suck.
This sucks.
She sucks.
The only people that like that shit is like aunties that wear turquoise and silver jewelry.
Fucking George O'Keefe is basically
Santa Fe style aunties.
It's like if you considered somebody who made magic eyes
I'm
high
out of
art.
range.
You know, if you got like, yeah, he's the king of mouse pads.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
I like.
You know that picture of Einstein with his
Just paint a
tongue
real
out?
pussy, bitch.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah. Just paint a real pussy. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this boy?
Einstein with his tongue out, you know, but
Yeah.
it's Einstein sucking a dick, and then it
Yes.
just says the Smithsonian.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah,
I remember that T-shirt.
yeah.
They sold that at the fucking
I need to
at the
get
which one?
Still recharging.
No, which one was it though? The Natural History.
Smithsonian Museum.
Have you been to the African American History Museum yet? I haven't been yet.
When did it open?
They
After
asked me
we
to-
left.
They asked me to leave.
They asked you to leave because you were laughing.
Yeah, 'cause I was talking in the
Yeah.
during the quiet guided tour.
How do you like it?
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
change?
right. You're allowed to talk in here. It's that you're making a racist point.
I
It's that
hear.
you think you're making some kind of point is why we're asking you to leave.
I hear it's.
But
I hear
no,
it's
there
really
is
good.
no rule against talking.
It's a museum, man.
Yeah,
Have you? Oh, I'm sorry. I've never been to one of these.
yeah,
I just came to be racist.
yeah.
The Native American Museum sucks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I was in D.C. with Ari Shafir, and he's like, "The Holocaust Museum sucks. There's nowhere to smoke weed."
Hell yeah, dude. Ari rules.
There's nowhere to smoke weed over there.
Just trying to get blazed at the Holocaust Museum. Yeah, Ari grew up in like fucking Silver Spring in the
Yeah, he
fucking
went to
Hasidic-ass
yeshiva.
communities.
Yeah, he went to yeshiva.
That's so funny, dude.
Adam knows all of the details about every Jewish.
Mm-hmm. Huge penis, dude. Did you know Ari has a big ass dick?
I saw it.
Adam knows all the details.
Yeah. I know. I checked.
Don't
Adam-
all those skank guys take their penises out all the time?
Yeah, they suck each other off and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
it's
It's
a
like
joke.
a big part of.
They're like, this is why I can say faggot.
It's, yeah, it's a big
'Cause I
part of
suck my
skank.
Because
friends
I
off.
did it. I bet it's like Lewis. No one challenged you.
No one said you can't.
Yeah, pretty nice hog, man. Surprising for. You know, I
What?
have to say,
For what?
Jews
For
are
what?
for a Jew. Surprisingly,
What do you
Jews
mean
are
surprising?
inbred, right? Aren't you?
Yeah, a
But
little
at the
bit.
same time,
Slightly.
they're
Slightly.
smart for how inbred they are.
Well, there's different sets of implants happening. You know.
We just have certain like congenital birth defects.
Well, what it is that
like
they're,
Tay-Sachs
they're
and stuff.
yeah they're
What's
white.
a Tay-Sachs?
They're white people.
Tay-Sachs is like a disease that only Jews get
What is
from decades and centuries of inbreeding.
it? Really?
Yeah, some sort of.
It makes you interrupt people. And
Yeah, makes you rude.
think your opinions are yours
Yeah.
and not stolen.
Makes you argue over.
Stolen land. I was the first one to say that Zoomers were black-pilled.
Come on, Nick. I
And then
I
this
said
Lewis
this is
and-
anecdotal.
This Lewis and Clark motherfucker comes into my teepee, puts on my headdress, and says, "Is this for girls?" Well, it is now, motherfucker. Go ahead, wear the fucking headdress. I don't care.
What time is it?
It matches your regular dress.
It's 7:15. You want to get food before the
I
show?
do kind of want some tacos.
Yeah, let's get some tacos. Nick, you want to get tacos?
Suck tacos. That's what you're eating.
Let's
wanna
get some
get some
tacos.
tacos?
I don't want to fly. I don't want to do anything. I don't care.
Come get
anymore.
tacos,
Uh-oh.
please.
No, I'm gonna go lift weights.
Come on, you just eat tacos and then lift
No,
weights.
I'm gonna go to the gym and spend the whole night there.
Nice, dude. Just
Yeah.
hanging out with the guy, with the fellas.
Not even. It's empty.
Really?
Yeah, at night, that place dries up. It's just me. I turn the music off.
Turn the lights off.
I turn the lights off.
Take your clothes off.
I
It just
lift-
turns on
feel
a
the
strobe.
weights.
lift in the fucking dark, dude.
Yeah, dude.
By the feel of the weights.
Feel the weights.
Yeah.
Yep. Just dislocate every joint in your body.
Yeah. The heat of the night, dude.
You just have
light-
night vision
black
goggles
light
on.
gym.
Yeah. Night vision goggles, fully nude. Crank the heat all the way up.
Yeah.
Sweating.
Tight vision.
Bikram style.
I can find the girls that zipped up. You know,
They're zipped up pussies.
that's Your Honor. I call it my flower power. But when I drive around in my VW bus, I know that I'm gonna find the choicest VIG.
When I'm on the
fucking-
shores of Long Beach, Long Island,
when I'm driving around fucking Island
2007.
Park looking for women to free love, to free their love to me. And I'm thinking I'm just playing my Woodstock 99 compact disc. I know that I'm listening to Todd Rundgren, the sweet sounds of Todd Rundgren.
Do you know
Or
that
my res-
he was Liv Tyler's? He raised Liv Tyler, and that Steven Tyler was her estranged absentee father.
biological father.
Yeah, and I think he didn't. Sorry,
It's too far away.
I just.
did you know that? I'm just asking if you knew.
Did
Did
you know
you know-
John Voight was Angelina Jolie's dad? Okay, can I go back to doing the bit where the anaconda is a giant dick in the like whatever
We
the
can
joke?
do an anaconda bit.
We
Let's
can
do
go.
an
Can we
anaconda
just
bit.
go? Can we just get back to where me being the guy from Anaconda?
Let's go. Let's do it. I'm not
And it's
opposed
an
to
old.
that.
It's a weird. It's John Voight is a weird old white guy waving his big dick at people.
Oh, his cock is the size of an
yeah.
anaconda.
This dick will kill you 1,000 ways, baby bird. And I was like, did you know that Angelina Jolie? Oh, thanks.
No, Todd Rundgren.
I don't
Yeah,
even know who the
and-
fuck Todd Rundgren is.
He's like,
But if you
I
know-
don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drums. Oh, that guy.
That guy.
You put the lime in the coconut.
So Liv Tyler's mom
I know.
was a famous rock groupie
I get it,
that
man.
fucked
I
all
put it
those guys
together.
back then.
This is how hidden of a fact this is, that Liv Tyler uses Steven Tyler's last name.
It's fucked up. She should go by
This
Liv.
is how much of a
Rundgren.
well-kept industry secret it is.
Well, a lot of people would think that Steven Tyler was the guy around, but he wasn't. It was Todd Rundgren.
Yeah.
So she should go by Rundgren.
It's a cooler name.
Yeah. A father, that's just a man that nutted inside the pussy. It takes a real man to be a father.
And that real man is Todd
Just-
Rundgren.
Those guys on Maury,
Yeah.
I don't care how many people busted inside Brianna, I'm going to raise
I'm
that
gonna take
little...
all the financial
I'm gonna-
responsibility. I'm gonna ruin my own life.
Even though...
While that guy gets to keep raw dogging other
Even though
women.
the test went even further and said that my dick was small for no reason, they included that part of the test. Even though Maury read that, and the test says that your dick is small.
That's inappropriate, Mark.
Ooh, I'm gonna raise these kids anyways. I'm gonna raise them like they my own. Because you my huge bitch, Brianna. You my bitch. I just want to fucking walk around the food court at the mall with you. And I want to get into fights at FYE. I want to slap your big face around at FYE. And raise them like they were my own dumbass kids. Just because these kids don't have my shitty genes doesn't mean they're not going to be fucked up anyway.
They're gonna have the fucking abuse. Doesn't mean I can't abuse them.
As long as I get to abuse these kids, then it's fine by me. Because a real man is not just some sperm donor. A real man is the guy that lets his wife fuck other people. It takes a real man to just completely give up and capitulate to a world that demands everything of him, including his dignity.
Damn, that's dark, bro.
Is it dark?
Nah,
think
dude,
so.
that was
I don't know.
good.
You know who wouldn't be on Maury caught dead saying, I'm going to raise these kids?
Me.
Elliot fucking Roger.
that's
so
true.
Yeah.
That is a great point.
All right, this comes out on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, this show's already
Alright.
happened.
The show's happened.
Come see us at Funny Moms every Monday, but tomorrow Labor Day, I'll be missing a couple weeks. I'll be in Greece. Then after that, see me in Philly, see me in Fort Wayne, and Indianapolis, and just added Louisville. And then come
Ooh.
suck my hard ass dick.
Louisville, Kentucky.
And I've got some shit in the works trying to
Rick
get
Pitino.
Detroit, trying to get hopefully Denver. We'll see. I don't know. Anyway, Houston in December. Gonna get that popping.
Ooh, very
H-Town.
chopped and
Houston.
screwed.
Chopped and screwed.
All right.
All right. See you
Bye,
guys.
guys.
Check. Sounds good. Adam's drinking cum that he bought.
Chocolate cum.
Chocolate cum.
Oh, I bet you do like chocolate cum, don't you, Adam? Cacao, it says on the
No,
bottom.
Sav, there are different races of people, but the cum is always the same.
Is it?
Yeah.
So how do you make it chocolate, man? Smart guy.
A little bit of Bisquick. Nesquik.
Bisquick. You're
Bisquick
making
is
cum pancakes?
Is pancakes, yeah. Nesquik.
And it's bad, too. It's
Damn,
a
I
bad
want to make
mix.
Nesquik pancakes now.
That would be awesome.
Damn, should I not go to Boston? Should we just cook
Yeah.
today?
Yeah.
Yep.
They're just brownies. I'm like, oh. Oh, it's
Just
it's
brownies you cook in a pan.
oh, I
Actually,
just made brownies.
dude, can we? What would happen if you put brownie mix in a pan? Huh?
What's up? You're listening to Cumtown.
Brownies in a pan.
I want Weird Al to be Black Guy by Billie Eilish.
Mhm.
What's the...
You're
I
a
don't
black
know Billie
guy.
Eilish.
You know that song.
Like my little dick guy.
Yeah, suck my
How's it
little
go?
dick, guy.
I wanna
we
suck
do the
you.
the honky
Donkey
damn
talk.
tonk.
The
And
bad guy does the
bad
fucking
guy-
honk.
Bad guy.
No, I
honky
believe
the
you're
fucking
doing
tonk.
Achy Breaky Heart by Billy
No.
Ray Cyrus.
No, that's
No, that's
No, I
Old
think
Town
that's the wrong
Road.
song.
The guy from Old Town Road.
yeah.
From Old Town Road?
Old Town Load.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down to Old Town and suck off one of those. You ever spend any time in Old Town Gaithersburg? Old Town Gaithersburg is so funny because it's like you know a train station and
Yeah.
like you know the fucking like it used to be Growlers. I don't know what it is now. It's a brewery.
Oh, I forgot about Growlers. You ever do Irwin's horrible show at Growlers?
No, but I used to go there for something. I dated a girl that loved either their pretzel or there's some fucking item they had there.
Growlers.
Well, it was because that brewery's been there forever, and
Yeah.
it's been like 9 different places. There was like the Old Town Brewery, and then it was Growlers. There used to be a sandwich shop called Ray's or Roy's over there that like I loved. They
I'm not
had-
as familiar, but yeah.
Well, Old Town, it's like, but then you know it's just now all nothing but like El Salvadorians.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like this like weird little town filled with like people that have no idea what's going on.
Right,
Or,
yeah.
how they got there. It's like,
But there are historic
Monk-
protections on the
Yeah, right,
facades
exactly.
of the buildings.
yeah.
I haven't been there in a while. I thought it got like wildly gentrified.
What, Old Town Gaithersburg?
Yeah, Gaithersburg in general.
No, it was kind of the other way around.
Really?
Well, up and then down, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like I went to an Elevation Burger. You guys ever fuck with those?
Yeah.
I went to one of those in Gaithersburg one time.
Well, what they did was the entirety of the county is like everything in between the towns, they just filled in with shit.
Right.
So like that's where all the Elevation burgers were.
Yeah, that's true. All strip mall, hella strip malls
Yeah,
over there.
because there used to be like a distinction between Gaithersburg and Rockville. There was like, you know, nothing in between the two. It was literally like a farm. It was
Yeah, yeah, it
King's
was all
Farm.
yeah.
And then they built King's Farm, which is now like a town in its own right that just sort of merged the two together. So yeah, like 355 all the way up from DC. All
It's
the way
like
to
Judge Dredd, the super cities.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, all the way up to PA is just all strip malls.
Yep.
Yep.
I remember that I went to Old Town Ellicott City once
Oh yeah, hell yeah,
with a
dude.
bunch of my
Shouts out to
ex-girlfriends.
Coco Lane and the Phoenix.
Yeah. my ex-girlfriend's criminal friends who she had to ask to leave their guns in the car. And then they kept telling me that I'm the only white N-word that they fuck
Oh,
with.
but they're Korean.
Korean.
But they're
You have-
Korean.
You
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
make
Stop
it clear.
making it sound like you're cooler than you are.
No, they were Asian criminals.
Yeah. Well, the Asians are scarier.
They're
because
scarier because they're
Yeah.
they're madder.
They're angrier and they know karate.
yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
Where'd you go in Old
Yeah,
Ellicott
those
City,
stuff
dude?
like
Some
Jason
bar.
Statham, probably the most famous white martial artist
Yeah.
there is. And I know people are probably gonna be like, "Well, what about MMA guys?" Jason Statham is more famous than all
Yes.
of
What
them.
about Chuck Norris though?
Chuck Norris was the grandfather of.
Chuck Norris is gay. Jason Statham is the most famous white martial artist. He releases a video of him spin kicking the top off a bottle.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh my god!" And then every Chinese person with a cell phone camera
Can do it on the first try.
immediately duplicates it. A Chinese baby did it the next day. you see that viral video of that Chinese baby drawing rabbits?
No.
It's a baby, and they're just drawing like rabbits
Incredible.
perfectly.
What?
And then like
Wow.
turning the page and doing another one.
Yeah, we're fucked, dude.
I mean,
The Chinese will overtake
we're
us.
not fucked. I see it as
Absolutely.
like a natural biological process.
Mm.
That is what evolution is. People like think like, oh, the evolution would be cool, but like X-Men, where suddenly we have like powers. It's like no, it's the Chinese killing all the other races.
Yep.
That's right.
And
That
then
is true.
continuing on this.
I remember Darwin said that shit.
Literally survival of the fittest. That's what it is.
The Chinese.
The Chinese. They got the coolest clothes. That's what it meant.
Survival of the most fitted.
Yeah.
I just did a Hong Kong double feature the other night. I saw.
You sucked off 2 Chinese guys?
No, that's not. That's not
The old Friedland
no.
Hong
I was
Kong
talking
double
about
feature.
film. I was
The
talking
yin
about
yang
cinema. No, I watched Police Story and then I watched Hard Boiled.
Hard boiled
Police
rocks.
Story now in the Criterion collection.
Is it?
Yeah. And
Hard boiled's on YouTube.
Police Story 1 and 2. I picked it up. I got it because I went to Barnes and Noble and they're doing that
Uh-huh.
Criterion sale. I was like, oh, let's see. And they have Police Story 1 and 2 in the Criterion collection, 50% off.
It's one of the best action
Ooh,
movies
ooh.
ever.
Oh,
Damn,
yeah.
I haven't seen Police Story.
It's fucking insane.
It's
oh, really?
so good.
I've seen
I
Hard
love
boiled,
the
but not
credits
Police
We got,
Story.
we got shit to do after this, but we should watch Police
I
Story.
I
would
love the
love-
credit
I've actually-
sequence where they show all the bloopers and then they show all of the like extras and stuntmen just getting carried off in stretchers and Jackie Chan just be like, "You're gonna be all right, brother."
The fact that there's still not like a good like Blu-ray transfer of both Hard Boiled and Killer is it's a travesty.
I literally had to watch Hard Boiled on YouTube. It was randomly on some like Chinese YouTube channel.
I got a 720p torrent, but
No, but
It looked alright.
That's the.
But it was the
that's
Kingdom
720,
version.
720p is the resolution of like the files.
yeah,
It's not what the transfer is. So you're still.
it's not. I don't think it was Blu-ray. It was probably DVD.
Because there is
quality.
there's like a Dragon Dynasty Blu-ray.
Oh, that's what I got. Yeah, I got the Dynasty version.
That one's shit.
That's the one I got.
Pull the rug out from under you.
Yeah. The old Criterion.
I'm sorry.
The old Criterion DVD transfer is better than that, even though it's DVD and not Blu-ray. But those are hard to find.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can find a rip of it, but it's like DVD just sucks.
Yeah.
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 John Woo is just the fucking best, dude.
Yeah.
The birds and
How
the
about
doves.
John Boo when he directed Ass Off?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where
Just guys
John
throwing
Travolta
shit at
and
each
Nicolas
other?
Cage switch asses.
Switch holes.
Switch holes. And then John Travolta is just like, I think I'll go out and get gay fucked tonight. Nicolas Cage is like, no, not my ass. He's fucking my ass. He's letting my ass get fucked. I just want to get my ass back.
Damn. Yep. John Travolta or Nicolas Cage just did a pilot holding his asshole open, or a masseuse. That's the best, dude. That masseuse that said Travolta just held his ass open, like while getting a massage.
Yeah,
I
well,
think
he-
you're forgetting somewhere.
He kept doing that, and he kept just grabbing their dicks during the
awesome.
massage, which is so bold, honestly.
Now that he's bald,
Live
he's
Moss.
gone bald. When's he
Live
gonna?
Moss.
Live Moss, dude.
That's
That's
right,
the
dude.
live Moss
That is the Live Moss
mentality.
lifestyle. When's he gonna go gay? Now that he's bald.
I think Scientology's got that under wraps, but he's
I could
finally
ask
ready
you
to
the
be
same
bald.
question.
No, I've been bald for a while.
Whoa!
thank
Did
you.
you hear that?
It's so funny.
You
it's like-
admitted it?
You're one of my friends that I've like became friends with right as they were like, fuck, should I shave my head? I've had numerous friends like that where I become friends with them as they're losing their hair.
It's you, dude. You're the harbinger.
Yeah.
The harbinger of losing your
I
hair.
think it's because I have nice hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're like, maybe I'll just live vicariously through this man.
No, I mean you looked bad when you were drunk as shit and you looked horrible.
But I had great hair.
You did have good hair, but
yeah.
you were routinely driving drunk and pulling your penis out on the sidewalk to piss
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
But the hair was good.
Yeah.
That's all that matters, dude.
Sleeping in your car.
Yeah. Yeah, you could
But he
say
had the hair of
I
Uncle
would-
Jesse.
Yeah.
I like I had a natural charisma that attracted
Yeah.
like that people want to surround themselves with success. I got a book at Kinko's, 15 Habits of Highly Successful People.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, you wake up at 1 a.m. every day. Every single day you're up at 1 a.m. Number 2, lists. Every wall in my house is filled with lists.
A ranking of things.
People I want to get revenge upon.
Oh yeah, I have those lists in my head.
I have a secret list.
Number 3, set deadlines. Deadlines is a subset of lists.
It is.
So you have a
You're sort of
hierarchy
listing time.
of lists and then deadlines. And number 4, always get revenge.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be fun to release one of those 7 tips to highly successful people.
That would be good.
Have it from the perspective of like a psychopath.
Yeah.
That
We
would
should
be
just
very
we
funny.
should just
Number
fucking
5, murder Vince Foster, but not Monica Lewinsky. Why? Because then people will point at Monica Lewinsky and say, "Well, why wasn't she murdered then? Obviously, she
smart.
could do more damage."
Mhm.
It's like because it would be too obvious.
You know Hill on her deathbed though.
You murder Vince Foster to prevent the second Monica Lewinsky.
Right. You don't want to kill the golden goose or whatever.
Yeah.
What information was Vince Foster privy to?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He was just like a lawyer or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
He's like White House counsel.
He wrote a letter or something, they say?
Something like that. He was like, yeah, Bill has murdered and raped people. Like, I found that out. I can't.
He
in good
wrote that
conscience-
letter.
Yeah. He's like, I can't in good conscience continue representing Bill, knowing that he's raped. And
Raped
murdered.
thousands of women.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know he released that kind of information.
Just got an email. I will pay money to have my boyfriend roasted on Cumtown.
How much?
I don't know.
$400,000.
How about we have sex with her on the podcast?
That's a type of roasting.
That is a roast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna roast
Getting
your boyfriend
head.
by running a train on her live on the pod.
Dude, honestly, nothing will hurt your feelings more. There's no joke that'll hurt your feelings
it's
more
so rude to
than
do
us
that.
getting our little dick sucked.
I hope this email finds you well. My dumbass boyfriend's birthday is coming up on September 4th, and he literally worships Cumtown. Is there any way I can pay you guys to roast him on your podcast for that week?
Yeah.
I'm guessing you probably get a lot of requests like this. No, not really. Alternatively, if
No,
there's
now
any,
everyone's going to email.
Yeah.
God damn it.
If there's any way you could let me know if you're having a show in NYC. Yeah, well, maybe you should listen to the fucking
Listen to the
podcast.
show,
Yeah,
you
we do.
fucking bitch.
First of all, and I like that idea. Maybe we should have sex with Julia on the show
Never say the guy's name.
to roast her boyfriend. I fucked those guys from that show for as a birthday present for you.
Babe. Babe.
You shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Do
Damn,
you think
dude.
there is like a level of Cumtown fan that is so much of a fan that they want us to fuck their girlfriend?
Well, I know that's what you're
absolutely.
looking for, Adam.
No, I'm not looking for that.
If you're one of those guys, email Adam because
No,
he-
those guys want Nick to fuck their
they want
girlfriend.
Nick too.
Desperate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
But I don't fuck. That's the
They want
That's
Nick.
part of the fantasy.
Yeah, Nick with just absolutely no expression on his face.
Yes, they don't want you to be having a good time.
Just dead-eyed.
You're
fucking
doing them
his
an honor fucking their
do
girlfriend.
anything but contemplate bits,
That's right. That's all.
as you should, as a principle.
The platonic ideal of podcasting. you do nothing but bits.
Yeah, I mean, I spent the morning just watching commercials from the 19th.
Yeah, we were just texting about commercials we like.
Right. That's where it starts. So you just watch all the Science and Kirk commercials from the 1990s.
If you, what was it?
If you have a phone, you are a fan.
That's right. Having phones is gay.
Yeah. Having a phone is gay. If you have a phone, you are a faggot. Science and Kirk.
Science, Kirk, and Miles.
No, man. Only Science and
You don't fuck with it. I remember it blew my mind when Miles got in the mix,
Yeah.
dude. Because wasn't he a different TV lawyer?
I don't remember that.
There was some kind of merging that happened, and I was like, oh. It
Yeah.
was like the
anytime
Avengers.
Yeah, anytime anything new happened. Do you remember when Bell Atlantic became Verizon?
Oh my God, dude!
Yeah.
Remember Singular? It was
AT&T.
Well,
Shoof.
they would change
They
all
go
the
back
time.
and forth. Yeah.
Because they were all the same company. It was all just Bell at one point.
Yeah, Bell's cooler sounding too.
Yeah.
And by the way, Time Warner, we're not fucking confused because you're Spectrum now, bitch. That's the first one I got mad at.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause
Tomorrow.
Time Warner sucks.
Tomorrow, I got the cable guys coming. I'm getting cable.
Nice, man.
Oh, sick, dude.
Welcome, brother.
Yeah, because I realized it's like I've been spending like $80 a month on
Streaming services?
Curiosity Stream, Stars, ESPN.
That's what's gonna happen,
fucking-
dude.
all
Like,
this shit that I don't need.
You just need to find someone's mom's login. That's what I do.
Well, if you have Optimum, you just put the login into Apple TV and
Exactly.
and use all those. So it's
that's
like,
what I do.
I'll just do it that way, not give Apple the money, and then also I get the added benefit of a fucking DVR, and then you know,
Yeah, dude. There's so many
Somebody
streaming
else-
services that people are just gonna start getting cable again.
yeah, somebody decides what to watch for me.
I love that, dude. There's nothing nicer than just hitting the button and TV's on.
Well, what's realistically going to happen, I think, probably, is that Apple is going to, because Apple has the money to bank for like, shit that Netflix can't compete with.
They're starting a platform.
Yeah, they're going to have their own platform, and then they're going to be able to control distribution, and the only thing that's going to get in their way is fucking like antitrust. But Apple's going to like...
no one seems to give a fuck about antitrust shit right now.
Uh,
Every company's fucking. There's like even less companies.
Yeah.
Disney bought everything.
Yeah.
Disney's about to fuck everyone's ass. They
own,
got
like,
that Hulu.
40% of all
let's
media. or
let's put it
something.
this way. Once Apple has their own platform that they're competing with Netflix, and it's just built into Apple TV. And
True.
like
It's all on your phone already. It's on your.
It's
iPad,
about to
on
come
your-
out,
It's,
yeah.
it's already there, and then they have something that operates like fucking cable service where there's already pre-programmed shit just playing anyways. Then that'll like, because what people want is not only streaming on-demand stuff, but also I think like what I miss personally with cable or with broadcast television is the fact that it's programmed externally means that you're participating in this watching event, presumably with other people that are watching it at the same time.
Right.
So despite the fact that you're sitting in your apartment by yourself, there is some kind of innate sense of like
Community.
not community,
Or like
but
a
that
social
you're,
moment.
you are like participating in something.
Yeah, I get that.
You don't feel as isolated.
Yeah, that's what
right?
my friend's girlfriend said about Game of
About
Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah. That it's a social movement.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like the last.
Yeah, everyone was watching it.
Literally everyone. You
was
had
just-
to watch it live.
Yeah, it was just fun to make
And
fun of it.
sports is.
And then you
sports is
took
like
her
that.
Sports is
comment
like
and
that, too.
turned it into her saying that it was like the civil rights movement.
She did say that.
Did she?
Yeah, she said like people will remember when they were alive during the 60s during civil rights, just like they'll remember when they were alive during Game of Thrones.
Yep.
What does that mean? People remember when they were
Yeah.
alive.
That's the same
Yeah, that
girlfriend
shit-
that like we
It's
were
called remembering. Everybody
Yeah, of
remembers
course,
that.
yeah.
I love.
Do you remember
remembering
where you
shit.
were during 9/11? Yeah, in school.
Everyone does.
That's where
Yeah.
I was every day at that point in my life.
Yeah, I was in French class.
Yeah.
She also tried to put on the Hamilton soundtrack while we were all
Oh,
chilling once,
no.
and we were all like, nah.
Wait,
My
Hamilton for what?
ex-girlfriend did that.
She tried to put on like the rap CD soundtrack.
Just hanging
went
out.
to-
Just hanging out,
Yeah.
drinking.
Oh my
That
god.
happened to me before I knew what Hamilton
Brutal.
was. I was with my ex-girlfriend and her friends, and they were like, "You got to hear this Hamilton.
It's
thing.
hip hop.
It's rap, but it's
It's
about
real
Alexander
hip-hop."
Hamilton." And I'm like, "Is this for babies? What,
Yeah.
Is this
That's-
schoolhouse
it's a
rap?"
kid's
It's like what a
pop, yeah.
gay ass
Yeah.
teacher
I
can
know,
to teach
right,
you something.
exactly.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I was like, "Are like you a substitute teacher? Why are you listening?"
You
like
know
some
who
white
the,
teacher trying to fucking reach out to black kids that
Right.
hate him.
You know who
That's
the
what he
coolest
plays.
MC of all time was? Bill Shakespeare. One of those kind of
Oh
people.
yeah, the poster with Shakespeare with the sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck off.
Yeah, suck my dick.
I'm not gonna
Shakespeare.
fucking learn.
How about you let us get pussy in the class?
Now we're talking.
That's
Do you
cool.
want- how about you put some sunglasses on my,
My dick and my balls. I want
want
double layer sunglasses
them-
on my
I want
dick
them-
and balls.
I want
And I
them
want them getting sucked.
hovering down on top of my dick like the deal with the dog. Well, I get my dick in science class.
Then I'll learn about covalent bonds, you
Um,
dumb bitch.
Excuse me, Mr. Garrity, how about we measure my dick in Stacy's ass?
Yes, that makes sense to me. You measure each girl's pussy,
Mm-hmm.
and then you dip your dick in each pussy, and that's how you know how big your dick is.
Mr. Garrity, come to the principal's office immediately. One of the parents said that this is just a cruel joke, right? You're not actually letting the kids measure their dicks in the girls' pussies, are you? I was trying to be cool. You said sit
I
in a chair.
gotta reach these inner city youth somehow.
I spent $900 on Kangol hats last year, and it did nothing. you said find a way to reach these kids, and I said letting them get wet, get their dicks wet in class. I figured. Standard delivery. Hey, do you want to change your life? Maybe you should get some pussy while doing math.
Honestly, I would have learned so much if it was like, you will get head if you
Or if it was
learn
like
this.
Veronica Vaughn taking off one piece of clothing.
No, not really, because I could have just jacked off. But if they were like, memorize a fucking entire chapter of this book.
But you have to get the answers right to have her take her clothes off.
But I don't care about seeing titties, Adam.
Yeah.
I can see titties.
Today we're
I
going to
wanna
learn
fuck.
about the
When
GUI.
you're 10 years old, you could
Not
see
10.
titties?
Well, yes, but not 10. We're talking like 13.
We're going to learn about
14.
the GUI breastimal system. We're going to all hold down Erica, and we're going to nut on her big pre-developed tits.
I don't know about the holding down.
Well, oh, no, that was an essential part of...
Oh, really?
Yeah, no,
Of
the
gooey
girls in the
breastimals?
classroom are not... They are not on board with them.
Oh, I thought they were on board. It was
No.
all consensual.
No. This
Oh,
is the
okay.
fellas in the class.
I see. This is
What
a
are you saying?
fellas
Yeah.
geared towards the fellas.
Yeah, guys rule.
So
kind
how
of
would the women
situation.
learn?
Yeah. Well, look, I guess someone filed a Title IX complaint, so we have to burn the school down. Because we found out what was happening in Mr. Garrity's class.
Damn. What? Well, then how are we gonna teach young girls, man?
Oh, they don't learn shit. They just want to do STEM. That's all they care about is STEM. I don't even know what that is.
Science, tech,
Was it baking?
Yeah, it's bacon.
engineering,
Yeah.
And marbled cakes.
Yeah.
in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Marbled cakes. You ever had a nice marbled cake, Adam?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Sweets, treats, edibles, and marmalades. That's what STEM is. And it's baking for girls.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Why don't we get it? We're going to put more girls in the kitchen workforce.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Instead of taking women out of the kitchen, let's just turn the kitchen into a job.
Smart.
Yeah.
For too long, fat Brazilians with arm tattoos and cool hair have become chefs.
Yeah.
Who used to be hair
Yes,
fanatics.
chef!
Now we got to get the bitches back in the
Get
kitchen,
bitches,
baby.
Bitches back in the kitchen.
There are too many cool chefs now, man.
I don't
It
like
is funny that, like, you know, get in the kitchen is something you say to humiliate a woman or whatever. But I find, like, women play this, like, subservient domestic role or whatever. But then you see the women that are actually in the kitchen, and they're the most, like, bull-dyke man-hating. Like, the women that literally choose to stay in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Midwest moms.
Yeah, my name's Sharon,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it's a job, baby.
They got crew cuts.
Mhm.
yeah.
It's the N-word. They're taking it back.
I'm attracted to other women that look like the guy from Smash Mouth, and we just have weird blocky sex with each other. Yeah, we just grind like two Lego men, connected at the butt. Before we go back to our kitchen, we put on our non-slip shoes and just ram our refrigerator-sized asses into each other.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
That
It looks
sounds
like
hot.
It looks like two hippos fanning shit all over each other.
So they're shitting in each other's pussies?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that?
I don't,
Okay.
I don't really know anything about sex. I've never even heard of it.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I've never even heard of such a thing.
You've heard of it.
No.
Yeah, huh? From
Nope.
other guys.
No, I've never heard of such a
When they describe the thing they're about
Other
to do
guys
to
told
you.
you about it.
They told you about the stuff they did to you already.
What?
Yeah, that's true.
No. Nope.
Actually, yes. I
Yes.
just checked.
Yeah.
Yes. Adam, how are your numbers coming up? Are you checking it
What?
on the thing we're talking about with Nick?
100.
100, right?
Yeah.
So are mine.
Yeah.
Mine are coming up 102.
That's the reading.
That guys are having sex with him and telling him about it later.
100.
Wahanskis. Oh, fuck, dude. Do you guys know Bikram Yoga was just some guy named fucking Bikram?
Yeah, who's horny?
And he raped.
He
too.
raped, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. I
Yeah.
those. Thought it was some ancient Indian shit.
No, he
Just
was
some
just
guy
like, let's
named
turn it up to
Bikram.
140 degrees so I can sniff
let's
your
get their
nasty
pussies.
your
Why,
pussy.
why don't
I wanna
we
hear the stank.
make the temperature more? It's just a soul cycle. They're like, sir, do you have a membership? No. I was looking for the bathroom. But maybe we make it hotter.
Maybe it's a little warmer.
Maybe we make it hotter for the baby girls in the class.
Yeah, my man just bathing in titty sweat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's some guy that created like 10 years ago or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks like M. Night Shyamalan a little bit. I don't know where M. Night's from.
Philly.
Right, but
India.
the way his ethnic... Is he Indian?
Yeah, probably.
Is that what Shyamalan?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
It's South Indian.
It could be anywhere, man. Shyamalan?
It's Southern Hindu.
Southern India.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know how this. You know how
Yeah.
the South be.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you commit rape on a crowded bus...
Man, Twitter really sucks now.
Yeah, it's
like
bad.
it just keeps getting worse in the same way.
Mhm.
A lot of arguments.
It's nothing but arguments.
A lot of arguments.
Yeah, but on the plus size, people were talking about Susan Sarandon, and it made me look up her titties. And I gotta say, man,
I look them up on the daily.
every couple weeks, man, everyone should check back in on how awesome Susan Sarandon's
She's
titties
got
are.
some jumbo yum yum.
Big ups to Susan Sarandon for marrying Chris Sarandon, taking his name and then becoming like a million times more famous.
Oh, really? Who's
Yeah.
Chris Sarandon? I don't
an
even
actor.
fucking know.
He was in Fright Night and
Damn.
he's the voice of Jack Skellington in Nightmare Before Christmas.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's easy
She
to
never
confuse.
got married again, right?
He's easy to confuse with Michael Nori, who is similarly just some guy.
I don't know who Michael Nori is.
Maybe you wouldn't recognize him if you saw him.
She never got married to Tim Robbins, right? They were just common law.
I don't know. I guess not.
She's dating some ping pong guy right now.
Yeah, she loves ping pong.
Well, he owns a ping pong business. I look up on whether or not she's single. I feel
Bro,
like she fucks guys our age.
I am going to fuck her.
That's Michael
You won't.
Nori. He's like a television.
He looks familiar to me, sort of.
And then this is Chris Sarandon.
What was Michael Nori in? I think I've seen him in something.
You've probably seen him in a lot of stuff. And here's Chris Sarandon. Kind of a younger picture of him. That's Chris Sarandon.
I have no idea who that
Yeah,
man
but
is.
they look the same.
He looks kind of like a fucked up Michael Imperioli.
He looks like a fucked up Tony Danza.
Yeah, he does actually.
Yeah.
Damn. And he got Susan Sarandon's titties right at the ripest of
Yeah.
all age. Although I must say they're ageless. They look incredible to this day. So salute to her and whatever God blessed her with. We should be studying her titties for science to know how to make titties in a lab that
Why do
look
you,
like that.
you get on your phone when I'm... It's always right when I look something
I was looking
for
up
the show.
Chris Sarandon.
You can do what I'm...
He's
I looked
looking
at,
up Chris
I'm
Sarandon.
looking up...
But you always pull something up on your phone, then you just show it to Stav and say, I'm not allowed to look at it.
because you're not allowed to look at it.
But then I have to look at it
No,
myself.
you don't.
No.
Because then you...
No, then you have to go, let me see.
I just want it
wanna
to be
see.
fair.
And then I
Yeah.
go, let's not show it.
Yeah,
to
exactly, Adam. You just
I
robbed us
can't
of
believe that
45
shit
seconds.
still works.
You just robbed us of...
me. Obviously, it still works. Otherwise, you wouldn't be crying about it.
It feels... It
we can
feels
see
like...
that for the fans at home.
He's
Adam
tearing up.
He's
dude.
crying.
There's
It feels
3
like when
tears
you
on
get
his
called
right
over to your
cheek.
friend's house, and he's like, you want to play video games? And he's like, oh, it's a one-player game, and then you just fucking sit there. And
That
he
never
doesn't, like-
happened to me because all my friends respected me.
No. My friends were like, oh, I died too fast. Give me another turn.
You need to stand up for yourself, Adam.
I would say, and then we'd get into a physical altercation.
And then they would fuck you up.
No, I won some fights. I was kind of bigger for my age at a younger age.
Nah.
Early elementary,
No,
I
you
was.
weren't. No, you weren't.
Now, this is another case of you thinking you're good at something, and then it's proven
It's
that
not
you're
me thinking I'm good at something.
It's
It's just
you
stating
and-
a fact about
it's
growth
you having-
percentiles.
You
No.
having a rude awakening.
Height percentiles.
Adam's mental image as a 4th grader was that he was 6'2".
Taller than he
yeah,
is now.
taller than
At an
everyone.
8-pack.
Yeah, I would. You know, it's interesting. I was actually the coolest kid in school, and then it was only later when I was brutally ripped away from my.
Attention
My
all sports
fake
tavern
reality.
posters. This is future Hall of Fame coach Mike McCarthy speaking. I am here to settle the debate. Mike
I never
McDaniel's
said
read
that.
it. I am 4chan.
That's
But you
Mike
said
Tomlin
you
is a real
stopped
nigga.
growing
I
at
did
like
get a lot of
grade.
Let's
pussy.
ride.
I did get a lot of pussy in like kindergarten, 1st grade.
Yeah.
like fake sex showing penis and vagina and stuff.
Oh,
It was like really, yeah. It was kind of a little graphic.
Did
So
you
you were
s- did-
molesting children?
No, like a girl would like
Overly
we'd show each
sexualized
other our
children.
privates and stuff. My girlfriend in kindergarten.
take-
Did you ever touch her pussy?
I don't know if I touched it. I think we would kiss each other's butts.
Each other's butts?
Yeah. She'd be like, we kiss each other's like butt cheeks.
Nice.
We thought that's what adults
An
did.
over-sexualized, molested child that Adam.
No, you're just
added
discovering
to-
your body, Nick. It's
No,
normal.
I
It's
never
not
did that.
molesting.
Adam is.
I never kissed anyone's butt. I'll
Once
tell you that.
Adam got the sweet taste of child. sex.
Child asshole.
Now he can't stop thinking.
No, that's not.
It's been 29 years and
22
he's still thinking
I
about
have
it.
to reread Lolita. I haven't read it. Yet.
It's so good.
That's how he justifies it.
I'm
is getting
reading.
some
I'm reading
young-
Blood Meridian right now. I just started.
Why are you changing the subject? It's interesting.
Because you brought it up.
It's
You
interesting.
brought it
that
up
you
many
changed.
times. I
Very-
finally read
very
it.
quickly.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. I wish I could just sit.
No,
Quite
I will
interesting.
I
stand
wish
by.
I could sit in while you go to therapy.
Quite interesting how quickly
And
you
then
change
say
the
all
subject.
say all this to your therapist. I have my own notepad. I'm sitting down. What do you have down? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've written down something similar. This is all very interesting to me. We'll talk about it later.
We don't take notes. He doesn't take notes. We're just pals. We shoot the shit.
There's a little button next to his chair that he's pressing, and there's a secretary listening in, typing furious notes.
I'm fucking secret stenographer in the fucking
Yeah.
closet, getting everything down.
Right.
I need to see what goes in the act or not.
Adam's walking out. He's like, "Wow, thanks. That guy just gets me for some reason." And there's a sign that says "Therapist for Pedophiles" on the building.
Why are you
That he
accusing me of
He
that?
didn't notice.
No, he's not accusing you of that.
I'm not accusing you of it.
Well,
He's
why
just
are you
saying that's what it
spreading-
is.
Why are you being?
That's not quite an accusation,
I'm
No,
is
just
it's
it?
shady.
I'm
That's
painting
shady.
No,
No.
I'm
Hello,
painting an
Cowboy
image.
Nation.
No,
This
you're-
is Coach McCarthy speaking. I have a major announcement to make.
I'm out of range.
Jerry Jones and I have managed to get Aaron Rodgers to become the next Dallas Cowboys quarterback. We are giving them that shitter Dak Prescott. Also, in accordance with the trade, we must give the most sloppy, spit-laden blowjobs to Aaron while trying to say, "We dem boys, Cowboys Nation, let's cry."
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore. I need to get closer. That's still recharging.
Listen up, Cowboy Nation, I have amazing news. I have recently decapitated our owner, Jerry Jones, and taken over the franchise. With this successful coup d'etat, I will be able to attract new and younger talent like Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady. We are the world's team, and the world looks to us for leadership and inspiration. Let's not fail them like the last 26 years.
I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet.
Skip Bayless is one of our most trusted and respected allies. His so-called hot takes transcend that of which most brains dream to think of. That darky in the studio with him, that beast of the field, should keep his fucking black ass shut. I don't care what lessons his grandma taught him. Why do we never hear about lessons his father taught him? Skip Bayless is one of our most trusted and respected allies. His so-called hot takes transcend that of which most brains dream to think of. That darky in the studio with him, that beast of the field, should keep his fucking black ass shut. That beast of the field should... That darky in the studio with him, that beast of the field, should keep his fucking black ass shut. I don't care what lessons his grandma taught him. Why do we never hear about lessons his father taught him? Skip Bayless is one of our most trusted and respected allies. His so-called hot takes transcend that of which most brains dream to think of. That darky in the studio with him, that beast of the field, should keep his fucking black ass shut. I don't care what lessons his grandma taught him. Why do we never hear about lessons his father taught him?
I can't carry anymore. Hey there. See you around.
You need something? I supply only the finest goods. Safe travels.
What can I do for you? See you later. What are you looking for?
King's honor, friend. Light bless you. Greetings, for the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Can I help you? See you later, for the Alliance. Be careful.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you, for the Alliance. Be careful.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
The 1-1.
Top bit.
Dom deep down the right field line. That ball is gone. A two-run homer for Dom Kenzo. And the Mariners have a 6-3 lead. Off the bench. Dom Ken, and he zoned it. Today's Mariner fans. Off the bench with a pinch hit, two-run jack.
This is a great at-bat. Chance to flip the tables a little bit.
Dom deep down the right field line. That ball is gone. A two-run homer for Dom.
You need something? Light bless you. Well met. Be careful.
What can I do for you? Need help? Or the Alliance?
Ground ball left side, backhanded by Volpe. The long throw. He gets him. Good play by Volpe. One away.
Well, one of the things Anthony Volpe has showed is he can get to the ball in a hurry. His range is exceptional, and getting rid of the ball quickly can make up
So so then you got out of there. So what happened really after that?
I went to Western, like I said, I went to population.
Yeah.
You know, and I get there and I find out it's not as bad as even though there's no air conditioning. The cells are so goddamn small.
Yeah.
You walk in, I can almost go like this, touch each side.
Oh.
And
You're with another guy?
The bathroom fun with another old head. Fucking had such a mouth on him, but he was so fun. I would get him wild out. He would just like a little racist, just I just say, yo, this bullshit. You keep getting these parole hits. He got parole hits for dumb reasons.
Yeah.
But he was in there for. But I get there, I get a custom, and then a week later they're asking me to go to recovery block.
Yeah.
And I pretty much said, fuck off. I ain't going there.
Yeah.
To that guard because
Yeah.
he should have sent me there from the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
And everyone is unheard of to put that shit down. Cause I'm looking at air conditioning, better times to take showers, because the showers are single showers over the TC block.
Yeah.
When you go to general population, you have 5 tiers, but only 4 of them were open. So the first 2 tiers was a row of showers, and third and fourth tier was a row of showers.
So you opted for group shower.
Well, the showers, it was all stalls with a half a door.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but it sucked.
Stay in front of your mic, yeah.
We only had showers in the morning time during second yard.
Yeah.
And right before dinner. And they would call out, the 4 first or 3 first, and you had to run to take a shower because it was only like, I guess it was like 15 showers.
Uh-huh.
And so many people on the block, so you had to run to it. You don't want to be late for dinner. It was just
Gotcha,
a
yeah,
pain in
that
the
makes
ass.
sense.
But I was near the end. So, because I had to take a shower every day because I played basketball every afternoon.
Yeah.
I always ran and got there right away, got in the shower, and that's where I saw the stabbing go down because there's no
Yeah.
cameras in the showers.
Yeah. That makes
You can't
sense. You're not
shower there,
allowed
so,
to.
the
So
stabbing went down.
what? You got out of there then? Nothing.
They probably should be allowed to.
That's when I seen swords. I was telling Matt the other day, seen guys, the knives they come up with is unbelievable in prison. The
Yeah.
ideas you have to make a weapon
Yeah.
for yourself. I seen a guy have a fucking shank this big. It was a fucking
It's
sword.
about, so like 3 feet long.
3 feet.
What did
No,
you
dude,
make it
was
out
like,
of?
Pipe. That one was made out of. It was a piece of pipe
Yeah.
from the from the maintenance crew, but it had a knife on the end. It had a. It was a piece of metal. It was a piece of like steel,
Yeah.
and he just sharpened the shit out of it, man. It
What
was,
the fuck was he doing with that?
dude? This dude, right? He comes in on a parole violation on a new charge of 5 to 10, and he had to do he had 2.5 or 5 originally, and he had like 2 years left. Right,
2 years left, and he's using a fucking
He had to
sword.
finish his 2 years and then roll over on a new number and start his 5 to 10.
All right.
And he gets run down, and before he even when he finally comes back on a parole violation, gets him in Browns at Western State. After 2 months of being in there, when he's looking at he got to finish his 2 years and then start another 5 to 10,
Yeah.
they run down. They find the sword on him.
Oh.
He got sent to the hall. Pretty much, that dude's not making parole anytime soon.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, and everything went. I played basketball every day, man.
What
and it was great.
what kind of drugs are people doing in jail?
Suboxone.
What else?
K2.
Then weren't you saying they snort antidepressants too?
Yeah. No, Neurontins is kind of like a pain pill that's almost narcotic or not.
Yeah.
And they would take, and it's hard to get subscribed to it now in jail, but everyone was getting them, and they come in, I think like 1 milligram, 100 milligrams, 200 milligrams, 400 milligrams, 800 milligrams, and the most your body could take is 3,200. But it gets you high all day. You're speeding around, running around like a maniac.
What is
So
this
guys,
then? Did you say people were snorting
This is called
Paxils?
this is called Neurontin.
Okay.
They snort that too, but Wellbutrin.
Wellbutrin
is antidepressant / anti-anxiety medication, and it gives you, they call it jailhouse coke. It's real popular now.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't actually subscribe to it no more because of this reason, and they snort it and they get a coke high for 10 minutes.
Jesus.
Now, when they prescribe you, like say you have a prescription for antidepressants, do they just give you a fucking pill bottle full? Yeah, you got to get it.
You got to go to the med cart in the morning.
Yeah,
and
all right.
So I never got meds upstate, but you would go in the morning time. Some people have special meds. They go in the afternoon,
Okay.
and you go at night. There's like Tylenol and stuff. There's
Yeah,
there's certain prescriptions that you're able to take it back to your cell.
Yeah.
And it's a bubble pack, and you only can get it refilled. Say there's like 28 in there, so they know the month's over. You can go and get it filled. But stuff like that, and certain antidepressants, and
Once a
that
day.
was a hustle for guys. Some guys would get prescribed that stuff, and they didn't need it, so they could sell it. Like
Yeah.
Wellbutrin was a big one. They would
Okay.
get prescribed to it, and they go sell
Yeah.
it.
How
And
about
that's-
how about that stabbing?
That stabbing dude was the dude.
Do you care if you talk about
absolutely
that?
not, man. The
All
dude
right.
thought he was coming for a fist fight, but he got poked the fuck up.
In
And
the
it was
shower.
gang related. It was no, in Western State they had a Philly gang and they had a Pittsburgh gang. and they were always
The Penguins
fighting.
and the Flyers.
Yeah, pretty much. They were always fighting each other, man.
Yeah.
It was brutal. And yeah, the dude came in. It was a Philly dude that stabbed him the fuck up, man. It came in, and it was supposed to be fist on fist, and dude came out, shanked on him, and just fucking.
Wait, how the fuck did he get a knife
right
in
on
there?
the side in there. Oh, shank. They make shanks.
Yeah, I know. How did he get a shank in there?
Shank
I mean,
where?
into the shower.
Oh, the shower's just like anybody can walk in. Like when
You
we have
walk
shower
in
time,
fully clothed?
when your population, you have when you walk into the shower cage, is real long, and you have a little bit of space this long, and you have a wall of showers.
Okay.
With half doors.
Yeah.
So everyone's and there's a bench. So everyone's sitting there waiting for the next. Cause they get filled up right away. So you're sitting there waiting for your turn, and then you come in and
the guy stabbed him.
the guy came in, and the reason they fought in there was no cameras.
So there's no cameras, and it was like a scheduled fight. They were like,
Scheduled
"We're
fight.
gonna fucking
Yep.
fight."
That's what happens a lot.
And then he fucking he stabbed him in the side a couple times.
Yeah, stabbed him right there inside. Yeah. And,
How was that guy fucking obviously
oh,
screaming?
screaming, man, and you know they gave the knife to somebody else, ran it off, and it was blood everywhere. And I don't know what happened. I know somebody went to the hole, and might not have been the guy that did the stabbing. It was like.
So it's have a good one.
Oh, quick! Another funny story. Like, so I'm so green. I'm in Gradeford, right? And then I'm on the A block, which was still kind of strict, 23 and 1.
Yeah.
We don't get time to really mingle with people. We're coming back from dinner time.
Mingle's a funny word.
Now my boy is at
Christian
the end.
mingle.
This guy's actually named Chris. He's at the end of the block.
Yeah.
Gradeford blocks are so long, and I had to get something from like coffee or tobacco or something. And now when we came back from the meal, it's supposed to be at your door, ready to go in. So I try to run down and get my stuff from him. So I run down, and next thing you know, when I'm running down, I hear the gates being open. That means they had this lever that opens up all the cells in Gradeford, how old it is. So I hear the lever go off, and I'm going down. I'm like, shit, come on, keep going, Phil, keep going. And then they say, lock it in, everyone get in. So everyone goes in. Now I'm at him getting my stuff now when they're saying this stuff. So I'm running back when everyone's in, and I'm so noticeable. All the guards see me, and they go, my state number is LR3892. They call me in the loudspeaker to the bubble, which is in the middle of the block where all the guards sit. And they took my ID. I shit myself because I thought I was going to the hole for something so stupid, but I was so goddamn scared. I was like, I can't go to the hole, man. You know, I'm fucking my parole and all that stuff. So they took my ID, dude. I was so nervous for 24 hours, and Chris and John were bidding off me. He's like, oh, man, that's not good. Now, it's nothing, really. Now, sometimes it is the main thing to take your ID, but they're not going to take my ID because I went down and got some coffee for somebody. They're not sending me to the hole for that. But I don't know any better. I'm scared to death because they're bidding off me. And then,
What is the hole? What do you got to do?
the hole is 23. Is
Just by yourself.
I've never been in the hole.
Yeah.
I've been in whole life situations like that 23 and 1.
Yeah.
But it's way worse. You get no commissary. The only thing you get is cosmetics. And it's just 23 hours that you're locked in.
Locked in your own particular cell by yourself.
By yourself.
For
How
23
long do people
hours.
do this?
Dude, there's guys, and when we get to Camp Hill,
Yeah,
there's
like
this
you were
thing called
saying.
Camp Hill riots.
Yeah.
It happened back in the late 80s. There's guys that are starters of that riot are still in the hole from that day.
Solitary confinement.
And there's a story in Gradeford.
As long as I've been alive.
Holy
There's in
fuck,
solitary
dude.
confinement. That's fucking
A famous
nuts.
story is there was this biker from Gradeford, was in Gradeford, and he was in the hole for over a year, for a long time. And when he got released from the hole, he was so messed up. He was just so screwed up in the head that the day he got out, he killed a cop. And he says because he was locked in solitary confinement for so long, he might have done actually 3 years. It was a long time.
Okay.
But
So
it mentally drains you.
So what happened when you're in the
With my ID?
Camp Hill?
Oh, Camp Hill. So I go to Camp Hill, find out. It's just real strict. Like I said, I had to be at the yards every day. I'm in Camp Hill short because I'm at short.
Yeah.
My minimum's coming up. So I'm in Camp Hill 3.5 weeks. Thank God. Nothing crazy happens there just because it's so strict. It just sucked, you know? And yeah, Camp Hill is in there. And on my block, it was in a different section. We went to guard together. And like I said, the food upstairs is so much better. I was right before Thanksgiving. But the meals were great.
Okay.
But
So
nothing crazy at Camp Hill at all.
You're saying the
which is
county-
strict
it's
as
nicer
hell.
than the county jail.
Nice and great for Camp Hill. A lot nicer. You smoke
So
and
then
stuff.
you go to Pittsburgh after that?
Pittsburgh.
How was that?
He only heard about the hooch. But we made hooch one night in Gradeford.
Oh, you
The
made
Deuce thing.
So that's the liquor. People don't sneak liquor in. You make it.
Yeah, you make it. Now the first celly I had on the A block, 23-1.
Yeah.
When you lock in 23 hours a day, you're gonna think of something.
Hey, that's the CIA guy right there. FBI, right? Hey, that's the CIA guy right there. FBI, right?
Robin.
Hey, that's the CIA guy.
He was a funny bastard, though. He was my bed. He's still legend to this day. He was in Somerset.
He's still in there.
He's actually joined the Aaron I think the reason is me and Aaron Gordon, most fine is the 3-leaf clover.
Yeah.
And if they see you have that on, and the game's really big in that area, and they come in with a 3-leaf clover, you're either going to join them or you have to black that out.
Really?
So I think he
joined the Aryan Brotherhood over
I think
a tattoo?
I believe so. It was over the tattaoo.
Shit.
I don't know much about it, but yeah.
Or maybe he wanted to join a little bit
I
too.
think sure because he was looking at.
What's
he's
he
doing
talking
12 years. Just ask me how I'm doing, man. I got to write him back. I got about 4 letters from him. Every time it's like,
another thing too.
Fuck, I missed the white supremacist.
2017, you're not allowed to have white supremacists for obvious reasons. You're not allowed to have white. So he met a guy in jail who was cool, who now he found out is in the white
he's the one
Brotherhood.
But yeah, Western Maine, like I got general population. I just, I played basketball every day. I stayed out, the bullshit. That's all I did. I played basketball, came back, and watched my TV.
Did they approach you at all to get involved with the bullshit? Were they
the big gang was called DMI, Dead Maine Incorporated, which originated in Baltimore.
Do you have a Game Boy Pocket? I love the thing.
9 layers, right?
Yes, sir. 9 excruciating layers.
It just keeps going and going. That's crazy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Good job. Let's taste.
There's a fishing pool back there.
Wait, really? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Oh!
Wait, did you guys just do the achievement?
Looks like an
or something?
achievement.
Activated hard mode.
Can we talk about how much HP that thing has?
We can try it.
It's 4.6 billion health.
Wait, why does it have that
Billion
much health?
Yeah.
Billion with a B!
With the B!
Are frogs an element? Just leave him alive, just kill everything else. We'll see what happens.
Well, I don't think we're killing him.
Exactly. Yeah.
If this frog puts one more fucking thing on the ground, I'm gonna be pissed.
We did it.
You can also, for the record, oh my god.
Bye, frog. There's a fishing pool back there.
All in. Okay, real talk for a second. I have a gut shot straight draw and 4 high. Even against your bluffs, I'm behind and I need exactly a 5 to make a straight. Do you want a call? What? Do you want me to call, yes or no? Well, I mean, yeah. I want you to call. Are you sure? You have 4 high. Of course I want you to call. See, you say that, but you always get mad when I get there. I won't get mad. You promise? I promise. You promise? I promise. You promise? Yes, I promise. Look, I have chip aces, okay? And you're only drawing to 3 outs because the 5 of clubs would give you the straight, but it would give me the nut flush. You're only gonna get there about 6% of the time. So yes, I want you to call. Call. You f***ing fish. What the f*** are you doing?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Have you guys seen Jamie Foxx's Trump?
It's incredible.
I got tagged in that 9,000 times.
It's the only Trump I've ever heard that's better than yours.
Oh, it's better?
Well, black people are better at things.
This is a challenge.
It's really good.
Is it better?
Jamie Foxx. I don't know. I'm not gonna.
He already saw, like, where's this road taking
Yeah, I
me?
knew the next
Like
couple.
that.
Nope. He's a black guy. Black guys, they're okay. Pretty good.
I'm
not gonna do it.
He read ahead of his impression and go, I can't read this.
I'm not doing it. Dude, some people are way better at the conversational Trump. I can't do that. Like
What are you
we're
going to
doing
do
this,
in
we're doing that.
2024, Mr. Trump? Is it you haven't announced you're running again?
I haven't
but-
announced it. The crooked FBI, they went into my house. Not good. They didn't find anything. I don't have anything.
Boy, people are on the fence now. There's like pro and con anti-FBI people with no information
know.
whatsoever.
Yeah, I know.
I love when that
Fucking
happens.
no information
No shit.
whatsoever. They're
Everyone's like-
pro or con.
Here's my favorite
FBI.
part: is the same people. So now the left keeps tweeting, "Oh, now all of a sudden the right's anti-police." But then it's like the people on the right are they get to tweet, "Oh, all of a sudden the left's pro-police."
Pro-police,
They
yeah.
do this every single fucking
They're
time.
the same people.
They do it
They're
every
mirrors.
fucking
Just
time.
use whatever they
They
want to
flip-flop.
get ahead. They have no real beliefs. Anyone
Yeah.
political
Yeah.
fucking
They
sucks.
do it every time.
When Trump won, they all said the election's rigged. It's a rigged election. And then when Trump won, the
Just
election's
accept
rigged.
it.
I mean,
Yeah. They
it's
do it every-
crazy.
So yeah, when Trump won, the left was like, he was a Russian spy.
Right.
This is bullshit. He shouldn't have won. That was Russian.
When Biden won.
Then Biden wins. They're like, shut up. The results are in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the right's like, this was bullshit.
They're the same.
And
They're
then
the
there's people
exact
like
same
us
people.
just looking at all of them going like, oh, I want to make fun of all of you.
I do
know.
make fun of all
Yeah.
of them.
You got to
They
stay in
should
the
be.
middle and observe.
Yeah.
I
It's like you guys are
think-
all hypocrites.
I agree with more people on the left than I do on the right on most things, but I still think they're the most ridiculous.
I
They're
like the
mo-
left except gay rights.
You're a little too liberal with that.
Yeah. Says the guy with the
I have
mustache.
to shut the fuck up. I was about to be like, ah.
What, Mr. Trump? How do you feel about gay rights?
I like it, but they're going a little overboard with the dancing. A lot of dancing. I don't know about that.
Trump, go on Matt and Shane's.
Please. Trump.
Would that be
Man.
amazing?
What would
You
Trump
get
drink?
Trump on your show
Trump doesn't drink, dude.
at all?
Damn, you'd have chicken for him.
We get
Imagine if
some
you could just get
McDonald's
him-
and amphetamines for the boy.
Imagine if that's the first time he drinks is on your show.
Oh.
Heard about it. I'll try it.
Imagine his Twitter
Mr.
drunk.
Trump, you
His
know,
drunk Twitter.
Oh, I mean, his Twitter before was insane, but his drunk Twitter would be bananas.
It'd be meaningful. It'd be like, check out the sunset.
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah,
Right,
true.
tones down a little
He
bit.
would just get like kind of
Could
like
you fucking
emotional.
imagine drunk Trump?
Oh man, that's a character.
Yep. And you saw him.
Hey,
Keith,
do it now.
Season
Dude,
3.
that's.
Drunk Trump would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, his wife died. He has a drink to get over it.
Did I
and
talk about this last time when I went to Mar-a-Lago?
And you saw him.
I saw the.
Wait,
I
you
saw
saw
the
him?
king, dude. I went to Mar-a-Lago.
Wait.
I was in Mar-a-Lago.
What?
It was me and like 10 people. It was just a regular day at Mar-a-Lago.
Like a field trip?
No, I got in there. I'm not going to name names.
You went to Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump specifically?
I went to Mar-a-Lago because
Hoping-
I was doing Palm Beach Improv.
Yep.
And some people that work there or work, on the staff or whatever, they're fans. They showed up, came to the show. They were like, "Do you want to go to Mar-a-Lago tomorrow?" And I was like,
You're talking to the right guy.
I was like, "Yeah, that shit was so nice."
Was it pretty?
Yeah, look at it.
It's beautiful.
I
Oh,
mean,
it's a
it's
fantastic
No
place.
one's, dude. The only people there are 70-year-old billionaires.
not Margaritaville.
and they're all wearing MAGA hats, dude.
Sure.
But not just regular red MAGA
Can
hats.
we
like
get a
flat brim.
membership?
Can we get
Listen
a
to
membership?
this.
It's $200,000 a year.
Listen to this.
Yes.
Listen to this. What if?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Protect our
What if
bar
we
listening.
built a
Please, bro.
podcast studio at Mar-a-Lago?
Please.
What if we have a conversation with Donald? We go.
You have no idea how much I would. I would donate whatever money for the
and then
membership.
We never talk about it. And then if it gets brought up in interviews, my thought on that building. Like, look at the home. But you look at the resort.
Jamie.
His house is a fucking resort.
What do you want from me?
Jamie,
Wow.
Kodak.
It's the mansion.
Look at that. Kodak
Jesus.
Black at Mar-a-Lago.
Look at this place.
Shout out Kodak Black, dude.
Bro, he's balling out of control. This is what you're supposed to do when you're a
Yeah.
78-year-old billionaire. You're supposed to be balling.
being shaped.
Movies
Fall
aren't good.
asleep to
No,
them.
they're fucking boring, dude. They're
Damn.
fucking boring, shitty movies.
I just wanted to watch the fight scenes.
The Ralph Bakshi Hobbit is awesome. And when I was a kid, I loved
The
that.
cartoon? The cartoon.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
talked about that. I like that
And
shit.
then when those fucking Lord of the Rings movies came out, I went to like the movie theater. I'm like, this is gonna be great, and it just sucks. It's just fucking boring.
Do you see any titties? No, right?
No. No,
Didn't they
no.
do another one with the dragon? Smog?
The Distillation of Smaug.
Smaug?
I think that
And
was
they don't
one
even-
of the Hobbit prequels.
They don't even fight
I
the
didn't watch
dragon
any
or
of those.
something, right?
I heard those look terrible because they like shot it on like a super high
Yeah,
frame
but they
rate
shot
camera.
some of them at 60 FPS, and everybody's
Yeah.
talking about how like Peter Jackson's this great director or whatever.
And it looks like shit.
And it's like, no, New Zealand is just pretty.
Yeah.
Everything else about those movies sucks.
Yeah, he shot them all in New Zealand.
We should go to New Zealand, dude.
I mean, like,
I
how
know.
how fucking, like, how much of a misstep it was to shoot in 60 FPS. It's like, why you would even fucking consider that? Or not even do just try it out with one scene and see if anybody is like, this is a good idea. Instead,
Yeah, just watch the dailies.
he made a
dude.
piece of media that is permanently fucked, that will like be just jarring and unsettling, and it.
Is that the shit that looks like plasticky and like fat, almost?
Well, it's an unnatural. I mean, your eyes have adjusted after a lifetime of watching movies at 24 frames per second to like interpreting film that way, and so that looks normal to you. When you shoot something at 60 FPS, the motion is too fluid, and it gives it that
I've seen that shit.
that soap opera effect. Where
It looks
people-
like a daytime soap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is not shot at that, but it looks like shitty. It doesn't look good.
Yeah. TVs do that because all like LCDs, they have like frame interpolation where, because an LCD refreshes it like the original, like the first like generation of like mass consumer panel televisions were around like 60 hertz. So they would like the image on the screen refreshes 60 times per second, and
Damn.
so because the source media is only either 24 frames or 30 frames per second, it would interpret 2 frames and say, okay, this guy's here in this frame, this guy's here in this frame. In between that, we'll put him here. You know, and that's what creates like on like flat panel TVs when they came out, like why they all look shitty.
Yeah, it's way to change the setting.
Yeah, where like people would like glide across the room.
Yeah.
You know,
I watched one of the Terminator reboots and that shit,
Yeah.
and it was one of the worst things
right.
of all time.
For live sports, it's great. You know, if you're watching like hockey or something, that shit's like cool. You know, but for film, it ruins it.
Yeah.
Because it's like just not how you're supposed to be seeing that shit.
What's some other shit Peter Jackson made? King Kong?
Yeah, he made that King Kong.
I didn't
where
see
Naomi
that. It
Watts
looked like
wants to
shit.
fuck the monkey.
Did she fuck it?
No, but they fall in love.
How would you fuck a woman if you're King Kong? Even your finger is too big for her pussy.
You
Yeah,
can't.
well, it's just
Women just want to be killed.
Yeah, they want to be crushed by
If
a
we're being honest.
giant ape.
Yeah, most women.
That's what chicks like.
What women want is to be killed by men.
I don't know that that's true. Are you sure?
Yeah, it is, dude. They're obsessed with like true crime shit.
What the Me Too movement is about guys that couldn't actually kill them, sneaking into positions in which they can. If you just return to, I was watching some videos on YouTube.
Yeah. Let the algorithm take over.
Yeah. Dude, it's so funny how YouTube, because like I saw those articles. I was always embarrassed of like, because my YouTube's like hooked up to my TV. People would come over and be like, oh, let's close that YouTube.
Right.
You know, because it's like,
right.
You know, fucking like, you know, Ben Shapiro rapes student. You know, it's like I wasn't watching that. I don't know, like I don't know why that's in there. And then it turns out, yeah, YouTube was just promoting all of those fucking videos to everybody.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, my roommates, we threw on Bernie on Rogan, and now the algorithm's fucked.
Yeah.
Off
Nah,
one
you
Rogan.
just, really? I just listen to a lot of music on YouTube, so it always just
a lot of fish.
Yeah, the only things I'm
Live
I think I'm
Nugs,
subscribed
Burlington,
to are
2003, you know?
Jay Leno's Garage. What's his name? Tobias Wendell.
The other car guy?
Yeah, the autistic car guy.
That's good shit.
Yeah. Today I decided to build an entire time machine out of birch. A lot of people said that it's impossible because with wood you're not capable of bending the fabric of space-time. But I found that if you create a jig for the table saw, you can create an impossibly elaborate system of interlocking gears that will bend the very fabric of space-time. What I did first is I drove the wood home from Home Depot in my homemade wooden truck. It's like everything in that guy's life. He's like, instead of just using my regular tools, I decided to recreate them out of wood. My parents died 5 years ago, and I've replaced them with completely autonomous wooden robots.
Damn. I'm trying to fuck some wood pussy.
You'll notice my face is covered in band-aids from my mother kissing me on the cheek and filling my face with splinters, because by the time I installed the chip to give her a sense of pain and emotion, it was too late to remove the burrs from her facial features without causing severe pain. So now, to maintain our relationship, I allow her to fill my face with just wood chips and splinters. Because I love her so much.
That's
okay, so we're gonna get some super glue. And
yeah, I don't know, but people do still use YouTube, which is insane to me. Like YouTubers have like,
like watching people's like vlogging channels.
Yeah, people vlog and they have like millions of followers.
Going to LA is really depressing because you see people like on the street vlogging and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that as much in the world.
Nah, dude. Here it's about making fucking money, dude.
Yeah.
Wall Street and shit like that.
Yeah, how come you never see homeless people with a sign that says like, I'm stupid and untalented and I believe too hard in myself?
Yep.
I blew all my money investing in myself.
Well, because most of those people get sex trafficked.
Anything will help. No, I mean like, you know, like fitted cap vlog guys.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm just really trying to get my smoothie company off the
Right. My bespoke yo-yo company failed.
What's up, guys? Chad Y2K here. I'm 48 years old and I dress like a toddler. I dress like a Midwestern toddler with cancer.
Have you ever dived in on like, obviously there are like a handful of successful YouTubers, but there have to be millions of failures.
Yeah, of course.
I should watch more of those.
Yeah,
they're probably terrible.
I saw a guy that I saw some horrible Scottish comic because I was like looking up Dave. Do you guys remember Dave Schofer from Baltimore?
Yeah.
I was looking up some Dave Schofer
Uncle
interviews,
Dave?
some Uncle Dave interviews. And I think there's a guy named Dave Schofer who's got like 12 views on his shit. It's really some pretty bad comedy. So there's that. But I love just diving into David Schofer videos, checking him out. That time everyone got his penis. Remember that? He sent a open micro dick pic, and then everyone got their hands on it.
I don't know if I saw
Do you ever see Dave Schofer's penis?
Is it good?
No. He
I
was
wouldn't imagine.
really little and pink.
I remember one time.
Just stop looking at Dave Sharper's penis,
No,
but
it's not my.
he's accidentally looking past his phone as his own dick.
No.
He's like, damn, what? Oh, what? Oh.
No,
I
he
remember
was circumcised.
Like the third time I did stand up, it was like at RFD, and Ralph was like, he's like, man, I don't want to make you nervous, but Uncle Dave's in the audience.
Dude, I can't.
And I was like,
I wish I
what
got,
is that?
I gotta
Who
go
is
back
that?
and find that email he sent me when I like just didn't want to do his shitty show. And I was like, I got a flat tire, and then he like sent me like the stats on what the donut could do and how far it could go.
That was awesome.
And I was like, you got me. I'm lying. I'm not doing your show. I'm not gonna come. So you figured it out. I'm lying to you.
We both knew I was lying.
Yeah.
Just accept the fucking
Yeah.
society.
Yeah.
This is purely a courtesy I'm doing to not say fuck you. I don't want to do your dumb shit. Accept it, please. Yeah. Salute to Uncle Dave.
Yeah, sorry, my mom has mesothelioma. Oh, that's cool, because mesothelioma you can only get... Oh, yeah, you're right. My mom's fine.
I don't
Yeah.
want to drive 2 hours to perform for 9 rednecks.
In Western Maryland.
The thing is, though, is like I would do that
I am honored. Goddess watch over you. Farewell. Hello.
I need a target. I can't cast that yet.
Ishnu Allah. What brings you here? How may I help?
You cannot just go around eating anybody that you want to. I cannot. No, you cannot. You
home then. Light bless you.
Hurled himself off the top bunk or had his feet to the ground and leaned forward to cut off his air supply.
What?
I think that they think that he hurled himself off the top bunk.
Oh, is that how they're gonna try and explain why his neck bones were broken?
Yeah.
Didn't someone else say they heard shrieking?
Yeah.
From his jail.
You can't shriek while you hang yourself, no?
I don't know. What if he was like, I'm killing myself?
They say Jeffrey Epstein's blood vessels in his eyes popped when the air supply was cut off by the bed sheet that was wrapped around his neck.
What if he did kill himself, but it was like The Godfather 2, where they were like, "Come on, man, do the right thing." Like Bill and Hillary were like, they brought his pedophile cousin from Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're like, Jeff, you have to take one for the cabal.
I guess his bodyguard is Russian, so you know every liberal now is like, well, Trump is it's
collusion.
It's the Russians.
God damn.
You should kill yourself if you think.
It's gonna be so awesome when it's Joe Biden versus Trump in a dementia off.
Yeah.
Just like and Trump is just flustering Biden's dumbass. Who did Biden do? He debated Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
And then also, who's that other fucking idiot that ran with Romney? Paul Ryan, was that him?
Oh yeah,
That
Paul
fucking
Ryan
loser?
ran for vice president.
And he got worked by Biden, I think.
This interview's, I don't know why they published it. This is just some Russian guy. And so these are the questions. By this time, you had stopped competing as an MMA fighter? Not really, actually. You were still competing? Yes, maybe I stopped already. Maybe I stopped already. Within Virgin Islands in Palm Beach. I started working in Palm Beach. I would see him only when, where the fuck is it? When he has to go to big jail, actually. That is verbatim.
Does
what
he
they-
say big?
Yeah.
Wait, what you just said is what
This
it's
is
written.
verbatim what is written in the New York Magazine. Yes, maybe I stopped already. Maybe I stopped already. Yeah, I was in the Virgin Islands in Palm Beach. It was, I started working in Palm Beach. I would see him only when, what the fuck is it? When he has to go to big jail, actually. All right. That's when he was at Palm Beach the first time. I started before working with him in New York and Virgin Islands. You were in New York also? Yeah. You drove him in all three places. In New York, I didn't drive him. In New York, yeah, driver, whatever his name was, he was like old family. I just trained with him in New York and traveled with him. And I just drove him here in Palm Beach because other place he had different driver. They're just personnel, you know, you just drive him. Somebody drive him in New Mexico. Somebody drive him in Virgin Islands, actually. I just drove him here in Palm Beach. You went with him to all the other properties. Did you go with him to New Mexico also? Yeah. You worked with him and traveled with him 24/7. So that means you were on his plane, correct? Yeah. You lived in his guest house. Yeah. You lived alone in the guest house. Of course. In Palm Beach, when we stay at Palm Beach, we have a guest house, and there's a property manager who lived there. He was working there before me. It was a Polish guy. Yeah.
He's a Polish guy.
Did he have bodyguard abilities like you? No. You were introduced to Epstein by a middleman, so how was it when you first met him? Pretty good. I never heard anything from him, let's say, was improper, rude, or something. He's always polite. Always nice person, basically, always smiling.
Always smiling.
Yeah.
Because he just got his dick sucked by a 12-year-old. He was always in a great mood.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. What did you teach him? Basic workout, lift weights, and a little practice some self-defense? Like boxing, kicking? Was he a good athlete? He's in pretty good shape. That's like, we got an exclusive interview with Jeffrey Epstein's chef, and then they're like, what about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? Like, it's a sandwich that has a peanut butter and jelly on it. And Jeffrey liked to eat these. So yes, he would have sometimes for lunch maybe, but not dinner so much. You have different meals. You see, it's a breakfast is eggs, and lunch time usually a sandwich, and then dinner it's like a spaghetti meatball or maybe a piece of grilled fish. They're like, wow, earth-shattering interview with a man who made lunch. There's fucking nothing in
now,
there.
Mr. Epstein, has he ever heard of spaghetti?
Yeah.
There's a video from like Inside Edition or something of a girl that was like, I think she was a flight attendant on the Lolita Express.
Damn.
Or she's a woman, whatever. And she said
wait, hold on, shut up, real quick. Did he ever talk about his case? Why was he in trouble? No, he never talked about that stuff. He never talked about any of that stuff. No. Really? No. Yeah, exclusive. We have nothing.
Why did this guy even go on the record? Did he even know he was on the record?
I don't know. It says like whoever wrote this says that they interviewed him in 2015 when they were at the Daily Beast, and now he's recanting everything he said.
Oh.
So in our conversation in 2015, he describes his relationship with teenage girlfriend. So many times I tried to stop him and tried to tell him my opinion about that. He didn't listen to me. That's the reason why I'm not working for him no more. I make him do that to let me go. Do you remember saying that? And he says, it's not the teenage girls. I never see the teenage girls. I tell you, I never see teenage girls. Plenty of time when I work for him, I never see anything on proper teenage girls around him. That's what they say.
My man is trying not to get got right now, dude.
I think it's just like, yeah, to lower his profile. So now you say only when you saw, it's funny too, is like the liberals go after Russia, and it's like, Russians just lie. But you have to like understand that's just like a part of their culture.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a part of our culture. We're supposed to have integrity. So people like the Clintons or whoever who are lying, corrupt pieces of shit, it's worse than when fucking Putin does it, because Putin's just doing what he knows how to do.
Of course.
All of the people Putin has killed, it's like if you were able to save them and bring them to America, within a month they'd be committing insurance fraud. That's right. That is just what they know.
It's that thing about the scorpion and the monkey or whatever.
It's the scorpion and the monkey.
It's the scorpion and the monkey, a classic scorpion and monkey.
Where he stings him at the end or whatever.
Where the scorpion stings the monkey.
Or,
So
no,
come on, brother.
No, that's not what the monkey sounds like. The monkey sounds different.
Maybe I've confused it. Come on, brother.
No.
You stinging
That's
my
the
ass.
scorpion. That's what the scorpion sounds like. For some reason, I get. No, not even him.
Yeah.
Definitely not the monkey, though.
Yeah, there's a video my friend sent me.
Here's another thing you said to me last time about Epstein and the girls you saw at his house, specifically about moments when you're trying to offer him advice about his conduct. Sometimes he tries to make joke. He'd say, "Thank you, Grandma. I don't need your opinion." So, like, when the Russian guy was like, "You need to stop having sex with kids, Jeffrey." He's like, "Yeah, okay, Grandpa."
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Epstein really was on a hot winning streak. If you're a pedophile, dude, you're just like, okay, man, I'm going to be okay. That's
One thing he told
insane.
me is he got a heads up when the authorities were going to come to his house the night before. He told me we would get phone calls the night before at 8 o'clock. The police. would come.
Why you? What's the
You
expose?
told me
here?
that, Igor. Want me to read the quote? Well, you can read whatever you want right now. Just don't. You can put yourself in big trouble. You said he will always do something wrong. There were some nights in question. See, it's funny. It's because like, if this journalist got murdered for doing this, it'd be like, he told you.
Yeah.
He told you you're putting yourself in trouble. Because this isn't a pedophile. This is just a Russian person.
Yes. Which we have, which we have all agreed are, by their nature, sneaky.
I think it's really time for the West to lose control of the narrative completely.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
So you're thinking
Eastern
a Russian,
philosophy,
Chinese,
more of like an Orthodox, still Christian, but
Greek Orthodoxy. I'm ready.
yeah.
I'm baptized.
Just sort of like an Eastern Orthodox authoritarian regime that rolls in and kills everyone.
Okay.
Then we all become Russian liars.
Yeah, I would like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You'd like to dive back into
keep
that?
Greg Proops in a
yes,
prison.
Chris.
We keep Greg Proops in a prison where he gets to comment on everything but above the
Okay.
Yeah, corruption? No thank you. And then he's fire hose filled with piss hoses him down.
You think the Russians would beat the Chinese
Yeah.
though?
Corruption train.
Yeah, no, the Chinese would beat the Russians.
I think the Chinese got the upper hand.
Russians is a lazy drunk country.
They're chaotic. They're too much chaos.
Yeah. China will like let millions of people die. Just
So
to
will
enjoy
Russia
it.
will too, but they're not as organized about it.
They used to.
Mhm.
In old WW2, they did
I
that.
don't know, man. Russians are dangerous. It's like, what if Asians were white?
That's
You
what.
know? That's what Patton said.
Damn,
I've
dude.
heard
When you
Russians,
put it in that manner.
I've heard Russians say that themselves.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
why Chechens are the fucking worst, because it's like, that's
What-
like, what if
yeah.
Asians were white,
And
but what if they were
Muslim.
Muslim?
Yeah. Those motherfuckers are tough, I will
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
Mhm.
their national
They-
sport is MMA.
They love dying.
They love
They
it.
love being killed by the government.
Damn, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, this is great. I'm telling you to give you a chance to remember because we talked about this stuff. I know it's hard. I don't know what you mean by put myself in trouble. Let that go. Seriously, let that go. Why is it so important? Are you worried about the local cops? Listen, you're really smart, and I'm not going to offer that over the phone right now, okay?
Oh my god.
You're really
He's
smart.
like, "We're-"
You have no idea, please.
Jesus
What do you mean by
Christ.
that? I can't explain you. I can't explain over the phone any of this.
Oh my god.
This is fucking, what is it, Naomi Watts being like, but what happened to the baby? And Vigo being like, you need to drop it. I'm just driver. You need to, you really need to drop it. I just drive car.
That movie is so good.
I love that fucking movie, dude.
It's so fucking good.
You said that last time, and we didn't talk for years. You can tell the world who this guy was. You were with him for a long time. You know what I mean? I totally understand you think he could have had help committing suicide. First of all, I have to go right now. I have another client. Still training people? Yes, but just be careful. I'm not kidding. So what's your email so I can send you? Don't do any kind of that stuff. Just don't play seriously. Can you tell me why? I can't. Maybe I ask you just one more question. Just go ahead. Have you been talking with anyone in the government, the FBI? Have they come to you? Long pause. Great talking to you. Seriously. We talk later. Yeah.
Yo,
Wow.
honestly, fuck this reporter, dude.
Yeah.
He comes up like such a dumb asshole.
Here's from another thing from New York Magazine. How Moscow Mitch is helping the Democrats.
Oh my fucking god. What is the point? Why are they calling him Moscow Mitch?
I don't know, man. The world is so gay. Epstein owned a painting of Bill Clinton in the
That
blue
was
dress.
actually pretty funny.
I mean, so what?
In the dress?
It's like
It's funny.
that's
I
a,
gasped.
it's a thing, but it's like normal people look at this like, what could that mean? There has to be some
doesn't mean
explanation. It's
anything.
like he has sex with children. This was his weird sex friend. They're all fucking children together. It's like, how much more do you need?
Yeah, they're boys.
How much more do you need to understand that your problematic fave
Oh,
is
that
a
is so
global
true.
pedophile?
I am so beyond the fact of finding that weird.
Yeah.
The fact that some people are like, what do you mean? Like, it would be bizarre if if you didn't think the president was a pedophile.
Yeah.
For him to pop up in a pedophile.
They're like, well, actually,
house.
Trump is a pedophile. It's like, okay.
They're both pedophiles.
Yeah.
So many of them are pedophiles.
Yeah.
Who was that other motherfucker?
What? But it's
the Speaker
like
of the House was a pedophile forever. The Republican.
Yeah,
Hastert.
Yeah.
Right. But it's like it's like you're living in a world with people that are convinced that Santa Claus is real. You know, and they're like, but we left the cookies out and no one ate them. I'm like, yeah, Santa Claus isn't real. They're like, but isn't it weird that the cookies weren't eaten? It's
Usually
like,
he eats them every year.
No, there is no Santa Claus.
That's your
They're
parents eating the
right,
cookies.
Yeah, it's like, but there's presents here, and it's like, yes, they give you those presents so that you shut up.
Yeah.
It's not like
we
you
left
don't-
out the children and nobody fucked them.
Right, it's like the level to get to is the one where you're like, the world is run by fucked up people and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
And they like it's pretty easy to arrive to that point, but it's like there's so many people that just struggle with the first step of just being like, yes, it's fucked. Like it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
deeply fucked up.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah.
It's fucked. Let's just hope. That's why we got to.
That's why it's like that's what I'm saying, man. The new modern warfare has to be good.
Yeah.
It really fucking has to be good because that is what's important. in life. No, I mean it. It's this whole system set up. You know, it's like the fucking like the Matrix or whatever. Where
You're Joey Pantoliano
I am
right
Joey
now.
Pants. You know,
And the
I'm
stake
like,
is modern warfare.
yeah, and I'm like, I want to be somebody important, like an actor. You know, and I don't want to remember nothing. You understand me? Nothing. And that's what I mean by Luigi's Mansion 3 better be great.
You heard it here, folks.
I gotta go to the city.
For what?
Adam's got his pussy doctor.
I gotta go see my gynecologist.
Adam and
Yeah.
Adam
Greeks-
on all fours and stirrups with his asshole out.
Is it like a gynecologist if it's Greek? Do you call it that?
He does dick and asshole.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
2 in 1.
Yeah. He does proctology as well.
Come see Funny Moms this Monday and next Monday. Come to Fat Tuesdays at the Stand every Tuesday.
The 19th is this Monday, Funny Moms, and then the 26th. And then see me the 29th in LA
And then
at the Lodge Room.
And then come to the Bay Area. I'm in Oakland on the 24th. And I'm in Seattle on the 29th and Portland on the 30th. And
Come.town to buy shirts.
And I'm doing Philly on the 21st of September, fresh off the plane from Greece. And then I'm doing some dates in Indiana. And I'm trying to get Louisville in there. So I haven't announced that one yet, but I'm hoping. But, yes, buy our shirts. Come to our shows. Give Adam head.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Later.
Ooh.
I gotta clean this shit up.
Your house?
Yeah, I just
Humphrey,
it keeps.
8 carries, 88
Yeah, it smells like
yards,
boy
2
pussy in here.
touchdowns.
Well, that's
Not
the
a
way-
bad
Smells like,
start for the
you
youngster
make
from
steak?
Rainier Beach.
What? You smell steak?
That's impressive.
Like
And
after, like
Level.
day after you make
Humphrey,
steak.
Smells like
8
the
carries,
poor
88
ventilation.
yards, 2 touchdowns.
No, I would.
I don't know what that
I keep
smells like.
reheating.
Stop.
I keep
Some
reheating the
people have
cast
told me.
iron to cook burgers.
Guardians in the American League Central.
It smells like you're cooking beef in here.
That's what I smell. That's what it
At the
means.
moment, just 4.5 games. The Twins take a 7-6 lead as Correa drives in Polanco.
I bet you do.
I guess they kind of like had those kids that were murdering people in Vancouver while we were there.
People were getting murdered?
Were they at the show?
Yeah, there was a couple of murders in Vancouver while we were there. Luckily, they found the people that did it.
What?
Yeah, they recently found. So that's case closed, I guess.
Nice.
I can't
Were there
really hear
actually
you.
murder? Yeah, speak up. You're talking quiet.
Oh. Well, I'm just saying for the record, that's been.
Oh, I see. So as far as any law enforcement officials out there still putting it, tying
Yeah,
up
maybe you
loose
should
ends,
focus
just
on
chill
your
out.
boy, Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A billion.
Public enemy number
That
one.
solved. The murders that happened while the Come Town Canada tour was happening in Vancouver, solved. We found the people.
I should just start killing lawyers and stuff, and then when I get caught, I'm like, so Hillary Clinton's allowed to do it, but I'm not. When I do it, it's a problem. Okay, just so we're on the same page.
Okay, just so I'll go to jail. But
I'll
so we're
yeah,
clear.
just so we're clear. Hillary
something called
Clinton
the double standard.
allowed to do this.
She
Me
should go to jail
just
too.
indiscriminately having like any lawyers that are like vaguely involved in policy just murdered. Just murdered.
Well, wouldn't it have to be people that have
Was that
incriminating
Vince Foster
information?
Just going around DC killing lawyers.
Don't they kill people that Bill Clinton raped or that saw Hillary feasting on a child to help her kuru?
Yeah.
I think
So-
there are plenty of people he raped that are still alive.
Yeah, but the ones I guess he
Juanita
extra raped.
Broderick.
The ones, yeah.
What an interesting name.
You need to need
Yeah.
to keep a couple alive to keep them off the scent.
My name is Lucinda Johnson. My name is Chuchachita Smith.
That's pretty. I don't know. That seems pretty common to me.
What, Juanita Broderick?
Juanita for a white lady?
You get
It's a
one.
Spanish
you
name.
get one if you have your parents are of mixed ethnicity. One keeps. You might get the Anglo.
My name is Juan Carlos Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Yeah.
I like Juan Carlos Hamilton, dude. I would be named Juan Carlos.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes,
You
I
would be named that?
I would. I would
What do you
like
mean
to be
you
named
would?
that. In another life.
You would have that
I
name.
would like to be named Juan Carlos.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
Monte
bad.
Carlo now.
Monte Carlo?
Monte Carlo.
That's fine. You're Monte Carlo. I'm Juan Carlos. You're bitch Carlos.
You're bitch Carlos. You're Carlos from Magic
We're the
School Bus.
Carlos boys.
You're Magic School Bus Carlos.
Hello, welcome to Carlos Town.
The Three Carloses. You're listening to New York's newest podcast, The Three Carloses. Today we're going to talk about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's new platform that says that when you go to the bodega, you have to clap your castellanets and dance to the reggaeton music.
Dan Castellanetas.
You have to, yes.
You have to clap.
Because that's what New York is about clapping, snapping your fingers.
Or Castellanets, the things that when the ladies do that dance.
That
Dun,
clap.
dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun.
Yeah. It's what Hispanic women use to attract mates.
You can tell.
Like a
Go
like
to the
bugs,
South
like a
Bronx
crab.
during mating season.
yeah.
Crab would.
They're just fucking spreading their legs apart.
Yeah.
They're walking sideways.
Long crowd. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that's what happened.
I think you're right. From what I recall from sociology.
Somebody sent me a link to something. What's it? Quillette?
Yeah, I'm not 100% on
What
what
is that
is.
website?
It's like a Australian right-wing
Yeah.
website.
What the? Who
There's
gives
some
a
guy-
fuck about Australia?
It's some guy.
That guy
named-
Andy Nago was from Quillette.
He's Australian?
Maybe
No.
it's not
No, he's from
Australian.
I mean, it might be based in Australia. But anyways, yeah, some guy who's like, listen, I am working class, and I went to a couple of DSA meetings, and there's too many facts.
There's too many what?
There's too many facts. They like published. The DSA is not going to go anywhere because and then he's just like recapping what happened in that video that everyone saw,
Yeah.
and then it's not like all of the things he described seem kind of like general and kind of like made up or whatever.
Right, he didn't go to any kind of
Yeah,
meeting.
right.
Yeah. That's pretty funny journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
hope it's-
video's bad.
I hope
but
it
yeah.
turns out. Oh, the video. Yeah. I keep saying to
I
myself,
love it.
like, can you please not use gendered language when addressing the group?
Yeah, that guy that person sounded so exasperated.
Yeah.
It sounded like
you
Matt.
See, the best
It sounded
part
like someone like sweating.
the
and-
first
Yeah,
nerd.
yeah.
The first
Shaking.
nerd is at the microphone, the speak 'em up microphone, and they're like, point of personal privilege. Like, I know we're all excited and fresh, but guys, can you keep? And then as soon as he says guys, the trans person who's like 3 seats away is like, just like.
Oh, was it a trans person who
Yeah,
said
it was
that?
Of course
trans-
it was. Why
yeah.
wouldn't they say
I didn't see who
guys?
said it.
I didn't
You
see
can
it either.
You can see it's at the very corner of the video.
Oh.
But the
Oh,
way,
really? I didn't
yeah,
see that.
They're just exasperated body language. It's so funny. Just the hand flying up in the same mannerisms that every nerd has.
Yes, when you got like the wrong unit when you said Superman was in Marvel.
When you know the answer.
Yeah.
When the teacher's like, can anyone tell us what, you know, and then, you know.
Not you, Jeffrey. You've already said every other fucking answer.
Yeah, no.
Everyone hates you.
Right, like she's
Get a fucking clue.
She's excited to like, well, I know that's bad.
Yeah.
Tattling. It's just like
It is tattling. It's a mix of that annoying kid plus tattling.
Yeah.
It's like a fusion of the two most annoying things.
just not. You can't resist tattling.
It's too far away.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Adam, you were sad some guy died, some Jew.
Yeah, some Jew died, killed himself.
You said his band is called the Silver Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
is it the
Silver Sun Pickups. No, Silver
They have
Jews.
they have some good jams.
No, Silver Jews were like an indie band. From
Silver
the
Sun
90s.
Pickups. It was like a lady. It was a lady, but it sounded like a man who was whining. Is that the right band that I'm thinking of?
I think so.
Who's Silver Sun Pickups?
Silver Sun Pickups is it's like Sneaker Pimps.
Sneaker Piss?
Sneaker Pimps. They sound the same.
I've never heard of Sneaker Pimps in my life.
Yeah, they were a hype beast band.
Nice.
Yeah.
They're all wearing Yeezys.
No, but he was a really good songwriter.
Sounds
it was
fucking
very
boring.
sad. I mean, it might be boring to you.
Sounds boring, Adam.
Snoozer.
Do you know Pavement?
People talk about that band like it was big.
They were around at the same time.
This is Silver Sun
They're
Pickups.
Yep. Yeah.
I love this song.
Is
This is Silver Sun Pickups. This is the band Adam's talking about. This guy died.
Is this the like
the
Kid
guy-
Rock version or whatever?
What are you talking about?
Fucking
Silver
idiot.
Sun Pickups.
This is the Kid Rock version.
It's
the
Werewolves.
famous Silver Sun Pickup song, Werewolves of London.
Dumbass Adam thought it was Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't he?
Shut up, dude.
Yeah, it's Awoo Werewolves of London.
Ooh, my dick is small.
That guy, Warren Zevon.
This is Silver Sun
Werewolves
Pickups.
of being gay. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I love this Silver Sun Pickup song.
So those are the two big hits. Those are the two big Silver Sun Pickups hits that everyone knows.
Yeah.
I think there was a lady in the band, and one of the guys in that band was having sex with her. They were married.
In their band? What are you talking about? Fleetwood Mac?
Silver Sun Pickups.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot in bands. I think ABBA was all fucking each other.
Nice.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
Everyone
I'm just
fucked
always
Gwen
imagining
Stefani
that.
in No Doubt, right?
No, she fucked the Indian dude and then she left him for the guy from Bush.
She didn't fuck any of the other guys in the band?
I think she fucked the bassist.
Just one guy in the band?
God, look how gay the Silver Sun Pickups look.
Yeah.
It's like a writer for Jezebel, Kevin Smith, Anything to Go, and then Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Will
Yeah,
Ferrell-
a guy, not even Will Ferrell, a guy who does improv but
Yeah.
steals all of Will Ferrell's bits.
Will
10
Ferrell
years
is
later.
the drummer for the Peps, dude.
He does look exactly like him.
Chad Smith or
You think
whatever?
their dicks look the same?
I wonder.
Probably. Everyone's dicks look the same.
But do you think they have a remarkable, like an uncanny matchup? Oh, is this an actual Silver Sun Pickup song? Oh yeah, I know this band. But this isn't the band that the guy died.
No, this is the band. This is the one. This is Adam's favorite band.
Yeah, this is like, it sounds like a guy that's whining, but it's a woman.
Yeah, it's a woman. I never thought it was a guy.
I used to think that.
That's Sneaker Pimps.
That lady's, you know. Pavement, I tried, everyone was talking about them being like a good ass band. And one time I tried to listen to like their biggest song and it sucked dick.
Which one? The do 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 do. That one?
I don't know. I was just thinking, like, how the fuck is this shit this big?
That was in a lot of like '90s teen comedies.
I've never listen. I haven't heard more than like 3 minutes of them, and it feels like everyone's pretending to like Paper because it was cool. Like,
Well, I
don't
saw
know, 30 years ago or some shit.
Yeah, they had like a reunion. I
It's
guess.
not as good as fucking Ride the Lightning.
It's
That's
not
true.
as
Ride the
much.
Lightning is probably the best Silver Sun pickup.
It's not as
What
good
is
as
that?
Kill
Ride the
Bill.
Light-
Ride the lightning.
Ride the lightning.
You never forget to ride the lightning. Here comes the lightning. What will you do?
Will you forget the lightning or will you ride it?
And will you ride it? Yeah, well, Dio agreed to do the Ride the Lightning cover, but refused to listen to the original.
Even a second of
Yeah,
the real
I'm
song.
saying, he insisted he had heard Ride the Lightning before, and that he knew everything about the Silver Sun pickups.
Will you ride the lightning? Will you see the lightning's eyes?
Will you love the lightning and take it into your heart?
When the lightning strikes, will you be ready?
And what time does the clock say when the lightning strikes? It strikes at dark.
It's a dusk.
The dusky lightning. And will you ride it? Yeah, he wouldn't even play the guitar. He just insisted on making the sounds with his mouth.
Wow, 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 wow.
Ba-dum, wow, ba-dum, wow, lightning ball rider.
So yeah, R.I.P. to Ronnie James Dio, this lead singer of Silver Sun Pickups, which is what Adam is sad about.
Yeah, I'm sad about that. I miss Ronnie every
And will you
day.
fuck the lightning
When the lightning strikes your ass.
If the lightning took you out to dinner, would you fuck it?
Lightning can have
Oh, can lightning have a dick? Does it make it not lightning anymore?
Oh, that's.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's right. Oh, okay, that's good. So we covered that. Any other topical news, Adam?
Yeah, halfway
Well,
through,
speaking of Ride the
just started
Lightning-
singing Rainbow in the Dark.
That is a banger.
And lightning reminds me of another thing.
Another thing in the
rainbow.
sky.
But it's in the dark. In a lot of ways, lightning is like a rainbow in the dark. If you think about it.
Just one cut, one take.
Yeah.
They just have to cut a song together out of that.
He's just on the phone. His agent called him. They're like, listen, we need you to cover Ride the Lightning. He's like, all right, but I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now.
Put me through. No, you do it. You three-way call me with the
You
fucking...
conference me into Geffen. I'll do it now, but I'm not.
like rappers fucking rapping through the phone while they're in jail.
Yeah.
He's just singing through the phone. It's crinkly as a bitch.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Adam? Speaking of,
Well, I didn't know about that that Silver Sun pickup song "Ride the Lightning" until I watched the new Aziz Ansari special.
Yeah.
That's how I found
my
out
man
about
Aziz
it.
was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put on a Metallica shirt."
Talk about the claw.
Did he wear a Metallica shirt?
He wears a Ride the Lightning shirt.
It's weird.
Those shirts are just for like girls in Brooklyn that don't wear bras.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which, now I've gotten to the point where if I don't see a pair of unruly titties swinging around over that lightning, it doesn't even register as the Ride the Lightning cover. I need to see some nips, some pierced nips poking through. You know what I'm saying?
And has she pierced her nipple?
All titties include metal. Can you suck on them?
Being gay, that's right.
It does seem like bras are on the way out. That's my hot tip.
And thank God
Everyone's
for that.
letting their titties swing, and I'm a big
It's
fan.
a distraction from Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh really?
It's all a
I
distraction.
want like a hat with a shirt that's got a giant pair of tits on it, but then a hat that says My thoughts about Jeffrey Epstein are up here.
Everyone goes back to looking at the tits.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, all right, well, I guess I'll look at the tits then.
I'm not interested.
Why is his name on the flight logs 26 times? Yeah, he just wants to do songs about Epstein.
You know whose name you won't find? Ronnie James Dio.
I was never allowed on the plane. They wouldn't let me on the plane. I tried real hard.
He's mad, dude. He's mad he couldn't fuck kids.
They let Dave Mustaine on the plane, but they wouldn't let me.
Hell yeah. Dave Mustaine would be on the plane.
Yeah, I heard this guy Jeffrey Epstein's a really cool guy. A couple of people used to doing a show. A lot of I've just wanted to say San Diego. Jeffrey Epstein, a guy at a bar told me that he's innocent. So we're doing this for the justice system.
Oh yeah.
Black and Jeffrey Epstein's lives matter. Fucking make it that.
Yeah. Some shirts that say black with a little asterisk.
Yeah,
Lives matter.
Black
and at
Lives
the very
Matter.
bottom,
Also-
also Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And then on the back,
Pursuant to Title A, Section 1, Jeffrey Epstein's life is also included in the bulk purchase of every black life. Please read the fine text. The small black print.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
When you suck the dick of lightning.
When you suck
and it
lightning's
fucks you in
dick,
the ass.
and it fucks you in the ass.
Ride the fucking lightning, baby. Now that is a good song.
Yeah, originally we were going to call the song Blow the Lightning, but Kirk said that sounded kind of gay. And I didn't even really think about it until he said it, but I was like, yeah, Ride's probably better than Below the Lightning. Yeah, there was a CO at a show.
Originally, it was going to be Suck Off the Lightning.
Yeah, it was going to be called Let the Lightning Come in Your Mouth. As a CO, a guy called me and he said he's a CEO at a prison, and what would be a cool song for Metallica to do is Let the Lightning Fuck Your Mouth, which is what the guys on death row say.
Yeah, that's how they kill him.
I was imagining the other day, like a guy on death row, and he's got 45 minutes left till his execution, and he, before going to be executed, rapes a guy that's in there in prison for like a DUI or something.
He's just got to get one last nut off.
The way they let you get your last meal, they should just let you free in general pop with some blue chews to get one last nut.
Get one last nut off.
One last country bust.
Well, I'm a simple country boy, and all I want is that one last country bust. One last country bust. Now that's a fucking country song.
That's
right
that's an album right there. Yeah, you could have it could be about losing love and stuff.
No,
be
it's
sad.
about being on death row.
Oh,
Because because you have a small farm and you threw a bunch of Mexican American. Well, I guess illegal. You blame the field workers for stealing your job, so you throw them into like a tractor or something, and you kill them, and then you get one last country bust. You're allowed to run free in the cafeteria while they're serving, I guess, biscuits.
You're allowed any butt in Gen Pop.
And you're allowed to get fuck whatever butt you can get. Your little fucking, and you're a farmer, so you're like strong. You're strapping.
Why don't
So I guess
prisoners like just tattletale
Shia LaBeouf is in
if
a
you're getting
movie.
raped all the time?
I think because the guards will rape you.
Shia LaBeouf's in this
Well, then take it to
movie.
the top. Take it to the warden.
Peanut
The
Butter
warden will rape you
Falcon.
too.
Say,
Have you
I'm
seen
sick of getting raped.
the trailer for this.
No,
Oh, the
what's
one
that?
where it's Shia with a retarded guy.
Oh, he's retarded. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was trying to figure out what was going on. with that guy.
Yes, it's Shia LaBeouf and a mentally disabled man.
Yeah.
And I think Shia fucks the guy's mom or something, or sister.
Yeah. Don't miss the film critics are calling laugh out loud, heartfelt, and thrilling. 100% fresh, Rotten Tomatoes.
Wow, Shia with the fucking comeback.
I love that like criticism is just transformed entirely now into like numbers.
Yeah.
It's like, don't tell me anything other than a percentage.
Yeah, it's like makes it like sports or something.
The sweetest damn film. This is just radio for white people, which was also for white people. I'm gonna reserve judgment, but my
peanut butter falcon.
My spidey senses are tingling. Although I do like Shia. I've always liked Shia. I always thought he was a very talented actor, even when he was at his craziest.
Even Stevens.
He was the highlight of he really made something out of
yeah.
that movie Fury, which was just a complete piece of shit with like over the top performances left and right by like John Bernthal. I really just don't. Everybody sucks that guy's dick.
Who's John Bernthal?
He plays the hick in that movie, and then he's also in fucking what's it called, the
Oh, is he the
zombie TV show.
pill dealer in Wolf
He's
of
the
Wall Street?
Punisher. He's the pill dealer in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
He's good. He is good, but it's like
His last name's Bernthal?
Yeah,
I thought it was like Italian or something.
no, he's a little bit too like big in his like performance. You know what I mean?
John Bernthal.
In a way where like there's other actors that can do that and it's effective and like it makes them.
This guy.
He like bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Like Gary Oldman does the same thing. Gary Oldman gets very involved in his character, but not so much that he extends the role beyond what it should be. You know what I mean? Like Bernthal's gives you a memorable performance, but it's a guy like, wow, look at how much he's committing to this character.
Oh yeah, he was good in fucking Sicario. He had a small part in that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a bad actor. It's just often it's like he just takes it a little too far, and it takes me out of
pushes it to the limit a
Yeah,
little
well, it
too
takes
much.
me out of the movie.
This is the largest shredder in the world, and this Lamborghini's gonna fall in it. We're also nuking an entire life-size village, shooting real tanks at a literal Lamborghini, and crushing this store with the world's largest dominoes. This is the first of many experiments. You're gonna love this video. You ready? Ready! This is gonna be crazy. All right, they're falling. They're falling. Come on. All right, it's working. It's actually working. Are we gonna have to run? Oh. You hear the thud? Oh! Oh, it's going. All right, that was the tallest domino in the world. Oh! That was the new tallest domino in the world. Go! Down goes the domino. Oh my God! That was insane! We were way too close. This isn't even the coolest thing we're doing in this video.
We're detonating the biggest explosion in YouTube history, launching a roller coaster off its track,
And so much more. Let's go to the next experiment.
We've got a lot of experiments today, and up next, we're gonna destroy an entire village with a massive creeper explosion. And just for reference, a human-sized version looks like this.
Okay.
But we're gonna be detonating one 50 times bigger.
Steve, somehow you survived the last creeper. This one, I'm not quite sure you're gonna survive.
Oh, we don't believe Steve's gonna make it?
Oh, heck no.
Even though this is 50 times bigger, it has 200 times the TNT.
Bye, Steve. Okay, let's head in the bunker.
Bye, Steve.
Let's send Steve into the abyss.
And just so you know how big this creeper is, Steve is actually taller than me.
All right, we're in the green zone. This is gonna be a massive explosion. It's getting closer. Any
I
second
don't know
now.
when it's gonna happen. Oh, I'm scared.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
I'm speechless for
I'm
once.
still processing that. That was insane.
How are we allowed to do this?
We live in a country called America.
Go America.
If you thought that was cool.
Well, I got news for you. It's about to get a whole lot cooler.
For our next experiment, I bought another Lamborghini. Adam, this is your Lamborghini.
Thank you.
And you're probably wondering, though, what's the catch?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm wondering.
How do I put this?
Recently, I may have obtained a military-grade tank. In exactly 3 days, I'm going to be raining missiles on your new car.
And you get to use my credit card to spend as much money as you want trying to defend it. If the Lamborghini survives, you have a brand new car.
I'm gonna spend whatever it takes to defend this Lambo.
Well, that's why I gave you my card.
Okay, fine. All right, I'm gonna do it.
A lot of things running through my mind right now, but it's simplified into stop shell, win Lambo.
Adam's first move was to call a construction crew to bring in building materials and help him set up his first wall.
I'm gonna want all the walls to kind of be a foot over my head. That'll at least protect the direct shots of the Lambo. Now for the second part of my process, it's gonna be the pool. There was a Mythbusters episode where they were shooting rounds into a pool, so that should stop the velocity heavily.
Adam's got a lot of work ahead of him to keep his Lambo from danger. And speaking of danger,
We bought the world's most dangerous roller coaster. And if you're wondering why it's dangerous, Basically, I put bombs on the ride. In theory, if you were to ride this roller coaster, you should get launched off this ramp. The only question is, where would you land? Let's see how far it goes when it gets launched off it. And obviously, before we launch it, we're gonna put mannequins on it. Everyone, put your mannequin where you want.
He's got a good head on his shoulders.
And the final touch, push as hard as you can. All right, get out of the way, get out of the way. Hurry, hurry. All right, there it is.
This thing's going fast.
All right, now it's gonna come down and go off the ramp. Wait for it. Here it goes. Go, go, go. That was awesome. All right, hold on. Oh! That actually scared me. To be honest, I thought it would go further. That was cool and all. Let's do that again, but with an explosive in the cart. Inside these boxes is dozens of pounds of TNT. When we're done pushing, run to the bunker.
You don't have to tell me to do that. Go, 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 go. We're going.
All right, I'm running.
Go, guys, go.
Here we go. Go quicker.
Go, 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 go.
Okay, it's going. Oh my God. Here it goes. Get inside. It's going down. That was awesome! It might not have flown 100 feet, but at least we blew it up. But that explosion is literally nothing compared to what you're about to see. For the next experiment, we have 3 safes. One that costs $1,000, $10,000, and finally the $100,000 safe.
It's bigger than me.
And we're gonna see how many explosives they can resist. These are actual explosives.
Why is Chandler bringing them in?
He's my dealer. Okay. Carefully set it down. I know this doesn't look like a lot, but this is $1,000. For however much we spent on each safe, we spent the same amount on TNT. And we're gonna see who wins, this $1,000 safe or $1,000 in explosives. I'm gonna put an egg inside the safe. Let's see if it turns into scrambled eggs. Usually during explosives, we have a wireless switch. This time, it's hardwired.
Why?
That actually scared me. Well, the egg and the safe literally don't exist anymore. Let's try this again with 10 times the explosives and a safe 50 times stronger. No joke, this thing has 3-inch thick steel. Grab a crate of explosives.
This is like explosive Jenga.
Oh my gosh.
We're like putting presents around a Christmas tree.
The last egg did not survive. Let's see if a $10,000 safe can protect it. Is the safe really worth 10 grand if it can't protect an egg from TNT?
I don't know if safes are meant to stop TNT.
Your button is hot.
You want to hit it?
I do.
Oh!
What? Oh my.
Bro,
The next one is supposed to be 10 times bigger.
than that one, which is 10 times bigger than the previous one.
Oh my God, it put a divot in the ground. Yo, can you guys believe Nolan's mom fell right here?
Oh my gosh, it broke the glass on the $100,000 safe. In hindsight, I should have put the safes further apart. Ever since we were born, we've always wondered, if you put $100,000 worth of explosives around a $100,000 safe, would it protect an egg?
It's the age-old question.
You're in luck, because I'm about to answer it. Ugh, so heavy. This safe is now surrounded by $100,000 in explosives.
You could say it's unsafe now.
Out of every explosion we've ever done, what you're about to see is the biggest by far. Our videos have gotten so crazy that people think we fake them. This is a real explosion. 3, 2, 1!
I don't have any words.
Wow.
Everybody in the entire state.
Let's see if the egg survived. Oh my gosh. Bro, the back of the safe is gone.
Bro, it broke the foundation. There's a whole crack in the floor.
It seems like they put all their effort in the 37,000-pound door and not the walls of the safe. And the egg did not survive. If you ever want to rob a bank, just buy 100 grand worth of TNT. In the meantime, Adam had been going all night building his structure.
It's like 2 a.m. Still so hot out here.
And when I came back in the morning, I noticed he had some pretty interesting ideas for it. Adam, what am I looking at?
Scrapyard had a lot of cars. I'm gonna have at least 2 layers of cars, and I'm probably gonna stack them. The real secret is I'm going to be using the engine block to stop it. That should give it more stopping power than just the side of the vehicle.
So far, Adam has 2 cinder block walls, 2 layers of stacked cars, and 3 pools full of water, all just to protect this Lamborghini from the tank shells.
What do you think the odds are that the Lambo survives?
That Lambo's mine, baby. We're going to get it done.
But I wasn't about to go easy on him, so we brought in extra support for tomorrow.
Boys, bring him in!
Oh my gosh, Jimmy.
Now that we brought in 2 more tanks, the Lambo will be targeted from all sides. Adam doesn't stand a chance.
You have a little less than 24 hours left. Good luck, Adam. You're gonna need it.
All jokes aside, I am actually stressed out about that. If I had known there were gonna be 3 tanks, I would have strategized completely different.
While you're building,
We're gonna go test the tanks.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Chris, do you want to do the honors?
Yeah.
Too bad. The test we built consists of a 100-pound safe, a trampoline, and bulletproof glass. But
Did it go through it? Oh, I can literally see through it from back here. This is the weakest of the 3 tanks. Adam is screwed.
while Adam was wrapping up his protection for his Lamborghini, we're gonna throw one into a shredder. And to show you how powerful it is, I'm gonna shred some other stuff first.
Carl, send it.
Here we go! Yeah!
Let's see what happens. That is so awesome! That doesn't sound like piano noises.
I think we need to wash down that piano.
I agree. Send the Coke. I'm 99% sure these are gonna blow up.
Oh, there you go.
And while we're doing this, I want to tell you guys about Creator League. It's a gaming league brought to you by eFuse and 8 of the biggest gaming entertainers. In the porta potty! Who taught Chris how to use this stuff? Creator League gives you full control over what games creators play. Chris, drop it. Who's on each team, what are the rules, and so much more. Ah, it smells. We've been in this junkyard for 10 hours, and even I took a poop in that earlier. 1 creator pass equals 1 vote, and you have full influence over almost everything they do in the league. Click the link in the description down below and sign up for Creator League right now.
While we clean out this shredder to get it ready for the Lamborghini, we're gonna go shoot another one with tanks. And things aren't looking good for Adam because he was running into a ton of problems on his last night of building.
We're hitting some issues. We need some things. Nothing's open. Not being able to get enough resources. These are my last bricks. I can't believe we even got these done. 3 tanks is just impossible. I gotta work through the rest of the night. I wouldn't forgive myself if I went to sleep now.
Adam.
Hi, Jimmy.
Bro, please tell me you're not still building.
Can I get 5 more hours?
Over the last 24 hours, Adam has managed to stack 20 more cars, build 4 more walls to the side, and he also put in 2 more giant pools. But
You went out of your way to build this pool, but didn't fill it up?
Yep, I ran out of time to fill it.
You should learn time management.
Yes, I should.
Ooh, noticing a lot less cars over here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see you put sand in here. Does it make it harder to push over?
It'll be fine.
Bro, do you just not want the Lamborghini?
It's gonna work.
Okay. This might be the last time we see this Lamborghini in one piece.
Stay strong. I'll be back soon.
don't ask me how, but I've acquired 20 tank shells. And we're not gonna stop shooting until we fire all of them.
The boys are loading the tanks. This is gonna be awesome. Why is mine so small? You know why. The moment of truth. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Pools.
We got a pool.
No.
Our first shot literally hit the pool in front of the Lambo. The water poured everywhere.
How much water did you put in those pools? Oh, this is gross.
Fire no!
Oh my God. I'm still holding out faith.
Hey, this one at the same time, all 3. Oh my gosh. 3, 2, 1.
Adam's walls make it impossible to see the Lamborghini from here. So until we run out of ammo, we will have no idea if the car made it or not.
Ooh, I felt that one.
Yeah, this is not good.
Reload the tanks. Chris. Carl. Nolan. Woo. Your defense is not holding up.
This is not good. I'm kind of grasping at straws at this point. I've done all I can do.
Fire in the hole. I have way too much power.
I was so confident today, too.
I thought you just rapid fire tanks right now.
My only hope is that they're missing.
Woo. Anyways, what were you saying? Last shot. Adam, this time you don't get a choice. You have to pull it.
If I'm gonna go down looking like a G.
All right. Oh, he's running. Oh. Adam's car is done for. I can't see. I can't see.
Let's go! Come on!
Wait, are
Are there no holes in it?
Man, let's go, baby!
You did it! What's crazy is even though the cars aren't strong enough to stop the rounds, they were able to deflect them away from the Lamborghini.
Dude, there's a bullet in the pool.
Oh my God!
There's a bullet in the pool.
The pool right in front of the Lamborghini caught a bullet for you.
Thank you, Mythbusters. I owe you this, but I'm gonna keep the Lambo.
Oh my gosh. Oh, will he fit? He fits!
Hey, we gonna make it work. That's fine, we gonna make it work.
Congratulations on the Lambo. Let's go shred another one. And now the moment you savages have been waiting for. This hunk of metal is going in the world's largest shredder.
Is it time?
It's time!
Let's drop it. Carl, are you ready?
Ready!
Send the Lamborghini! Woo! The suspense is killing me.
Oh my God.
It's hanging over the edge.
Oh my God, there it goes!
Lamborghini versus the world's largest shredder. It's about to, oh! Yeah! Look at it, it looks like it's dancing.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Bro, our building's shaking. Oh! The car's fighting back. Oh!
I think we need to push it down.
It's stuck on the Lamborghini tires, so the crane's gonna push it down. Whoa!
Yeah! Shred the car! Shred the car!
It's doing it! Oh my God! All right, and that is what a shredded Lamborghini looks like. Don't worry, it didn't work. It was decommissioned. Subscribe because we have some insane videos coming up, and I'd hate for you to miss them. See you later.
Because Bruce Willis goes in his basement and it's filled with like gimp outfits and a bunch of gay stuff.
Right.
That's why his wife left, is because he's gay.
That's how he
good.
finds out.
Yeah.
I like that.
And it's called The Gay Sense?
No, it's called The Sixth Sense.
Just The Sixth Sense.
Right, because that
Same
would
name.
still be a sixth sense.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, Haley Joel Osment already can see dead people, so it would be a seventh sense.
No.
perhaps.
No, he just
In
sees
this
gay people.
movie, he's a child.
Oh, it's an alternate.
That can
But
tell
everyone can see
people
gay
are
people.
closeted.
Yeah, can't
gays.
everyone see gay
Because there's a
people?
scene that mom has to, Toni Collette has to take him to a psychiatrist because he's struggling in school because his teacher's like, well, looks like you don't have your homework today, do you? And he's like, faggot Stanley! Faggot Stanley! And the teacher's like, that's really not appropriate. Faggot Stanley! Faggot Stanley! And then they send him to the office.
He's got emotional problems.
Yeah, and their son's like, your son's got emotional problems. He's kept yelling faggot Stanley at the teacher. And the birthday party, he kept calling kids faggot until they locked him in a closet.
Yeah, that's got legs, man.
Yeah.
I think it's more than a sketch. I think you have to do a shot-for-shot remake.
Yeah,
of
an
the whole
entire
movie.
movie. Let's get M. Night Shyamalan on the phone and see if he's willing to make this really just essential.
I think he would be.
Do you think he's a Baby Joel kind of guy?
Who? Like Indian? I don't think so.
M. Night Shyamalan?
He could just be tan.
I think
but
he's from
think
Philly.
He's from Philly. He's a big
Yeah.
Sixers fan.
That's why all of his films take place there.
They do?
Yeah, they all take place there.
Signs? That's in a farm.
That's
man.
on a farm. The Sixth Sense is in Philadelphia.
The Village is on a farm too.
Yeah, but they're Amish, so it's close.
Yeah.
Lady in the Water.
The water is
That's
the
in-
Schuylkill
that's on a
River.
beach.
The Schuylkill.
That's where that takes place.
The Happening.
Didn't he direct that movie where Will Smith and his son are on an alien planet?
He made The Last Airbender. Did that take place in Philly?
Yeah.
Little Japan. Little Tokyo.
Little
area.
Tokyo in downtown Philadelphia, southeast.
Oh.
Philly. Everyone knows about that.
Yeah.
That's where Meek Mill's from.
Damn, I kind of want to just walk around that Reading terminal.
Walk around what?
That Reading terminal.
The
get
bus station?
where they got those snacks.
Never- I
the
don't-
different.
I haven't been there, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, they got like Dutch, like Amish pop-up shop. It's like our, what is it, City Point or DeKalb Market?
Oh, okay.
It's like a market. It's like an indoor market.
Damn,
Yeah,
we should go to
I-
an Amish market.
I think it's kind of lame ass.
Yeah, it's similar to an Amish.
I would love
They have Amish shit there, yeah.
At the DeKalb Market?
No, not the DeKalb Market sucks.
I like it.
No, it's shitty. All the food sucks. It's just nice
No,
signs.
the hand roll place is good. They got a Katz's there too. That's pretty good.
No, it's not as good as
Fuck
the actual
Katz's.
cat. And Katz's isn't even that
Katz's is
fucking
like
good.
it's like $42 for a
It's too
sandwich
much. It's
with
too
no
much.
chips.
Yeah.
Suck my hard ass dick, Cats. Fuck you.
And the original location has to be that expensive because like the rent's through the roof, and all those meat cutting guys are like union.
Yeah, they are.
So their fucking margins, Katz's margins are bullshit.
Most of the delis have shut down.
Yeah.
And it's meat cutters are union.
Because
Well,
the meat cutters.
It's not because they're union.
No, it's because of like it's just the margins. The margins
Texas
on
barbecue
the product aren't that good.
Texas barbecue made that meat extremely fucking expensive, where it used to be just cheap. So
Brisket.
Yeah, brisket became like way more popular because of Texas barbecue. And beef prices went up, and then delis are like unsustainable. That's why it was like only Carnegie and fucking Katz's that were still
Smart move. That's
think
some
Carnegie's
like,
closed.
That's some smart
That's what I'm saying.
anti-Semitism, dude.
Yeah.
You take their meat and make it a bullshit Texas way.
It's violence.
It's violence against Jews.
Yeah. It's a second Holocaust.
Yeah. Although honestly, a fatty piece of brisket, so much better than dumbass.
Yeah,
corned beef.
that's true, man. We should. Have we been to Lockhart? Did we go? Have we been to
No, I've
Austin?
never been. I
We
think-
should go to. We should go on a little bar. We should go.
I would love to do a little Texas visit, dude.
Yeah.
Show in
go.
Austin.
Do you want to go? Actually?
Yeah.
Like next week for a day or two?
Oh no, I was saying like not next week.
Why?
I got shit to do, baby. But we should fucking do.
Was there like a ton of drugs in there too?
Yes, there's Suboxone's a big drug.
How are they getting them in?
Now the county, when I was there, it was through the mail. They get the Suboxone strips.
Yeah.
And then the guards bring in the other stuff like heroin, weed, all the hard stuff. But I know what you do is you get a card, you get a razor blade, and you cut open the card, and you put the strips in there. They're kind of hip onto it now.
Okay, Suboxone comes in a little strip,
Little
like a
strips.
Listerine breath strip.
And they mail it in. And other ways, like I said, it was the guards. Some guards were dirty and getting paid to do stuff. And visits, people swallow balloons on visits. Now, a story about this kid, right? That's known in the county. And this is one of the stories he's known about.
I'm out of range.
They saw him the visit. They saw him swallow a balloon. They knew he had something.
Yeah.
Right. So what they did was they wouldn't let him go back to the block until he took a shit. They wanted him to shit him out, right? So the dude, he's nervous as hell. He's in there for a long time. You know, the story is that he took the shit and he started coming out that he was able somehow to pinch his butt to catch the drugs and still let the shit come out.
Let it turn out and kept the balloon in
Kept the
there?
balloon in there and got away
Was
with
it
it.
the guy
That's
who
like
was
a
getting
story.
raped?
No, that's not the guy getting raped. You would think so.
Somebody should have raped him. That
So
sounds
I
like
would've-
one of the most magical butts
Yeah,
I've ever heard.
unbelievable. But
Wow.
yeah, that's my first 3
You could
months.
break the internet with that butt.
Now I took a deal. It's called. I was looking at. Now I said I just wanted to get out. I would have got a 1 to 2 in the county.
Yeah.
You know, 3 months. I'm not. It's not my. I'm not used to this type of stuff. So I took a deal. It's called drug court.
Yeah.
Now what drug court is it's technically I think a 4-year sentence, but you do what is you do 2 years. You have to report to the judge. You have to see a judge once a week in the beginning, and then once you get to a certain level, then you go like once a month, and then.
So you're out
to
of
the-
jail?
You're out of jail, but you're not really. You got you see a pro officer once a week. You do some kind of testing outpatient.
So you're out of jail
Yeah,
and
they're
you're
on you,
supervised.
like they're drug testing you 3 times a week. They don't let you do anything. I mean, the rules are ridiculous. They find out if you left the county, went to Philly, they'll violate you.
Yeah.
Now, I lasted
How'd your drug court go?
28 days in drug court, and the judge told me I never seen anybody get discharged or kicked out of drug court so fast without catching a new charge. This is unbelievable.
So you were just melting cups?
2 to 4. I was doing everything, dude. Melting cups, lying, forging my meeting list,
What's
not going to community service. I did what the fuck I wanted to do.
Melting cups is
Melting
okay.
cups.
All right, yeah.
I had about 3 melted cups. Now, while I'm doing 28 days, I went back to the county twice. I did a day. Sorry, I'm back to the county 1 time for a day trip.
For what?
I melted cup, and the judge was like, "You go into the county. I decide what I'm going to do with you." Let me out the next day.
Okay.
That was a long 24 hours. That shit was horrible, right?
Were you
So,
in?
I had 13 sanctions in 28 days.
Okay.
For everything.
When was the time when you smacked the cup on accident?
You were out of pocket.
Oh, that's
You
bro.
were
I was
out
out
of
of
pocket.
pocket, bro. I was real out of pocket.
can't cast that yet.
Pocket, right? And I remember, man, when they my final sanction, when they, this time I burned the cup up. Now, quick story. I got caught, and I went to IOP 3 days a week, and they drug tested, sir. And then I saw my pro officer. Now I was on such high, like they had eyes on me, like.
Yeah.
So I had to see my PO twice a week. So I was getting killed. But in the beginning, I got. I've been on Suboxone before in the past, and I didn't know you were going to get high off it until I went to jail and found out. So I did. Now, I'm still in my addiction. When I was on drug court for the first 2 weeks, I did a Suboxone. Got away with it. Next week I did it again. Took a piss test at my IOP, and it came back the next week, and I failed it.
Yeah.
Now, this was I failed it on a Friday, and I took it that Friday also. Now, my pro officer don't find out about it for Tuesday, calls me in that following Tuesday, and has me take a piss from him right there. And Suboxone special test, he had me do a dipstick, and said, I'm hot for Suboxone, when'd you do it? I said, I did it Friday. He goes, I want to see what I'm going to do with you. Took me to the head supervisor in charge of drug court. This lady she had a parole also. Sat down with her, she goes, so you're telling me that you're hot for Suboxone thing, you told me you did it on Friday, there's no way that's possible. I said, what do you want me to tell you? I did it on Friday and did it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Now, I never saw the test. Now, what pro officers do a lot, and I heard a lot of stories where they do is, and I actually had this happen to me more than once too, that they'll say, oh, why are you hot for this when you're not? They just want to see if you
freak out, yeah.
See if you admit to it. So, I think this is definitely what happened, because I wasn't hot in case the test was wrong, but he said I was, but he never showed me the test. Now, I'm in the room with the head lady and my pro officer, telling them that I did it on Friday, and there's no way that's possible. And she grabs like 2 or 3 other pro officers, females, brings them in and says, tell us what's going on. This kid did this thing on Friday and said that he did it on Friday, but he's hot on Tuesday. That's impossible. He had to do it a different day. I'm sitting there like, no, I didn't. I did it on Friday. I understand it's Tuesday, but what I'm telling you is,
so
I did not do it.
You're arguing with a bunch of like parking authority ladies, basically,
for like an hour.
And now,
right?
now, why is it impossible that you did it on Friday? Why is
well,
that?
They said it should have been out in the system. It's in your system at the most 3 days.
I see.
Now, I've already had a couple sanctions with the judge. I did my 24 hours in the county. Now I'm nervous, and she finally goes, listen, if you just tell us the truth, I will personally make sure when you go in. I'm supposed to see the judge that night. When you go in front of the judge tonight, you will not go to jail, and your sanction will be light.
Yeah.
She didn't say light, but in those terms. Now, I'm sitting there, and I said to her, well, do you want me to tell you I did something when I didn't do it? I said something like that. She goes, well, now we see you're lying. Well, you want me to lie.
Yeah.
So we argue for now. And finally, I just I surrendered and said, listen, I did it on Sunday, which was completely false.
Yeah.
And, I got my sanction was community service. I forget how many hours, like 24 hours. I did 16. Another sanction.
Why do 16 though? If you're not gonna do it.
I just did what I wanted to in drug court. I just thought I was the man. I could get away with everything.
Yeah.
Because my first time being in this thing, I thought I could beat these people. I thought I'm the first one. I can get away with everything. But there's been a lot of people like me that can't get away with none. And I didn't, as you can see. 28 days, 13 sanctions later.
That's what happened.
Now, my final one, I go to Ohio and they send me back to the county. Now, I'm in the county for, I go there July 1st. Is that Doug Granny's birthday?
Yeah.
July 1st. Now, I'm talking to my dad, talking to my lawyer, saying that I'm going to get another shot in drug court, but you have to go in front of the judge. So I sit there for 2 months. And then every night I'm talking to my dad, I'm stressing. He goes, don't worry, you're going. And other dude was in there from drug court. And he's like, yeah, we're going to get another chance, blah, blah, blah. Now, in my mind, I'm getting another chance. So this time, I'm in 4A. Now I'm in the jungle.
So you're in the worst block now?
I'm in the worst. I'm with all the young dudes from Chester, just robbing people left and right, just wilding out.
Yeah.
I make it out there, no problem. I know how to do a bid now.
Yeah.
I did 4C. I know how
How long were you in 4C?
3 months.
3 months.
And
You
now-
got out, did 28 days in drug court.
And
Now you're back in 4A.
4A.
Okay.
And I'm in here 2 months.
Now you're in 4A for 2 months.
Now everything's going good. I'm Commissary King, you know.
Still
going
got
to
the
the store,
soups, the
got
Swansons are going
soups,
strong.
put money in people's books, killing it, eating, and then in my mind is I'm going one more chance at drug court.
Yeah.
You know, and thank God I didn't get that chance. But I'll never forget I was in now when you have to go to court in county prison, it's a pain in the ass process. They wake you up 4 in the morning, take you down to the holding cell in the county. You're there for like 3 hours to get your breakfast, and they come, they have to shackle you up, hands and feet, put you with 2 other people. That was like a chain. Me and 2 other people
So you're like
chained
Young
up.
Brothers, where art thou?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like that. I'm George Clooney, though.
Yeah.
So they take us to, they take us on the vein, you know, and we get to court by like 8:30. You know, we've been up since 4. It's just a long
Okay,
process.
okay.
It's
So what
horrible,
happened?
right? You know, I go in front of the judge. Now my lawyer comes down to me and says, "Listen, you need to tell this judge why you want to stay in drug court.
Yeah.
You know, you better, you know, give it to him. Tell him some good stuff." I'm like, all right. I get in front of the judge, right? This is what I say to him. Well, I really want to do it this time, Judge. I forget his name. Anyway, what we're going to do this time, well, one thing is, I'm on drug court was just how bad drug court was. They put me on medication I didn't want to go on.
Yeah.
Paxil, antidepressants. They put me on, that's how serious it's horrible.
Yeah.
They don't let you do anything. They won't let me work for like the first year.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, they put me on a new.
And they give you mandatory medication?
Absolutely.
Ooh, that's
You have to see a psychiatrist.
Seems pretty
whatever
unconstitutional.
Whatever he
Yeah,
thinks
it's
that you
crazy.
should take.
You have to.
You have to take it. And they piss at you to make sure you're taking that stuff too.
Wow.
Shit.
Now,
I guess you do have the freedom to not take it, but then you just go to jail.
they're going to put you on some. It's just you're not going to win with them. You do have that right to not take
Yeah, you
some
can say,
medications.
no, I'm not going to take the medication, but then they're just
they're
going
going
to
to be on
be
your
like,
ass.
you're
It's
out of
just-
drug court
You
then.
might as well just. You
Yeah.
know. So I did not want to take this stuff.
So they didn't like your speech.
They did. Well, I started taking stuff in the county, and I said, listen, I'm taking the medication. I see a big difference, and that's it. That's all I got. You know, I don't want to let down my grandfather, my aunt, and my dad were in the court, right? And I come out shackled up, man. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah,
and then,
because the judge was just like, get the fuck out of here.
yeah, well, before my aunt talked, my aunt Joanne is great. She goes, I want to make sure he goes, I'm going to take him to all his meetings. She's the one that actually got me in the drug court. You know, she has some connections. And, you know, so she was awesome. And she went from the judge. She said, listen, I'm going to make sure he goes. And she did that stuff. She took me to drug court a couple times. She was awesome. But like I said, my spiel didn't work. And he goes, boom. You got 6 months credit right now. So you're going to do, I'm going to give you triple RI, which is if you're non-violent, which I don't know how I got with that because I had simple assault on my record, but they still gave it to me. You get
They probably asked about the fight.
3 months. Oh,
They're
it's
like,
going to
yeah,
give me
you
something
didn't really
good.
do
Wait. What's the simple assault? Real quick.
We started a fight. And my cousins beat someone up in Westchester.
Well, we got knocked down. We got charged with simple assault, and we got knocked down with disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
And triple RI is non-violent. You get it, which is 3 months off to a year. So every year you get 3 months knocked off. So when he told me, he goes, you got 6 months in, you're going to be doing a year upstate. I thought I was going to get 18 and 36.
Yeah.
I didn't calculate the triple RI. I didn't know anything about it. So I remember.
I'm sorry.
So he
What's
you-
triple RI?
It's just when you're upstate, it's a state sentence, and if you don't have any violence on your if your charge is not violent,
Yes.
you can be qualified to get triple RI.
So it
which
cuts
is,
your time in half,
You cut your
basically.
times pretty much. You get 3 months off 1 year.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but when he told me you got 6 months credited, and I think I only had.
So you thought you were going to jail for 18 months?
I thought I was getting 18. I thought my sentence was 18 to 36.
Yeah.
But it was actually 2 to 4.
So that was good news.
Was good
oh,
news.
wait, so you ended up getting more.
But technically, I got more for parole.
Yeah.
You know, but I went walking back. The sheriffs that take you when you get done court. You know, I said bye to my family. So I'm not going to see them for a while.
Yeah.
I get no business in the county. I didn't want to, you know. And then said bye to everyone. You know, I broke my dad's heart. I'll never forget that. But I'm walking back, and the judge like the sheriff that was taking me back. He's like, "What'd you get?" I told him what I got. Oh, it's just nothing, man. And I had so much relief once I got that too. Like.
So you're out of the county?
I'm out of county. Like I know what I have to do.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm done all this shit. Because drug court was so stressful. I wasn't ready to settle down. It just wasn't for me. It was every night was something stressful. Like paroles were coming up.
Yeah, it's
it
annoying.
was just crazy. So I'll never forget, I walked back to the block. Now, the other kid was telling me about drug court. He thought he was going to get a second chance, too.
Yeah.
Now, he had a crazy new charge, assault record. He has aggravated assault on staff members at a hospital. He was messed up on Clonopins. Now, he asked me what I got. I told him, I got 1836. Oh, nice. He's like, oh, I think I want to get off. They gave him 3 to 6, and he came back crying his eyes out. I'll never forget that. And a lot of guys come back crying, man, because they get on my block, dude. There's guys that would get 5 to 10. I seen someone get 13 to 26. I mean, there was some real hefty sentences.
But just to make sure, like 13 to 26 is 13 to 26 years.
13 to 26 years.
Ooh,
yes.
baby.
Sucks.
So, black
now
boy.
Stay in the whatchamacallit?
Now I'm state.
Prison.
And then
what happened? Was there anything notable that happened in there?
Well, so you went to Graterford, my old head. We were sitting in cellies. He told me everything. Told me the difference, like St. Commissary, you could smoke. You could smoke up there.
That's true.
And the biggest drug in prison is a drug called K2. They call it
Fake
Tukey.
weed?
Fake weed. It's like marijuana. The reason they have it in there because you can't test for it.
Like
now,
the gas station shit you buy.
I have a experience with Tukey and Graterford. It's a pretty funny story. I was with one of my young boys from Aston. Now, he was a hippie kid, stoner kid. Now, K2 makes you trip in a way. It really, like when you smoke it, you're just like, it's a bad drug, real bad. But people they bug out on it, they stress. Now, we and him would get a stick for like $3 for, that's cheap upstate. A couple soups.
So you gotta use
so
a
we got
couple
a stick.
soups for a stick of
So,
K2.
now, I want to,
awesome.
so I'm in, like I said, when I was in Graterford, I was on E-Block first for 6 weeks. Now, I did a long stint in Graterford, which was really not unheard of, but the jails were so populated. If you had under 2 years, you're going to spend a week and go right to Camp Hill to get classified.
Yeah.
If you had anything more than 2 years. Oh, really?
I lived in Camp Hill.
Oh, that's Camp Hill, man. Wait to hear about
What
that place.
happened with this deuce when you guys smoked it?
So I'm on E-Block now.
Yeah.
I'm working out. I'm getting strong, feeling
Smoking
good. Now I want to
deuce,
relax.
eating
I'm going to
soup.
smoke one deuce stick. One deuce stick. Now, the kid told me, he's like a hippie kid, said, listen, I'm the best person you want to trip with. Everyone trips with me, Because I was telling him, dude, I'm not really trying to bug out off this shit. I'm just trying to take a hit, I was not looking, I heard all these crazy stories about it.
Yeah.
So he's telling me that he's the best person to smoke with and trip with. He's going to take care of me, blah, blah, blah. So
you're in jail with an evil hippie, basically.
Evil hippie. And this time, like I said, I went from E-Block, which was when you're getting classified. Because E-Block is everyone that's getting ready to go to Camp Hill or PV. Guys up at full.
Okay.
And another difference is PVs are in blues.
All right.
Blue clothes. Now, if you're going to Camp Hill, you're in a yellow jumpsuit.
Okay.
That thing sucked. I wear that
A
thing
minion.
for 3 months.
Really
yeah,
are minions.
exactly.
So what happened with this fucking dude?
So now I'm at, like I said, on E-Block was, we had yard every other yard time or block out.
Yeah.
Now I did 6 weeks and I get to A-Block because, like I said, everything was filled up. So they put a lot of us before we went to Camp Hill to A-Block, which was 23-1. So we were able to walk to meals. And we were able to go to commissary,
so you're
get
locked
haircuts.
up for 23 hours a day.
We won at, it was horrible. So we played 1-on-1 spades. That was awesome. And we played gin and rummy. Me and one of these young boys, right, tell me that I'm the best person to strip with. So we smoked the deuce, and I'm loving it. I'm chilling. I'm on my deuce high, playing spades and stuff, dude. After 5 minutes, I'm like all swole too. I'm doing I'm getting kind of big and stuff, feeling great. We're playing cards, and all of a sudden he's like a woofer, looks like jerk his head up real quick. You hear that? I'm like, what are you doing out of here now, man? Come on. And then I'm trying to get him out of it, right? And he does it again. Yo, you hear what they just said? Now someone said something over the loudspeaker. He thinks what they said on the loudspeaker was our cell, whatever our cell was, and he said our names. We know you guys are smoking K2. We're coming down.
we know you're smoking
K2. We're coming down to take you to the hole. He tells me this. I grab the other half of the stick and flush it down the toilet. Now,
fuck.
No, sorry, but before all this goes, right? He kept jerking his head up, and he told me that. I thought he was kind of bullshitting around.
Bugging out in
then,
jail.
Now, when you're in your jumpsuit, right? When you get in your cell in your jumpsuit, you take it off and you tie the arms around your thing. You're just chilling stuff. This motherfucker, man, puts his jumpsuit on, starts packing his box. No, we have boxes when you go to Camp Hill, travel and stuff. He starts packing up all his boxes.
He's ready
everything
for the
in the room, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not knowing what's going on,
He's gonna break
then,
out.
Then he comes over to me, puts his hands out like a gentleman. He goes, "It's nice to meet you, Phil, man. You know, what are you talking about? We're going to the hole." I'm like, dude, get the hell out of here, dude. Bug the hell out. Now, every time I hear keys, I'm at the gate looking out. I'm waiting for the cops to come down on me. And all night, dude, all night, for like the first 2 hours after this happened, every time I heard the keys, I'm at the gate. And fucking 2 hours, no one comes by. We're not getting locked up. We're not going in the hole. He was just fucking bugging the fuck out.
Bugged out, yeah.
That was it. And then the next day, we're bidding on him hard. I told a couple people the story, dude, and we're just cracking up.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
What,
it was great.
What kind of drugs are people doing in jail?
Suboxone.
What else?
K2.
Weren't you saying they snort antidepressants too?
Yeah. No, Neurontins is kind of like a pain pill that's almost narcotic or not.
Yeah.
And they would take, and it's hard to get subscribed to it now in jail, but everyone was getting them. And they come in, I think, like 1 milligram, 100 milligrams, 200 milligrams, 400 milligrams, 800 milligrams. And the most your body could take is 3,200, but it gets you high all day. You're speeding around, running around like a maniac.
What is
so
this
guys,
then? Did you say people were
this is called Neurontin.
Okay.
They snort that too, but Wellbutrin.
Wellbutrin.
It's antidepressant / anti-anxiety medication, and it gives you, they call it jailhouse coke. It's real popular now.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't actually subscribe to it no more because of this reason, and they snort it, and they get a coke high for 10 minutes.
Jesus.
Now, when they prescribe you, like say you have a prescription for antidepressants, do they just give you a fucking pill bottle full? Yeah, you got to get it.
You got to go to the med cart in the morning.
Yeah,
and
all right.
So I never got meds upstate, but you would go in the morning time. Some people have special meds. They go in the afternoon, and you would go at night. There's like Tylenol and stuff. There's certain prescriptions that you take it back to your cell.
Yeah.
And it's a bubble pack, and you only can get it refilled. Say there's like 28 in there, so they know the month's over. You can go and get it filled. But stuff like that, and certain antidepressants, and that was a hustle for guys. Some guys would get prescribed that stuff and they didn't need it, so they could sell it. Like Wellbutrin was a big one. They would get prescribed to it and they go sell it. If you could live on soups and if you could smuggle soups in, you would kill it.
Fuck yeah, dude. I might have to go to. I might have to fucking.
You can make some money.
I would be horrible.
So you're enjoying yourself in state prison comparatively.
Because you're like I said, the difference between county and state is state. There's no getting bailed out state.
Yeah.
That's your sentence.
You're
your
in,
sentence, and you have to be sentenced 2 or more years.
Okay.
So your back numbers got to be 2 or more years.
Yeah.
And the numbers are always usually even. I've seen uneven ones, guys that get fucked like 2 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Now that 3 to 6. What that is you have to do your front numbers is what you have to do in state prison, or county. Your county jail your county time does count.
So if you get 3 to 6, you're in jail not knowing whether you're going to do 3 or 6 years.
Exactly.
That's kind of sucks.
All depends on problem.
Is it based on good behavior?
It's based on a lot of things. It's based on good behaviors. It's based on programs. That's a big thing these days. The biggest program is called TC, the Therapeutic Community. Now, when I first started this back in the early 2000s, it was. Now, I could be wrong about that. It might even started before that, but it was like a 6-month program. Now it was 4 months. And I'll tell you about that when we hit Western. So it's going to fuck you up, man. Like riot control stuff. But yeah, I'll never forget that. Get down, get back. The dude was trying to get a basketball that was caught on the ball right fence.
I would have shot it. I would have shot the basketball.
That guard that tower's been waiting for that.
Yeah, dude, that's the thing.
Like,
They're living for that stuff, man. They want that stuff.
I'm surprised he didn't catch your little rubber bullet. So how was Pittsburgh then? So then fast forward to Pittsburgh.
I go Western State Penitentiary is my home jail. That's why I get classified to go there. And the reason is how they do it is I had to do TC program, the community. And like I said, it's 4 months. So how they do it is whoever's short to the minimum, and I was short to my minimum. My minimum was August 25th, 2015.
That's your minimum of 2 years.
That's my minimum of. That's my triple RI minimum.
Okay, so
of 18 months.
Unless you hit the button. Explain what that is.
Hit the button. Oh, hit the max button?
Yeah.
All right, the max button is, like I said, my sentence was 2 to 4 years. I did 18 months. I did not hit the max button. But guys hit that max button because they don't want to go out on the streets and be on parole. And I'll tell you why when you hear my stories in a second. But parole is just a pain in the ass. At the time, I didn't know anything about it. But there's so many guys that said, I'm just going to hit, they said we're going to max out. I think you came up with the max. That's what it is. It's called the max button. They hit the max button, they just say, fuck it. I'm not doing my programs. I'm doing whatever the hell I want to do.
So you can like say fuck
and
you
just
to the
do
guards.
what I want. But you're not going to do too much because you get thrown in the hole.
Yeah.
And you do not want to be in the
You
hole.
want to get like one fight or something.
But you want to. Well, a lot of guys just do. They either fail a year, but you fail a year and you're still going to get to the hole. You're just going to not do your programs.
Yeah.
You're going to keep filling out your programs because TC is a real strict program. Depending what TC you want. Mine was kind of laid back, but still you had to do stuff.
Yeah.
Like it was 4 months, 4 different phases, and a lot of fun. I never laughed so hard in such a long time being in TC.
You're
Just
the leader,
can't
right?
Tony believe. What it is your first phase, you're just an overseer. Now, the end of my first phase, I got bumped to safety crew leader. You have the senior coordinator, assistant coordinator, safety crew leader. 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe like I think there's 8 spots altogether.
Yeah.
And what is a therapeutic community. You know, you're in a different part of the jail, away from, you're not in general population.
So your own little suite, kind of.
I was in Western States. Was the oldest running state prison in Pennsylvania, but the TC they actually built new cells and stuff.
So you have air conditioning and shit.
Air conditioning was beautiful, and I was I went up the ranks quick. I was safety crew leader when I wasn't supposed to be because someone got kicked off. And then my second phase,
Someone hit the fucking max button.
But,
It was like,
that happens so many times.
So
in
wait,
TC.
and just so in the TC, it's the therapeutic thing
Community
and
for
therapeutic
4 months.
community. And is it like kind of like almost like an AA type situation where you're in in a meeting and you talk about
AA and NA is a little different.
Yeah.
Therapy community, you could be in it for anything, for violence too.
yeah.
But
I mean, same type of
yeah,
vibe
it's pretty much to get you like a set schedule. We woke up every morning after breakfast. We had our morning meeting, and what he did is people on the line, like you had the assistant coordinator, senior coordinator, and all these different. You had to go out. Now, my phase 2, I became assistant coordinator, which my title was nothing. I said one thing at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
I had to say how the meeting was going, and every time I said the meeting was going great, I got called out on it. There's a couple dudes take it. That's the thing. They call them TC Tigers.
Yeah.
I just take it so serious, man. And we have things called pull-ups, and we have to do one pull-up a week. I gotta tell you for doing something. If you did something bad, I gotta pull you up. And now everyone's gotta do it, and they got push-ups. We do one push-up and one pull-up a week. So nobody wants to tell no one. Yeah. You got the TC Tigers that are they're gonna try to get you kicked out. And I've seen guys get stabbed because someone got someone kicked out over something so stupid, and he fucked up your parole. Yeah. Because you have to complete it and make parole. It's crazy.
Yeah. So most people are kind of cool, and they're just.
I had my cellie in TC. I actually switched. Thank God I did. His name was something Housley.
Yeah.
His name. I fucked with him so bad. It's not even funny. He was in state for a DUI.
Okay.
He was a little crazy. He did.
He's in state prison for a DUI.
Yeah, it was like
God.
5th one, right? And he did it.
5
and he had like a 1 to 2 this time, and he had a 1 and 2 again before.
So what were you doing?
Different. Now he was a TC. He did TC before, and he was one of those. His dude was like, his girlfriend was cheating on him to pay rent out there, and like he knew about it. He just got like walked. Just like.
So
but he was an asshole. He was such an asshole.
Out.
He was an asshole, right? And the worst thing about him was he would pick up cigarette butts all throughout the state and bring them back to my cell and re-roll them, called re-rolls.
Yeah, yeah.
And it just his fingers were all disgusting, and I don't know. I bought him a thing of tobacco one time, and he wasn't thankful. He wasn't thankful at all. He was a complete asshole. In the cell at night, I would just sit on the top bunk, and I always picked the top bunk because I just felt more comfortable. I felt away from everything.
Yeah.
A lot of people want the bottom. I like the top. I felt like on the bottom you get dirt going on you and stuff. So I would be laying there on the top bunk and just start saying dumb shit to him, like, "Yo, man, like, yo, your girl, like, I fucked with him. Like, I was so ruthless to him. He was such an asshole. Just stuff I said to him.
Like, could you have fucked him up?
We're about the same size. I definitely would have took him.
So
it definitely would have been a little tussle.
Making fun of him for his girlfriend being a whore.
Everything, whore, just I'm trying to think of stuff I made fun of him for, man. But he took TC so serious, and he was a TC Tiger that I went from safety crew leader towards the end of phase 1, which is unheard of. You can't be on the line. And then everyone votes.
Yeah.
Now I've become assistant coordinator, and he doesn't even get on the line yet.
Yeah,
and he's so pissed off, right? Now I start abusing my authority. Now, now I don't start abusing my authority till I get to, and then I go from assistant to senior coordinator. That's the highest you can
You have
go.
some power now.
Because once you get to assistant, you only can go to senior. And I'm surprised I even got it.
Yeah.
But I got voted because that was cool, man. Because when you're assistant and senior, your door's never locked, only for count.
Yeah.
So I was walking around the block. I would pass stuff for people. I never pull people up. Everything, I ran the place real good.
Yeah.
So, but I used to be like, "How'd you go lock in right now?" When the guards were around and stuff. I remember one time, because I was loud out. And everyone had to lock in, and he was getting coffee. He was such a moosh, too, and he was so bad with it, and he would never say thank you. And it was just like,
So you lock him down.
Every time I feel bad for him, I give him a coffee, but I did it so I could fuck with him more. I remember one time, man, I think he was supposed to come in, and I shut his door. He didn't see me shut his door, and everyone's going in, and it was time to lock down. TC, when it's time to lock down, you have to lock the fuck down. You're going to get in trouble, right? He goes to his door, and he can't open it. Housley, what the hell are you doing, Housley? Lock in right now. And he was, fuck you, Rich. You don't tell me what to do. I'm like, Housley, you better lock in or I'm going to pull your ass up, man. You ain't. And, dude, I used to do that shit to him all the time, dude. Like, I just abused my authority with him. And everyone loved it. Everyone used to be like, yo, Phil, please fuck with Housley. No, Lynch, do me a favor. Please fuck with Housley right now. Please. I'll never forget. Matthew Willis always do it to me. Lynch, I'm having a real bad day, man. Do me a favor. Like, yeah, what's up, man? Can you please fuck with Housley? I would just kill him, man. And he deserved he was an asshole. But as I said, every now and then I'll feel bad. I'll give him tobacco, some coffee. Yeah. But that's my payment for me to fuck with him as much as I want. So, and there was another funny guy, Tony Bulia. He was funny as hell. He was so dumb, but he was so funny. And after every meeting, when I was senior coordinator, I had to do a quote. I had to say something. And everyone had to say it down the line. When you were done doing your speech, you had to say like a daily quote. Like, I don't know, like, if it's working, then keep working it. Like, stuff will cover you later, right? Yeah. Now, my aunt sent me these. I didn't even ask her to. She just sent me these quotes that just keep my spirit up and stuff. Yeah. The one, God, dude, I gotta remember this, man. It was so stupid, but it was so funny. And it was like, does everyone know? It was like something like this. I asked a question, a dumb question. And I would say the answer was like, I can't forget what it was. It's like, there's no I in team, or there's something like that. I'll think of what it was. Yeah, yeah. But I would use it.
It's like a generic.
Now, I use it every time, pretty much almost every time, and everyone's getting sick and tired of this stuff. But so the one time I used it, they're like, you can't use it no more. The counselors that ran the group, they were gone one time, and I used it, and I couldn't say it. I was laughing, and everyone was cracking up. And it was stuff like that. But when I first said it to Bulia, and I said he was dumb, he was not very educated, he was just a funny little Italian kid, little short motherfucker, funny as shit. I remember when I said the quote to him, right, and I stood up, and I knew it was going to be a funny quote, because it was so dumb, like the question and the answer. And then I said the question to him, right? Now, I'll never forget it. Now, he's looking at me like this. And when I asked him the question, he was just, and I said the answer. He was, and he took it. You saw him register. He took like a little bit to register, and he put a big smile, and he got it, dude. I lost it, dude. I literally went back to my cell, and I laughed out loud for an hour straight. Everyone was telling me to shut up. And I just kept thinking of his dumb little face, and he just like figuring out, and just, dude, it was dude. I was roaring, man. But that's how TC was. Yeah. It was like you had to pull people up, you had to tell people for dumb stuff. You had things.
So you just crushed Housley the whole time?
I crushed Housley left and right, killing me from him. And me and Bulia bit it off each other. We told on each other for dumb stuff. Yeah, yeah. And it was just, I wish I could.
And this was all at
Western State Penitentiary.
And Western State.
Well, Bruce, it was funny. I listened to it I was like, fuck, this sucks. And I listened to it, and I was like, it's pretty engaging.
Them talking? I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's very engaging.
But
both of them are very charismatic men.
Yeah, but it was still like, I don't know. It just bothers me. It still bothers me.
Of course it should. It should bother you.
I busted it. It's called The Renegades. And basically, Brock was like, why would you be an outsider? Blah, blah, blah. And he was like, I tell you, Brock, Dad was a schizophrenic.
Brock, Mr. President.
They both had Irish parents, though. They were both, shout out to Ireland. That's probably why I was like, this is all right. Because they were Yeah, he's like, my grandparents were Irish, and, you know, they're a bit of outsiders. I was like, yes, I'm an outsider. I'm renegade. Okay.
Yeah, ours are outsiders, even though we're literally the entire population now.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm a renegade too. That's cool. What else you got to say, Bruce?
You and me are renegades.
Big time, dude.
Big time.
That's probably what it was. It was just my shadow just being like, dude, you're a fucking renegade.
You're not. You're listening to guys claim renegade status.
Yeah. But it was funny. And Barack Obama was like, yeah, my grandparents were Scotch-Irish as well. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. That was when my nationalism fucking crushed my hatred of just popular calls. Like, oh, okay, that's cool.
That is tight.
But yeah, it was. I'm not done it yet, but yeah, the idea of it bothers me. And it, dude, hearing those two do the same awkward podcast like intro ramble as every like, I guess we're doing this now. I was like, God damn it, get it together.
Yeah.
It made me sick to my stomach to be doing podcasts actually.
Really?
Just for the moment when they were just like, oh yeah, I don't know, what are we doing? Is this thing working? I'm like, fuck, that's what we do. Shut up. We're renegades. You guys aren't.
Sure, they're fucking hacks, dude.
They are fucking. They are.
They probably listen. In fact, I bet they did.
They probably did.
I bet at least one of them was like, "What's all this hubbub about this? Damn, I'm gonna watch this clip."
We probably inspired them.
I bet Barack Obama saw that clip.
Yeah, and was like, "Dude, that fucking
Is that
rules."
funny? I wonder if he did.
Dude.
Oh, I wonder if it was a briefing.
They were telling
like,
songs.
Mr. President, you need to see this.
This is fantastic.
Actually, Trump Dog was in office.
Yeah.
Dog probably didn't watch it.
Brock probably saw it.
Brock saw it.
But dude, they talk about the time when they talk about the time they met, they're like, you were kind of shy, and I like that about you. We talked, and like Bruce Springsteen just says something like, when you're an outsider, you gotta speak your voice.
When you're an outsider and you get paid hundreds of thousands to perform for thousands of people that love you, man, it's tough being an outsider.
He was talking about way back when.
Back when he was 17?
When he was 17, dude, and he had something the world needed to hear him say. And he's like, you gotta have an ego. And Barack Obama was like, yeah, you mean like a megalomaniac to think the world needs to hear what he has to say?
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Barack's got the jokes, dude?
Barack was like, he's like, well, like a megalomaniac, basically. Because they're both talking about how they just were burning with desire to like let the world hear what they had to say.
Do you remember that song "Megalomaniac" by Incubus?
Yes,
dude. Step down.
That's all I can think about. That's all I can think about. Whenever I hear that word, all I think about is the Incubus
song. Remember when that's what it used to be?
Yeah.
Wasn't that nice when the protests were just like Incubus being like, "You're a fucking megalomaniac."
Yeah. People were pissed that like.
Even then, I was like, "Shut the fuck up, Incubus." I remember being a kid and hearing that and be like, "Shut the fuck up."
I didn't like. Yeah, I hear you.
It was always phony to me.
Yeah, overtly political comedy, just like art, is kind of tough. It's like, I don't agree with this. Yeah. But yeah, I remember I didn't like George Bush when I was younger. I was fully like, this guy is fucking doing bad stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I thought he was doing like really evil stuff. That was my feeling on it at the time.
Really?
Yeah, and I watched everyone being like, this is bullshit, the government's lying, and I was like, remember being like, all right, here we go. And then, dude, now you have like students at Berkeley getting a professor fired who was like teaching propaganda.
It's too far away.
Saying like he was teaching people how to recognize corporate and government propaganda.
Why is he getting fired?
Because he's spewing fucking hate, dude. You can't go against corporate giants and say they're propagandizing us. Students were like, this is dangerous. I think because he touched on some of the COVID stuff, how countries used it to their advantage. And they were like, you fucking, the students are freedom fighters of this country. We're like, get him out of here. The guy's been teaching it for 30 years. I think Spud was telling me this.
That's no good.
That's a weird flip, dude. I remember being a youngster and being like, yeah, you think George Bush is a war criminal? Be like, oh, that's cool.
No, I remember supporting him more because my classmates felt that way.
Because you thought he was a war criminal?
They were like, he's a piece of shit. I was like, W rules.
W fucking.
I had that Trump in me from day one where everyone was like, Trump's a fucking piece of shit. I was like, Trump's the best ever.
You were practicing.
I was. Who would have thought? And then when everyone was like, Barack Obama is king, I'm like, I hate him. You guys are being gay about this.
Well, they threw a jab at Barack Hussein pretty hard, and I think there was the Adam Curtis thing when they talk about the shift of wealth, like $1 trillion shift of wealth leaving the lower class to the elites during that time. That's pretty bad.
He helped the elites.
I mean, that was a whole.
What do I know?
That was a whole package deal. Took out the factories. That's why me and Bruce are outsiders, dude. That's why I had to work at those shitty jobs, dude. They destroyed the factories. I was just a boy. Dude, there's one point where him and so they're talking about the friendship And, that's like Brock was like, well, you egoic, megalomaniac. And they're like, yeah, but that's what you do. You take your megalomania and just hollow yourself out over time, blah, 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 and you just become for the fucking people. And they're like, yeah, that's what we obviously did. And I'm like, yeah, obviously, that's what we all did. But so they're like going on. But either way, it was like something you would hear that you're like, yeah, okay. And then Brock is like, that's why I want to be friends, because you just hit me with like that deep stuff. I'm like, we got to hang out. He's like, so we're in the White House.
Yeah, I wonder if he would still feel that way if Bruce didn't, if Bruce wasn't world famous. If he just saw a guy playing guitar and was like, whoa, that guy's deep. That's why I like him.
Yeah, it is. It's very circle jerky in that regard.
It is.
And then Michelle wanted us to hang out because you know how you own your mistakes in your marriage, and I could learn a little. It's just like cheesy office dude shit. And but at one point they were like talking about how he's like, he's like, you were in the White House and playing some songs, we're singing along. It's Motown. But every time, any chance he gets, he goes. Bruce Springsteen goes, I was playing some of that Motown.
Oh, no.
It's so funny. But he's like, Brock's like, and I was singing along, and there were some libations that occurred. It's like, I hate.
That's just dog whistling for kids.
True. You think it was hot dogs?
I think the libations were young kids.
Do you think Bruce had there's like a boy on the piano, just like?
Yeah. Like he had one for each finger.
Oh, you think they were just absolutely scissor hands?
Yes, with children.
It's like, Bruce, take your fingers out of those kids' buttholes and play me some piano.
Man, I did hate those concerts that they would do. Barack Obama would have, like, Paul McCartney come sing in the White House.
Yeah.
It's just like, shut up.
I think it's just a big power trip, dude.
Just being like, wow, we're here for hope and change. And then it's like, we're going to just have the coolest parties in front of everybody.
Had been on steroids. I didn't know him in high school. I met him in college. And he had been on roids, dude. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Roids fucking destroy you.
To the point where, like, I think if you don't take HGH, your bones don't grow. So you need to take steroids and human growth hormone, so your bones can grow to hold the. It's like you're putting muscle density on that's genetically really not supposed to be on your body, so your skeletal system doesn't really handle it. So this guy wasn't taking the HGH, just steroids, and he was running. He was like a 230-pound linebacker in high school, just a pure monster, dude. Running out in the field, and his leg just broke as he was running. That's how fucking huge he was.
You think he went to Vibe afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, they
Think
probably
he shattered his leg.
They probably gave him HGH.
I gotta call Vibe.
They probably gave him it. That's why people who take steroids get that like big forehead.
Yeah,
that's the HGH.
That's why you sprint out into fucking center field with an American flag.
Yeah, dude.
He's from the Dominican Republic, dude.
He loves America. All right, let me take a break real quick.
All right,
we back.
Good.
What's up?
Little nose blow there.
Yep.
We're back.
Expelled my.
Tossing a dip. It showed Matt some pictures, some cool pictures and paintings of Native Americans.
True that, dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Yo, here's something that hit me. This hit me today at breakfast. So now I was looking over my discharge papers from fucking Vibe.
From Vibe?
So I was
You
looking.
vibed out.
I'm eating my breakfast this morning, and I see.
Is that what it says on the discharge
What?
paper? Vibed out.
Vibed out.
All right.
No, it was just like my height, my weight, my body temperature, and I was just kind of like, that's kind of weird. Like when I see that we're 98.6 degrees, I was just kind of like, that's weird because it's like you're 98.6 degrees, but if you go outside and it's 98, you'd think you'd be comfortable, but you're just totally fucking uncomfortable. So I was just like, that was weird. That hung me up for most of my morning.
That bothered you for a while?
That bothered me
You could
pretty
probably
much all
Google
morning.
that real quick and put an end to that.
Why? I mean, how? You think so?
Whatever's wrong with you, yes.
You have an explanation for that?
I could find one in 5 minutes.
I don't think you could.
All right, hit pause.
I think we're secretly 186 degrees and we don't know it, dude.
You think we're 186?
Yeah.
So-
no.
so then you-
We're true 86, but when it's 86, it's actually 186 degrees out. But we're just relative to us. We're 86 degrees, so we lose the whole 86 degrees. This is my mental math this morning.
You think naturally we're 86 degrees?
We're 98.6 degrees
Yeah,
naturally.
okay.
That's unless you have a fever.
You just said we're 86 degrees.
Sorry, 98.6.
Okay.
I take it back.
This is some interesting. This is a new theory that I am.
I mean,
this is
think about it, dude. You're 98.6. If it's 98.6 degrees out, you're wildly uncomfortable.
All right.
Why?
After this podcast, I'm gonna give 5 minutes and I'll give
All right.
you the answer.
Let's go.
Right now?
Oh, yeah, okay. We'll do it after. We'll do
it doesn't
after.
matter.
No, we'll do it later. We'll do it later, dude. I'm just putting that out to people. Explain that.
Try to figure that out.
Hey.
It's if our body temperature is such, shouldn't we be comfortable with heat outside like that?
You think?
You're telling me.
Hey, man. And even at camp, I was like, maybe it's sunlight But in my head, I'm like, no, if I like put my heat up to 98.6 and blacked out my apartment, I'm like, I'd be uncomfortable as fuck. That would be a dark spot to inhabit for a while.
This is something.
So that was my morning over toast.
I had a friend that was like, I went and stayed at my friend's house when we were young, and his brother's room was set to like 100 degrees.
Why?
I don't know. He was whacked.
Just how
his brother was fucked up.
But he would set his room to like hot
And
as
his
fuck.
brother, he would set his room to like 100 degrees and just sit in the room and stay up all night and laugh by himself.
Fuck.
And
He's
my friend.
That's fucking.
I know,
That's a
that
devil,
was,
dude.
That was Lucifer.
That's crazy.
And my friend failed to mention that until bedtime. I was like, "Oh yeah, my brother's gonna laugh all night."
When the
I was
fuck
like,
is this?
What?
That's terrifying.
This is like 8th grade.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was a rough night.
Oof.
But he and I had bonded over how sick Age of Empires 2 was. So we played that all night. That was pretty great.
Then you heard just like,
my grandma fell last night. Speaking of hot rooms, she keeps hers pretty warm.
Does she really?
Yeah, and she fell last night.
What happened?
She's a geezer, so she falls over
skateboarding?
sometimes. Yeah, she was. She was trying to do an ollie in her room.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, she fell. She was fine. She was drunk.
Oh yeah.
She drank a little bit.
That was
at dinner.
Yep, that's
My mom was like, "Did you drink again?" So she falls, and my mom starts yelling for my brother-in-law to pick her up. He's out back vaping. He's vape life, dude. He was on the deck vaping.
Dude, your fucking house should be the
My
new
house is
Roseanne. You should pick
chaos.
up the new
Yeah,
Roseanne.
there's some fucking Arab in the back vaping.
You live in a fucking sitcom, dude.
My geezer drunk Irish grandma fell, and my mom yells for him. I was sitting there trying to watch the fucking game. I was watching Golden State Houston. My sister is on the couch, and she's like, "Are you gonna go help your grandma?" I was like, "Fucking you can help her too, you idiot." I mean, I got up and did it, but it's like you're fully capable of picking up a 96 pound fucking old lady.
I mean, dude, you're literally in a sitcom.
It was
now.
crazy.
That's insane.
Katie just didn't want to touch her. She's a geezer. You don't want to touch geezers.
That's true.
But
yeah.
anyway, I picked her up.
It's like
and,
grabbing a nutsack.
And she rewarded me. It really is.
Would you give you a
rewarded
toffee?
me with a $2 bill.
What? Dude, stop.
For real.
You seriously?
Yes.
She gave you a coin?
No, a $1 bill.
A $2 bill. Coin though, or $2 bill?
$2 bill.
Okay, I thought she flipped you like a $2 coin bill. I was like, whoa.
There's no such thing as a coin bill.
I thought she had like a special coin that was worth $2.
No, you've seen some $2 bills, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah.
She fucking.
Well, my mom's aunt, my great aunt, my mom finally had to put her into like a home. So she was living with us, and she had dementia.
In a car.
Yeah, in a
It's
car,
usually like this
motel room,
prostitute.
poorly lit motel room.
Yeah.
Just fucking sucking some dude's dick with a condom on. You're like, get done. You're just like, and the worst thing is too. I have this thing where like I think a lot of people do really, but it's like, if I watch something really intently, when I close my eyes, it's all I see. That's why I can't play video games. If I play video games for like hours, when I close my eyes, all I see is that video
I think
game.
it's the Tetris effect.
Yeah, dude.
Because everybody started playing Tetris hard, and then all they saw was fucking blocks.
Probably.
They close their eyes and see blocks.
That's what happens with video games, especially. But then
if
like
I play Call of Duty for a while,
Yeah.
I'll start scanning the roofs.
You start
when I start walking on the street, I'm like, it's a vantage point.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I just become true. I mean, it's in me.
So then you go to bed and you just like see just some lady with a fucking beanie on, just fucking like, and you're like, go away. Done with you.
I've never had it with porn.
Done with you.
I've never had it with porn.
Oh, I've had it with porn. It sucks.
Really? You close your eyes and you see like a lady.
You see
like,
the porn and you're just like, all right, enough. I'm done.
Yeah.
Go away. I'll put on my Richard Dawkins audiobook. Yes, I don't have much like shame about it or anything.
All right, good.
It's just like, I just do it and I'm just going like, I'm knocking myself a rung down the ladder of enlightenment. I guess it's shame, yeah.
You're not though.
Yeah, I
There's
think
nothing
so.
wrong with it.
It's not wrong. It's just kind of like I could use my time. Like so, this is my hang up in a nutshell. So I can't. I'm sitting there. I can't sleep. My head. I go.
I think I might be your imp.
You think so?
Like, yes, do it. Just do
I
it.
do. I start thinking about you. I'm like, Shane would be totally jerking off.
I would
right
be
now.
jerking off. Yeah, I'd be fast asleep.
Would you ever
Glazed,
sneak?
with
Would
a
you ever
glazed
sneak
belly.
away?
What?
How would you catch? Would you sneak to catch faps, or are you kind of
What,
more
when
like
I
are you a
lived
cum
with a lady?
camel? Yeah. Would you like sneak away? Or are you more of one of those cum camel types who
Once
can just wait?
the sexual intercourse dried up.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, because for a while, like early in a relationship, you can like wake someone up and fuck them.
Yeah.
Shit's nice.
Oh yeah.
They are even into it. They rub their butt against you when you're sleeping.
So
they
bu-
want some. They're like,
so
come
buttery,
on,
dude.
Wake up. It's like
The bagel stays buttered, dude, at the beginning.
half asleep. Like, whoa, this is great.
Yeah, you feel a squirm.
But yeah, then you start to hate each other. So yeah, you gotta. Yeah, eventually you're like, get your fucking gross butt off me. Ew. And I'm like, come on, baby, let's have sex. Just in her ear.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you try to have sex from like the side. Do one of
It's
those.
not there anymore. What happens to the side sex?
It goes, man.
It goes with the
That's
passion.
that's heavy audition phase, man.
That is.
Some old laborer hit me with audition phase one time, and I was like, "That's not a thing." He's like, "You'll see." I remember being like,
"Wow."
Yeah. He's like, "Oh, dude." I was like, "Dude, she does this. She's gonna cook me dinner tonight." He's like,
If
"Yeah,
I'm
she's in
being
the audition
completely
phase."
honest, if
I
you
was
look
like,
at me right now and you
"Duh."
don't think this is hot
You're just
AF,
a fucking angry old man. Fuck you. She loves me
that
so
sounds like your
the audition
problem.
phase is absolutely when the side sex is involved.
Yeah.
Then it just down to missionary on top and her on top. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Tossing some dog, dude. Dog's a mainstay.
Big time. That's the
Some dog style.
Some dog style, 100%. Just look down. Just look at that fucking.
Look at that hole.
Look down that butthole. and be like, I'm gonna touch that. I'm gonna touch that thing.
I'm gonna try to touch it. Get off me.
That's all I got left is touching that butthole, dude. That stays. Luckily, that will put. That's like the thing that stays through the audition phase. Just having a nice, just being like, oh, I came.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, touch it. Oh, okay, I'm done. That's the panic button, dude.
Ooh, you don't like this? Ah, done. Yeah, the audition phase is very, and you know, guys have the audition phase. I pretend I'm not a psycho.
True.
I'm like, oh, I'm a nice guy. I would never, put you down? I would never put you down. Like a year into it, I'm like, you know, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's so funny, dude. I did the same exact thing. It's like first 3 dates. I'm like,
Oh,
let's
I love
go out.
reading.
Let's go dancing. Let's go do this. Let's all do this. And dude,
Tonight
it's
I'm
like
probably gonna go home, read some Steinbeck, chill.
big time.
It's like I'm not telling her about the 9 hours of FIFA.
No way. They can't know. You have to
They can't know
slowly
until we live together.
slowly unravel that.
Yep.
Yeah, I had
Oh,
it's at the
man.
point now she'd be like, let's go out to eat. I'm like, what's the point of going to a restaurant at all? Dude. We're making sushi for Valentine's Day.
Ooh.
That was big. That was a
Homemade sushi?
big win, yeah.
Real.
Dude, going out to, did you ever go out to dinner on Valentine's Day to like
Yeah.
restaurants? It fucking sucks.
Yeah, especially now.
Oh, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ. It's even
especially in
worse.
New York, you'll be in some like wood shed with a space heater.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's again heavy audition phase vibes. When you go out to dinner on Valentine's Day, it's all people who've been dating for like 6 months. The like guy will get up to go to the bathroom and be like, will you fucking knock it off? Come on, dude.
True.
Just go out to dinner, complain about how expensive it is on the way home, get a hand job 3 days later after the dust settles, dude. Don't be a fucking
Become a man.
Dude, for real. That's number one of being a man, dude.
Is not enjoying time with women?
No, not that.
Because I agree. Because I've become a full man lately.
Are you really?
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
No, the whole move is just being like, first of all, if you get caught arguing with a lady, your fault, no matter what. That's your bad. If you get caught arguing and you get angry, that's on you. I've learned this. This is you only yourself to be mad at. All you have to do is just be like, hey, as soon as the voice gets raised, all you have to do is go, hey, man, just because you're loud doesn't mean you're right. Let's take a break.
Yeah, but what if you get falsely accused of screaming? Because that's usually in the playbook.
It's
You're
all-
yelling. It's like, no, I'm not.
You have to go.
This is very gay, dude.
Dude, I'm fucking prison gay. It's different.
You're not prison gay.
I'm fucking prison gay, dude. It's different.
You're not prison gay.
Yeah.
You were not behind bars. You were behind the bars of porn addiction.
It's fucking prison gay, dude. It's a thug.
All right.
It's a thug.
Last question on this, because I do.
Go ahead.
I
Let's have
love
it.
you. I love you.
Let's
And I
have it.
don't want to.
You might die.
Man, you're probably wearing like a dead high schooler's jacket.
Man, have you been
I
here?
might be-
Have you been here for the last 20 minutes?
What he's saying is I'm being possessed by the dead. All of a sudden, I've steered the conversation. I can slow down, guys.
Now, just here's the thing. Just think a mom dug her face into that jacket and sobbed before she donated it. Before she donated it to Goodwill. She put her face in there and cried so hard. And she was like, it's time to let go.
Someone pulled it from her arms, like, you gotta let it go. And she was like,
well, give it to Goodwill. Let somebody else wear it. Just cut to you being like, dead high schoolers are fucking gay.
This is so spooky.
This
dude.
is very spooky. I think we're misinterpreting spooky for just like fucked up.
Did I tell you about the
Very
suicide chair in
spooky.
my old house?
You had a suicide chair?
Yeah, fucking. It was Spud's family, friend, or uncle's friends. It was like this, like, you know, one of those kind of things. Like, hey, Spud's like, do you mind if, like, my uncle's chair, we put it in this? Because I had a whole house. I had zero furniture. I honestly didn't even have a trash can. So I had nothing in there. Like, do you mind if my uncle puts his chair in your house? I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's no
What'd you do
problem.
with trash? You
Dude.
Lemared out.
No. So what I
You
would
just
do.
put it next
This
to
is
you.
what you do if you don't have a trash can. So I'd say I'd get Chipotle. That Chipotle bag would be my
Is the
trash,
trash
can
can, yeah.
until I got, like, say, then I ordered a toaster oven. Now the toaster oven box is the trash can. Whatever the
Yeah.
biggest thing is the trash can.
Yeah, it's like a nesting doll.
Yeah.
So there's a suicide chair in your house.
Yeah. So then Spud is like, you mind if, you know, so he puts his chair in there. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then it's like, oh, that was like my mom's friend who killed herself's chair. I was fucking terrified. I didn't want to give it like, hey, take it out of here. So I was just like, I'd go in every night, dude, and look at that thing and just run up the fucking stairs. It's like, it was just me by myself.
I've seen you run up the steps. It'd be fun to
You know
watch.
how I shuffle?
Yeah.
Dude, this was like, I was just moving as fast as I could. If I had to go downstairs at nighttime, I'd turn all the lights on. That fucking
Damn.
bugs me out, dude.
You know what this could be? This jacket. It could be like a want to be like Mike type thing, like Mike.
Yeah.
Where like maybe you get possessed with like a rocket arm. You could save the Eagles season. You might be the garbage picking, and you come from a trash empire of a family. You could be the garbage picking Philadelphia Eagle.
Dude, you just made me spit like, boogers out of my nose.
That'd be sick if you started like, and you didn't notice.
And
like,
you got a pigskin?
You took your dog to the park, and you're like,
I go home, my wife just begs to be fingered. I'm like,
definitely.
You got a pigskin?
We
I'll
don't
give
need
it-
him to
I'll
throw a
give it to
football.
I mean, I was a spiral before this, so you know. The
Definitely.
arm might be worse, if anything.
True. Maybe this dead high schooler was a noodle arm.
I'm saying compared to mine, I can chuck. I can chuck a ball. I'm so bad, dude.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm so bad at throwing. Whenever I'm in like a beach situation, you gotta
That's
throw-
the worst.
Total duck.
Hate it.
I got hands.
Yeah,
More
you're a
of
good wide
receiver.
out. Yeah.
I'm like a tight end. At my size, I'm more of a tight end.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not tall enough.
Yeah, I'm tight end.
You're a slot wide out.
But I would only go inside.
Great
They
route
would hit-
runner.
They would hit me right in the numbers.
Yeah.
As a tight end, you know, I wouldn't go run flies or anything. Come every same play, I tell them, yo, I'm going 5 yards and busting right. You're not going to catch me. I'll go 5 yards, turn and to show them my numbers.
Quick outs.
Yeah, just get hit.
So you were nickel
Quick ins,
you were
quick
nickel and diming them down the field.
100%.
You were just small play, no chunk plays.
Nope.
Nickel and diming them. Little
Nickel
West
and
Coast offense in the backyard.
Exactly.
People weren't ready for that.
I'm not even no out routes. I tell my coach, I said I only run across.
What coach?
Whatever coach, you know.
Wait, backyard?
Not even just backyard.
Oh, you're talking about in real football. You were like, look,
No, I
I'm
never
gonna run
got
my
to
own
play
routes.
tight end in real football. I'm saying if I did.
What'd you play on offense?
I was
Line.
guard.
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 Yeah.
They put me at fullback a little bit.
That's nice. That's a testament to they thought you were tough.
I mean, yeah, it's no big deal.
Nice.
But yeah, no. Then I played defensive end. I also played middle linebacker.
You're a middle linebacker? You wear that. You fill that Letterman jacket out nice, dude. Just reading the field.
I'm as big as a high school middle linebacker. I'm not bragging.
Kind of are, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I peaked.
The suicide chair is very spooky. How did she die? Did anybody tell you?
I don't know. Maybe a Sylvia Plath situation.
Well, how'd she die?
She put her head in the oven,
Oh,
cut the gas,
Nice.
turn off the pilot, and just kind of suck some gas. So I don't know. I don't know how she killed herself. I just know it was a suicide chair.
did anything ever spooky happen with the chair, or did you just run away from it?
No, I just ran away from it. Nothing. I can.
So you're like a dog with a vacuum?
Yeah.
It's just in the room. You're like,
Yeah. Every now and again, I'd be like,
yeah, he's gonna touch it and be like,
I never sat in it once.
really?
Yeah, never sat in it once. Never utilized the chair.
Lemare's high, loves dog in the vacuum.
What's your spooky tale, dude?
Oh,
Let's get to it. I want to know.
very spooky. I'm just gonna read a Wikipedia page.
You found something spooky on Wikipedia?
Yeah, every once in a while I'll look at spooky, mysterious Wikipedia pages.
Yeah.
You'll find a list of spooky Wikipedia pages.
What'd you get?
It's very fun. A lot of them are all like Cold War spies that like you'll just find a body and then they'll never be able to identify it. But there's all these like weird clues with it where it'll have like coordinates in its jacket or something like that, like sewn in.
Dude, okay, so Serial made $1 million off this, and you've just been hoarding fucking like mysterious spooky
I have
stories.
really good mysterious spooky
Dude, we
stories.
should just start doing one where you just start reading spooky fucking.
What about the
Wikipedia.
Hinterkaifeck murders? The Hinterkaifeck murders.
Can time out? Can we please do a fake serial where we just make up a fucking horrible accident? And do,
Yeah,
like
just
a 9
lie.
episodes. Yeah, just
Yeah,
lie.
yeah,
Totally,
yeah.
totally different podcast. Don't tell anyone. Just put it out and see what
Yeah.
happens. Like the mystery of like the gay chainsaw massacre. completely make it. Just completely make it up. Just totally fabricate it. Go ahead.
It's basically the Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
True.
except he would suck their dicks.
Would he?
The gay Texas Chainsaw Massacre. All right.
I thought Texas Chainsaw was real, first of all, and second of all, I thought he sucked their dicks.
Wasn't the Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of real?
Did he suck their dicks?
Based on a real thing?
He just cut their dicks off.
You're going to have to cut ties with that chicken. We got ISIS steaming down the fucking pipe right now.
It would be like if the mafia started controlling the United States, and then someone wrote a thing like, yeah, well, like, you know, like it would be like taking like Jerry Springer problems and being like, well, they were seen too.
Yes.
It's like, well, yeah, the guy fucked his cousin, and he he got paid for getting herpes. It was like so fucking funny.
Vice did a thing about that.
Did
like
they?
Inside, I think it was Vice, but they followed ISIS, and that's what they do. They walk around and follow Sharia law. So like 2 dudes from ISIS that were like cops.
Yeah.
They were real friendly to everybody. It was real creepy.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, don't smoke, don't drink.
Well, chop your fucking hands
if
off.
If you got caught with that, they would fucking murder you. They would literally crucify you.
Yeah.
But they walk around the street like, oh, Allah, and so some of those, like real smiley, nice to kids. And then like the shopkeepers you can see are all like, oh, fuck.
You get your head chopped off, and that was the thing. And even in New York Times, they're
Sharia
like, well,
law. That's Sharia law.
Yeah, there's.
So it's like you can't fuck people over in business.
Yeah.
You gotta fuck like everything.
It'll chop your fucking hands off.
You need to run business properly, and like they look at your books. They're like, let's see your fucking accounting.
What?
And these dudes are like, yeah, here, please.
You should go over there with a whip and do like Indiana Jones style on them, dude.
That'd be sick.
It's like dun, 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 dun.
They fucking do the sword thing and pull out the pistol. I'd miss and get beheaded. Ooh, here's one.
What?
This is something I caught. We're gonna get off ISIS here because this pistol.
Yeah.
I was listening to not Legion Skanks. Last podcast on the left did a thing on Tupac and Biggie.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking sick.
Who'd they find did it?
Just members of the Crips
Okay.
and Bloods. It ended up just being a gang war.
So
that
P
was-
Diddy didn't set up Biggie.
P Diddy was running his mouth around actual Crips.
Really?
They were like, oh, for $1 million, you'll let us kill. Yeah. So like these guys were all rappers.
Yeah.
That weren't thugs. And then they got around they started like actually hanging out with real thugs.
I feel like that happens in the rap
And
world.
then it's
happening to Drake right now.
Spiraled out of control.
It's happening to Drake.
Drizzy Drake's
all he
got some-
talks about is like
his
murder,
hitters.
murder
Yeah.
ransoms and shit. And it's like, dude,
But
chill the fuck out.
they were talking, and they did a weird thing. that-
I read an article in I think it was the it was the Economist about women models who go around the club scene.
Yeah.
And then, so basically, like, you know, so you own a club, right? You have people who like, you know a bunch of like tech guys who are doing like tech startups and people who have like just old money. So you would hire me as a club promoter, and I'm like, oh man, I hang out with all the models.
You're a fucking club promoter.
Exactly, dude. So I'm coming. I mean, I'm just saying hypothetically. So it's like my job would be I'd start going to like all of these other clubs and just telling models like, hey, like come with me. I'm gonna put you put models up in a hotel and like you basically you subsidize their living.
You bring in hot chicks to your
Just
club.
hot chicks. You bring them into a club, and then you got like Silicon Valley tech executives will come and then spend like thousands of dollars on bottles. But you have to like you're not like a pimp, but you're somebody like the girls want to leave. You have to be
Those
like
dorks literally should have never seen Social Network. That's what got. They're all like, you know what's cool? $1 billion. Boom, we're up in the club drinking bottles.
Yeah.
They think they're JT.
Well, they'll have bottle races. So they'll come out and it'll just be they're all over the world. So like you'll go to a place, you'll have these guys who will just you get a percent of their bar tab, but you have to find these model chicks. And dude, these are girls from like a lot of times from like Ukraine and like these these places where they're just like hot young chicks. And then there's a whole industry off of just herding them around powerful businessmen, and they feel kind of cool and important just like being around them. And then eventually these guys like might fuck them, might not. But they're saying the promoters will like hide their jackets and shit, so like when they want to leave, like they fucking can't.
Damn.
But and then that's like a whole industry in itself.
What, hiding rich dudes' jackets?
No, chicks. If you just know models and you can just somehow convince hot chicks to just be in a place.
Yeah.
Guys will spend tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on alcohol. So they can if you can just get models in a club, the alcohol markup goes up by like 5,000%. Because dudes will be like 10 more bottles and then like spray them or whatever.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, I've been hit with that. I've been hit with
what?
that bug. Just a hot chick at the bar and me being like, I got hers.
Yeah.
Like with a girl I just met. I'm like, what do? You want vodka? And I'm like, can I get 2? And it's like $38. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
He just hand a drink to a girl and she walks away. It's like, all right, God damn it.
No, this is
I'm
like
a loser.
That's why you'd hire me as a club promoter. Like, if a girl wants to
You're
leave,
fucking hide her jacket.
obviously pumping coke out. I'm like, come on, here, do this, do that, and then you're just kind of being like, yeah, you hide her jacket, hide her shoes, and you're like, you're gonna have a drink and dash. Come on, man, stay here.
I like that. You got to trick them.
It's pretty nuts, dude.
That is a disgusting world.
Yeah, I mean, these are the business leaders too. It's like if you can just get them around again, you know.
Yeah, be like that guy invented fucking Uber
A guy
Eats.
invented, Pokemon Go. It's like
Go suck his
go stand. And they even found too, the chicks they need to be super skinny because they've analyzed like the bar tabs and stuff, so they can't just be like slim. They need to be super skinny and tall.
Why?
I don't know. It's that like kind of model mystique. So these billionaires could be like, yeah, these are like the model archetype that I should be around right now because I'm a young, successful tech executive or whatever. So they tried bringing like slim. They've measured women who are like just slim. They check the bar tabs; they're significantly lower.
Really?
Based on like the chick sites, fucking nuts.
Thick girls aren't bringing in the.
Thick girls tend to be the waitresses. So they,
you bring
so
some
the
fats around.
Voluptuous.
Like, look at who's better. The girl I'm with, not
yeah,
you.
you have voluptuous servants who come in. So
I actually am starting to be interested in this plan.
I mean, it's
being a part of it.
Pretty fun. You could
being
do
on the
this.
receiving end. I'd like to see like a cute, thick waitress and being able to look her in the eyes and be like, psh, psh, psh. Bring me my next bottle. Do you see who I'm sitting with?
True. I'm like,
you
ew.
fat slob.
Well, they're not
disgusting fat slob.
They're more voluptuous. So you would just be like get away from it. But yeah,
that's sinful physique.
That's pretty nasty, dude. But that, and again, it ties into all the shit. Like people getting canceled for shit. It's like, with like the Dalia shit. It's just like he's going for young, bro. He was going for young. And the problem is, I'm not trying to like slam the dude. It's like, did none of his friends, all of his friends are like, look, I had no idea. It's like, all right, do I buy it? No. But it's like, I don't know. I've watched everyone's reaction to that. Like, I just want to state for the record, I did not know he was fucking young chicks. I know he liked chicks. I didn't know they were young.
Yeah, it's like I knew he was fucking young chicks. I'm looking at his ripped jeans.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? He's 40 with ripped jeans.
True.
Get him out of here.
True.
But,
Yeah, man.
I don't know if I don't,
I'm not shitting on the dude. It's just, again, it's like
his MO was, look, he was making comedy to get sniz.
Yeah.
So his comedy was kind of, it was pop. Mm-hmm. He was gay.
True. And he got the Bieber bump.
Yes.
So his fans, Bieber was his favorite comedian. And then Bieber bequeathed him a nation of very borderline fans.
Look. Never mind. There's nothing to say on that.
Well, this was the discussion I had with Spud, and it's like, and this is what they were saying people are kind of against, of like, as a dude with a bunch of money and prestige, you're not supposed to go after young chicks. You're not supposed to be trying to fuck them. And it's like, I can agree, it's not the best for your personal situation to go for like, I'm talking like mega success, mega influence. Yeah. But then again, it's like, what's the fucking age? So okay, we're gonna say like, yeah, maybe it's weird to be 40 and try to fuck 20-year-olds. Although,
is it?
I don't. That's the thing.
Is it?
I don't. And this was the discussion.
You say that now. Wait till you're 40.
I mean,
you know what I mean? It's like when people are like, I hope I'm dead when I'm 80. And then you hit 80, you're like, I don't want to fucking die.
Yeah.
Same thing, dude. If I'm 40 and someone's like, is it weird to fuck 20-year-olds? I'd be like,
well,
I think it's pretty cool if you can pull it off.
Yeah, but there's the theory of it, and then there's the actual.
This isn't great.
No, but this is an important. What you're speaking to is what I was saying. It's like it's not really like I get the cultural implications of like, yeah, man, it's probably not the best thing if you're 40 years old and you're like bopping around with a 20-year-old. Like, there's a huge time gap, and like if you can sit there and pass time with a 20-year-old girl, something's probably kind of wrong with you. To lay afterwards and be like, yeah, it's so fucked up. Your friend's being mean to you, man. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. Anyways, my second house. And there's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But when people try to be like, oh, that's just fucked up and weird, it's like, well, yeah, but like again, biologically speaking, and this sounds really bad, but it's like 23. Like, dudes are looking for signs of fertility. That is like a.
Dalia was just trying to reproduce.
No, he was not. He was being a pig, dude. But it's like
he pigged out.
He pigged. But when people are like, "Oh man, it's fucked up," you shouldn't like what's the age then? If you're, what is it, like 5 years, 6? Like Muslims figured it out, half your age plus 7, which is actually really fucking young. But
I don't think Muslims figured that out.
that was the Muslim rule, half your age plus 7.
You sure? I thought that was like the uncle's rule.
I read Roots, bro. Did you read Roots? You would know. If you read Roots, you would know. It's half your age in the very beginning.
Fiction.
In the very beginning, Alex Haley took some,
That's
he took some, leaps. But that was the thing.
They
Like,
tried to give the Muslims credit for wanting to fuck young chicks.
they said Muslim rule is half your age plus 7. So I think in the book the guy was like 34 and had like I don't know the exact math. It would have been 34 is what, like 17 plus 7, 20 something, 24. I'm gonna take a stab. So it was like.
It's actually pretty good.
But then back then in the village, according to the book, Alex Haley and Roots, who did get people. But it's funny too. People, the book came out, and people were like, "Motherfucker," and they're like, "I'm gonna sink this fucking thing."
Yeah.
But they were in the beginning of it in this village. There's people there, and it's like if you're a lady and you say you're like 35 and your husband dies, you're allowed to take in like a second 18. Let's just call it 18. Back then, it might have been like 16 or 17 in the ancient village.
Yeah.
But you would take in a young boy and train him in the ways of sex, and then release him to his wife. If you were a widow,
I'm sorry.
So in the African Roots village,
Yes.
right?
You explained it right. I was just not.
Yeah, in the book
processing.
Roots, that's what, if you were a widow, or
Yes.
I don't think back then chicks just like didn't get
Which is
wiped up.
it's fiction. So this guy just came up with like a very hot
I
erotic
think this
story.
dude came up with
Definitely, he came up with like pure stepmom porn.
Or someone
Bro,
like super
I've been thinking
old.
this. How many stepmoms do you think have actually been stuck? You know what I mean? Since this genre, how many kids have walked in to see a stepmom stuck in the sink and just been like, "You're a pervert. I'm out of here." Anyway.
It's had to have happened. It had to have happened
Has
once.
to have happened once where a dude walked in, his mom was stuck in the dryer.
And he fucked her.
And he was like, "Oh, perfect." She's like, "What the fuck?"
That is such a strange genre, dude, of someone to come up with, of a girl who's just physically stuck. 'Cause it's like a weird loophole. Like, that has to be still rape. It's rape. It's like, well, no, if she's stuck.
True. Moms. Your mom gets stuck and you just come into the kitchen. You're like, "All right, I got you." Oh, sorry about that.
I mean, it'd be so much sadder in reality if your mom was actually stuck.
Yeah.
She was like helpless and
You
fucked her.
Yeah, the real story of what because in every one the mom's always like, "Oh yeah, yeah."
Sure, of course.
It should be. They should make one where. Never mind. Be a horrific movie.
Well, they should.
Woman's like, "What are you doing?"
No.
Turns the disposal on to break her hand out. She's like, "Oh." 47 hours later, or whatever that movie is.
Or make it a little,
They should make a movie with that, where some guy finds James Franco in that cave.
Which one?
When
was
his
that?
arm's stuck, where he was the mountain. Some dude's like, "Oh, perfect." Fucks him and leaves.
That'd be a nice Brokeback sequel. If the guy's like stuck, like, "Help, I'm stuck in this well." And
It's like, "No, I'm not gay, dude. I'm just actually stuck." Yeah, sure, man.
I'm stuck between these two large rocks. And dude, that cowboy after cowboy just comes up and sweet.
Yeah, I've been, because I was jerking off to that exact
Stuck
genre,
porn?
and then I was like, I wonder how many moms have actually been stuck.
You'd be surprised. Moms get stuck more than you think about it.
I've been thinking about moms getting stuck.
Hard to
a
clean
lot.
spaces. Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
like you're trying to move the TV and you're like, "Oh no, oh man."
I hope my stepson's not here. So I'm gonna get fucked.
I'm telling you, man, I can't even. So I must have like a 6-dayer in me, and I've literally
Right now?
Yeah, man, it's like I can't get.
That's
the
what's
time.
wrong with your dumps, dude. Your prostate's
I swear, I
breaking
think
those
so.
dumps
I think
up.
so. I think my prostate's snapping those
Like my
dumps.
act out of prostate on dumps.
Dude, I
Like a
can't.
translator.
Every time I'm like, tonight's the night, dude. I'm gonna do this. I like either get in the shower and I'm like there's no good time because usually like in the morning, I'm like, all right, Brittany, you sleep. I'll have my kid for a while. I'm not gonna like put my kid to sleep while my kid's sleeping. Like run to the bathroom and jerk. Like I can't, dude. I can't do that. And to get caught on the watch, to be like jerking on the watch is just like I can't start off like that. Like, well, why'd you guys break up? When you were an infant, your dad left you to go jerk off.
Jerk off.
It's like, yeah, I can't come out.
Yeah,
like
you
that.
can't be on watch jerking off.
Then at nighttime, it's like I used to do my shower ones, and I'm like, I can't get caught jerking off now. Like before, I'd roll the dice hard. Now I'm like, I just don't want to get caught.
Yeah.
So just what happens is once every like week and a half.
Jerking off with a kid that's tough.
It's weird,
It's a
man.
Weird vibe.
And I can't jerk off in my basement because I don't know what fucking is live and what's not. I have like webcams and shit. I'm like, just on the chance that these are recording, dude, I can't Black Mirror myself like the president's fucking a pig.
Dude, I would give anything
for you to like to just go cam girl on fucking YouTube for some reason?
There's a chance, man. Between all the zooms and shit I do, I know I'm like, I have two.
like touching your ass, but I'm not gonna wet ass. Just
It would just be my. Remember the video of me plunging the toilet that Brittany sent you? It would be my naked, like upright, weird body, just kind of like into like my trash can.
every time I use my phone, so every time I use my phone, I cover that like a part of me's like cover that fucking camera just in case.
They have to.
Something
They
weird.
have to be true.
There's gonna be like 20 videos of me like just upshot from my camera.
Your phone does track your facial expressions, because they want to see like how you're reacting to things in real time, and they send that information out. Because they want to,
Really?
Facebook especially. I think social media sites started a thing where like when you're looking at your phone and you scroll down, they do things to like they'll measure your facial expressions to see how you react, and they typically try to give you stuff that's.
I wonder if they're gonna
reactive.
like pre-crime me on being racist on shit like that. Like every time I look at like a new article, I'm just like, just my facial expression. Just like why black trans is the most important part of this.
Yeah, you watch out for that face crime.
I'm gonna have to start being like.
Interesting.
I'm not gonna read that now, but eventually.
All right, so I was at a comedy club.
Yes,
I was almost not gonna say it because it's absurd. All right, at a comedy club.
Yeah. This weekend.
This weekend.
Okay.
After hours, we're drinking. There's two male employees that dance to this song all the time. Late night, they get fucked up and dance.
Okay.
It's funny. They're dancing. It's a new girl, brand new hire. She gets in and starts twerking with like her hands on the bar. She's twerking, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that?" And they're like, "Oh, we just hired her." And I was standing right next to her, and I was like, "Ah, you've been here a week and you're already twerking, huh?" Just that.
Fair.
I was making fun of the fact that she was twerking after a fucking week of working at a place.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. With just her coworkers there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
She's fucking twerking.
It's insane.
And I was like, I had no problem with it. I was just like, twerking, huh? After a week?
Yeah.
It's bold.
Yeah, it is.
So she stopped and went over to the other side of the bar and just sat there and was pretty loudly complaining about me, about how sexist I was.
That you noted she was twerking?
That she was like, you don't have a problem with any of the men dancing. You have a problem with me because I'm a woman. And I was like, what?
Well, if the men were like waggling their fucking penises through their boxers,
even if they were,
even if they were twerking, you'd be like,
bloody well deserve it.
So she she tried to pull harassment because she was shaking her ass.
She hit me with a fucking harassment, sexist harassment.
White chick?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is.
The fuck? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You think a black person would claim sexism?
No. Especially if they were twerking. Like, you're here a week and you're twerking, it would just be like, laugh.
It'd be like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, hilarious.
Which is basically the attitude I said it with.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, a week in, already twerking.
I can envision exactly how you said it.
That was all I said in a completely friendly manner. Like, I mean, I was fucking with her, obviously, because that is a
You're ribbing her. You're ribbing her.
So then she
and
goes
she's
over.
shaking her. I mean, that's like one dance where it's like, if they were just like, Macarena, 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 like, hey, what are you doing? But it's like, Macarena, Macarena, just like bent down, like legs spread, shaking an ass. How was her ass?
I didn't look.
Okay.
I was on the other side of it.
Oh, really?
It was at the part of the bar that juts out. I was at the part of the bar that goes in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What
Where
was she
that
wearing?
pillar
Like
is.
jeans?
She was working, so she was
Black pants,
in a,
tight
in a
black
uniform.
pants. Oh, black.
Take it
all right.
easy with this.
Sorry.
Don't fucking sexualize somebody who's accusing me of sexism.
True.
But,
I just need to know for the painting of the picture.
But then I thought it was done. I was just go about my night, and then I hear her complaining to one of the bouncers, one of the door guys, about what had happened.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Are you talking about me?" Because she was like, "You have no idea how hard it is as an experience, like for a woman, to like work and like all this shit about that."
Dude, you didn't go up and
And
grab
I was
her
like,
ass.
wait. And she was like, "No, you wait. Let me finish." And kept talking. I was like, "All right, let me know when you're finished." And then she was like, "Well, if that's your attitude, I'm not even gonna fucking." And she left. She stormed out.
What the fuck?
And I was like,
That's a crazy person, dude.
that was a crazy. Maybe she was fucked up, but and then I told
Well,
the.
you can't be drunk
I was
at your
talking
place.
to the fucking managers, and I was like, "Yo, watch that one.
Yeah.
That's a fucking landmine for some. You're gonna lose one employee off of her.
Of course, dude.
So just get ready for that.
I mean, she's a fucking, that's a
It's a
landmine,
time
dude.
bomb, dude.
It's a landmine.
I mentioned you're twerking on your first week, and she was like, sexual harassment. I was like, what?
Dude,
What?
my one friend at work right now was saying that like there's guys and girls all being trained, and the girls have been going around and grabbing the guys' dicks.
What?
Just sneaking up on guys, and they're like joking, they're like seeing like what how big certain guys' dicks are.
What?
Yeah, they've been going around doing that, and I was telling them, I'm like, dude, as soon as some guy who got his dick grabbed, he's gonna go grab a girl's ass, it's fucking
Game over.
Over, dude.
See you later.
Yeah, they're just going around grabbing guys' dicks and like being like, who has the biggest dick?
Well, that's awesome.
I mean, it's
unless you have
hilarious.
a tiny dick.
It's hilarious. Even if you have, at least you get your bird grabbed. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's
fuck it,
cool.
dude. What are they gonna do? But it's like,
Where
dude,
the fuck is this? What place of work
I can't
is this?
say. I can't say.
Seems odd.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's bloody ridiculous.
It's a weird training situation where they're all there every day and everything, and it's like, it's really bizarre. And they're
Damn.
going around as fucking grabbing birds.
Well, anyway, how crazy is that?
I mean, but then you hear all the shit where it's like, and again, I'm sure like the dudes like Matt Lauer were just doing it, but like you never hear the full story about this shit. You got people going around doing this
I'm
shit.
sure Matt Lauer was doing it.
I know, but I'm saying you have girls going around grabbing birds like that all willy nilly, and it's like you can't be grabbing guys' dicks. Not
Here's-
because it's wrong, but because some guy's gonna turn around and grab your tits.
The bouncer she was complaining to sided with her and was like comforting her. Of
course.
I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Because when she stormed out, it was just me and him standing there.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And he was like, I don't know. She has a point. You don't know her experience. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was crazy. It was crazy. He's cool though. I mean, I like that guy. But I saw what the fuck he was doing.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you're chatting with him.
That's literally
That's a
the
good
new
move. That's a move. That's
Yeah,
a way to get.
That's how you do it, man. I mean, this is another
Somebody
thing.
offended
Phil.
you? Oh man, tell me about it.
Dude, so here's my thing now, to where it's like you get all these male feminist dudes, and it's like when I think about 10 years ago when you're at the bar and everyone was just like, you like jump on chicks,
Free
grabbing
for all,
asses.
dude.
It was an absolute, it was
It was a
sexual.
dog pile.
By today's standards, this was sexual assault.
Classic sexual
You ran up
assault.
on girls, grabbed their ass, all that stuff. And you're saying in 10 years' time, dudes have evolved to the point where now they're male feminists? It's like, that's too quick for evolution,
Yes.
dude. You're faking
I'm
it.
a male feminist. Dude.
There's no way these guys are like.
I bloody well am.
10 years ago, if people were grabbing asses and just like full on making out with strangers and be like, well, hopefully this is okay.
They're grabbing our asses. It's AIDS genocide.
There's no way men on a whole evolved into being like, I'm sorry, what was that? Oh no, he shouldn't. You twerking? That's totally
Yeah.
fine. Why would he even mention that? They're obviously, and I was like,
The host-
they're obviously just trying to fuck you.
The host this weekend opened with Aziz jokes, and he was like, "That was sexual assault." He was like, "Everybody just doesn't want to say it because then they'd be guilty of sexual assault themselves." I
Really?
mean, I think he was just saying that for a joke.
Yeah.
Because he seemed pretty chill, dude. But he was also a male feminist. He kept saying he was a male feminist.
I'm telling you, man, that's the fucking new button down
He's a
gelled
good
spike.
bull. I don't want to shit on him. He was a good bull, but he was also a male feminist.
Anyone who says they're a male, he say he was a male feminist.
Mad sus, dude. That's sus behavior.
If someone says that, bro, they're not on my
stage.
squad. Ugh, dude.
Then I followed him with, I was like, hi, I'm the opposite. Sup, dogs. I hate bitches. Free Aziz.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm telling you, that's just the new button down shirt gelled spike. To be like, I'm a male feminist. It's like, yeah, I used to wear a fucking button down striped shirt, bro. Like, I know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Trying to get some pussy, bro. Let's call it what it is.
Oh, man.
Because you can just be nice. If you were not trying to get pussy, you wouldn't call yourself a male feminist. You would just be like, what did Aziz Ansari do? Well, here's how I feel. But you'll be like, well, I'm actually a male feminist.
That shit happens a lot to me, though. Incidents like that. The lady.
What?
I get incidents a lot.
You get
I'm like a fucking drunk Larry David. I just go around, I'm like, huh, it's interesting that you're doing that right now. People are like, dude, who the fuck are you? Fuck you. I'm like, I'm just saying. And then they freak out. I'm like, what the fuck is that person's problem?
That's so funny.
I just walk around and cause problems.
I mean, that's fucking crazy, though. You're up there, you're shaking your ass. That's, dude, and no one, that's provocative. You're a provocateur, dude. If you're fucking shaking your ass, and at least you don't think someone's gonna be like, damn, man, you're new here? That's all you're saying. This is your first week here, and you're twerking? Which wasn't even you being like, yeah, bitch, shake your ass. It's like,
no, it was like, that's funny that you're doing that.
anyone with a sense of humor would have been like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You
If
know?
it was a guy that was doing it on his first week, I would have been a lot more harsh.
Oh, yeah.
If it was somebody who just started there that was doing that fucking dance,
Yeah.
I'd be like, dude,
You'd have to be at Helium for that, but yeah.
you better fucking chill out. What?
You'd have to be at Helium for that.
What do you mean?
Their staff probably, their male staff probably twerks pretty hard, dude.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that was a little wacky.
It's crazy.
Figured
dude.
you would. I wasn't going
crazy.
to mention it. I forgot about it.
That's
And
absolute.
she stormed out. And they were like, everyone was like, "What the fuck's your problem, man?" I was like, "I didn't do anything wrong."
I mean,
well, it didn't do anything.
dude. I mean, it's like I'm trying to think of a thing you did wrong, and I just can't. Like, that's crazy, man. I'm telling you.
I might have kept going after she left, though. I probably was a little harsh on her when she left.
You grabbed her arm. You're like, hey, I'm talking to you.
I said, "Get back here, you dumb bitch." No.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
I was talking to people that work there, and I was like, "Watch out, dude. She's gonna get somebody."
But everyone's so freaked out. They're probably like, I don't want to comment on this.
Yeah, they were all like, "Well, you were pretty harsh on her." I was like, "I wasn't fucking harsh on her. I wasn't mean." Like when she started talking to me, and I was like, "Hold on," and she was like, "No, you hold on. You listen. You let me finish." I was like, "All right, tell me when you're finished, and tell me when I can talk." She's like, "Fuck you, I'm leaving." It's like, dude, who the fuck is this chick?
That's so funny.
What a fucking psycho.
Ugh. There's nothing worse than arguing with a girl who's not your girlfriend.
Yeah, you're
that
exactly
sounds
right.
like a girlfriend argument.
You're
Like,
exactly right.
You let me talk. It's like, all right, go ahead and talk. You know what? No, I'm not going to talk. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, man. Well, fuck this. I'm
Yeah,
going to bed.
there is nothing worse than arguing with a chick that is not your girlfriend.
I mean, you had an
Like
obvious
a
thing.
male argument, you can at least threaten violence.
Yeah.
There bloody well is that threat.
Oh yeah.
There is the threat of physicality.
There's nothing with a woman.
When it's just you and a lady, it's just like.
Well, you're just like, please don't cost me my job
I know.
with your dumb bullshit,
Please don't accuse me of sexism in front of all these people, please.
Yeah.
She's like, "You're fucking sexist."
I mean, dude.
She's like, "He didn't say it to the male workers." It's like, because I know them. They've worked here for so long. They do
Yeah.
this all the time, and none of them were fucking twerking.
And-
And it was a fucking joke.
And it's your first week. And, dude, there's something way more, whatever you want to call it, provocative about a woman shaking her ass. It's noteworthy. If I was like, yo, I was in 7-Eleven, this girl started shaking her ass. That would stick out as a story
Well,
in my
that's
head.
not part of my argument.
If some
I
guy,
want that clear.
That's fine. But if some guy was if I saw some guy dancing, I'm just like, okay, sweet.
Yeah,
that guy who dances on Spring Garden. There's a guy who dances on like Third and Spring Garden. No problem. If he had a fucking set of tits on him bouncing around, I'm like, yo, there's this fucking dude on Spring Garden. There's fucking tits bouncing around, dude. It's crazy. You gotta see it.
But
I don't know. That's
a tradition at that comedy club to work there and not like me at first. It's good.
You'll get her back.
She'll
dude.
She joins the legions.
You should next time. Just you ever think about just maybe dancing with her next time?
I should grind on her next time. Just be like, "Hey, sorry how I handled this last time. I told you that twerking your first week on the job may have been inappropriate in a joking fashion.
You should have
Sorry,
said you felt threatened, dude.
How crazy is that, though? Like, if I was fucking up my first week on the job and someone was like, "Hey, you're getting a little nutty your first week,
Yeah.
huh?"
Yeah.
I would never, ever be like, "Well, fuck you." I'd be like, "Oh, shit, maybe that guy's kind of right."
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah. Of course you would.
But that's male logic, isn't it?
Yeah, well, my
That
thing is,
bloody
like...
well is. It's not male logic.
I get how she's like, well, you didn't say anything to those guys, but it's like... To try to deny that there's, like, to be like, well, you're sexualizing me, it's like... If a woman...
It wasn't. She wasn't saying that I was sexualizing her.
What was she
It wasn't
saying you're
sexual
doing?
harassment. It was sexism that I criticized her for dancing and not the men.
I mean, what kind of twerk are we talking about? Like
It wasn't
bent over on a table
crazy
or
as
like...
shit. It was both her hands on the bar, feet spread, twerking. It was
Dude,
pretty
that's
fucking-
crazy.
It was. I mean, it was not that crazy at the time. Like people were a little
Yeah, people
fucked
were
up. It
having
was
fun
late.
and dancing and shit.
People were having fun and dancing to music, but it was still like.
It was a bold move.
It was enough for me to be like, "That's pretty bold. Your first week.
Yeah.
That's a crazy move. You're twerking after 1 week."
Yeah, dude, that's totally...
And then to stop and fucking throw a hissy fit after that.
She was
is
drunk?
Despicable, I would imagine.
Yeah, man, she probably felt like a fucking idiot. She probably did that and was like, oh my god, what am I doing? You said that, and she was like, perfect.
Maybe she was sober. I don't know.
I hope not.
Whatever. She's probably nice.
If your sober brain move is to fucking twerk out, dude, it's like... good
A little
fuck it.
sober twerk and then a fucking sexism
spaz.
accusation.
Twerk then spaz.
Twerk, spaz on me, confide on a bouncer, spaz on me, storm out. That's a good night. That's a fucking white girl night.
Go
dude.
home and fucking tap it off with top it off with a nice long all cap status.
Yep.
Where you get a bunch of like weird,
Motherfucking
get a bunch of
assholes.
yeah, a bunch of guys with like
Get
cool
more of those bouncers
hairstyles
to comment.
Exactly,
And just
guys.
be like, "Oh man, fuck
Who is
that."
this? Fuck that. Why can't people just appreciate your art for what it is? It's like, dude, just get it over with.
Speaking of the D'Angelo thing, you were talking to me about R&B songs.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
dude.
I forget what it was. It's funny as shit.
I hit this theory the other day. I've had a very turbulent racial time with my girlfriend recently, to where, like, well, not turbulent, but just she's been putting me in really uncomfortable waters, to where, like, I'm hanging out with her. I'm not even hanging out. I'm on the couch. I'm chilling. She calls me the other day, and I was telling her, like, I had plans to hang out with, it was Dirk and his girlfriend. White dude, black chick, same setup.
Damn.
And I was like, yeah, we're going to, we'll chill out or whatever. We're going to hang out. And, because my girlfriend's all about church, dude. It's like she really wants to start going to a church. So I'm like, they go to a church, like a non-denominational church. I'm like, we'll go with them, whatever. She's like, well, like, what kind of black chick is this? What kind of black chick is she? And I literally was.
Wait, you guys went on a double date to church?
No, he didn't go yet. He didn't. Durkin invited me. And I was like, that'd be nice for her. So.
That's thoughtful of you.
Exactly, dude. And here's the thing, because it's like Catholic Mass. She wanted to go to Catholic Mass. I fucking brought her with my mom. I can't handle that, dude. It freaks me the fuck out.
Yeah, Catholic Mass is intense.
And I'm equally as terrified as full black church, dude, because I know I'm gonna walk in there. I've done it before, where, like, I went to the Universal Circus, where I'm the only fucking white dude. People are just kind of looking at you, and it's like, it's not comfortable, dude. No one gives mean or anything, but it's like, I'm dreading the fact that I gotta go and do the full-on sister act thing, dude. It's like, so I was like, well, this is like, he said it's like half white, half black, Asian people and shit. So I'm like, fuck it. If I'm gonna go to one, dude, I'll go to that one. But the whole point of the story is, she was like, well, what kind? She was like, well, is it all white people or whatever? I was like, no. I was like, his girlfriend's black. She's like, what kind of black person? Like, what kind of, what kind of black? And I was like, she's and just mentally just disconnected, like,
yeah, that's tough.
I was like, how the fuck do I answer that? And I literally was just like, she's level 2. She's like, what the fuck is level 2? What's that mean? I'm like, out of 3, she's level 2, dude. Fucking you do the math, man. It's 1.
Maybe there's more than there should be at least 5.
That's I said there was 5.
3 is
I
low.
said there was 5 with white people, so I guess I'll give 5. But I was on the fucking spot, dude. I was like 1, 2, 3. 1 as in.
Best.
I've been getting
if I
early
have to
bird-
wake up for a flight, I'll call. I usually call you or Billy.
It's the best.
I'm like, are you awake?
But that's the thing to me. Like, waking up at 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. feels amazing.
It's nice.
Waking up, the difference between 11 and 3 is
No,
nothing.
that's a huge difference.
I'm
telling you.
Not to me. I
Oh,
know
it's a
there is
huge
yeah.
difference, dude. 11's like
11's late, but it's still
3's a whole lifestyle, dude.
3's insane.
Yeah, it's fucked
Yeah.
up.
I wake up
You're
typically
gonna get sick if you do that.
Typically at
It's
10
true.
a.m. and then lay in bed and look at my phone until I have to pee.
Nice.
And then I get out and go get coffee. And then I play video games for 4 hours.
Nice.
Probably 5 or 6. And then go do stand up.
Not bad.
And start over.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Video games are almost cigarettes for Shane, where he'll be playing one and
I'll
be
be
like,
playing it,
not
like,
working.
I don't even
Next
enjoy
one.
these.
Really?
I don't even enjoy the games anymore.
Yeah.
Have you been playing UFC?
Yeah.
I've been whooping Billy's ass in UFC.
I can't wait to knock you out.
Oh,
of
my
that.
ground game's nasty, dude.
Oh, I was
take it
talking to
right
Spud
You
the
about
guys,
it.
you
Spud-
got to stream that on Twitch.
Spud never saw
it's a good
you.
call.
Spud never saw you video game spaz.
Yeah, you never did.
He
Part of my
called.
son, like,
We were
tried to
talking
hide.
about it. He was like, Matt, video game spaz. I was like, Matt, video game spazzes, dude.
What do you mean? When do you see me spaz?
He said when he saw you guys play video games.
I probably lost. Billy was beating
Yeah,
me.
that's what I mean.
But then I ground and pounded him, dude. I got and
That's the
dude,
that's what happens,
dude. All I do is I go right for take. I just takedowns. I pick wrestlers.
Yeah.
And I get up, dude. Billy had me in a submission. I reversed the submission. He didn't know it,
God.
and he was like, "Yes," and I'm like, "Billy, I just choked you out, dude." He was like, "Oh."
Yeah, I bet he video game spaz is the hardest.
Yeah, he don't like it.
But
If you're a little brother, your video game spaz is
his
rise.
video game spaz is like he'll scream and throw a controller, and then it's funny.
Yeah,
your video game spaz, you get that glassy eyed, like
quiet, dude.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah. It fucks me up, dude. I hate it. Start thinking about
Yeah.
the time I spent, and then like all the other stuff I stink at. And
I just remember the first video game spaz was UFC.
Not a lot of people get under my skin. You got it. You got under my skin. And I was like, oh, I had practiced that all day too.
Yeah, you practiced all day.
I practiced all day.
That was
dude.
back when I had a job and I came home from work and just sat down and fucked
I was
you
getting
up.
beat at NHL. Every other game I was getting beat at. I'm like, I'm gonna get good at a UFC, sneakily. And then I'm like, Shane, let's play. Whoop my ass twice, and I was like,
I start my video game spaz.
I can't do video games. I can't do relationships. I'm going to bed. Go to bed. I suck at marriage.
My video game spaz is relentlessly bitching about the structure of the game and the way it was built, and to the point where like I'm annoying myself with what I'm saying, but I can't stop.
Yeah, you have very feminine video game spazzes. I've heard it. You and Tommy.
This is hard.
Well, if somebody would get some ammo. Man, I miss you guys playing that. You guys got to play that.
Dude, we miss it too. We haven't played in a while.
It makes me happy.
Yeah, we're playing Onward.
What's that?
Him and Tommy play this
It's
VR game.
Oculus.
Oh, the VR.
Yeah,
dude, it's so fun to come
you
home.
gotta get in there with us, man.
The
It
videos
is
I've seen.
so
have
much
been-
fun.
Oculus is rule, dude. That
Yeah.
little taste I got up in the Poconos, I'm like, I like that.
Dude, it is when you're
I just
when you're
wanna
in
pig out on porn with that thing though, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Have you pigged?
Oh, yeah. How dare you act like you're thinking about this? How dare you lie to our face?
It's a big, I'm lazy. It's a big to do to get it, put
not
the
that hard.
headset on and then,
I've seen you put that headset on for hours.
Yeah, well, yeah, to play.
Yeah.
But jerking off with it feels like.
So you've done it.
Oh yeah.
That's all. That's all. Just get to that.
Oh yeah.
So what's the
Pretend we're
immersive
above it.
experience like?
It's very immersive. It's really
I've done
great.
just on my phone and like moved around and been like, whoa.
Oh yeah, it's
So you can just go.
It's nothing. Yeah, the phone's got nothing on. Yeah,
Yeah, that's tough.
it's crazy.
That combined with an auto blow, that's like goodbye.
Yeah.
That's like bed sore stuff.
That's too much work.
Getting rolled
That's
over
too
in
much
the
work.
I wanted to say this because I was at Helium this weekend, and at the end of the night, you know how you hang out, and drink at the bar sometimes, all that. So there was the bartenders were both gay.
Okay.
And whenever they're bartending, they control the TV behind the bar. Now, USC Texas was in overtime at this point.
Okay.
And I couldn't watch it because they were, shit you not, playing George Michael music videos. Now, this is after the crowd left, so this is supposed to be just like staff comics, maybe other comics. And they just had like 6 gay people that they were friends with there. Just sitting at the bar, which would, I don't have a problem. Why would I? That's crazy if you do.
Yeah, no one
It's
says
nice, except that it was a group of gay people that were mean.
Yeah.
You ever
Gay
run
people
into?
are
They were
mean,
so
man.
mean to me.
Yeah, man.
I was sitting there and they were just fucking rude, and I was fucking with them. I was like, enough of this George Michael, and I tried to play a music video, and I tried to play Ace of Base. Figuring I'd get on their good side. They all Ace of Base is gay. I thought they would have loved that.
My cousin Pat liked it. We used to make fun of him
Ace
for
of
liking
Base is
that in
fucking
like
good,
second
but
grade.
it's still
Like, that was my argument. Literally in second grade, I'd be like, "Dude, that's gay," and he's like, "I only like the music. I don't like the words."
Well, here's what's funny about it is this is why I thought of it.
Did they say something mean to you?
Yeah, they were just rude. But
the Ace of Base didn't calm him down.
Well, what was funny is on Friday night, a different gay bartender was playing Ace of Base music videos.
Okay.
So I was just like, they're gonna love this too. And if they call me out on this for this sucking, I'll be like, well, guess what? That gay guy liked it. So I played it, and they were just like, who put this on? Fuck you. And I was like, oh.
They were very mean.
So you thought Ace of Base would be like a cool mist on bees on gay people, kind of just like calms them down?
Yeah, I was trying to relate and talk to them, and they were just.
That's so funny. It's like bringing like pilgrims bringing Indians like axes. Like we know you savages like this shit.
Yeah, they were not happy, and then that carried over because me and the one gay bartender have a negative history together.
Yeah, she doesn't like you.
She does not like me. For
You guys should fight, like a boxing
what
charity
also
match.
sucked is because the night before she was talking to me and we were cool and everything was fine.
Yeah,
and then
but-
she got in front of her friends and started being mean. They were very mean to me.
Were they like goofing on you mean or were they mean?
They're just kind of dismissive and like, who are you? And I just had a good set. And I was like, you guys are strangers here.
Well, anybody in a pack is going to be, especially like that kind of pack.
It was a pack of people that had nothing to do with
Yeah,
helium.
but
And
it's-
I'm just
Yeah, but
sitting at
once
the
people
bar.
like got her in a
Strong
pack, they're
bond,
like fuck anybody else.
Yeah.
You ran
Especially
into
me.
a strong G pack.
Especially me, dude.
Yeah,
you're
you
the
coming
fucking-
out, you coming out there with that
I was the arch
serious
enemy.
look.
I came out there, I was like, could I get a Guinness and turn off this gay shit and put on Texas USC, please?
Oh, that's what
Oh, did you say that? Oh, you left
I
that
didn't
part
say
out.
turn the gay shit off.
Oh,
I was like, you mind if we stop watching YouTube music videos you guys have watched every day for your entire life?
Dude,
How fucking cliche can you George Michael videos?
Yeah.
Anyway.
yo, dude, I just read a script that was for it was like I don't some contest. It was for some contest in Philadelphia, and it was about these gay characters. And my response to it, I was like, "This is the worst script I've ever read." The whole script was it was like gay guy Broad City, and like it was just these gay guys that were like one of them was just like a regular likable character, like a regular person,
Man, that
who just
hurts.
happens to be gay.
That hurts to hear.
But like,
yeah.
but like, you're just like, all right, that's how gay characters should be on TV. It's like just a guy who turns out
Exactly.
he's gay. He's just a person who's gay.
Yep.
And the other one was like, man, I can't stop ruining my dildos. And you're like, all right, dude, like it's not that it's like it grosses me out. It's just like it's not funny, and you're protected by the fact that you'll be like, yeah, it's what do you hate gay people if you don't like it? It's like no, it's not funny. It just isn't funny.
And it also kind of grosses me out to think about a guy ruining dildos. It's disgusting. Like, is he shredding them? Is he like smearing them up? Like, it's nasty.
It just was, and I specifically wrote and like I sent it back to the woman like. I was like, I don't even want to score this because I had 5 scripts to read. I was like, this is one of the worst scripts I've ever read in my life.
Wow.
And I was like, these are unlikable characters. And I was like, this is cliche, hack gay jokes. Whoever wrote this should be ashamed of themselves because this is garbage.
Nice.
And my biggest hope is that she fucking sends that along.
Oh, hell yeah.
But it's just like everything was like, yeah, like like it was some guy at a bar. He's like, well, me and my boyfriend are trying to do anal, and somebody comes along and is like, girl, you're always talking about doing stuff like that. Where you're like, this is not how people talk,
Dude, did you see? Did you watch Ozarks?
Yeah.
Did you see what they nailed? Like the guy, the government agent, he was gay, going about his business, and then he just fucks the
Yeah.
shit out of some hillbilly. It's like,
and that dude's like,
that's
yeah, I'm
done
gay
right.
too. What's up?
Yeah, or like he punches him in the face immediately afterwards. He's like,
Yeah.
you turned me, motherfucker.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, see, I think they fucked up. I don't think that's.
I think that's pretty realistic. Dude.
That's not the common.
I thought
gay.
that character sucked.
Which
Who?
character?
The gay detective.
Really?
The gay agent.
I
yeah,
liked
I
him,
thought
man.
he was like the least believable human on earth.
Really?
He was like, I'm just an obsessive fucking.
I will say he
I
was
don't
kind of
know.
an
It's just
overactor.
like
He was overacting a lot.
something about that
liked
guy.
it.
I liked the show a lot.
The gay
that's
fisherman though was pretty good.
I thought
Gay
that was
Fisherman was
fantastic,
good.
dude. They
There
were
was something
so-
real gross about knowing he sucked dick with that mustache, wasn't it? It was like kind of gross.
Oh well, that scene
Yeah.
where he's fucking the gay agents get sucked with the prostitute, the male prostitute.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, you think that's fucked up? Think about drones or like
Yeah,
something.
yeah, that's true.
I'm like, dude, this is not a real guy.
I liked
Yeah.
how the gay black guy, his partner, would get all mad at him and all fussy if he was fucking anyone else. He'd be like, "Oh, you're a pig." That's hilarious.
Yeah, gay guys. I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about it to really be like, this is what they should be. But yeah, it shouldn't be a pride parade every day.
No, it shouldn't be a caricature of a person.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
My issue always when I remember like back like right after college or like I guess when people were supposed to go to college because I didn't. But there was like a time where girls would be like, you got to be my friend. He's crazy, and you're like, oh, he's just gay.
Yeah.
And I would be like, that's kind of weird that you treat him like a novelty because he's gay. Like,
Yeah.
isn't he just like a regular dude? And then I'd meet them and they would be like, hey, what's going on? And be like, yeah, but he's like, when he gets drunk, he's crazy. It's like, are you just trying to tell me he's gay? Like,
Yeah.
it was
Well, if
just,
he's gay, he probably blacks out and does coke. So he probably does party pretty hard. Gay,
Yeah, I mean,
gay people tend to party hard.
I'm sure.
Not lesbians. Lesbians are very. I have the same I relate to them
they're
very
more
much.
steadfast.
Very fucking chug a beer.
Yep.
Dude, yeah, a lot of lesbians are very like they're like ex-military.
Yeah.
They get up at 5, they walk their dog.
True.
Do some push-ups.
They're very steadfast people.
They
dude.
are.
Make a green shake.
Simple diet. Yes.
I can push down that Vitamix in the morning.
Chug a glass of raw eggs. Fucking punching meat. Dude, they do the Rocky montage every morning. And then they come out and fight me.
Come out and they're like, no, I'm not turning off the George Michaels videos, Shane. Fuck you.
No, I think I was. They weren't doing anything wrong. I was just drunk and kind of annoyed that, there was a bunch of outsiders that suddenly had more clout.
I was
than
annoyed.
me.
A bunch of gays were at the bar.
No, it was just like seven
Psychoanalyzing
random
it.
people that were just like, get out of here. And I was like, fuck you guys.
Dude,
I'm here every goddamn day, dude. Get out of here.
I did a show one time. I forget who put it together, but it was like supposed to be like, we're gonna do a show in the neighborhood, all gay crowd. It's gonna be great. They were the meanest fucking crowd I've ever went from.
Of course they were, dude. They're all mentally fucking deranged.
The one, Jesus, dude. There was one girl comedian who almost cried. She was on, and these guys in the back were like, "You suck, honey. Give it up. You suck."
Mean gay guys are the worst, dude. I'm telling you, mean gay people are mean.
Though I will say, I was kind of like, these guys know a little bit about comedy. All right,
dude. How about
They're
the
not
mean
wrong.
gay guy at HMAC? Were you there for that night?
Yeah, the guy who was
The
like
owner, the
telling
gay
us he was
owner?
gonna fuck us all.
It's like, your jokes are trash, honey. Please. I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? I haven't
Yeah,
even
yeah. There's.
started.
I hate that. I hate that gay guy. The guy who's like walking around with that Lady Gaga voice.
Yeah, well, this guy was British, but yes,
Yeah,
also
yeah.
that same like, oh please, it's like
You're so gay. You talk like a blue blood
why are you
somehow.
faking?
Yeah. I don't know. Like,
I'm a Vanderbilt,
You're like a vampire.
and
all
I
of a
also
sudden.
suck penises.
I just
all the time.
you know how fucking nice it would be if like homophobia didn't exist, and you could be like, stop acting like that. Just be gay.
Well, there was a gay guy who got in trouble for
Quit
that.
being
He
a
was-
dick. Just
There was,
fucking be gay.
there was a guy who was, I think, an Australian actor who was gay, and his dad was like, "Well, you're gay, but I'm going to raise you to be a man." And he said that. He's like, "I'm happy my dad did that." And everyone was like, "Fuck you."
What? Probably white girls who are straight.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you
Lawyer
how
dads.
dare you put a binary on that? And he's like, "Well, I'm just, he's like, I'm glad I'm not walking around prancing around in like pink capri." And you're like,
I think that's the worst. Like this is not certainly not controversial, but I was like, the worst thing about people hating gays is that we got to put up with bad gay comics.
True.
We wouldn't have to be cool with gay people.
Well, they're dudes. If you were just
being cool about it, and then we don't have to listen to these guys and pretend they're good.
True.
Or you can't be like, hey, that guy sucks, and somebody's like, you're a homophobe. It's like, well,
It's like,
all
yeah,
right.
well, you just don't get what he's doing because you don't have that perspective. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's
no, I
like-
have a perspective of did I fucking smile during his set once, and I didn't because it fucking sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. For show.
Plus, how hard is it to not be funny if you're gay? I
And
feel
I'm
like there has to
laughing.
be a way you can spin that around that you're gay and just crush it.
Yeah, definitely. And there's good gay comics that do that.
Yeah.
Dude, did I tell you about my sick ass party time coming on Wednesday?
What?
Dude.
Wait, when you go down to
It's
Florida?
Party time on Wednesday.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna tell you with who, just yet.
When you get back, dude.
When I get back, dude.
Right back. Oh my god.
Let's just say it's party time with a college football team,
Dude,
in Miami.
that's gonna be so funny.
College, dude, I don't know.
You
I
plan
feel
an
weird
outfit?
about
You
it.
should pick
I
out an outfit.
I do. I bought an outfit today.
What are you gonna wear?
I'll show you, dude. It's a floral tracksuit. Some sick hat, dude. I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
look.
go down there dressed like DJ Khaled.
I have to. That's the only move for a fat guy in Miami. You have to go Khaled.
True.
What am I- dude, it's the picture. If I take pictures with these kids, I'm gonna look. It's gonna look like a Make-A-Wish.
Do you think so?
There's gonna be a dumpy, fucking old guy next to Jack, 20-year-old dude.
Just Rick Ross out. Do a chain, no shirt.
That looks good when you're black and tatted.
Get a tat.
You're white with like
Get an anchor.
stretch marks. It looks fucking. It looks terrible.
Get an anchor on your arm.
I don't know. I got a sick suit. I checked the weather. It's not gonna be too hot. I'm gonna be able to pull off the tracksuit.
Good.
Yeah.
You should get an anchor on your arm and just go like, at least unbutton it a little.
And then I have to drive. I will unbutton it. Probably get a chain.
You gotta drive 2 hours.
And then I have to drive like 4 hours.
It'd be so
Key
funny
West.
if you drove and they were just kind of like, what? And they just didn't answer. And you're like,
But I thought I was gonna hang out with like the football team. They're like, dude, you're 32.
like, we were just kidding.
I can't. I don't know. I already have
You gotta go.
anxiety,
You
dude. If
gotta
I go to
go.
a college spring break right now, that's humiliating.
Why?
It's gonna be so tight though.
It's gonna be. It'd be cool to see.
It's gonna be BBG heaven, dude. It's gonna be the ultimate. Dude, the kid already sent me a picture of some of the BBGs that are in the apartment. I might die on Wednesday.
He hit you with the Rost?
I literally might die on Wednesday.
He started saying like, "Hey, heads up, here's the
He'll be
BBB
like,
level."
He was like, "There's BBGs everywhere." I was like, "Bro."
That's so funny. They know all the lingo. Oh my god.
I'm dead.
It'd be fun.
I have to do it.
You must, dude.
If I said no, I'd be doing a disservice to everybody.
That'd be bullshit.
To all the dogs.
That'd be
to
bullshit.
everybody.
You got a full report back,
like,
dude.
this is literally what I worked for my entire life.
Dude, seriously.
This is the dream.
How tight
this
is that?
The dream.
You get to D1 football party, but by doing a podcast.
As a fat 32-year-old loser, I get to D1 football party, spring break, Miami, dude.
Oh my
It's
God.
spring break.
Dude, that's gonna be so fun.
It's gonna be embarrassing.
No, it'll be good.
It's
You got
gonna
to.
be-
It's for the dogs, dude. You got to let us know.
It is for the dogs.
How people party and get pussy. Like,
It is.
Just tell us, dude. Just so we know, we can jerk off about it. Like how hot the chicks are.
The chicks, it's gonna be crazy.
The dogs need it. We all need to jerk off.
They're
about
all in
this.
bikinis. It's also, I checked the weather. It's like mid-70s. It's not bikini weather.
Tell that to them, dude.
True, they're beautiful bodies.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know, man. I am actually kind of like anxious about it.
Why?
I'm gonna fucking look like an idiot, dude.
No, dude, no way.
Man. Yes.
Spring break, the football team.
First of all, I never went to a spring break. In college, I never
Me
once
either.
went.
You weren't ready for it yet.
I wasn't ready. I wasn't mature enough until now.
Dude. Pop down, say, hey guys, I'm just stopping
Sup?
by.
Just
I'm just stopping by. Oh,
Mind
no,
if I
hey.
crash?
Dude,
Mind if I crash,
you're gonna get
boys?
4 beers in you and just all of a sudden be like, woo!
No, I gotta drive the next day. If I get like hammered, I'm done.
Good luck with that.
That fucking Thursday show in Key West might get canceled. It's gonna be a tough drive. It's actually a sick drive though.
Yeah.
It's like it's along the ocean the whole way.
Really nice.
That'll be tight.
Yeah.
Might drive off the bridge, dude.
On the way down there?
Yeah. Be like, I've reached. That was Nirvana.
You should.
I might have to kill myself.
What do you put? You getting what rental you getting?
I don't know
You
yet.
should rent a cruise.
I'm gonna rent a cruise. I'm pretty sure that's all you can rent.
Cruises
That is
down there?
the #1 rental car.
What did they give us when I was
They
down
give you
before?
usually like Chargers or
Is it Charger? They
Yeah.
give you like black on black Chargers. That's all you get. It's like a black on black Charger. Wait, what time? When do you? You go down. You should go down to Clearwater, bro.
I'm gonna. Why? What's going on there?
Clearwater, bro. Just fucking watch the Phils of spring training.
True.
I need to get down there.
Well, now that South by Southwest is canceled, I think I'm gonna stay a couple days extra.
Oh, you should.
Down at
yeah.
Key West.
Yeah, you should.
That'll be sick.
Go to Clearwater, dude.
What can I do
I might go
for
down to
you?
Clearwater.
Phils warm up.
Check out the Phils. The Phils should be alright this year.
Dude,
I might be drained, dude. Wednesday, I'm gonna give it all. I'm gonna lay my life on the line on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Also, I have a new allegiance to a college football team. Fuck Notre Dame. This is all it took, dude. But I'll tell you what, if these boys are pranking me, and I get there and they pants me in front of all the beautiful baby girls, he pants me and film it.
If you drove 4 hours, they just showed your flaccid penis to a bunch of chicks. Like, fuck you guys.
Fuck you guys. It made me cry in front of college kids.
That would be so funny.
Oh, man. I don't know. It's embarrassing. It is kind of embarrassing.
The potential.
But I have to do it.
Yeah, you must, dude.
If you're a geezer and you're invited to a college party, you have to do it. Even if people are like, "How old are you, mister?" Like, don't worry about it, kids.
All right, all you gotta do is watch Old School, so you have plenty of funny
I'm
jokes.
just trying to be Drake, dude.
Plenty of funny jokes.
I'm just trying to be Drake.
You do it big in Miami, don't you?
That's all I do is Drake. What would Drake do in this moment? Would he
Touch his
Would he
kids.
go get fucked up and hang out with possibly underage kids?
It might be
Almost definitely.
a little too old for him.
True. I'm not. Well, I haven't reached his levels of greatness yet.
True.
I'm sure he dabbled with college kids at first.
You can't go to the prom.
I'm gonna start going back to.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I can't wait. Next week I'll give you the full report.
It's been a glorious week, dude.
But hopefully it doesn't get canceled. Last 2 weeks ago, my Wednesday was Rikers Island performance, Johnny Cash.
Dude, if you're down there and party, lots coming up, bro. Live shows, video.
Damn.
Shane going to the party, dude.
Shane going to the party.
Possibly waking up publicly disgraced the next day, dude.
I
Keep
could
it
be
tight,
disgraced
bro.
again.
Don't get Cosby down there. Keep it tight.
Don't get Cosby'd?
Yeah. I mean, like, get intoxicated to the point where
Yeah.
somebody sodomizes you.
If
What
one
if
of
you
the
got strap attacked?
players,
No, we've got strap attacked.
I'd have to allow it.
True.
With those beautiful angels.
True. I wake up like,
I don't know how it's gonna go. This weekend I kept it.
It'll be cool.
Kept it easy.
You'll be
Played
chilling.
it cool. Hopefully I can play it cool again.
You'll be chilling.
But I don't think I'm gonna be able to.
Prepare yourself.
I think a couple Bud Lights are gonna start flowing.
Be some Bud Lights, be some Coke, be some
And
X.
There could be
Some
some of those
Molly,
types
some
of things.
Coke.
I don't know, dude. My fat heart. I don't know if it can take it.
I would advise against it altogether.
What? Drugs?
Coke for
Drugs
sure.
rules, dude. Don't bother me.
Coke is the sucker
Coke
drug.
is pointless.
Sucker drug.
Coke is gay.
Sucker drug.
But
that's fucking chemsex stuff.
you get some hot baby girls.
True.
In bikinis.
No blue chews.
What do you mean no blue chews?
Bringing some
dude?
blueies?
I might need to.
Dude.
No, I don't have any blue chews. I never have blueies.
Got you.
I had one in the last year.
Dude.
I got a hold of one and used it right away.
I used to want to do a sketch that was a intervention for a blue chew thing, like a Viagra thing, and it was just a guy like, you're fucking hard right now,
Yeah,
aren't
you told
you?
me that.
The
It's
guy's
great.
like,
Somebody at
"Get
the
fuck
dinner
up."
table?
Yeah, he's like,
You're hard as a rock right now, aren't you?
I can see it. You're hard as shit.
Stand up.
Let me see.
I'm not hard, Dad. I'm not standing up. The dad's hard.
God damn, the
Dad's
idea.
also hard.
Yeah, idea stands up, dude.
Yeah, we should do that. That's
That'd
a
be
good
hilarious.
sketch. But yeah, party. I'm already nervous for it.
Yeah, that's a nervous party.
I'm gonna be embarrassed to be there.
We got to get over that.
Possibly rightfully so, but I can't. Gotta say yes to this
Just
party.
dude, just go and just bless it. Just go, guys. I'm just popping in. Just the whole
I think
time.
I'm staying in their house.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that changes things.
Yeah.
So you're going in there with like a duffel bag.
You're going with like a dad gym bag, like a Puma YMCA gym bag, dude.
You're going with a gym
You're
bag.
like, hey kids, what's
gym
going
bag
on?
and a backwards hat. Like, hey, what's up, guys?
Has anybody got any video games? We should set up like a FIFA tournament, like all the dudes in the house.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You guys got like hoverboards?
That
Oh man,
changes everything,
it
dude.
sucks. I think I'm gonna just get a hotel because I can't. The whole thing is I can't. You can't stay in the Rumpus house.
Crash, dude.
You can crash at the frat house.
I mean, you can, but it's just bringing in a duffel bag is a funny.
Oh fuck, dude!
Is
I'm
the
gonna have like a
pool-
rolly suitcase and a fucking tracksuit.
Oh, where's my room? You'll be like on the fucking couch.
I don't even want to do this.
You have to go.
I don't want to do this.
Get a hotel and just be like, I'm this guy, so I just want to pop and say hi, and then let them keep you there, and then have.
They were adamant about me coming.
Oh, dude.
I think they're gonna pants me and push me down. I think they're gonna cow tip me,
They
dude.
might
I think
haze
someone's gonna get behind me. They're gonna pants me and push me over.
Well met.
And all the beautiful baby girls on spring
Farewell.
break are gonna just point and
careful.
laugh at my
Stay
fat
strong.
penis, dude. My penis and my bushel of pubes, dude. I have so many pubes right now. I gotta trim my pubes, dude,
You should get
just in
waxed.
case I
You
get
should get
pants.
fully waxed, dude.
That would be worse, dude. If I was fully waxed, my penis was flopping around.
You just hit it with the glowworm.
Dude, if I get hazed by a fucking football team, I'll report them, dude.
Oh, you better.
I'm gonna report them
You
to the
better.
NCAA. I will report them to the NCAA.
Oh my god, dude! If you get pants, you
If I get pissed, I'm reporting to the NC Dubs.
just a penis on pubes, dude.
Penis on pube, dude. The old bird's nest, the egg in the nest, dude. This is the most embarrassing teams.
Imagine, dude, you'd have to stick around like the Jussie Smollett thing. You have to keep your pants down. So
You have to keep it out for the cops.
You have to see the penis on pubes. Dude.
Oh my god, dude.
You're like, I don't know. He showed up. He was showing penis on pubes. You think he would have like pulled his pants up or something? That's kind of weird. Oh my god,
Dude. I don't think I should do it.
You'd be like,
I might cancel my
you
fucking
gotta
flight,
go.
dude.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
I can't go. Dude,
The cop-
imagine, hold on. Imagine trying to talk to a college chick, dude. It's gonna be weird.
Yeah.
That whole thing is. I don't think I shouldn't talk to any of the girls. I should just stick with the fucking sick ass
Ignore all the
bros.
girls.
Have to ignore the girls.
You have to.
I got a good feeling they're gonna be ignoring me pretty hard. They're gonna say, "Who the fuck is that guy?"
Farewell.
I don't know, dude. They might be like, damn, dude, fucking famous racist comedian.
Who's that fucking racist? SNL sucks anyway. They're gonna be like fucking, and they're gonna say mean things.
Well, they're those babes. First of all, they're not gonna ignore you, bro.
I think they are.
There's gonna be some eyebrows lifting around.
They're
here.
gonna say, "Who's this like balding fat guy that's hanging out with us? Why is he here?"
No way, dude. You got to act the whole time. You got to show up a little late, and then act the whole time
I'm
like you're
getting
trying
there at 10
to leave.
a.m., bro. My flight gets in at 10 a.m. I made such a mistake
You're gonna
agreeing
get
to
there
this.
like before they even get the keys to their rental house.
I'll just be there early making phone calls. They're not answering. I'm like, I'm here, guys. I'm out front.
It's not a good start, guys.
Guys, I'm going to level with you. This stinks. Don't worry. I bought some fucking White Claws. I know you guys like that. You guys want me to order pizza? Anybody want pizza? Papa John's? Should I order Papa John's to the kid party? Dude, I can't go to this. You know I can't go to this.
have to,
You just want me to go because of how fucking embarrassing this is.
I don't think it'll be embarrassing.
Of course that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. You have to
I'm
go.
embarrassed now. I'm mad that I bought a fucking track pants.
You have to go.
Who do I think I am, dude?
You have to tell us so we can jerk off to it. All you got, you should tell them like I'm just gonna like paint a mental picture for it so all the dogs can catch a nice beat.
This is for the dogs.
We ca-
You have to say yes to this as a man.
You gotta, dude.
But boy, this is tough.
It's funny.
This is tough to do.
It's so funny, dude. It's so you should bring a laser pointer.
Well met.
Should I bring like should I bring like one of those like fog machines and like lasers to put in the living room and be like, figure we'd have a fucking dance party or something?
If you get bored, you should just like hit a laser pointer on the wall.
Caught this down at the boardwalk, dude. This thing's sick. Watch out, it'll blind you.
Shine it never.
This is illegal. This is illegal.
You should bring a bunch of like lightly illegal stuff, dude. Switchblade.
Hold on, real quick. Let me show you the slideshow, dude.
Oh my god.
This is the apartment.
Dude, you gotta get down there,
Bro.
man. You gotta get down. I mean, it's pussy headquarters, dude.
I shouldn't be near it.
You gotta get in there.
I'm one of the least people that I should not be near pussy headquarters.
True.
I don't belong there.
Well, you should ID
I'm a
him.
creep, dude.
You should ID him.
Should I work the aux?
You should.
Be like, yo, you guys want to hear some music?
You should
Put on Daft Punk.
Just take over YouTube and just make them watch fucking memes.
True.
You could
I
definitely.
could win them over with
You
my
should just
memes.
DJ the party. It's not a bad idea. It's like I'll guest DJ. That way you're like, you know, bring some Beats headphones.
This makes
plug them
no
into your phone.
dude, I think I'm getting pants. It makes no sense for them to be inviting me, dude. And I'm gonna keep my pubes long.
You should comb them.
So I have them gelled. Be like, I got you, dude. I knew you guys were bringing me down to pants me.
That'd be funny if you thought that, then you actually got pussies. You see like a butt cut pubes, and you're like, I thought I was gonna get pants.
I thought the guys were bringing me down to bully me, dude. The guys are so cool. The guys are so fucking cool.
You're so pretty. That'll be so funny, man. It'll be so fun to go down there.
It's giving me tons of anxiety.
The wheelie bag.
The wheelie fucking suitcase into this place. Like, what's up, guys? Hi. And they're, people
Get a hotel.
They're not gonna know who they're literally gonna be sitting there like,
no.
Why would that guy be here?
They're gonna while you're there.
People are gonna be mad at the guys who invited me.
No way.
They're gonna say, why the fuck would they bring
While
this
you're
weird
there,
dude here?
They're gonna turn on the podcast while you're there.
It's gonna be just us denying Sandy. Like, this shit slaps, bro. But yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, get a hotel and just go there and just be like, I got it, guys. I got it. And
I
just
have
let them,
to. I have to get a hotel.
Let them twist your. Yeah, I mean, you could in theory go chill there. I could see how that would feel a little weird. I don't like being like a guest where I don't know people. I'd feel real weird.
Especially a guest at a college party.
Yeah, exactly. Get a hotel and pop by. That way you can pop by and be like, I just want to say hi, and then let them be like, come on, stay, and be like, for a little, and let the night takes you wherever it takes you. That'd be sweet if you fucked one of the football players.
If I filmed it, I'm gonna dox the fuck out of these kids.
Yeah.
I'm gonna film everything.
You should record.
I keep saying dox in the wrong. It's
you should hot
I'm
mic.
not using it correctly.
You should hot mic everything and expose.
That's
them.
what I mean.
You should expose them all.
I'm gonna ruin this football program.
That'd be the ultimate thing to do for Notre Dame. They're the Hurricanes, right?
We're not naming the team.
Oh, excuse me. There's a couple of different Boise State.
You think it's Boise State? You think I'm going down with the Broncos?
Yeah,
Broncos spring break on the blue turf. Should I dye my pubes? The school colors.
Oh, because it's spring break.
That's the
So I was
ultimate.
thinking it was necessarily the team in that state. It's not. I got
It could be any team.
Gotcha. It's a team on spring break. No doubt.
Well, you could always catch.
I know there's going to be kids that graduated there.
Sure.
That's who I'm friends with.
Sure. Oh, okay.
So I'm not going to be I'm going to be significantly the oldest dude there.
Sure. Well, you could age appropriate. Go to Clearwater, bro.
I should
pull your
go.
pants
I
up.
should go.
Pull your pants
put
up.
some khakis on and a Phillies coach's polo and watch some fucking spring training.
Watch people throw a ball around.
I'll never
Watch
forgive it.
baseball
Dude,
practice.
If I turn down if I turned down this party, I don't think I could forgive myself.
You can't. The turd wouldn't. What would the turd say to do?
The turd would be already in Miami right now.
True. True.
I almost. He was begging to get on. He was asking me to come.
Oh, for sure.
He was like, "Wait, when are you going to Florida?"
Oh man.
That's turd heaven.
Damn, the turd is salivating for pussy, bro. I mean.
Hey, how
who
you
isn't,
doing?
Look, this isn't about the sniz, dude. This is
It's about football.
This is only
God.
about my love of
Keep it
football.
real.
I'm just gonna ask. I'm gonna be popping so many cues about.
Bring a ball.
Time is money, friend.
That'd be tight.
Start running routes on the beach and fall.
Have a good one.
Dude, that'd be sick if I fell and my Martinez fell out again.
Oh fuck.
My Martinez falls out the whole time. You ever see that documentary? It's old. It's on HBO. It's called "There's Something Wrong with Anti-Ann."
No.
Bro.
Anti-Ann. Who's that?
So she was a lady from, I think they were from like Long Island.
Yeah.
It's the craziest story in the fucking world. So, she and her husband, and their two kids, and their 3 nieces.
So his last 5 starts, 8 earned runs and 22 innings pitched, and he loves pitching here at Citi Field. His ERA is 2.61.
J.P. Crawford, who homered last night, is the only left-hand hitter in there against Peterson.
JP on the button, base hit. Right field. Good start for the Mariners.
Julio Rodriguez, 33 hits in that 14-game hitting streak. Peterson hits one sharply. Great stop by Lindor. The backhand flip to Mauricio. They don't turn 2, but Lindor with a spectacular play to rob Rodriguez of a base hit and get the first out. 113 miles an hour off the bat, and Lindor was equal to it. Eugenio Suarez. And it's on the ground to short, a chance for 2. Lindor to Mauricio, and a low throw handled by Alonso.
And what happened to Castillo as a Cy Young Haggerty? And he overran, he lost it. Oh boy, Nimmo, fast runner, hustling all the way. He's at second base. That's a terrible feeling. I got it, and then what happened to it? He was in good shape, and then Nimmo's aboard his Francisco Lindor. He did not check the swing. Cal throws the first to complete it. K2-3, 1 out. Bouncing ball, JP. Get the out at first, 2 down. Nimmo to third, and there's Pete Alonso. Popped it up. Gino is under it, backing up, makes the 2-hand catch, and that'll do it. Runner stranded. We go to inning number 2. Tasker Hernandez. He's swinging a hot bat. He's going to run number 20. Nimmo going back, giving ground on the track. It's gone. Teoscar Hernandez with another home run, and the Mariners have a 1-0 lead. Home run number 24 for Teo. Teoscar Hernandez is on fire. Boy, he can drive a baseball. Teo, 10-game now, an 11-game hitting streak, 6 home runs, 16 RBIs. That's a big hay now, and I picked up that trident when I was passing through the that thing's heavy.
That's heavy. And that is going to retire the side of the hard hit ball by Vientos. He's out number 3. We go to the top of the 3rd here at Citi Field in Flushing. It's the Mariners 1 and the Mets.
Hammered, going back Nimmo on the track, jumps, can't get it. Here in the Mariners 3rd, there's Teo. And add to that total right there, 3-0 Mariners, another base knock and an RBI for Teoscar Hernandez. Didn't have to do too much, put it in play hard somewhere, and the result is on the money.
Alonso whips one into left field, and the Mets have a leadoff base runner in the 4th. And Vogelbach skipped out of the way, or did he get hit? He got hit, and that'll put 2 men on. So now DJ Stewart tying run at the plate. Gets this one in the air to deep center field. Back goes Rodriguez looking up at the wall. It's out of here! DJ Stewart with a 3-run homer ties the game. The late season surge of DJ Stewart continues. A massive 3-run homer to tie the game at 3. Number 10 for Stewart is 9th in his last 15 games. So just like that, the Mets strike back.
Runners at the corners, 1 out. Well, you got Teo coming to the plate, and he's feeling great. Home run and an RBI single. That going to be deep enough. JP is back ready to tag. He's tagging. Here comes Stewart to throw. It is not in time. Scoring standing up. JP Crawford, another RBI for Teoscar Hernandez. And the Mariners are back in front. It's 4-3 Seattle. Ty France leads off for the Mariners here in the 6th. He get hit? He sure did. Dunk on it.
Man, that looked like maybe it got off the elbow, that funny bone area.
You know it.
And Ty looks like he's in some pain.
He's got to shut it down. Gee. Mike Ford will take over, and he'll play first base. There's Dom Canzone. He's going to pinch hit for Dylan Moore. He'll stay in and play right field. Dom deep down the right field line. That ball is gone. A 2-run homer for Dom Canzone. And the Mariners have a 6-3 lead. Off the bench, Dom Can, and he zoned it. Off the bench with a pinch hit 2-run jack.
This is a great at-bat.
Great AB by Sam Haggerty. Worked the walk. There's Julio, 2 out, runner at 3rd. Off the plate. Could be a tough play. Julio digging, and he's safe, and a run scores. And the Mariners lead is 7-3. RBI for Julio. His 2nd tonight, 89th on the season. Home base played a big part. Sam Haggerty, a lot of attaboys dapped up in the dugout.
Home 6th inning, Mark Vientos leads off. Vientos drives one deep center field. Back goes Rodriguez near the wall. It's out of here. Mark Vientos, his 4th home run. And this was a tape measure home run. 2 high to Narvaez. And there's the second walk of the night issued by Castillo. So now Lindor has gone 0 for 3 tonight. That's ripped down the left field line, headed toward the pole, and it's out of here! Lindor clanks one off the foul pole for a 2-run homer. And the Mets are right back in it again. It's now 7-6. 25 home runs, 25 steals for Lindor. First Met to do that since Carlos Beltran in 2008. 2 out. And now Lindor, who got the Mets within a run. And he threw him a changeup that was in the dirt for ball 4. And so the Mets get the tying run aboard with Lindor. And McNeil coming up. And he rips one to deep right field. Back goes Canzone. It's in play off the wall. Lindor around third. He's going to score. McNeil digging for third. He's got an RBI triple. And the Mets have tied the game in the bottom of the 8th. Jeff McNeil unloads his third.
Crawford all season long has come up with some big hits, and this is huge right here for them.
Come all the way back again. It's 7-7.
J.P. Crawford leading off the top of the 9th inning.
JP, deep to right. Goodbye, JP Crawford. And the Mariners have an 8-7 lead here in the 9th.
J.P. Crawford all season long has come up with some big hits, and this is huge right here for the Mariners. Well timed. They really needed that extra run and a leadoff homer for him.
Justin Topa for the last 3 outs here, 9th inning. He's got 5, 6, and 7. Vogelback 0 for 3, hit by a pitch, run scored. And guess what? No sooner do you say that, Bogey, of all people, gaps one left center field. And Bogey, they might have a chance to get him. They do! Vogelback thrown out at second, 1 down here in the 9th. Great relay. Sam, JP, Josh Rojas, 1 out.
1 out, here's Stewart. And Stewart wraps one up the middle for a base hit. Stop it first! And Stewart does, and the Mets have the tying run aboard with 1 out. Red Beatty announces the pinch hitter for Arauz.
Popped it up. Gino's got room. 2 down. Back in New York City. 2 out. Game on the line. The 3-2 pitch. Comebacker. This is going to put an end to it. Mariners win it. 8-7. Justin Topa shuts it down here in the 9th.
Nieces.
Yeah.
They were like at a campground. The next morning, they wake up. They have breakfast. Him and his wife have breakfast, coffee together. He leaves, drives separate. She's taking a van with the kids home. And then on the way home, she freaks out and drives into oncoming. She gets on the wrong lane of the highway and goes 70 straight down the highway, straight into another car.
What the fuck?
Kills everyone. It makes no sense. And then they're like,
she just did this for no reason.
Then they found a bottle of vodka in the van, and like her blood alcohol was like 0.19. She was fucking hammered and had weed in her system.
Okay.
And they were like, she wasn't a drinker. Like, this is just, it makes no sense as to why she did this.
She just lost it.
And they had like a phone call with her that you don't have the recording of it, but it's like, she was like incoherent, not drunk.
Okay.
Just like saying different words.
Go on.
She was losing her mind. She had like delirium.
What the
and
fuck?
like, it's terrifying. And there's footage, there's footage of her at like a gas station just walking in, totally normal, not fucked up. She's like, do you have any Tylenol? Because she was starting to get a headache. And then walks back to her car. Then she was at a McDonald's, and the guy that talked to her was like, yeah, I do remember talking to her. She was definitely not drunk. And then she chugged a bottle of vodka and drove, not erratically either. She wasn't like driving erratic. She just drove straight down the fucking highway, going 70 into oncoming.
Oh,
brutal,
dude.
bro. It was like one of those, and then yeah, man. Then they're talking like the people that like saved, or like the kid got out. One of the kids survived.
There was kids in the car?
Yeah, there was a van full of kids.
Oh, fuck.
She drove a van full of kids.
She died?
Yeah.
Seatbelt on or no?
I think they all got a jacket. I mean, she was going 70 on the highway into oncoming traffic. Like the car fucking exploded.
Imagine being the first car. I'm like, no. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, but they interview all the like dudes that, like, they have that Long Island accent. They're like, there's a fucking van full of kids down here, like crying and shit. It's so sad. The little
all
boy
the kids
survived.
Died? One kid
Survived. The little boy was like under a pile of kids. That's how he survived.
He got shielded by
the burning van. He was like underneath the other kids.
Yeah, people
that were
melt.
dead.
People melt.
Yeah, dude.
in those
Holy
things.
fuck. You gotta watch this documentary. They were trying to
the
figure out maybe
fuck?
she had like an abscess tooth.
Oh, that can go to your brain.
Fucked
Yeah.
her brain up. Maybe
But
they
the
don't know.
pain usually is so immense from a tooth like that. You get like crazy pain first.
Well, that's what they were saying. She was like rubbing her jaw for a while. She did have an abscess tooth. She did have
Okay.
that. No, like, is it possible that caused her like her brain?
Did they examine her brain?
The coroners were just like, the autopsy was like, all right, 0.19 blood alcohol, and that's with a belly full of vodka that didn't metabolize yet. So it would have been even higher. Like, she just chugged a bottle of vodka and had weed in her system. And like, she didn't smoke or drink like that.
Whoa.
It was weird.
Where'd she get her hands on the weed that quickly?
I mean, I think she smoked like
Every now-
occasionally. They
here
said.
and there, yeah. Jesus, dude. So yeah, the weed was just lingering in her system.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened to Spudman. He had an abscess. I mean, he didn't drive his van into oncoming traffic, but he had an abscess tooth, and he got like horrible pain. He went down there like, dude, if you'd waited, this would have fucking killed you, because it'll go and infect your brain.
Unreal.
That's weird.
Watch the documentary though. It's like,
I know someone who had a.
well, I mean, that's the whole documentary.
I know someone who had a brain.
They
tumor.
don't solve it.
I know someone who had a brain tumor.
Yeah.
And like got involved in like a big scandal, and then through the scandal ended up going to a doctor and finding out he had a brain tumor. So
And that's why he
no
was
one
being a
really
fucking
knew like
moron?
what happened. Yeah, they're like, was this the brain tumor that started this up,
Or are
was
you
this...
a piece of shit?
Yeah, I mean, it was the moves he made. I thought were pretty fucking sick, but
You're not allowed to discuss the moves.
I mean, I can discuss them. It was basically like, you know, it was like he had a wife, and they like there was some infidelity that happened. He had like he was like doing like road dogging for like business. I think like consultancy and stuff.
He was slinging dick.
Slinging dick out on the road. So he had like a work babe, and then his wife was like, dude, what the fuck? She checked the credit card, saw he was buying his work babe credit like stuff.
Yeah.
And he was like kind of embezzling money from the company and buying his side piece money. So he was frauding the company to pay for his side piece.
Baller. All right, so this
He's a
is not,
sick
dude,
fucking
this
dude.
is not
Dude's the
tumor.
man.
This is not the tumor.
Dude's the man. And it was like I wasn't a big fan of his marriage in general. So this dude got.
So you
this
were
dude-
delighted with this?
I heard this and I was like, I knew he fucking had it.
You
in him.
knew he
This
was
is
a
great.
dog.
But then something happened where like he went, they checked his brain tumor, took it out, and now dude just chills, chills with his new bae.
Sick.
Great life. It was I think his tumor, his
Saved
bae
his
might have
life?
caused a tumor.
Ah, you think his bae nagged
His brain
so
protected
much?
itself. It was just like,
I can't keep hearing this.
another brain grew and was like, I got a fucking plan. I got a way out of
Yeah,
this,
dude.
dude. Yeah, it was a baller fucking move. Full support.
Another documentary I just
Yeah.
watched. You might like.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you'll definitely like it. It's on HBO. It's about the girl who texted that dude into killing himself.
Oh, I heard about
It's
that,
so
dude.
fucking funny, bro.
I heard about that.
Dude, the prosecutors, like, the way they tried to frame it was like they brought in all of her high school friends to be like, she was an attention whore. Everybody hated her. Her fucking friends hated her. They brought her friends from high school onto the stand, and they were like, did you have any intention of hanging out with her this summer? And they're like, no, Your Honor, I did not like her. Like, she had all. That's how
What?
the state tried to prosecute her. They brought in her friends to be like,
She sucks?
No, she was a loser. It's like, oh.
They're like, she sucks enough to have done this.
I mean, she was a fucking weirdo. But it was interesting because the kid also was texting her forever that he was going to kill himself.
Yeah.
So one day, finally, she was like, yeah, you should kill yourself. But there's no law against that. You can text people whatever the fuck. There's no murder for texting someone.
What did they give this lady?
She got fucking manslaughter.
What?
Yeah, bro.
But wasn't she like, kill
First degree,
yourself
though.
for me?
No, she was like, he got out of the car while it was running, and she was like, stop being a bitch, get back in there. And he did it.
What?
But he had told her for like 2 years that he was going to fucking kill
Were they
himself.
dating?
All the time. It was long. They were like texting all day, every day. That's it.
That's sick and twisted, dude.
It's wild, man.
For
You gotta see
bae
it.
to be
And
like,
she becomes a cute bae, too. She was a little chunky in high school. Post like all this clear like depression and anxiety. She's pretty hot. She's got a very
When'd she
unique
get out?
look. You would hate her look.
Why?
She looks like a classic wasp bitch.
man,
You would hate her. I like
that's
it.
my anti.
She looks like a real fuck dude. If she
I feel like
texted
that's
me,
who tells people to kill themselves.
she would text me and be like, "You should kill yourself." I'd be
We
like,
should
"Oh,
let
yeah?"
O'Connor date her and let O'Connor jack her up on the yacht, dude.
Her versus O'Connor, and he would be dead in a fucking
You think he'd
week.
kill himself pretty quickly?
Bro, He's close
Really?
already.
You think so?
I push him. I push him. I might get charged with the same thing.
You call him every morning.
I call him every day. Just
Kill
like,
yourself.
dude. You should think about killing yourself.
Then they'll interview you and like fucking Abby, like he was really mean to me on like stand-up show.
Yeah, if things weren't going well for him, he really took it out on his closest, whoever's the closest to him, in proximity. He'll swing at.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, this lady is, dude. You gotta watch it. It's actually really fun.
That sounds fucking awesome.
But the defense, and they all have this like Boston accent that took place up there. So they're all like, Your Honor, there's no law against this, Your Honor. She's just texting him. Like,
She's just telling him to kill himself.
Tell me if you pick up on it if you watch it. Her attorney, he's trying to fuck her.
Really?
He loves,
Probably did. Probably
he
did.
loves this girl.
Prove it, bro. Fucking kill
Exactly.
yourself.
He should kill himself. She didn't say for me.
She just said kill yourself.
But she did set herself up to be like, she was like, the prosecution did a really good job of being like, she did this for attention. And she did. It was weird. She did a lot of stuff. She had like a
Did she go on Facebook?
charity
and
baseball game for him in her hometown.
Stop,
In
dude.
her hometown, not his. Which, it
What do
just was
you-
all about her.
What do you do with that?
This is
I mean-
pure, dude, this is the Passad.
Oh.
Fully Passad.
I mean, that shit back in the day, you would be able to just kill someone for. You're like, look, we don't have any laws for this.
Yeah.
This sucks so
Oh,
bad.
The fucking documentary did that, dude. They were like, they had this one psychologist on there. It was like, he had like the exact accent you would think for this. He's like, men are afraid of women. They have been forever. Like he's like men fear women.
Yeah.
Like there used to be witch trials for this type of thing. He's like, men deep down are horrified of women. This is a witch hunt. Is basically what he like. They tried to claim like sexism.
Yeah.
It's like no, because if this was a dude, we'd be coming down way harder.
Oh, but they gotta be crushed.
There's like a cute girl that's getting prosecuted. I'm just sitting there like, no, free her.
Free her, dude.
Let her go, dude. She's mine.
Well, that was then this is. I think I said it wrong before, but I was saying that was Spud's. That's what I thought his theory was. If like Tulsi Gabbard had to debate Trump, old dudes wouldn't want to see Trump being mean to like a hot young chick. They'd all kind of
Ooh.
intrinsically want to kind of defend her and be
but
like,
Hill
"Whoa,
Dog,
take
yeah,
it easy."
exactly right.
Hill Dog, you can
Hill Dog
crush
looked like everybody's wife, and they were like, "Yo,
Fuck her.
finish her, dude." God, finally someone tells this bitch to shut up.
But yeah, that was I think I misrepresented it the one time. But his
No, you're
theory,
exactly right.
his theory was that America, like dudes, aren't going to want to watch like a hot young woman get like chastised and derided. They're gonna
That happens-
they're gonna instinctually be like, "Oh, how about you fucking take it easy?"
That happens
creep?"
with
'Cause
juries.
They're all gonna want to kind of fuck.
That
her.
happens with juries a lot too. Like
Oh,
if
hot
a
chicks
woman,
might
if
never
a
get
hot chick like
prosecuted.
crying on the stand or something, the jury's like, "Oh, we believe her."
Put a
Yeah.
bunch of 45-year-old fat chicks up there, dude. They'll fry. It should be should be tarred and feathered.
Shoot, immediately, yeah, they'd bring that back. They'd
Damn.
put her in the stockade.
For sure, dude.
They went no jury. The
The
defense.
judge should.
No, the girl wanted no. They wanted no jury because they were like, it was smart too because the lawyer was like, "There's no crime.
Yeah.
We can't make up a crime retroactively. What she did wasn't illegal."
Well, couldn't they do like a landmark case kind of thing?
Yeah, but you can't do that. You can't just decide something's illegal during a case like
I
that.
feel like that could be negligence on some way because it's like you could argue this is a mentally ill person, and you're.
She's mentally ill.
True.
They're
yeah.
both mentally
yeah,
ill,
They're both
and
fucking
also
nuts.
minors.
Oh God, yeah.
She was a minor.
What was did they interview her parents at all?
No, they were there though. You see them.
Really?
I think they're. But yeah, it's like
So she was throwing like.
the full fucking.
Did she say like
all
my
the text
boyfriend killed
messages.
himself and I want to
Yeah,
like?
she was doing Facebook posts of like, I'm so fucking sad. Oh my god, I miss you so much. Like all that stuff about him.
What?
She was getting the likes, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she was doing exactly.
How many likes she get?
Not many. I think she was kind of a loser. People didn't like her.
That sucks. Imagine that.
I like her. I'm gonna, dude. If things
She's
go
hot
well,
now?
if things go well career wise, I am gonna
Bro,
try
that
to
would
date
be
her.
bae, dude.
That is bae.
That's the new Kardashian.
Me, I'm gonna find. Fuck, I forget her name. I gotta find her name. Me and this bae are gonna be together.
That's the new Kardashian, dude.
I might start writing her now.
Do it.
I can just forward
There's gonna
this
be a
link.
lot
I can
of
forward
dudes.
this link to the. She's in jail now. I might send this link to her. Be like, peep the cast. This
Get
is the
into
New
it. Yeah,
Testament.
get into it.
The New
Put some money
Testament.
on her books and get her a cell phone. Well, how long did she's in jail for?
Not long.
Yeah, she'll be out.
2 years, 3 years. She'll be out just in time for me to be like, "Come on, babe.
That'd be perfect.
I got places to go with you and me." I think I'd be a pretty easy target to talk into suicide. It took me a second to think about it. All it would take would be like one conversation. I'd be like, "Yeah, I guess so."
You would call her and be like, I don't know, I'm just kind of stressed. She's like, yeah, what floor are you on right now? And you're like,
Yeah.
What? Why?
She's like, "I heard falling doesn't hurt that bad."
Yeah, it would be easy too for like
Michelle Carter, dude. Me and Michelle Carter are gonna be in love.
especially as a dude hit like their 40s and 50s, a chick could pretty easily talk you into killing yourself.
Yeah.
Like,
Or
that'd be tough.
Conrad Roy, dude. Oh, I forgot she went short-haired on this. Michelle cut her hair. I don't like it.
Who?
Oh man, I forgot how crazy her face was.
Who cut her hair?
Look at my bae, dude.
Damn.
What do you think
dude.
of bae?
She has like wasp asshole face, just like Draco Malfoy.
She does. She absolutely is Slytherin. Look at Slytherin, dude. You don't like her.
I don't know. I mean, what she did is kind of hot. Talking to dude into killing himself, then taking all of the. Oh my god, dude.
Yes.
I mean, I like what she's about. Forced suicide and then reaping all the benefits.
Bro. For suicide and then getting online and being like, "I'm so sad. Life's so hard. I'm so hard."
It's hot. That's hot, dude. I can get into that. I can get into the deprivation of it all.
She's so sad now. Do you think me and Michelle Carter are gonna date for a while?
For sure. Dude, you could really brighten her day. Like, everyone makes mistakes.
We all make mistakes. You sent a bunch of bad texts.
I mean, how was the thing?
Who hasn't?
The guy was constantly like, I'm going to fucking kill myself. I'm going to
For
kill
a while.
myself.
For like a year. And she would be like, "No, definitely don't. Definitely don't." Like, all the time.
So what was the switch?
I don't know.
She probably...
The fucking psychologist who was clearly pussy defending
Sure.
came up with some good answers.
Yeah.
He was like, she was in a delusional state also and thought she was helping.
Could be. Slightly, and then she was like, "Yeah, might as well reap all the benefits."
Yeah, then it's like she sure snapped out of it right away.
Dude, this is about my favorite time of year, man. It's cold, the bays, dude. I was laughing the other day
You like the
thinking
cold bays?
I'm thinking about how
bays bundled up, dude.
that and how like watch my favorite thing. I think around the same time this year I was talking about this, dude. Bays walking to work early in the morning, and how dude just like feminism does not exist before noon,
face.
dude.
Oh man.
You catch a bae in like 42 degrees walking to the bus or walking to work. They're just mean mugging. Just it's like a fucking eagle beak, dude. They're just walking to work
yeah.
like,
dude.
Like a dude could literally at 7 a.m. fly a helicopter down and be like, "Get in, you fucking slut," and they'd be like, "All right, fine,
I'm in.
I'm in.
can't go
Fuck
to work."
this." Yeah, if a dude with like a Hawaiian flower necklace was like, "Get in, bitch."
Yeah, historically, bays aren't ready for this. This is a new. We're treading on some new territory here, sending bays to the workplace.
It is.
It's a new experience.
Peterson got crushed when they were like, "Well, you're saying men and women can't work together." He was like, "It hasn't been demonstrated. We don't know yet. It's
let's
very
find
new.
out."
It's very new." And people are like, "Oh, how dare you?"
Native American men farmed
Yeah.
and women hunted.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
It's like, huh?
What are you talking about?
Wait, you saw that, dude?
What was the point of that?
Dude, it's. I really think too. It's like, especially with like pregnant women, like they
Dude, why are you
shouldn't.
trying to fucking distract me from Michelle Carter and me?
We're just all the same
Michelle
stuff.
Carter and me.
This
dude,
is all the
imagine
same
Michelle
stuff.
bundled up on the way to work.
Bro, give her a kid, dude.
I will. She'll raise my son.
Bundled up to work. Where the fuck is she gonna get a job? Have you any prior convictions? Be like, actually, yeah, I was featured on a documentary.
Yeah. You can catch me on HBO. Yeah, those are her credits. She's got better credits than me.
What's up with that lady? Remember the lady who killed her kids, or was like, accused of killing her kids a while back? Everyone hated her, and like she kept being found out like partying and stuff.
Casey Anthony.
Casey Anthony
Casey killed her daughter.
Yeah, she's
a
looker.
bad girl. Dude.
She's a looker.
I do like her. I like the way she handled what she
What's
did.
good with
too.
her? They let her out of the news.
She killed her kid and then went out and like partied for a while.
Yeah, like she was out like seen like a weekend after like laughing at a bar having a good old. Dude, the guy who got a picture of her having a good old is so funny.
Dude,
she was probably at like a regular like tiki bar out in the suburbs.
She's down.
Got hammered.
She's down in Florida.
She's in
a
Florida
girl, dude. It is the Sunshine State. You
She-
can't. How are you supposed to be sad? Even let's say your kid dies. You live in Florida, dude. Go out and catch some rays. Have fun, man.
Go out to the fucking.
She's gonna have some fun.
She's at the PF Chang's outdoor bar
Come on.
having a laugh.
Your
Didn't
Honor.
she? She like started dating right away too.
Yeah, I mean, she clearly killed her kid.
She clearly was unburdened and free.
Yeah.
Damn, that's the sickest of the sick, dude. Dude.
Did you hear another duck boat accident hit?
In Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah.
17 dead, dude.
Yeah, well,
Philly we had our own little duck boat prom. People are still going out on them.
I love duck boats. I've never been on one.
I mean, I don't know if I trust them anymore. There's been a lot of duck boats. It's like definitely not the leading cause of death in America, but it's like
It's up there.
it's about 34 now.
As far as modes of transportation go, you're very likely to die on a duck boat.
Well, I'd say you should just keep cars out of water in general. There's a good chance if you drive a car in the water, whether it's duck, whether
Or-
it's an amphibious vehicle or
Or your
not.
kids are in the back seat and you just roll it into a lake.
That too.
And you're a mom.
I wonder if they thought their vehicle was amphibious.
Those moms.
Those distraught mothers. Man, that's so fucked up.
What,
That's the
killing your
gamble you
kid?
take with the chick, man. She might kill your kids.
True. There's a lot of talk, like a lot of stand-up comedians like have jokes like, "We trust men not to kill us because that's the leading cause of death." It's like, yeah, well, we also trust you guys to. We leave you alone with our kids.
And you might drown them.
And you might toss them in the microwave.
You don't have dads doing that, dude. Not that
You
I hear
don't?
of. Well, they beat them.
Dads will fuck the kids.
Dad's got a whole other
Dads
agenda.
will make love to the kids.
Dad's got a whole other agenda. But the fucking...
trying to fucking fight.
I'm not saying dads are perfect. They might play a secret game.
They might play the secret game.
Women, for some reason, just... I don't know what that is.
They might play Tickle Monster.
They might play Tickle Monster, dude.
But mom's playing, you know.
Hold your breath.
Hold your breath
You know
in the
that's what
bathtub.
baptisms were originally?
What?
You hold someone underwater until the point where they're about to pass out, and then you bring them up. So you give them a near-death experience and pop them out of the water.
Really? Who told you that?
Just an audiobook I was listening to about LSD therapy. No big deal.
That seems legit. There you go. Then.
I can't imagine having a mental illness that you drastically need to get fixed, but you found the entire time.
Time he's putting this super extroverted personality on TV, that there was just nothing there and it just mentally ravaged him. So this is literally nothing new. The guy obviously needs to get off of streaming. He needs to do anything else with his life, but he's not going to because, like so many of us, he loves the attention. So he'll live with his choices.
Fair enough.
James.
Destiny, what you got?
There's something between like personal responsibility and audience responsibility that I'm getting at here, and I think it's gonna be like coworker or colleague or friend responsibility.
Even if I take this walk alone.
I don't think that the responsibility is necessarily on the audience to police it, because if anything, I'd say realistically, because this is never going to happen. I mean, I fully admit that I will watch these breakdowns and I will laugh the entire time. Whether I'm watching Fuzi or Ice Poseidon or Darius and Xena, I'm here for all of it, okay? I will watch it, I will laugh along, I might even subscribe. The content creators themselves are probably never going to stop because, like Brianna said, there is just an unbelievable amount of reward for it. And if mental illness travels well with any partner, that partner would be attention-seeking behavior. So that's never going to change. I think that the only people that realistically could do something to stop this would be the friends and coworkers of these people. I think that more so than chastising people like Fuzi, the people we should really come down on are the mentally well people around them that are leeching off of the mental health episodes. I think those are the most disgusting people in these situations. And that's how I feel about it.
Guess we'll get into it as we go. Not so erudite. What you got?
Yeah, it's probably not like overly novel. I think exploiting mentally ill people is bad, obviously, and I think so. The main people who I think have an issue with is going to be anybody around them that's enabling them. So in the Kanye West situation, I think like Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos were trying to like milk his manic episode as much as possible. That was really messed up. And then I think content creators who are bringing them on to platform them like personally directly with the goal of specifically like exploiting them and like triggering them and getting them to say crazy stuff while they're manic. I think those people are pretty shit too. I don't really have an issue with viewers. I don't really have an issue with people covering it like secondhand. I think it's mostly on people who are like actively and intentionally trying to exploit the individual.
Okay, the people who cover this content, they have no responsibility. We'll see how it goes for them. Speaking of covering mentally ill people, Turkey Tom, welcome. How's it going?
How's it going? Yeah, I guess I'm in somewhat of a unique position to talk about this because I have made hundreds of thousands of dollars talking about, I don't know, crazy people online. My basic position is that, you know, if you actively engage with the person in question, like let's say I was, you know, calling FouseyTube on stream and trying to convince him that his paranoid delusions were valid and telling him that I sent in his girlfriend, which one guy actually did, I think that would be pretty fucked up. But I think if you're just talking about him, you don't have a real responsibility to positively or negatively influence him. You probably shouldn't go tell people to harass him and fuck with him in real life or anything like that. But beyond that, I don't think that I have any real responsibility to help FouseyTube's mental health. I don't know him. I'll never meet him. I just want to talk about him online, and he is a public figure. I think the responsibility for his mental health should fall upon the people in his life. You know, his mom, his dad, his friends, rather than random content creators. Yeah.
I honestly think like it's okay because we're bringing awareness to it, so I think it's kind of okay to cover it at least, but like exploiting it in the sense of like if you're bringing them on stream and you know they're not okay and like they're self-harming, that's different. If you're like, look at this chick, oh, she's cutting herself, that's different. But if someone's having like episodes and you're bringing them on and talking to them and forcing like talking about it, like bringing mental illness awareness to the platform, like that's different. I don't care.
A lot of people don't care. Wow, this is a kind of.
We needed a big. I just realized because you made that comment and now I see it. We're all kind of in the same boat, and that all of us make money covering mentally ill people. Why didn't we bring? We needed some.
I don't.
Yeah, today I have brought you together, right, to kind of demonstrate as kind of like an example of how little, like how much money incentivizes us not to give a shit about other people.
I don't think it's just money. Like, we don't know this guy. I don't know this guy. I'll never meet him. He's a 35-year-old man. He's double my age.
It's
Should I have to
also-
be responsible for his mental health?
We're truly talking about the human condition here. Like everybody is drawn to these types of like dramatic people breaking up and like breaking up like mentally and like all the crazy shit. Like Brianna said earlier, like some of those popular shows. I think it's Brianna that brought this up, like Jerry Springer and Maury and stuff. That's not an accident, right? It's not an accident that people watch Jersey Shore because they want to see the crazy fights and the people cheating on each other and everything else. So, yeah, I don't think we're unique here at all.
I have compassion for somebody. Like there was a police video I saw recently of like a teenager that was high on some drugs and they were in a situation with the cops, right? They're having a breakdown. You know, this is a situation I had empathy for, right? As a child, they're getting their start in the world, they're not making a choice. That is a very different situation than a 35-year-old man who, if you watch his content, he's clearly addicted to the attention in a crazy way. He's got every single opportunity to go get better. He's got therapists. He has made hits on H3H3 about his path to better mental health. And I know this sounds like a Republican talking point, but at some point, I do believe in personal responsibility for adults. I also think that in this space, one of the best things I've seen is mocking truly terrible people. I'm not going to bring up two people that I'm thinking of, but Destiny, they've been two figures in your saga, and I think it has been really good for everybody to look at their behavior and just obliterate them because it is so far out of the bounds of anything that is normal, healthy, moral, anything. So I do think mocking is a moral action in a lot of situations.
I think my pushback here, I'm going to take the very progressive cuck position, is I think one of the issues is that it is so hard. We see people like XQC even on Dr. K's talk. It is so hard to break any sort of feedback system that is rewarding you with attention. Even the money is secondary. The attention is unbelievable. I can't imagine. I always said this. Believe it or not, at one point in my life, I was quite narcissistic. If I would have started streaming when I was like 16, I can't imagine how horrible of a person I would be to have that much reinforcement, that much social validation, that much, because when you streaming is truly like the maker or breaker of your psyche. Because when you push that go live button and you make money, people are basically like, I love you, I support you, and I'm giving you money because I like you so much. Even if it's hate watching, even if it's people that say they don't like you. So I can't imagine having a mental illness that you drastically need to get fixed, but you found a way to capitalize off of and make money off of that mental illness, and you're getting so much positive validation and reinforcement for having it.
And what's even worse, perhaps, is the people who see these smaller creators, right? And then will publicly platform them and showcase them and spotlight them, do whole documentary series on them, right? And this just draws more and more attention. It's like supplying a heroin addict with heroin. Yes, it's, again, at some point they have to take responsibility, but what responsibility do the people supplying the drug to the addict have in this case? Zena, you wanted to say something? You had your hand up.
I was gonna say something about like the age factor. Like if you're going like the teenager getting caught with drugs, having a mental breakdown in the back of the car. That's the video you're talking about, right? It
Mhm.
doesn't mean she had any mental disorder. She was making the decision to run around gangbang. Like I've seen her Instagram. Like she was gang banging. She had a breakdown because she got caught. I'm saying that as someone who got caught doing crime. Like she only had a breakdown because she got caught. It's not like she was struggling and doing drugs and caught up in this lifestyle. Versus how you made comment about somebody being 30 years old. That means he's been struggling. He's been this live streamer, as Destiny said. He's been having this attention, monetizing off his mental health or his mental instability all this time. So it's programmed now in his mind that it's okay to take breaks from your medication and go crazy because it's money, it's attention, da da da. Versus a girl who's selling drugs with her boyfriend gets caught and has a breakdown in the car because she's facing prison. I don't think that that's really comparable and the same because we don't know her mental state. We don't know if she's having any actual issues. So I don't think that that was really a fair assessment. And then I also wanted to say I agree with Destiny on that about the streaming and monetizing off
The trans app.
Every time I listen to these treat black people like animals. When a new black member comes in here and they see the mountains of just disparaging liberal, having a conversation about like he wanted to have this debate with some black people about uh, Armenians. It's very specific in
What he
like
said exactly was Armenians had
Like
it
what
harder
black
for
people-
black
Amazing.
people in LA in the 90s.
And then so we ended up having that debate, which ended up me getting called the N word with the hard R. At the time, I didn't know how the reg system worked, so I went and got the reg. I went into the VC and got it, and then everybody dogpiled the channel, right? And since then, there's a person that you know too, that's been on your debate panels, who knows this guy, and the person that called me Mika is his name, who called me the N word with a hard R, has went from not saying it to even in that conversation says he just says it with his friends to admitting to a mutual friend between me and you, Steven, that he did say it, but he would never say the hard R to now just kind of bragging about it.
And it was the alpha shit. That shit was irritating too. I was in a server, and there was this young lady this trans woman who like would just sexually harass me for months. And she admitted that in like a room full of 50 people. And we went to get the regs, and they literally were just like, I'm not gonna get involved. And we had to go call a friend who was a previous reg, and he had to like work his magic to get her banned. And again, shit like that made us upset because it was like, bro, this happens, there's a response. Like if something's said that's transphobic, it gets banned, rightfully so.
How are you?
If people do shit that's racist, if I name myself the racist advisory board and I'm f***ing with a group of black users and I'm saying out loud that I want to sow dissent during Black History Month, nothing is done. It was a thing of like, we didn't care until we saw the disparity in how groups were treated, if that makes any sense. Like you give a shit about this, but you don't give a shit about that.
In my places, there's like other Discord servers out there that where the N word is in free reign, right? Like you could say they got freedom of speech there, God gang, politics roughly, stuff like that, right? These places have black communities. You could go to these Discords right now. There's gonna be black people in there, N words being thrown around. Politics has 2 channels dedicated to black users, the Stowe and Black Thought. Have black users there. You would be hard pressed. Nobody from the people, Destiny, I got 20 members, right, that had left your Discord to come just because they wanted to hang around urban people or just people that aren't going to bring race up around them or try to tell them that they're stupid because they're black or try to lead them into a debate because they're stupid because they're black. You'd be hard pressed to find that community, a black community in your Discord.
What,
and
you think?
Me personally,
You think it doesn't exist here, but they leave and they go to the politics Discord server?
no, well, in your instance, they come to us. They hear about
that
us.
whole
They
black
hear,
Discord shit really
yeah, they
did
hear
solidify
about,
that.
yeah,
Like
they hear about the black Discord, where black DGG members can go, and then they'll hit me or Solus up for that invite. So it ends up coming down like, and me and Solus kicked it in there tough in your Discord. You talk to Abba. Like, I started watching you because a friend told me I could learn a little bit more from you back in October. Realized that me and you are a lot of the same. We're both the same age and kind of assholes sometimes. And then you started watching Abba, which I was like, oh, okay, I like the way this dude thinks. So while you were starting to bring on black members, I started noticing more black members come in there. And I was just like, my thought process is about, if you're going to be having all these people that are very prolific and inspire black thought, and they want to come here and talk to people that because you have homies like that, try to develop that same kind of relationship. You know what I'm saying? They get denied that very quick because they hop into the first debate room. And I've had since that panel, I've had people go in there. That one guy, they just did this on their own, right? They went in there, but they came back and told me, I'm like, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Doobie has a mod named NTB, who, this is where I got really upset, because NTB just sounds like a Southern black woman, right? And they jumped on her ass super fucking quick, like super Southern, right? They made an excuse saying that, oh, we just thought she was drunk, or she was just not educated enough to be in here. And you just run into this shit all the time, and it just gets tiring, dog. It's
Wait,
horrible.
people actually said we don't think she's educated enough to be in a Discord room?
You would be surprised the shit they say.
Yes.
Do you think they said this because she's black, or just because she had a heavy Southern accent?
I don't know. It could be either or. I guess, right?
Yo, Muff told me, one of the regs told me that they genuinely feel like they just don't know how to reg racism. Yo, it's shit like that where you just be like, Steven, the question I wanted to ask you, right? And I'm glad, because I wanted to have a conversation with you about this. As a black person entering one of your communities, right? I've been black for 21 years straight, right? Like, I haven't missed a fucking day. Like, I'm used to, like, little pot shot bullshit, but, like, I always thought going into a DGG server that, like, goofy shit like that wouldn't happen. But the response I seem to get from the community in the server is more so like, this is just DGG. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna get that, like, kind of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 lobby energy a lot of the times. So you just gotta suck it up and take it, which I don't give a shit about, right? If that's the case, then I just won't be there. That's what we did. But at the same time, it seems to be that for other groups, it's not like that, right? There's literally, if I'm not mistaken, it's a forbidden rule to talk about certain trans issues, like, in the rule book. If you bring them up, it's like an ixnay. I've seen people get regged if they call a woman a bitch too many times in a heated debate. You know what I'm saying? Which is fine, you should do that. But it seems like that kind of level of, okay, don't do this to this group, doesn't exist for black folks. And I want to ask you, like, just to get your thoughts on it, like, as a black person entering one of your communities, what should you expect?
All right. I'm gonna prepare my shit so I can lose the rest of my black fans on my Discord. This is just the I'm not joking. This is the impression that I get. Okay, I could be totally wrong. I know I'm white and I don't see much on my Discord.
You're good, go ahead.
Oftentimes, when people approach me with, like, racial issues from my server, honest to God, a lot of it feels like normal shit that goes on in Discord server with all users, but because it's black people involved, it's, like, elevated to, like, a new thing. So, for instance, when you say that thing about, like, oh, they said this one black woman, this black Southern woman was uneducated, and you're like, maybe it's because she was black. Every time I just did a viewer call like a week ago, and I think one of the guys in was, like, a little bit drunk, and he had a very Southern accent, and everybody was making incest jokes and everything about this guy. But it had nothing to do with him being white or a guy. It was because he had a thick Southern accent. I think everybody in my chat remembers that guy. So, like, and then I hear, like, a lot of complaints will pop up. So you just said, if you call a woman a bitch too many times, you get banned. I have a very hard time believing, based on the bans that I see fly in my Discord, that you could go into a server and call a black person the N-word multiple times and not get banned from the server either. There's no way that's the case, because I would feel like I would get way more complaints if that happened. Like, even that N-word thing that you complained about with that Armenian dude, because I did look into that issue a little bit afterwards.
He got kicked. Yeah.
No, it wasn't that. It's that when he said the N-word, supposedly, now this might be my fault, but when I heard you guys say that initially, I thought he said this in, like, a room full of people, and I'm like, damn, this guy's calling you guys a hard R, and he's not gonna ban my server. That's. But when I talked to my regs about it, I think they told me that when he said that, it was supposedly just
4 people.
Yeah, there were just, like, 1 or 2 other people in that room, and then afterwards, nobody heard him say the hard R. It was always with the soft face, so it was a bit different. So, and I don't know if we can ban people if it's just like one person says something, because obviously that turns into a massive shit show immediately. If one person can report something said in a room with 2 people and get somebody like perma-banned from a server. So I don't know, like I'm curious, like if you want to go like 1 or 2 issues at a time where you're like, this shit was racist and I don't know why it wasn't banned, we can do that. But I feel like I always get like a flurry of issues where it's like racial issues are always really hard to moderate, and I can't tell if it's just not moderated well enough or if black people in Discord servers like call for an extra level of sensitivity that like any other person wouldn't get. Because something I will say too is and I would put money on this, we're gonna do big reverse racism card. I think if a black person went into this Discord server with like a French or a Scottish or a Quebecois accent and was treated that way, I think they would scream racism immediately. Because I have gone into these rooms sometimes on another account and listen, and anytime somebody has a goofy, I shouldn't say goofy, but has like a European accent, these people always get roasted immediately for it because they sound stupid and people make fun of it and blah, 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 blah. But I don't know, that's just I could be totally wrong on all of that. These are all just like light impressions I get,
Yeah, because like
Can I say something real quick? Because me and a homie was talking about this shit, and it was like, because we like relayed exactly what happened. I was like, if during the Holocaust Memorial Month, I named myself the Nazi Advisory Board and said out loud as I was shit stirring with Jewish users, I want to sow dissent into the Jewish community here. And when they showed up, right, when they would come into rooms, I would say shit like, what the f is this, Auschwitz? That's not okay. That would be regged instantly. That wouldn't be okay to do. But the black version of that happened and no one did anything. And usually what I'm saying, like the response you get from people in your server, and we're like, yo bro, I think that's fucked up. Like I'm not cool with that person. The shit isn't a joke. Even if it is a joke, what's the joke? I want to fuck with black people.
Yeah, let's talk about let's talk about that issue. So tell me exactly what happened on this.
Okay, all right. So the person named J Boss. Me and J Boss had a back and forth that Majin was talking about before, and I think I posted a meme that was like on the edge of the rules as far as nudity. I think it like had an animal's penis in it or some shit like that. And the regs are telling me like basically like, Soulless, hey man, you're on the line, don't do that. He took a lot of offense to it. Me and him got into a spat about it. I told him to suck my with his dead grandmother's lips, which is pretty aggressive, right? But I don't like this person. We said a lot of shit. We said a lot of shit to each other. His immediate response was, "Joke's on you. My grandma loves black guys." And I was like, "What the? Why did we? I was like,
okay, wait. Why is that what the fuck? You said
No,
I want
no,
your
no,
grandma to put her lips. I want your grandma to suck my.
No.
I want your dead grandma to
He's
suck
not done.
my.
He's not. There was one.
I was
I just want to keep track. So far, I think that's
No.
That's
That's what I'm about to say. So he said that, and I was like, yo, what the fuck? I think I said something to the fact like, what the fuck did their grandfather think? And he was like, well, you don't even know your father, and he got regged for that. And we had a conversation about that. I was like, you know what, bro? What I said to you was past the line. I shouldn't have done that, right? And I'm not cool with racism. Like, if I talk to you about something, that's just me. Like, if I talk to you about something personal with you, I don't think you should necessarily go to somebody's race. But, you know, it's a roll in the mud thing. So, you know what? My bad. We pieced it up. That was that. But then, after that, when this whole shit started with these two groups of people, he was the person that changed his name to the Racist Advisory Board. When we would come into rooms, he would say shit like, what the fuck is this, the Million Man March? While shit stirring with us, he would say, I want to sow dissent during the Black History Month. Like, it's a
Okay,
it's a thing
wait, one at a time. Okay, so he named himself the Racism Advisory Board in Discord. This guy is white, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he said, I'm going to sow dissent during Black History Month. Did he say that like in a voice chat, or did he?
Oh no, we sent you an email.
It's literally in that email. It's in the screenshot. I can send it to your DMs right now if you want.
Yeah, DM me right now.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna add you.
But in that case, it was more so of a thing of like, really how I felt about that. I was like, what the f? Like, we literally just pieced this up. Like, you said something racist to me earlier, and we pieced it up.
Wait, I want to do thing by thing, because whenever it comes to Discord drama, timelines, and actual evidence.
Timelines matter. You're right. I got you.
So I added you, because it sounded like when he made that other joke about you not knowing your dad or whatever, which, when I bring up family and shit, I don't know if I even consider that overline, but it sounds like he did get regged for that one, so that's.
Oh fuck, I can't. We gotta. No, you said you just sent me credit. Okay, here you go.
Also, wait, is this guy still in the Discord?
Yes.
Yeah, he's still being.
He's trying to be one of your regs right now.
Yeah. Me and him had a big spat about this again. I don't know.
Okay. Is this the Million Man March? We will sow dissent during Black History Month. Okay. What is the context of him making these statements?
So the Million Man March thing was just us coming into a room, and the Soul Descent one. I think that was if I'm not mistaken, that's when Cal was drunk and we were trying to get him to calm the fuck down, and
Yeah.
they were like shit stirring with him and making him angry.
Trying to
and
get
angry and
him
shit,
banned
yeah.
because Kyle
Yeah.
was drunk, and then trying to lead
So
him
yeah,
down.
one of the
this, like,
homies was drunk, and we were like trying to get him to calm down and leave because who the fuck, like you know what I'm saying, like your friend's drunk, you want them to not make a fucker of themselves, right? And then they kept shit stirring with him, and then they said, "I want to Soul Descent during Black History." Like, that was the context of it.
Jesus fucking Christ, what is this? Hold on. Message editing. It's a long story, but tell you Back in Black History Month this year, me and a group of users are chilling. Did you write this message? I see it's like a bot message.
No, it's not a bot message. It's just my shitty writing.
I'm sorry. When I say a bot message, what I mean is that like it's a message that was posted by my bot, but I don't know if this is like a moderation message or what. We
No, I
left
sent you an
TGG
email.
to go to our, no, I'm reading. I'm sorry. I'm just in my Discord logs. Bernard has a huge message that I think is from you or something. We left TGG to go to our homies WoW server. They labeled that server the Black Discord. I started saying a Black Discord, purposely annoying us out of VCs and saying shit like we made them run to their Black Discord, sending other users asking for an invite to this fictional safe haven for Black DGers that doesn't exist. Did you write this, or is this something a mod wrote for me?
Probably a mod. That doesn't sound like the email.
I sent the email. Are you reading your email right?
Nope. I said it's a message from my.
And Bernard. No, that's not it.
No, I
it's
don't.
close.
I might. Did I? I don't think. I think I sent that in an email.
In parentheses, mind you, we aren't a black group, nor do we ever try to be, nor do we have a black Discord. All of this shit was done and made up by a group of MFs that swear they ain't racist. LOL. The time we
Oh
put
yeah,
one-
no. Wait. I think I understand what happened. So that email is something that like I have been working on for a minute. I sent the email. The email is the final version of it. I think that's the rough draft. I don't know how the fuck that. I don't remember sending that to you, but yeah, that's the email. But I think that's like the previous version of it. Does it have a bunch of files attached to it?
No, this is just a message from my.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, that's the rough draft version of it. The other one, the email, the one that you're like the real version, the one you're reading, that's in your email.
Oh, I think you posted this message in general voice.
I did?
Yeah, you must have. Yeah, because Manhattan Slayer or Silver asked you who's the racist.
What the fuck? I don't remember posting.
It was
that
probably
again.
the
What?
first day when you were like.
He said,
when
shout out to all
we-
the newer users saying these issues were exclusively black. Gotta rep them advisory boards. We got a lot of history with this.
So can we drop that in the Discord? Destiny's room chat with what he's looking at right now.
What, the email?
I just looked up So Dissent in my
Hey, I
Discord.
got you. I'll fucking, I got you. I can send there's like the email and there's a bunch of files attached to it, but I'll send, I got you right now. Let me find this motherfucker.
We got a bunch of files, Steven. Like a bunch. It's
Also,
not
I wanted
just
to ask
that
you,
one.
and I wanted to ask you, because what it seems to be, and again, like I said this 1,001 times, I don't know how this keeps getting lost in translation. I was like, if this server is supposed to have kind of like this energy where shit like that is acceptable, then I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, I'll just leave. Like there's other places to be. But again, it just seems to be like people are Schrodinger's racist. Like if it's like literally one of them, we were arguing with them about it, and they were like, I feel like as long as I don't feel like what I said was racist, I'm not racist, and this isn't racist. And I don't really know how to. I don't know how to gauge with that. I don't
Hold
know
on,
how to
Destiny.
tell
We
them.
have a video file. And I'll
Like,
even
in this
send you
text
that
chat
one.
with the side chat to this. Where do you want me to post this?
I don't know. I'm just.
No, so Philly told me to put this in some chat. What chat? Where
Yeah,
chat?
the side chat to this. That's what Philly
The
was
side
talking
chat to this says it's not loading. Just try again. That should still to load. Put it anywhere.
Oh.
I'm fucking-
Yeah, just DM it to Philly. Destiny, I'm gonna add you as Brandon seeing this clip of what Solus was just talking about here, about with another member that also is really behind a lot of this stuff. And what he said. Hold on, give me a second. I'm slow. I'm old. I'm not fast like you in our old age, okay? 38 is rough.
Steven's 38. I thought he was.
Okay,
32.
also, hold on, just for another, because I'm just reading through, I don't even know how often people change their name forever, but it looks like there's a lot of advisory boards. I see the Incel advisory board, I see the Namek advisory board. It seems like a lot of people are naming themselves.
No, so if I'm not mistaken, the advisory board is a thing that they do, but there's not supposed to be like a racist advisory board, and it's probably not a good chance. It's not a good idea to like make that your name during Black History Month while saying that other shit. You feel me? It's like the advisory board is something people do. I think he's like riffing on that, like, ha, for this, since I'm doing this, I'll be the racist advisory board. You get what I mean?
I understand. Okay, let me
And here's the one. I'm sending it right now. Sorry, give me a second. Where's my files?
Are you posting this in the chat on the side or?
No, I'm sending it directly
I tried
you
to
in
post it on the
DM.
chat on the side, but it says the message is low.
I sent you a friend request and oh, something went wrong.
I tried to. The shit said the message won't load. I sent the actual, because this email I sent you was a Google Doc that I was working on for a minute, and because I wanted to be as concise and happy. Because people kept saying you didn't have any exact examples for Steven. I was like, you know what, you're goddamn right. I should.
Dean's a troll.
But we weren't talking about that. We were talking about
solar panels.
Smashed up.
I wasn't there for the connecting point. I can't.
Wait, you wasn't even. Oh hell no!
And even maybe spout my own to get proven wrong.
I'm here.
You know
I
what
didn't
I'm
at
saying?
all. When I went
Okay.
into Destiny's, I'm sorry.
Here's like a
He's
quick.
back. He's back, guys.
Yeah, here's like a quick thing that I feel about black people. Okay.
No.
If I have a Discord server, if there's like a room where there's like white people, Asian people, black people are just kind of like chilling and chatting, and some like loser comes in and starts like making a lot of really weird kind of like racist jokes or some shit, I feel like as an honorary black person, I would be irritated because you're just trying to exist on the internet. Black isn't like what you want to advertise or be attacked for, whatever. Have that brought up all the time. I can understand that, but if you're in a space where people are being ultra edgy, you're fighting all the time, shit, blah, blah, blah. Now, if somebody goes ahead and calls you the N-word in that space, obviously that's over the line. But if we're at the point where we're telling, like, dead grandmas to, like, suck our nut out of our dick, I feel like at that point, it's gonna, because, like,
You just
so
remixed
much of,
the
like,
joke.
Yeah, he just changed the joke and
feels
made
like
it
there's
better.
Like, I made a comment like this before, and everybody assumed I meant the N-word, but I think I made a comment when I was fighting some people where it's like, all these black guys that I'm fighting with on the internet, you know, call me a cuck, call me a blah, blah, blah. And I feel like if I say anything, people are going to call me racist. When I said that, I didn't mean that, like, I want to say the N-word. What I mean is there are so many different things that touch upon, like, the archetypical, like, black experience that it feels like almost any insult might become, like, a racist insult. Like, if I happen to know there's, like, some dude with a split family, you know, you can make fun of him, you know, for, like, oh, like, where's your mom, where's your dad at? But if you make that exact same joke towards a black person, that's racism. If I think some dude's got, like, a goofy haircut, I can't mention anything about a black person's hair, especially a black woman's hair. If I say anything, like, I feel like that's, like, the weird issue where, like, when people are being really edgy all the time, when you turn that lens to black people and you want to make an insult, there's got to be, like, a skit about this where you, like, you're looking at, like, 50 things and it's like, can I talk about the moisture level of his skin? No. Can I talk about the style of hair? No. Definitely not skin color. Probably nothing related to his family. Anything related to his great-grandparents? Probably not. Last name? I don't think so. Like, you've got to, like, do, like, 750 IQ to find an edgy joke that isn't, like, racist. Because, like, for any other person, yeah. Because it feels like there are so many things, like, I, without even thinking, like, go in on so many different things about a random person being edgy. But for a black person, I feel like I got to run it through 50 different filters for shit. Am I, like, is there some part of this joke that might touch on, like, a
I got you.
racist
Hold on, Solas.
thing? Yeah, go for it.
Use the example. Use the example that you were talking
I got it. I got
Sorry,
it.
Mike, go ahead.
Well,
Go
so
ahead,
yeah, Solas is gonna after, yeah. So me personally, again, 38, old as fuck. I can take a joke. I've been on the. Listen, Ronan's been. I'm a WoW player. I'm actually the same rank as you as StarCraft. I'm gonna get that. I want that 1-on-1, dog. I play Zerg too, dog.
Okay.
I'm master rank, okay, son. Nah. But like, so I've been around these spheres, right? I could take a joke, right? The problem is when it becomes when I'm in your and I've been in here since October, right? When I run into regular members that just keep trying me because like I'm kind of known like I'm excitable, I'm passionate, right? So I get like, you know, I'm a little raging.
Can I say something like so I don't really hang out in DGG. I don't know your rules, regulations, or anything like that. So I'm coming at this from an outsider, and I also don't have an opinion on like is DGG racist or anything. I don't care. But just in general, It seems like when it comes to anti-blackness, that's always the thing that can't be regulated, right? That there's always an excuse.
They literally said that.
For that particular type of bigotry to be let go, right? Like, and on the other side of it is what you said, Justin, just now, talking about, whoa, well, if I want to make an edgy joke, well, can I really, right? Are these guys going to take it badly? Oh, I guess everything that I say is going to be racist. That's obviously like not the case, but that is the excuse that we get.
Hold on, to be clear, half the internet tried to cancel me because I used the word legion to describe a group of black people before, which I can't even imagine has any racial connotation whatsoever.
Twitter is Twitter. Like,
Sure, I know,
what
but
to tell you, right?
I'm just saying that like it is a
That's
legitimate fear, and I make fun of a lot of people, and I know a lot of insults. But when it comes to certain groups, it's similar to like trans people. Like if I see a goofy-looking cis person, I can't make fun of any part of a trans person's appearance ever. If I say you've got bad nails, I'm gonna get hit with like, oh well, actually, when you're an estradiol or whatever, it actually thins your fucking nails out. So you saying that it's actually transphobic, like it's the same thing with like making fun of trans people. It's like, dude, I can't say shit to this person. They're untouchable.
But I've made fun of trans people, like in terms of like friends. Like I've made fun of trans people. This is a thing that you can do. But like the excuse becomes, oh well, I guess I can't say anything around these people. These people are too sensitive. When the reality is, what the things that are coming at us are actually quite racist. And as soon as we push back a little bit, you just can't take a joke.
Oh wait,
So
hold
it's
on.
Touch on this
We're
for
not
1
at
second.
Wait, real quick. The things that are coming out are not like quite racist. We're still pretty squarely in the realm of like microaggressions right here, or like somebody's bringing up blackness too much, or somebody made like a joke about my dad. Like, if now that hard R comment, that's like some serious shit. If that happened, I'm not sure because again, there were only like 2 or 3 people.
I don't play with that type of stuff, Destiny. I'm an old man.
Wait. Like, I've been trying to let y'all talk for like 3 seconds. I just want to have a quick word in here. One, I crack jokes all the time. Most people in DGG don't know me as like this. I crack jokes is what I do, right? I know how jokes work, and what I always try to do whenever I'm cracking jokes with anybody, and you can take this and use it if you would like, is I always ask myself, well, what is the joke? I have a friend. His name's Waldro. I think he's a deputy in your service. Good friend of mine. He said I want to sow dissent during Black History Month.
Yeah, but what was his response when you guys called him out for that joke?
Shut the quit crying, bitch.
Yep. Maybe he just. I don't know. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like,
Hey,
again,
wait,
you gotta
listen.
understand, like that back. Wait a second. I'll let y'all talk. I said that back and forth we had. The reason that shit was irritating is because you're right. I did say that to him, and we pieced that up. I was like, you know what? What you said to me was racist, but what I said to you was up. Let's not do this shit anymore. And we pieced it up after that. Like, it was like, you know what, man to man, that was wrong. But then he does that. You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
Okay.
and
Does that guy ever go in voice chat?
all the time?
Oh yeah.
Is he available right now? Does he want to come in and speak on his behalf?
Go tell motherfuckers I got a black Discord and have them coming after me asking for an invite.
Dean's a troll.
But we weren't talking about files.
Are you posting this?
A lot of this stuff.
No, this is just a message from my.
Yeah, no,
Bernard.
that's not. Yeah, that's the rough draft version of it. The other one,
A lot of this stuff. And what he said.
Don't necessarily believe to get a rise out of someone else. That is what she did.
So you resorted to racist.
Haircut. I can't mention anything about a black person's hair, especially a black woman's hair.
See, they'll try to get something out of you to make you look bad. If you try to play that game, ultimately.
So can I say something like, so I don't really hang out in DGG. I don't know that you can do, but like,
Friend, his name's Waldro. I think he's a deputy in your service. Good friend of mine. To me, he was racist, but what I said to you was up. Let's not do this shit anymore. And we pieced it up after that. Like, it was like, you know what, man to man, that was wrong. But then he does that. You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
Okay.
and
Does that guy ever go in voice chat?
all the time?
Oh yeah.
Is he available right now? Does he want to come in and speak on his behalf?
Oh, I'm sure some of these people will.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, if this guy's here, tell him I'll ping one of you guys. Are you guys friends with him on Discord or anything?
Hell
Nah.
no.
Hold on, let's see here. Let's see here.
Dusty, Anti in T5 wants to talk about these issues.
Auntie, you're in.
Like, I don't know how to fucking gauge with that. Like, and again, I understand cracking jokes. I'm all with jokes, but when somebody says, "Hey, bro, one, we're not even friends for you to crack jokes with me like that." Two, we already had this previous beef here. This isn't a joke to me. You double down, triple down on it. At what point is it like, nah, this is actually fucked up? And mind you, again, when we go to the regs, and I was like, "Hey, man, this seems pretty fucking weird." You literally said that you don't want nobody doing anything transphobic in this server, and if they do anything that you deem transphobic, you're gonna ask, which you should be, hey, this is kind of fucked up. And they just said to me, I don't really know how to reg racism. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, Steven.
I mean, I would have to see the types of transphobia that exist here, and then I'd have to see the types of racism that exist here. Like, I'm sure that if I scroll up, there are probably, just because I've got like fucking, it feels like 10% of my audience is fucking trans. I feel like there are probably trans jokes in my Discord server. No?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I'm sure they're there. So I doubt it's like that, like.
But your trans representation there is huge, right?
Yeah.
Like when it comes to like even moderators and stuff like that. Like when it comes to like the black representation, like I'm telling you, like you're gonna have one dude in there that's gonna say, I know a bunch of people. One of the people that he thinks is black is a UK guy. It's
wait 1 second, Steven. That's why I asked you that in the beginning of this, because on some real shit,
I'm just like incredibly confused.
Other motherfuckers was moving that wasn't the case. But if it is, I have no beef. I just go somewhere else.
Sure.
And that's what we did.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm curious about something that I think is a problem. It's hard for me to ascertain that, because I feel like when people sometimes come to me and complain about racism, it'll be like the same like 2 or 3 comments over like the past like 6 months, and I'm like, if that's really the extent of it, if it was the weird Armenian dude who I understand is banned right now anyway, and then if it was like,
is he?
Oh, I thought somebody said that he was banned. Oh, he is banned. Okay. Okay, Auntie, what do you got for this?
I'm just like incredibly confused. So just to provide some context, I was the head rig in the Discord server for a while. I left because I was starting my PhD program and because I just like didn't have the time for it.
Yeah.
And also because of the drama associated with the server. Like the server has 2 black mods. We have a trans mod. Like we take racism pretty fucking seriously if it occurs and if it happens, if it's identifiable. Take transphobia very seriously if it occurs and if it's identified and if it's verifiable. So like Mika's banned because of the shit that he pulled. There are other people who are
Mika, is that the Armenian dude?
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
But you understand? Hold on. Auntie. Auntie, that happened now, finally, right? This happened months ago. When that situation happened, I was blue in the face. I stayed in the Discord.
Mad.
I was in the Discord for fucking hours, trying to argue something that I take very fucking seriously. If Mika was a person, right, I would have smacked Mika, right? Like if you're bold enough to come to me with a hard R, me as a 38-year-old half black man or whatever you want to fucking call me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm mad now. You know what I'm saying? Like wow, I kind of got a little respect because you did it, but like, yeah. So when I get somebody to like, I should have pinged free or a reg, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't end up doing that. I went into the channel and then became something else, but that doesn't change nothing. And in my experience, over my 38 fucking years of being a human being, period, right? If a person is sitting there and they're saying that the fucking, like, the liar in the situation is the person that keeps changing their fucking story. My story has remained consistent over this whole fucking time. I have not changed a fucking word. This guy has went from not saying the N-word to saying the N-word with his friends to saying the fucking N-word with like he did say it, but you know, to a friend in the private he did actually say it. To like now it's just a meme.
Yeah, and I'm not disqualifying that. I am taking it seriously.
And there's so many other things that we just didn't bring up because we were just like, hey, yo, this is par for the course.
Yeah, but the confusion that I have, and I understand it, right? Like, if you're in a community and if you're a member of a particular group and you're being disrespected and you don't think that you're going to have your, like, situation taken seriously, you might not reach out. But, like, it's not like myself when I was a reg or Free and Forethought currently, who are both regs, who are black. Like, all 3 of us, like, we also take it seriously. Like, I agree with you. Somebody, like, walked up to me and called me the hard R anywhere, I would be upset with it, obviously, because I'm not going to take that shit from anybody. But if we don't, like, have it available to us, if we're not pinged, if we're not, like, being reached out to, we can't really do anything about it. And if it happens to be the case that you're arguing with a bunch of people in the VC community, like, those people aren't regulators.
Wait, Auntie. Andrea saw the shit and was just like, how did this race drama pan out? It's not like motherfuckers couldn't tap in, poke their head and be like, hey, what's going on here? Motherfuckers looked at it and then looked away. And remember this. I don't want this to get lost in conversation. When this shit initially happened, and it was too annoying, we just left to our own Discord. But when we left to our own Discord, they told motherfuckers that they made us ran to the black Discord, and we had this underground railroad out of DGG, and had motherfuckers DMing us constantly asking for fucking invites to a black Discord.
Wait, real quick, when they say they made you run to the black Discord, did they say that in the DGG Discord, or?
I think
This is what motherfuckers that asked for the invite told me. They would come to me and be like, "Hey man, they said they made y'all run to a
There
black
might
Discord."
even be, because we'd had people in there, and there might actually be a recording of it. There's an individual named AOP. I think he might have a recording of them like, look, we made them run to the black
No,
Discord.
I talked to
I
one of
remember
them
hearing audibly.
I talked to one of them about it the other day, and I was just like, "Hey man, I don't want to shoot at nobody that didn't do anything. Could you tell me who exactly started this whole black Discord shit? Because I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, if y'all doing racist shit, that's like you. And again, y'all might have a different line for what y'all think is fucked up. It gets annoying to me, and I leave, right? Let's dead it there. Don't go tell motherfuckers I got a black Discord and have them coming after me asking for an invite at it like I'm fucking Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's irritating. I left, and I was still dealing with. Hold on a second, I'm talking. Wait, shut the fuck up. We left, and we were still dealing with the, hey, let's fuck with the black guy's behavior. That's the shit that became uber irritating.
And Solus, sorry, real quick. A member just DM'd me. She just said that he isn't banned. Just pulled up his rap sheet.
God damn it, y'all! God damn.
Well, he was banned at the time. I don't know if he like sent in like an unban appeal through the forum process.
She just pulled up his. No, she just sent me his rap sheet. He only still has that kick.
Yeah,
Can I bring up two situations that are relevant to the
No,
conversation?
just very quickly. So there's a few dynamics like at the same time. So one is with like Regs not peeking their head into the BC community and like trying to deal with the situation in real time. It's kind of tough because the Discord moderation team is voluntary. Like, and by voluntary I mean we volunteer our time without pay because we care
Even
about
pay employees.
And
well,
we're
right
going
now
to,
my head
like,
moderator, my head rag Polecat, is indeed a paid employee. So.
Yeah, so that's fine. And like the thing is that actually in reality, for most of the regs, you don't want them to be paid employees because you want them to be adults with their own lives who are not like purely focused on being paid to be a Discord janitor in order to ensure that the community is like safe and like is like in a good spot. Like I wasn't paid and I was fine with not being paid because I had my own job, I had my own life, I was doing my own thing. I like hopped into the Discord and if there were problems that I dealt with it. So like with Andrea's a student. If she's pinged, she might be in chat trying to like figure out the situation, but it might be the case that they're not able to literally drop everything in the moment in order to hop into a VC. And that's why some of these moderation decisions have to be handled everybody.
I feel like if you say like, what the fuck is this race drama? No. But if you acknowledge, like, to say that this race drama means you know that something racial is afoot. That like that's what you looked at it, saw it, didn't give a fuck to look into it, and just said, this is race drama, and kept it moving. I don't know what you want me to do.
No, so you can say that like what's going on here, and then maybe like the way they phrase it is like problematic or whatever, but they like figure out what's going on. If somebody responds in the chat, then they can like read it while they're like dealing with what they're dealing with, and then people are responding in real time. But if people aren't responding in real time, if people aren't providing that additional context, and if people don't provide receipts, they literally can't do anything.
I think her exact words was, "What the fuck is this race drama, and how did Free end it?" Right? And I talked to Andrea about this. We chopped it up about this. We had I think a good conversation about it. I don't know if I'd say it was productive. She basically was like, this shouldn't have happened, right? Motherfucker, somebody should have did something. She expressed to me that she basically doesn't really know how to reg racism like that, and she feels like there's a culture issue in the server, and we need more black users. Now, her heart may have been in the right place, but given everything that happened, that answer wasn't really the most emboldening. But I'm saying, bro, is that this happened, motherfuckers knew that it happened, and nothing was really happening to it. And also, again, if that's the case, if I'm the weirdo here for saying like, hey, something should be done, if this is just the way it is, I'll back off. But to my understanding, that's not the way it was, right? Like that whole shit. I remember when that shit happened with Alva. I don't know if you knew about that, Nancy, but were you there for that?
Mm-hmm.
With Alva,
the examples that were in the state, actually.
Yeah. Are you saying wait, hold on, let me 1 second. I'll pass you the ball in 1 second. Let's finish this. Like, a trans chick for months on end was sexually harassing me. It wasn't until she admitted that into a room full of 50 people that I even had evidence that I was clear cut, because again, you have to have this clear cut factual, you need an exact fucking example. And then I added regs.
It out of her. You had
I
to
added
like
regs.
you
I added
literally
Fred.
had to set it up.
I added
About like how you ain't dating no.
Because you have other shit that you're dealing with. Now we could talk about like whether and to what extent somebody should, as a regulator in like a community Discord, as a volunteer, drop everything in their life in order to deal with the situation, which is probably like quote unquote the best thing that they could have done, and that's a legitimate conversation to have. That's like a totally normal thing.
I'm not. No, my thing is.
I too was sexually harassed in DGG Discord.
Stop. It's a serious conversation. Yourself, Jesus. Well, don't
It's
actually,
okay, no.
because you probably will. Okay, stop.
What the fuck? I thought he was being nice. Jesus Christ. Anyway, no, Auntie, my beef with Fred wasn't. Look, bro, again, I live a real life like the rest of y'all. I work a 9 to 5. I got a girlfriend. I just got my first apartment. I'm 22. I'm living it up, bro. But my thing with Fred was, I have seen Fred play 88 Pistons defense for sexual assault. The one time I needed that motherfucker to come off. What? That's Fred will tell you that. If anything.
Conversations and a black person's not involved. Always.
Would you say black people on average are way more racist than white people, by the way?
That's a hard one.
That's what she said.
I don't know.
By she, I'm talking about your mother.
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
The problem is, I would say that here's the issue. On average, maybe. The issue is that, like, I feel like, here's what I feel like, okay? I feel like a lot of black people are kind of racist, but I feel like a few white people are really racist. So it's hard to say, like, who's worse. That's my feelings on it.
Wait, so let me break it down. So you're saying, on average, more black people are racist, but the intensity of the racism within white people is greater, but their quantity is lower.
I feel like you could find a decent number of black people that would be like Mexicans for whatever reason, but I feel like you can find a few white people that are like, we literally need to export every Mexican out of this country because they're destroying America. I feel like a black person would be like, these Mexicans took my jobs, and white people would be like, we need to expel DACA children and send them back to Mexico. So like, I feel like on average, I think you could probably find more racist black people, but the white people that are racist are really fucking racist. That's just my uneducated take on it. I don't know what the stats are on that. That's just my feeling on it.
You know what? I'll go against my MO, and I'll agree with you. I actually agree with you. It makes sense. And I'd say this much. When it comes to minorities, the least successful and the most racist are black ones in the United States. Now, do you think that correlates, or do you think that's just like coincidence?
I think it probably correlates, but it's hard to say if it's coincidence, because a lot of the issues are probably like caused the exact, like they come from similar places. Like I think black people are probably uniquely kind of hateful against some minorities, but black people are also like really uniquely, and I think you agree with this because this is kind of the argument you're making in a tree, black people were like uniquely f***ed over probably by the United States, right? Like even the whole like dichotomy of like just black people and just white people, like these categories were kind of sort of invented in America just to justify chattel slavery. Not to say that racism didn't exist in other parts of the world, it did, but like to the extent that we did slavery in the United States, it seems like the US was kind of like a world leader on that.
I agree. You're 100% right, but how long do you think that could last, that line of reasoning to justify
yeah, that's
their
the
actions or their
issue.
views on
So
things?
like this is a really hard question for people, and it's a funny one to ask people. So you'd be like, can white people say the N-word? Can white people say the N-word? And people are like, no. And it's like, okay, why not? Because of historical reasons, systematic racism, blah, blah, blah. Then you ask this question. If black people ever got to an area where they were like caught up with white people, would it be okay to say the N-word then? And then what does it mean? How do you know black people are caught up? Because that's a really hard one for a lot of people to answer, I think. And like the question of like, when is racism over? And when is it just like people having problems? Because like, it's probably not the case that all racism in the country is, like the country's racist until black people are completely caught up, right? Like that's probably not the case. So it's, yeah, that's a hard to figure the answer out. So,
I mean, when it comes to black people always having a excuse as to why they're in the position, the economic position they're in, they say it's systemic racism. Now that's one I want to ask you about, because systemic racism does not say that, you know, America was racist in the fucking past. No, it says America is still racist. Its system is still designed to keep black people down.
No, that's
Do you
bullshit.
think that's true?
That's bullshit.
You don't think systemic racism is a real thing?
Depends on what systemic racism is, because people have sometimes people have really stupid definitions of it, and
Well,
they'll say,
define-
yeah, systemic racism means that we have systems that perpetuate real racism from the past. So we have fake racism today, but the fake racism is like very real, and it's perpetuating the real racism from the past, right? Like technically there aren't like racist policies today that make black people commit more crime or sell more drugs. That's not true. But it is absolutely the case that real racist policies in the past are what sorted black people into the poor communities that they live in now, and kind of like systemically impoverished them in the past, directly related to racism. So like that's what systemic racism means. I think it's that like there are systems in place that perpetuate the real racism from the past, not that people are still being racist today.
Need something? So I assume what you're talking about is like things like redlining and how it created the divide between hoods and suburbs and all that type of shit,
Yeah.
and how that still exists today because, you know, the majority black communities are fucking poor
Basically,
as shit, and
yeah.
the white ones
And
are.
even things like,
But how do you fix that?
do you know anything about like the Tulsa race riots or whatever, or like the Tulsa massacre?
Yeah, Black Wall Street and shit.
Yeah, you had like this was
That
the
was the-
highest
yeah.
concentration of black wealth that I think in terms of like net wealth per capita, I think was the highest area of concentrated black wealth in the entire history of the United States, even up to today. And that whole area was absolutely completely fucking destroyed. And it wasn't because of their geography or anything, it was because of their race, right? So when shit like that happens, it's pretty hard to look at today and be like, oh, well, it's only class issues. Like I can understand why people today are like, well, no, we need to be like racial when we talk about this because it happened for racial reasons in the past.
I mean, that is fair, and the past does somewhat define the future, but let's say with things like affirmative action, do you think that was like something that actually made sense, like a step in the right direction, or was it like an overcorrection of the past?
I think affirmative action, nobody wants to admit it. Nobody wants to admit that affirmative action is good because it makes you sound like a loser, and white people will never admit that it's good, even though for white people, representation matters too. So I think affirmative action, I think one of the benefits of affirmative action is that representation is important, and people need to see people that look like them succeed, even if they're getting a little bit of a boost for it initially. White people don't have to think about this because they're like, white people are everywhere. So like if I want to be a doctor, I don't have to think like, oh, well, are white people doctors? Like that's retarded. As a spoiler alert for like the Jubilee episode that I'm doing, it's kind of funny. I don't know if they'll show it in order, but one of the topics that came up had to do with affirmative action. And obviously it was 4 black conservatives and 4 white liberals. All the black conservatives there were against affirmative action, and they didn't really agree with like representation being important and to push for it. But in a later question that was asked, one of the black conservatives that was there, he was quite young, he said that he was really inspired to get into conservative politics because of Ben Carson. And I didn't point out that like, isn't that kind of like representation right there? But like, I thought it was a good example of like, yeah, representation is important. Yeah.
Your representation at whose expense though? Because affirmative action in itself does it not take away positions from more deserving candidates?
It kind of, it can kind of, but then it's such a stupid joke, but it's kind of funny. Have you, or there's a little bit of truth to it. Have you heard of, I think it's a Chris Rock joke where he says that he doesn't believe in affirmative action. If somebody's more qualified, they shouldn't get a job just because, you know, of their race and blah, 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 blah. But if there's a tie, fuck them. They had a 300-year head start. That's like his kind of take on it, which is like kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it's kind of true. You know, it's kind of like saying like, is it fair? You know, is it fair that when we ask questions like, is it fair to have affirmative action? What we're doing when we ask that question is we're standing at the finish line and we're evaluating the racers as they come in, and we're like, okay, like let's make sure things are 100% fair right now. When the reality is the starting positions were completely unfair to begin with. So I don't know. I think like if you're doing like, if like 50% of your enrollments are affirmative action, that's probably not good and that's probably fucked. But if it's like some special side enrollments or a small consideration or thing, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. That like, bro, if you're a black person or if you're a woman or if you're some minority, you probably had to jump through some extra hoops to get here, and that should probably count for something.
The
Now y'all
problem with
got
that
me
is,
about to say some racist shit. Oh my god, how'd you get us
Oh,
TV
shit.
Philly in here
Oh,
about to say some
shit.
racist
Philly's
shit against
back.
white
What's
people?
good,
What the
Philly?
fuck?
Go ahead.
No, I just got one thing to add. Y'all having a good conversation, so I'll let y'all have it. But the problem is every time I listen to these conversations about, you know, what you guys are talking about, and a black person's not involved, there's always something missing. Always.
Uh-oh, wait.
You guys mentioned almost
here we
everything.
go.
Almost every
Go ahead,
aspect.
affirmative action. My bad. I'm
No,
sorry.
you
Go
just
ahead.
talked about that. You guys pretty much touched on everything. But what you won't touch on because you don't know about is self-hatred, self-racism. How many black people are racist against themselves? Now, I hear Destiny talk about this with white people, so he understands why it's a problem. But that also goes in the mix with everything you guys just talked about. But that is always something missing from these conversations. But go ahead, guys. Good conversation. Sorry.
Damn.
Wait, that's it?
He just came in here and he said no black people are involved in this conversation. How does it make you feel?
The fuck? I mean, he is right. I am not black. I'm Somali. Oh, speaking about black.
Oh, hold on.
Fossil. I'm Devin. I guess that's why he came in here. Or server mute him.
Hi. Can I add something too? Yeah, all actually having a really good conversation. And I do have some talking points here. And sorry, I'm threatening to ruin your optics all day. Anyway, so there is another thing that you guys are kind of glossing over. And it does have to do with the self-hatred aspect of the racism, which is let's see. The black people, I want to say this. I want to say it right. I'm sorry. I'm taking over the time. SCV Philly spoke on black people having hatred for themselves. In an abusive relationship, an abuser really, like, an abuser can't help their victim heal. All right, America has abused black people, really, like, and atrociously. Destiny talked on that and iterated on that.
I don't know if I understand where you're coming from. I don't want to cut you off.
What I'm saying is that an abuser, as America with reparations, cannot help black people if they don't want to help themselves, right? They have to let your abuser is coming and saying, "Oh, I see I beat your ass down. Let me help you up. Let me pick you up." Unless you're able to grab that hand, there's nothing you can do for yourself. And I think you also go, like, this is where you be coming from when you're saying, "Oh, the victim complex, blah blah blah." They want to have the victim complex and don't want to own up to what's been given to them. But I think that it's actually an onus on America to realize they have to let go of their white guilt, honestly. Like, it just comes from white guilt to think that affirmative action is something that could help a race after you've removed the concept of race from them, right? These black people need to, I mean, this is the reparations argument. In a sense, it's like, you just have to give them equal footing, because no matter what, affirmative action is coming from a place of, like, my system is better, my system is whole, let me find a place to slot you in. And it's like, there's nowhere you can come from where that's not, like, looking down on or oppressing a people, unless those people are willing to take that power and appreciate it alongside you, which black people are not willing to do at all, like, honestly. So
Steve,
sorry
jump
for
in.
Sorry for, like,
reply to evil fossil now.
Get that shit in there.
I don't know. What am I supposed to say? I disagree with all of that. I think
what?
What? Little Steve's autistic. You can't speak when he starts talking, or else he resets.
Nah,
give
he
him
in the
some
battle,
time.
bro.
He's rebooting right now. Okay. He's
I just wanted to add, bro. He muted me, bro. I didn't even get to talk, bro.
I didn't mute you. Wait, what do you mean?
Nah, I did get muted, so I came in here and I was just
No,
because
he
I said
said
the silly shit. Nah, I did come in here trolling, bro. I said it. Black people was the fault, bro. You had to shut you had to swat that shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, you almost banned me. I know, sir. I was trolling. My bad.
He was taking it overly serious. He's like, "This is a serious conversation about the black people in my Discord."
Because it was a serious conversation about the black people in my Discord. Yes.
That's so serious. They both got a band at the end. Like, fuck them rats. Who gives a fuck?
I think there is a way. There is a middle ground. There is a way to, like, compassionately help somebody where you're not doing the, like, cringy, like, white guilt shit. There is a way to do affirmative action and reparations and shit that's, like, in a really cringe, lame, whatever fucking way that is ultimately condescending and not helpful or productive. I agree with that. But I think there are also ways to be compassionate and to help communities in a way that is, like, respectful and productive too. That's, like, ultimately better for everybody. That's what I think.
I agree.
You know,
No, I agree, but is that America's reality? I think America is generally going the cringe route.
I think I agree. If America did have a reality forward where we kind of like tried to rectify like racial inequities, they would have to come from that position. Right now, it's conservatives that just don't give a fuck about it, and then it's progressives that are trying to like fucking reparations in fucking California or San Francisco or whatever.
You better move there, Fossil. That's all I'm gonna do. If I were you, okay, move there, get the free money. I'll say this: the problem with with what you guys are saying is basically fucking the what's it called? I forgot. I just had it in my mind where it's like equal outcome and equal opportunity. That's what it is. Affirmative action, the way that it's done, feels like it's equal outcome, where like no matter how fucking well a black person does or how much like how well a white person does. Like, if we're trying to hit a quota, we're going to give it to the fucking black guy, even though, you know, they're less deserving, when it should technically fucking be, or it should be, I should say, giving them better opportunities. So, you know what I mean?
Well, but I think that's what affirmative action is trying to do. Like, equal outcomes would be like affirmative action giving somebody a degree, right? But affirmative action is supposed to be the opportunity to go to a nice college and perform well and have that opportunity, right?
No, but they're starting from the end line, basically. Like you said, they're starting from the finish line. If they started from the fucking schools that a lot of African American people go to, or hey, Tree, I'm sorry, a lot of black Americans go to, right? If they start from there and they start fucking trying to give them the best education possible from the beginning, I think that would be way fairer, because then
I agree. I agree with you, but at primary school is really hard because I don't even know, like, it's kind of on the school, but there's like so many other factors that go into like how do you educate a person that young? Like, those kids sometimes are fucked before they even get into the classroom. And it's a bit different with college because, as sad as it sounds, you've already kind of filtered a lot of those huge problems out, you know?
That's fair. I'd say this much, right? If we're talking about reparations, the greatest form of reparation is actually fixing the communities within instead of giving people a handout, right? Incentive, I mean, this just sounds like reverse fucking redlining, but at the same time, it is the truth. Incentivize fucking businesses to invest in these communities. The government should probably invest in these communities, because you are right. Most of the time, it starts from the home, and if your home is fucking broken, like, no matter how much your fucking schooling is great, you're still gonna fucking be, right? If you have to fucking take care of a crackhead mom and you have an absentee father, you're probably gonna have a lot more disadvantages than the white kid that comes from, you know, a two-parent household. I agree with you, but at the same time, I believe that you should invest in the communities. You should build them up.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. But the reality is there's a myth in the United States sometimes among progressives and maybe even other people in the world that, like, America hates its minority, it doesn't invest in our communities and blah, blah, blah. America does invest a ton in certain communities, but it's not always just a money thing, unfortunately, right? Like, I think there are, when I looked at this last time, there are, like, communities in the United States whose school system sucks, and some of them are, like, the highest paid, like, per capita fucking student, like, in the entire United States. There are, like, here's like a stat that I don't think a lot of people are familiar with. Private schools almost always outperform dramatically public schools, but private school teachers get paid less, right? So that's like, it's not just like a pay teachers more and they'll do better type of thing. It's like there's something else going on there. And there are certain, I remember like for OPS, all my public schools, like people would like argue over like, what do we need to do to solve things? And I don't think that the money spent always correlated with like educational outcomes. Now, I will say some school districts are probably just like underfunded. If you can't afford like textbooks and shit, then your shit is fucked, of course. But I don't think it's just a matter of like, oh, we need to spend way more money and then everything will be okay.
But are you talking to the general or to the fucking anomalies right now?
I think I'm talking to the general. I think so.
So generally, you believe that it's not a fucking.
I don't think it's just a funding thing. I think there's a lot more going on with it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I would have to agree, bro, because, you know, NYC, bro, the school system here is atrocious, and I'm pretty sure it's one of the most highly funded. Well, don't quote me on that. I'm being a bit evil, bro. It's NYC. You spend a lot, but I do know that the incentives for those school districts to like spend money has literally nothing to do. Like what they, since it's made by the New York City Board of Ed, they made a department for the school and divided them up to districts, and the way that they get they funded is not really in a result of what the children need. Like it's more so about what repairs need to be done, or like how to just be in the city in the first place, right? To
Mhm.
be a building in the city in the first place is most of the money goes to just doing shit like that. So even like the money and the amount of funding that will go into a system might look a certain way, but like they're not actually building what makes a community, right? They're not making or putting the money towards, higher fund teachers or people who are more involved with the community, like after school programs and all of that kind of stuff. And bro, that stuff have been absent from even now. Well, I wouldn't say now. It's actually getting better, especially in the city. I know y'all think the city is crazy and OD, but there's a lot of communities, tight-knit communities and community centers being built in the city, and people coming together to make sure that there's like community centers for children, especially like daycares and stuff like that. Bro, that stuff has been
Why is it community funded?
Long.
Hold on.
Yes.
Awesome. Community funded. Yeah, but obviously, I'm talking about like on the government side of things, and clearly.
But when I say community funded, I mean the government. I mean you get grants from the government. Like all you have to do is come together as a community unit, though. Like a church or a nonprofit can come together.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, but my problem is right now that clearly you see it as like nobody agrees with the system. I don't think even you, Lil Steve, you don't agree with affirmative action, or you think there could be a better system in place. You don't think it's the right move. But I hear a lot of problems, but no solutions being offered. So clearly, you shut down the fucking whole, invest into the communities instead of like paying out reparations in the millions to each African American, even though technically some of these people probably like how the fuck did you?
Because the challenging part is the people that push against the bad solutions lie. And they say they want to get rid of the bad solutions. In reality, they want no solutions. So the biggest people that fight against affirmative action are just conservatives that don't want to fucking do anything. It's like the same conservatives that say shit like, oh, like why are we sending all this money to Ukraine when we should be helping people in Hawaii? These fucking retards don't want to help people in Hawaii. They just want to defund the Ukrainian shit. So that's the issue, is that generally the largest advocates against these programs don't give a fuck about these communities at all, and they don't want to do anything about them at all. So.
Okay, wait, that's fair, but their intentions could be malicious or from a wrong place, right? But are they wrong though? Shouldn't the United States be investing into their own people when they have a fucking homelessness crisis?
Yes, they are. No. They are wrong, because we do invest in our own people. We spend a ton of money on entitlements in the United States, and none of these people even have any idea about the type of money we do spend.
Okay, let me ask you this, and I don't know, so I'm asking you. You know what I mean? How much would it cost to end homelessness in the United States? Like if the government decided to put X amount of money towards it,
I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows. But again, homelessness, it's like schools. Homelessness is not just a money problem. There's like a community will problem too. Like where do we build like the treatment centers? Do we even have treatment centers? Where do we house them? Where do we give them jobs at? Do we have the political will to sustain the taxes necessary to like... Yeah, that's like all part of it goes into it. And like what even like leads to homelessness, and do we want to do anything to rectify those problems I don't know, it's challenging.
I mean, what's weird to me about the United States is which department is responsible for the infrastructure of the United States? I'm sure there's like a name for it or some shit, right? Like is there not like
it's not the Department of Transportation. What is it? What is infrastructure in the United States? It's probably shared among a lot of them. Like the EP.
So
who
like
does
the
like
highways
who does
and,
highways?
Like, all that. Yeah. So the problem with the United States
that might generally be like states that do infrastructure. Actually, that might be the case. It's mainly a state issue, like each of our provinces. Yeah, not our federal government.
Sure, but the thing is, within the United States itself, like I think infrastructure is one of the biggest or like bigger issues where a lot of your fucking highways, a lot of your roads, a lot of that shit probably needs fucking, redoing. You need to work on that shit again. Like there's so many critical places in the United States that money could be put into, but instead it's being sent to the fucking Ukraine, for instance.
No. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Real quick. That's just not how our budget works. Like whether we do or don't send money to Ukraine has absolutely no bearing on whether we spend money on anything else ever. That's just never true. And anytime we do go to spend money on ourselves, it's always the same people fighting against Ukraine that fight against us doing it. So it doesn't make any sense for them to say that. Like, we did the American Reinvestment Plan or whatever, and that was like almost $2 trillion of stimulus investment into the United States. Conservatives fucking hated it. That got weaseled down initially from $6 trillion, right? So we spent $2 trillion on Americans. Conservatives fucking hated it, and now they're mad that we sent because they don't like spending money domestically. They just don't want to do that.
Stop. No, wait. What, like, because the devil's in the details, right?
No,
what was in the details that made them
what
hate
they
it?
don't like is they don't like the idea of government spending because they want a fiscally responsible government. They want to balance the budget. That's why. So these same people that are scoffing at sending, $20 billion in cash to Ukraine are like, why don't we spend on our own people? We do spend our own people, but you hated it. They just want us to not spend money, period. That's what they want, but they won't say that. So they say, we should spend money on ourselves as Ukraine. You don't spend money on anybody. Just say that, you fucking loser. They want to do austerity. Which is fine. You can make arguments for it, but they're not honest about it. That's why, so like all the people I'm against affirmative action. Why? Because it's not the best way to solve the problem. Okay, how do you want to solve the problem? Get rid of rap music. That's what they'll say. They don't have any real solutions either.
Okay, that's what they'd say. What would you say?
There has to be like a huge, I think education, in my opinion, elementary school education is like an investment in a child from year zero. So it has to be empowering moms to live in safe and healthy areas. It has to be empowering moms to have access to things like childcare. Empowering women, actually, we can even say before birth, empowering the Black community to have access and education related to like contraceptives and abortion is also incredibly important to prevent like accidental babies. Probably getting rid of like nonviolent drug offenses, that probably helps a bit, so you can keep Black fathers out of jail for getting busted for fucking weed. That probably creates a lot of...
I mean, is that the reason why most Black fathers are absentee because of?
Hold on. So you're doing the thing. Yeah, this is what conservatives do.
My bad. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. No. Okay,
when you say, is this the reason? No, none of these things are the reason, but that's why these are hard issues to solve. There's not like a one silver bullet. It's got to be like 52 different things. It's got to start with the help of...
Multifaceted approach, all of that.
Where every single one of these issues is like 5%. So keeping Black fathers out of jail, keeping Black mothers from getting pregnant, providing access to childcare, providing good jobs so that mom is like happy, healthy, and can help her children, providing good funding to the schools so they've got good textbooks, providing like teachers that are excited to work those jobs and will inspire the kids, good like after school programs, areas where older Black men especially have access to good jobs, so kids look around them and they say like, oh, what do other successful Black adults that look like me do? They work jobs. If they all see them selling drugs, they're not gonna give a fuck about school or getting real work because they see that's their path, right? Like, and all of these things are like 5% of the issue, but like those answers are unsatisfying and it would take a ton of work from a lot of different directions to solve it, and like that's just challenging.
I mean, is it more challenging than what's already being done?
No, because what's being done right now is a good fight that makes progressives feel good when they throw money at Black people and nothing happens, and conservatives feel good when they take money from Black people and nothing happens. And it's just like all a big like virtue signal fuck fest where both sides mean well. Progressives want to help Black people and they're gonna give them money, they'll do it. And conservatives probably generally do think that like welfare is destroying Black families, but like the sides are both like very simplistic in their approach to the issues and nothing actually gets solved, I think.
Random point, do you think that tax exemptions should be one of the things that help the Black community as well?
I think it
like
kind of a little bit,
solution.
Sure. I think that helps, sure.
Eventually, how many things need to be done towards assisting the Black community for the excuse, or no, I shouldn't say excuse, because it is a valid reason to me. Listen, trust me, I've watched enough documentaries about slavery, and I always used to think to myself, like, I'm surprised these people don't riot every single day. I'll be honest, right?
True.
But like, if you just look at it, right?
Safe travels.
The slavery argument is not gonna last forever, and eventually something needs to fucking be done.
I agree.
And right now,
I agree that it won't, but also some of these things probably lag a lot too, right? Like now, I'm super fucking white, so what can I say? But like, my guess is gonna be that even if you're a Black kid from a single family, from the fucking hood, like growing up in the worst case scenario, it might be the case that a kid like that growing up, in the past, listening to like NWA and fucking Ice Cube and all this shit or whatever the fuck, if they listen to all this shit, maybe that same kid growing up today, if he happens to listen to like Kendrick, maybe he turns out a little bit different, right? Like maybe the culture lags behind
maybe the outcomes lag behind the culture a little bit, and things kind of like change and shit as time goes on. So like maybe we don't see it now, but like hopefully things are changing a bit. Like I joke about this, but I do think it's kind of true. It is endearing when people online, when black people online are like, this is some insane racism. My teacher today, like, you know, read the word negro in a textbook. Or today, like, I saw a white dude wearing dreads.
You're saying that I can't have a hairstyle because of your culture? Why? Do you know it was in Egyptian culture? Are you Egyptian? Nah, bro, I'm not. Are you Egyptian? No, but it doesn't matter. Wait, where's Egypt? Tell me. You know what, bro? Dude, go. You have no right to tell me what I can wear. Huh? Yo, girl, stop touching me right now. Yo, girl, stop touching me right now. Get off of me. Come back. You put your hands on me, like, you're gonna make some shit because of what the hair I have? That's no reason, yo. I don't need your disrespect. I don't need your disrespect.
Why are you filming this?
Just for everyone's safety.
But if you're a black person and that's your big experience with racism, bro, you got like ancestors in chains that are like smiling down upon you like, holy shit, you've got it so good if these are your problems today. So like, it sucks, but I think it is getting better. It's just really hard to see because it lags behind the culture so much, in my opinion, you know?
I mean, I don't think any black person in good faith is...
Shut up.
Really
Don't dick suck fossil, don't do
Nah,
that. Don't
bro,
do
it's not about that. Bro, why can't you just tell people when they actually care, bro? You do care, bro.
Dude, this is the most fucking
you
like...
you remember my solution for the black people, bro, and the white people?
What,
bro?
send them back to Africa? Put them on ships?
No, I don't want white people anywhere near us anymore. Just give us all the money ever. Let us spend it on our values and watch us dilapidate instantly. And the strongest will prevail, bro. And we move on. Like that's how we. That's literally that's how we had to survive under racism in the first place. So why not just give it to us with infinite money, bro? It just seems like they just don't want us to have money.
Okay, this is what I'll say about black people. I think no black person in good faith is going to argue that they have it worse today than they did like 50, 60, 70 years ago. Although some of them do act like that, right? When they fucking cry about this fucking guy in Discord changed their name to Black Supremacy Court or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's retarded.
Sure, that is true, but I think one other just a quick issue that's like really difficult, and I understand a lot. This sounds insensitive saying this as a white person, but I think that like 40 or 50 years ago, if you got over on some shit and you're a black person, I super get why you're looking sideways at like why the federal government have to come in and tell these fucking union workers to let me work the same jobs the other white people are. Why am I not getting these jobs? Why am I not getting these loans, right? Like, life is hard already, and life was really hard for black people because they were black people. But that mind rot, which is mind rotting, right? Kanye West said it, and it's true. Slavery is a mindset to some extent. These things are mindsets. That mind rot is carried over today, unfortunately, to where now you've got black people sometimes who, like, anything, something happens, even if sometimes you just get over, it's like, that was some racism. And I think that sort of mindset in and of itself, I think, can actually hold people back and like mentally people over from making more progress, because they are starting to see racism everywhere when it's not actually bad. So I agree with what you're saying, where like black people say like, oh no, it's not as bad as it was before. But I think if you stuck a white kid and a black kid in the same situation and they both got over for the same reasons, the white kid would be like, oh, I up, I need to do better. But the black kid would be like, there was some racism afoot here. I need to see who I can talk to like fix this. Which is a really, really detrimental mindset, in my opinion. Sorry.
Oh, no, let me say this real quick, and let me ask you this much. Would you say the biggest issue, yes or no, right? And you could build up on it. Would you say the biggest issue with the black community is one of culture and one of mentality? Yes or no?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But culture is bred from circumstances, right?
It is.
That's
but
part of why it's funny because
the
like
fact that they're taking the path into the future.
Which
it is. But like,
literally just money. Bro.
So like one of the things that I do is like I make fun a lot of like Nation of Islam people and kind of like the Africanism where they go back and they want to rewrite their history and say all this shit was African, blah blah blah. There is a reason for that I don't really talk about, and the reason why is because Jesus Christ, I've listened to Immortal technically talk about this, okay? So excuse my cringe. But like, it's not necessarily in African history for everybody to always be poor and destitute. That when European people existed and started exploiting other nations, like this is I want to say newish in the past like several hundred years, but like that idea of like one group of people of a certain skin color totally over other people is relatively recent. When black people feel like their entire system is in poverty and their entire history and culture is in poverty, then of course the art that they make is going to reflect that, right? And I think that's an issue to where like you've got like Jewish people who are super proud of their history. You can take Jewish people and stick them anywhere and they're going to find a way to claw themselves out and succeed because of like the history of their culture. But you take black people as African Americans in the United States, they don't have a history other than poverty and slavery. So when you look at the art they create, it represents that culture of poverty and slavery. So but then to turn around and be like, the problem is your culture, you stupid. It's like, well, yeah, of course it's their culture. Because we took it from them. That's all they have, you know? So I agree that like, you don't agree? Yeah, go for it. Or what?
Because he's right. He's right, but like where the value is lining up. Like, all right, so the fact that you're saying we don't have a history is baked into the American narrative, but the fact that our shit has been stolen is our history. Like, black people are allowed to own what they've been through, and I get that. Oh, the struggle is real. It ain't like something to build up on, but when you literally don't even have like. When I have to have a conversation, I can't stand having to constantly say this shit. But like for me, when people could talk about where they food come from, the lands that they've seen, like the literal physical manifestations of fucking earth that they've been like visiting and looking at, the words that they're able to speak, the way their family has grown up, all this shit that got to deal with their heritage and culture has been ripped out of us. But when it comes for a black person, it's about their music and it's about the like way they dance and shit, even though all of that stuff was also extracted from us by America and actually was the ones who decided which one of or what of our culture had value. Like, it's not us that decided that stuff. And also, as people who didn't have a grasp over their culture or autonomy over their living, how are people like that supposed to be the arbiters of what their culture even says? So when I'm young and I hear music blasting on the radio that I got from the white man, playing the white man station, how am I supposed to be, even though it's a black voice coming from it, how am I supposed to know that there's somebody, you know, down the block possibly singing something more wholesome that will hold me together, unless I have the cultural structure or something that I can go around and visit and deal with, which was absent from America because of.
Well, but I think like we would say that like if we look at like rap music as a whole, like it is changing, right? Like significantly, right? If we compare like Kendrick Lamar to what existed in like the 90s, we're talking like we're talking like Shakespeare versus like 4chan, right? Like it's significantly changed.
Okay, it's not that.
It is
There's
that no. It is that significant. Like it is a huge difference in terms of quality, in terms of like artistic merit, in terms of like in terms of like the experience of writing about everything. I think it is like that. Like the difference between that type of rap is like night and day, right? Like I think there's a lot of like if you could get rid of like the bad words, right? Like no, I can't say this. Like, I'll say that, like, growing up, actually, I don't know, because I don't have any, like, conservative black friends anymore, but, like, I've said this, like, growing up, the conservative black households that I knew weren't allowed ever to listen to rap music, ever. More white houses I knew in my Catholic school district could listen to rap music than fucking black conservative households. I wonder today if black conservative households would let their kids listen to, like, J. Cole and shit. The only real change come from inside. You know?
Probably not, to be honest, because they see it all under the same umbrella, because they don't think of the one person or the two artists that are doing it differently than the rest. They just lump them all together with the I don't know, the 6ix9ines or the Drakes or like the fucking.
I mean, is it just the one or two? Like, even Kanye West never really rapped about like gangster shit. Like, even Kanye West is like, follow Jesus saves and new slaves. No more living for the code. We nobody slave.
That's like, the new
Destiny,
Kanye.
can I ask you a hypothetical?
That's the new Kanye.
It might be.
No, wait. Oh, also wait, real quick. That's not the new Kanye. No, Kanye never rapped about like gang shit ever.
Yeah, but you're only think about who you're pointing towards. You're pointing towards Kendrick, Kanye. I'm telling you, the vast majority of artists, rappers, are not Cole, are not Kendrick, are not Kanye. They're not any of these
I don't
guys.
know.
The
I don't
vast
know.
majority-
Aren't the biggest ones that? Like Kanye, Drake,
No.
J. Cole, like
Drake
Kendrick is
raps
doing
about gang shit. He literally has a song called Mob Ties, number 1. Number 2, fucking, what's it called? Future, one of the most popular niggas. 21 Savage, one of the most popular
Look
niggas.
at Tyler, the
Lil Baby,
Creator,
one of the
like
popular niggas.
21
Tyler, the
does
Creator,
trap.
rap.
How many people done doubted you? Left you out to rap.
Tyler,
Yo,
the Creator,
before
with
y'all
rap.
splurge over this, I'll be out. Let me just
Sure,
ask you.
sorry, yeah, go for it.
That's if you got if it makes sense. If it don't, just tell me I'm stupid. Get me out of here. All right. If you pause white, all right. The hypothetical is that if you pause white culture or life, like cultural life, whatever you look at it, like the whole system of how you grow up as a white person and acquire wealth and stability, all that. If you pause that for 100 years and then you just let black people keep running on our society for 100 years, will we catch up? Like, will we become equal? Like, if white people was to be able, like, if it was just some way to just stasis all of it, all income, all everything, like Thanos snap basically, and then like black people was able to just use the same structure and everything would still run, and we would just have 100 years.
Oh sure,
just
yeah, you're just
acquiring
hypothetical.
wealth and stuff.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't think it would take 100 years, but yeah, I think so.
You really think white people have a 100-year head start?
It's
Not
not just
100, but I'm just being hyperbolic, bro. Like, yeah,
Oh,
it's just
Jesus.
some any level of time. I'm just saying whether the hypothetical was to make him understand, well, not understand, but to see if we both agree that progress is being made. Like,
Yeah, but why would he
regardless.
disagree though? Why would he disagree?
Because
Like, that's
if oppression or racism was still a thing, then we wouldn't catch up. Like the
it
society,
wouldn't
the
be a
system
thing if you
that
paused
freezes.
white people. If you paused white people, it wouldn't be, right?
No, because we're talking about systematic racism. So whether the
That
white
comes
people have
from the
the
white
intention or
man,
not, no, because the thing is that a lot of white people who like, if a white person like looked at my name and didn't choose me, like the reasons they do that is could be systematic for me, but like not racist for them. You understand? That's what like systematic racism means. So like most black people aren't dealing with like actual
you know what
people coming at them being
Fossil.
racist and
Fossil.
swatting them out of
Fossil.
opportunity.
Fossil, what you sound like right now is when niggas say it's not racism, it's pattern recognition, right? When people say, oh,
Yeah,
the reason why this woman crossed the street, or the reason why people don't want to deal with this kind of person or that kind of person, is just pattern recognition. By the way, Steve, do you agree with that shit? I'm curious.
Yeah,
Or
I
you
do.
just
I
believe
do.
it's blat-
I do.
All right,
but,
I'm
like,
out of here. Gang, gang.
All right, Fossil, take care, buddy.
Yeah, I
Go
agree
ahead.
that it's just
Go ahead,
pattern
Steve.
recognition, but the problem is the pattern recognition can start from racism. So, for instance, let's say I have 100 men named David and 100 men named Tyrone, and I take the 100 Davids and I give them $1 million, and I give the 100 Tyrones and I give them 40,000 in credit card debt, and then I ask people to start lending houses to people. Like, lenders are at some point are like, okay, well, if you got the name Tyrone, I'm not going to lend to you because you don't have money. Now, is that racism? I mean, if initially the reason why I gave David the money and Tyrone the debt was a racist reason, I mean, is it? I don't know. It's hard. Like, it is just pattern recognition and it's valid, but like the origins are racist, so it's hard to just call it pattern recognition or just call it racism. Yeah.
No, I think that's a hard example to contend with, so I'll simplify it. I'll present an easier one. Let's say, you're looking at fucking applications, job applications, and you have a fucking black sounding name and a white sounding name. What would compel somebody to deny the black person but accept the white person? Because why would pattern recognition come into effect in that scenario, for instance? Because there's no debt, there's no give that person $1 million and give that person 40,000 in debt. It's nothing of that sort. It's just the
Because you've been
difference in name.
exposed to people with a certain name that have a certain amount of wealth, depending on like what they're called, right?
Yeah, but you recognizing that pattern in itself makes you racist because it has nothing to do with the validity of this person's application. Don't you think so?
Maybe, but like, let's say for instance, like, I guess like these are hard questions, but like, you get accused of a false rape accusation or something, and now your life is on the line, and you need to figure out like what you're gonna do, and you've got 2 law firms. And, one guy that represents you is going to be like Jerome Washington, and the other guy representing you is going to be called like Rod Rosenstein.
Okay, dude. Go ahead. I'm enjoying this.
If you look at them both, and they seem pretty equal. Like, this is kind of the argument that people made about like you know, like choosing doctors and shit too. Like, I agree that it's not good. Like, you probably should go by qualifications, and depending on the area that you're in, it might be that like the minority person is even more qualified because of whatever random shit they had to go through to get there. I don't remember which. This is a long time ago. I remember some comedian had a joke about like the most dangerous person in like a black gang in the hood is a white dude because he probably had to do some wacky shit to get accepted, like shit like that. Yeah. So I mean, it might be the case that like if you see like a fucking, you know, a black doctor or, you know, a female pilot or a female engineer or some shit, she might have had to do some fucking wacky and wild shit to like prove herself at that point. You know, I don't know if that's true or not always, but I know back when my mom was in the Air Force, I know my mom said that she was like, that like the woman who worked in the Air Force back in the like 60s and 70s and 80s and shit, like these women, no, it would have been in the 70s and 80s, I think, that these women like super busted their ass because you were always having to prove to yourself over and over again to like male superiors that you were supposed to be taken seriously and shit. So, but I mean,
it's hard when you say things like that because you said on one end you said, you know, systemic racism. I don't fucking believe in that bullshit, and I tend to agree with you. I could kind of see where you're coming from. But at the same time, you point out things such as you having to deal with a person overlooking you just based off of your name. And you brought up the example of the lawyers. You fucking have the Rothstein, Rosenstein, whatever, and then you have the Jerome. And the Jerome probably is more qualified just knowing his background or just assuming, which is, again, hilariously, you just assumed that Jerome had to overcome more obstacles based off of their, you know, race,
potentially,
whereas the other guy had it potentially correct, but you assumed these things and yet you still decided to go with the other one that you thought was more fitting of the position. Don't you think like this inherently, this racism that comes from within is put into you at some point, at some time, due to either the household that you're raised in or the school that you went to or the environment or society that you're born in? And if that's true, does it not fucking mean that there's systemic racism somewhere in place?
I mean,
you get where I'm coming from?
What if the patterns are true though?
Okay, no, stop. Based. Thank you very much. Okay, right. Then are you justified in your racism?
Well, is it racism? I don't even know. Maybe there's some racism that, like, what about like a woman walks into a room and there's a woman in there or a man in there and she assumes that the man is going to be more violent than the woman, right? Is that sexism? I don't know if anybody would call it sexism, but I think most people would say it's somewhat justified, right?
No, but yeah, but you're not fucking harming or putting the man down. Like, you'd assume, okay, oh, I'm not safe around this guy. You would then take yourself out of that position. But in these other instances, you're either taking a client away from the lawyer or you're denying a job application for the man that could have deserved it, but you discounted them based off of their name. And when it comes to pattern recognition, there's two ways that I feel about it, right? If it's experiences that you face, right? So let's say you've met 10 black people, right? You, Lil Steve, you met 10 black people, and you've had 10 terrible experiences with 10 black people. I really can't fault you if you saw the 11th black person and felt some type of way. Could I, like, truly think about it? Could I fault you? Could I tell you, oh, like if you said, you stay away from that guy, I'd be like, yo, you've never met this guy, it's the first time. Yeah, but I've met 10 motherfuckers like him. You know what I mean? Would you say it's justified in that instance? Being racist towards that person?
I don't know. It's really hard. Though I go back to the woman example because women justify. Here's the thing: women justify, and progressives at large are super okay with sexism towards men, and really disgusting sexism towards men. Like, if I were to say I'm really uncomfortable leaving a black person alone in my house, who's an acquaintance, because I've had a black person steal from me in the past, every single person would say easily, like, oh, okay, you're fucking racist. That's a horrible thing to say. But if a woman was like, I'm really uncomfortable when my roommates bring a male friend over and they leave him alone for a little bit in the house because of a past, like, traumatic experience with men, everybody was like, yeah, that's totally fair, like, to feel, like, unsafe or whatever. Like, what, you're going to treat all men as racists. So, yeah, there's a huge double standard there, and I'm not sure if, like, maybe it's the case that, like, it is okay to be racist or sexist sometimes, or it's understandable to be racist or sexist sometimes. I don't know if the answer is there.
I mean, pointing out the double standard is fair because it is existent and it is very hypocritical on their end to do so. But I don't think it addresses the question at hand, right? You said you don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to get
when you say it is hypocritical,
yes,
but like the problem is that, like, it's challenging. It's challenging because it's like, is it okay?
They're not equal, by the way.
Yeah,
they're not
because it feels intuitively like, yeah, I mean, like, would I really fault a woman Would I fault a
Yeah.
woman for feeling
Or trying to be
uncomfortable
safe.
alone with her?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
probably
can.
not. But like you say, trying to be safe. Would I fault like, let's say you've just got a white dude that was born and raised in Alabama. The only black people he's seen are rappers and criminals and shit on movies and shit. Like, am I faulting him if he's trying to keep his family or his property safe, like by being scared of black people? Like, because it seems like it's very easy to be condemning of the racist white guy, but of like the sexist woman that just assumes a guy's gonna fucking rape her. Like, that's actually super okay. I mean, in a way, I'd be kind of offended. Like, if you assume I'm gonna fucking rape you, but like, I'm actually conditioned to not be offended. I'm actually conditioned in society. I'm conditioned to think women can think of me as a pedophile. If I'm at a park with my son and another kid comes riding up to me and I gotta pick him up, like, ooh, a woman doesn't have to think twice about that. As a man, I kind of gotta think about it. I don't anymore because Nathan's obviously older, and I am a pedophile, so I don't care. But like, and then it's also the same. It's also the same when you look at like men around women. I'm conditioned to expect, like, okay, if I'm with a woman, like, there's a chance you could think I'm a fucking racist, or I'm sorry, a fucking racist. So like, I do have to take that into account. But like, for black people, we don't say that, like, well, I mean, black people probably say to other black people, but societally, we don't think it's acceptable to condition black people like, hey, listen, you know, some people are just going to treat you as a criminal. It's okay. It's understandable if they do that, you know?
Unironically, though, you were justifying the red pill movement because the red pill is the one that points out that double standard, that hypocrisy where men get seen in a certain light, men get put down, men get, like, for instance, you go to the park, you pick up your kid, and now you're getting looked at like you're a pedophile, or a woman suddenly feels uncomfortable around you, and she's totally justified in feeling so, right? So I guess, funny enough, that is a justification for the red pill, at least the honest form of it, not the one that just calls all women hoes and shit. That's
Sure.
retarded.
I mean, like, the red pill is fully justified in that, like, there absolutely are fucking double standards between men and women in society. Like, that's undeniably fucking true. And there absolutely is a culture.
Tackle the racism, though.
What?
No.
Oh no, I'm just saying that, like,
tackle the
don't imply that, like, I think that, like, the red pill doesn't make any good points. Like, that we definitely lived in a society of, like, way too much yas queening, like, fucking hardcore. I'm not gonna fucking deny that. Absolutely, that's true. But like, the problem is all the other things they say are fucking retarded. Then, but yeah.
If you were forced without having to, and you could, if you want to, you could get into it deeper, but without having to, you know, provide justification. If you were forced to give an answer to whether, you know, pattern recognition is justified and due to like racism that's based on pattern recognition is justified, yes or no, what would you say?
If I would say pattern, I would say it is racism. Are you asking me if it's justified?
Yeah. Would you be cool with it? Would you like? Would you understand it? Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, I don't know, man. That's really hard. I don't know how to think about it.
When I asked for a yes or no, of course it's hard. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I have to think about it. If I get a call from a random number and I pick up the phone and the guy's like, "Hello, I would like to talk to you," I'd be like, "I'm hanging up immediately." But like, I don't know. Does that make me racist? I don't know. Maybe it's a guy that works at fucking Microsoft who wants to give me a free copy of Windows 10. I don't know. Fuck, like, I might be
What if
right
it
now.
is?
Yeah, it could
Imagine
be.
if Microsoft won't hire Indian because of that reason.
Yeah,
Would
I
they
don't
be
know. Yeah,
racist?
I'm not sure.
Wait, I think you're gonna have to, like, maybe more clearly define what you mean by racism, because, like, as it's usually defined, racism is the idea that, like, certain races are superior to other races. So, like, yeah, understanding that there are more Indian scammers that do telephone calls as opposed to, I don't know, white American dudes, that's not racist.
Well, I would say that racism is when you take
superior to another race.
I don't think racism is necessarily race superior. I think racism is when you take a trait that broadly belongs to some group and then you apply that to a specific individual.
Individuals.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, like, for instance,
Yeah,
if I go up to
absolutely.
an Asian friend, I'm like, "Can you, like, work on some shit for me?" And they're like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Because you're really good at math." And the guy's like, "I failed, like, algebra. Like, why would you say I'm good at math?" "Oh, because Asians are good at math." That's like a racist thing to do.
That sounds a little bit more like stereotyping to me.
Yeah, stereotyping based on race, which is, I think, racism, right?
Well, sure.
Not everything. Wait, hold on. Do you agree with the statement that not everything racial is racist?
No.
So, for instance,
No, I think it's all racist. Like, black people and
Well,
big
you
dicks
both
and all that
disagree.
shit. I think that's racist. Go on.
Wait, vegan gays, do you disagree? Why?
No, I didn't disagree.
You didn't disagree? Oh, I
just,
thought you did.
Like, just because there's a racial aspect to some types of stereotyping, I wouldn't say that's racist. Like again,
So it's not-
I understand that there's more Indian scammers who do these telephone calls than white people. That is stereotyping, but I mean, like,
But it's
at
not racist.
least in my personal experience, I can recognize that pattern. It might be stereotyping, but it doesn't come along with this idea that Indian people are inferior to white people or my race or anything.
No,
Aren't
that's
they
your
kind of
definition of
inferior
racism,
because, like,
though.
they couldn't work that job? Like, you'd rather have a white person work that job.
True, that's why Microsoft probably don't hire them niggas. Would they be racist if they wouldn't hire them? Honestly, I would say probably not. Because at that point, nobody's gonna fucking pick up the phone. They'll just assume that they're talking to some scammer.
I think Microsoft does actually employ a lot of Indian people for tech support.
Tech support, like
Yeah,
as
but
in,
they're like
all the customer-
American Indian people. They sound like me.
with an American accent.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty funny if they did hire like an Indian dude with an Indian accent. Like,
Well,
you
if
know,
they're an
you know what
H-1B
they-
worker, I mean, they might.
Yeah,
actually-
imagine if they hired him and then they compared the amount of calls that get hung up on him versus the other people.
Well, dude,
Then we'd
what's
actually
funny
fucking get
is, I live in Ontario. Like, there's just a lot of Indian people who live here, and just a lot of Middle Eastern people in general. And anytime like I get a call from the bank, I like just have to hang up and then like actually call the bank, because a lot of the time they're Indian, and I've been scammed by Indian
Jesus
people
Christ.
before.
Okay, that sounds just
trying to
racist.
pretend
What
that
the
they're-
fuck?
That sounds crazy.
That just sounds
Like-
racist.
It's not though.
Wait, so when you call your bank's official number and the guy picks up and he's got an Indian accent, you call back?
No, I'm saying no. When I call my bank's official number and I hear an Indian person, I know it's not a scam because I'm calling my bank.
Oh, okay.
But if an Indian person were to call, claiming they're my bank, they might have like stolen some information from me. And some of these scams are pretty sophisticated. Like, so I have been fooled once, and like now as a rule, like if I hear an Indian person claiming to be from my bank, I just hang up and then I call my bank.
Wait, I'm just curious. If white people applied that same rule to black people, they just kind of assume they were going to be like a thief or something. Would you think that's okay, or?
Sorry, what's the scenario?
Scenario is 4 people enter a store. 1 of them's black, 3 of them is white. You tell loss prevention, hey, can you just like follow around the black person and make sure they don't steal anything?
I think it really depends because.
So you've had
a
black
lot of
shoplifters in the past.
Well, it like again, it depends because there is a lot of situations where white people don't actually interact with a lot of black people, and their exposure to black people is like maybe rap music or some crime dramas where black people are portrayed as like gangsters or thieves and stuff, and then they have that stereotype when they actually see black people. If there is an area where there's like a lot of fucking black dudes for whatever reason who commit these thefts, and every other like race or ethnicity in that area doesn't really do that, I wouldn't consider that racist. Like,
I mean, at that point, like,
isn't
haven't you just justified literally all racism? Because isn't that basically all racism?
Well, no. Like that's more of a like again, this is more of a cultural thing. It's not really a racial thing.
Well, because like most racism isn't like somebody like I sat down, I did the research, I hate black people. Usually it's like you just have shitty exposure to them in media. You don't know many of them in real life. For any ethnic group, not just black people, anybody. Isn't that where most racism comes from?
I'm not sure, but I don't see how it's really related to this. Like, again, I don't see an issue with just obvious pattern recognition. Again, if you're a store owner and the only people you ever have a problem with are black people, it's not even necessarily a racist thing. It's just that you're recognizing that there's certain people from this area that have a certain culture who do this thing.
How do you know it's the culture though? That you just assumed it's the culture. They might just be black.
Or actually,
that's about it.
That's true. But also,
Well-
let's on the flip side of that. Let's say that a person walks into a store and they're black, and then they find that because isn't that why cops pull over black people in nice cars? What if you're just like a normal black guy? You don't do any crime, you don't do any weird shit, and now you're gonna like follow it everywhere, and it's because people assume that you're like everybody else. Like you don't think that black person might feel like you're having a racist experience, or?
Well, yeah, again, usually when it comes to that sort of police discrimination, it is not justified.
Wait, how? You just said the store owner that dealt with, criminals always being black is justified.
Well, again, like, I don't see an issue where if you're actually only having a problem with certain clientele, and then recognizing that maybe you should be a little more cautious around them. I don't see that as a racist issue. When it comes to cops, they don't. So, if you look at a lot of the, like, ticketing in certain areas, like, black people are followed for multiple blocks until they commit some sort of traffic infraction or they fabricate a traffic infraction. So they're not actually committing, they're not committing any kind of crime, and they use some sort of pretext to actually stop them. And again, oftentimes, these black people in these areas don't commit certain crime, like at least certain crimes, more often than other races. You especially see that when it comes to traffic infractions.
Okay, so what you're saying is if the cop that pulled over the black person with the nice car did it because in that area there's been a high number of car thefts by, black people, then it would be fair for him to do so, correct?
No. Like again, when it comes to policing specifically, you have to have some sort of evidence of a crime being committed. Just a black person in a nice car isn't evidence of a crime.
Yeah, but don't you think when the store owner is sending somebody to follow the black people around the store because he's had a couple of black people steal from him, don't you think that he should at least wait to see some suspicious activity before he decides to follow them too? Like, you have a different standard for the store owner and the policeman.
Well,
like,
obviously I'm going to have a different standard for store owner and police. Like the issue with policing is there are actually legal standards that they have to abide by, and if they're going to make a traffic stop like this, there has to be some sort of evidence of a crime being committed. A store owner doesn't have those responsibilities, so if they're suspicious of certain clientele and they have fair reason to be, because again, certain people from a certain culture are doing these sorts of things, that's a lot different than pretextual stops.
But I think we're not on the same page because they're talking about legality and like the morality of them doing it. Excluding legality, because you are correct, law enforcement officers probably need to have probable cause or at least a valid legal reason to stop the person.
Well, wait. I'm not really just making a legal argument. I am making a moral argument. So when the police stop you in a car, that is a violation of your rights if they are detaining you for no reason. If there's no evidence of a crime,
not detaining.
Wait,
stopping
that is
not
a detainment. That is a detainment.
In the United States, if you're like stopped by a cop and you can't leave while they're performing an investigation, that's what we consider being detained in the United States. Detaining and arresting are two different things. That's funny for two.
So it's not an arrest, it's a detainment. So that does violate your rights. If there is no reasonable suspicion of a crime being committed or about to be committed, that is violating your rights.
But what's the reasonable suspicion in this?
Sorry?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, whereas if somebody is just following you around in the store, in no way is that violating your rights.
Okay, here's the thing. Without taking it back, because you are correct, right, when you said the point about the detainment, without taking it back to that, morally, right, if the fucking store owner is following you all over the place without seeing you do anything, and the reason he's doing so is because there's been a couple of fucking times that he's got his shit stolen due to the fact that, oh, I didn't follow these people, they were black, and now every single time I gotta follow a black person. If the law enforcement officer is doing the exact same thing, right, and there's some bolo out on a car that a black person happens to be driving, that's reasonable doubt as well, and that makes both scenarios equal in my eye, because how is it not equal then?
Real quick, just as a legal definition, when he says reasonable suspicion, he doesn't mean that in terms of what's a reasonable thing to suspect somebody of. Reasonable suspicion is a standard in the United States whereby you suspect somebody of having committed a crime. That's what he means.
And in the example, I modified the example. I said, let's say that the car, a similar car of the similar type, color, whatever, was reported stolen, and then the police officer immediately stopped the black person.
Well, yeah.
Then, sure, it would be justified. You wouldn't say that it's f***ed in any way. Right?
Well, the reason for the stop is because there are details of the investigation that would logically lead an officer to conclude that it is possible a crime is being committed. But it has nothing to do with them being black.
Okay, There you go, correct. And in the store's case, right? The simple fact that you're following somebody around, because nobody, by the way, I don't think people are super careful around their children with white guys. Even the vast majority of pedophiles are white guys. Nobody says you gotta start like, because what I'm trying to point out to you is pattern recognition apparently only starts working with minorities, right? Nobody says be careful around this person, they're a fucking pedophile. Oh no, it's just a fucking white guy. And in this instance, you're justifying this store owner following this random black guy around because he's been robbed by other black people. Would you do the exact same thing for a white guy just because most pedophiles happen to be white?
Okay, when you're talking about that stereotype in particular, more people are cautious about older white men for pedophilia than for people of any other race.
But they don't start profiling them the same way that you described, with the store owner having somebody follow the black people around the store. Maybe they feel some type of way about them, but they don't do what you said they would do with the black people.
Well, my issue is if a store owner is following somebody around the store, that is in no way violating their rights. They can still go into the store, they can still buy whatever they want, and it doesn't inconvenience them in any way. And like, I mean, this is kind of a...
You think
this
so?
is kind of a
It's
problem
not an
that...
inconvenience?
No.
I think it would be. If somebody's following me around for the simple fact that I fit the description of some other niggas that I have nothing to do with whatsoever, I would think that this is fuck. Like, I think any reasonable person would.
Well,
right?
yeah, I mean,
and
I
you always
personally...
take it back to white, by the way. I'm talking morally here. I'm not even, because you take it to like obviously with the police officer, there's a legal duty and then there's a moral duty. Like, I want to create a separation between those two things, right? When I'm talking about the store owner, I'm talking like morally for him to do so, right? Because again, racism goes back to morals. It's not illegal to be racist, correct? So it goes back to morals. Morally, he's absolutely 100% in the wrong to do so if he's treating me some type of way based off some other person's action. And that's the problem with pattern recognition. It starts punishing people that share common characteristics with somebody just for the simple fact that they might be similar.
I like when stores have policies where they say no shirt, no shoes, no service. Do you think that is profiling, like an immoral type of profiling?
No, because it's targeted behavior, not a race.
Yeah, it's not uniquely targeted at a single race for the simple fact that they are that race.
Well, right. Well, right. Like the reason. Okay, but it is targeting a certain type of person who
it's
like,
targeting
dresses
behavior.
a certain way.
It's targeting behavior.
Yeah, it's not tied to race.
Like that's the difference between having a sign that says like no shoplifting versus no black people. Like the no shoplifting sign is fine, even if the
or like no shirt,
right?
Yeah, or like no shirt, no dreads or some shit like. Then I'd be like, okay, dude, who the fuck are you trying to keep out of your store, right?
Yeah.
If it was some shit like that, then I'd be like, okay, it's a bit weird. But like no shirt, no shoes, you know, like that makes sense.
Yeah, so I can understand why somebody would be personally offended by somebody following you around in a store and assuming you might be up to something because of what somebody else did. But again, it's not necessarily unreasonable when you have a lot to lose and you are seeing a pattern where only a certain group of people are doing this.
I feel like
like this seems like by the way, this seems like a problem that kind of solves itself. If you're shopping at that store regularly and they see that you're cool, they're just not going to bother you anymore in all likelihood.
Not true. Not
usually,
true.
And by the way, usually you see.
With that shit.
By the way, usually you see like everybody fucking stealing shit. Like if you ever look at somebody who works at like 7-Eleven or a gas station or something, everybody fucking tries to steal shit. So if these people are particularly targeting black people, they probably are just racist.
Wait, you're betraying your original stance right now. Your original stance was you said it was pattern recognition. It's not racist.
Yeah, I wouldn't say by definition it's racist. Like I mean, if you let's say you owned a Quickie Mart, and literally every single theft that's ever occurred is always black people, no other clientele steal. Is it really unreasonable in that kind of situation to maybe be a little bit more cautious around black people?
I would say, no, my personal opinion is No, but at the same time, I also recognize that that is from a place of ignorance, because you would recognize, or you would at least say that it's not the fact that they're black that's causing them to steal.
Well, right.
It's where they're from, and like it's way deeper than the color of their skin. But that's the easiest thing to like recognize, right? And that's why you profile them.
That's why I also tied this to culture. Like, I'm not assuming they're stealing because they're black. I'm assuming it's just because the black people who live in this area might, I don't know, be more involved in crime or something. But it's not because they're black that they're stealing. I think the issue you have is that some people assume because they're black they're stealing, and then they develop these racist ideas that black people are thieves or soming.
And while that's true and while that's crazy, I have to take off because I need to sleep. I actually don't need to sleep. I'm going to tell things I need to do.
Alright, take care.
Love you. See you later.
These huge ideological narratives don't even bother to look at the facts of the case.
Holy shit, Ben. Holy.
He now is going to candidate, and the Republicans have. I would agree with all that. But
Sure.
yes, we are highly polarized.
Okay, so with the broader, the macro picture out of the way, looking at the microscopic stuff. So there are a lot of things that get brought up by mainstream and alternative media where I feel like the messaging, the messaging can be okay, but it's poisoned because all of the facts beneath it are wrong. And when those facts are wrong, I think you lose the ability to communicate any of your broader messaging to like a wider audience. I think a really good example of this is, I think Joe Rogan was highly irresponsible for having so much like bunk medicine introduced to huge audiences on his show, like ivermectin. But when CNN starts saying things like ivermectin is just a drug for horses, it's only horse paste, well, I mean, like one Google search away, we can see that's not true. And then all of a sudden, Joe Rogan is spreading bad information about medicine. That message, which is true, becomes undermined, I think, because people are getting some of the facts wrong. And then now coming more specifically, I feel like with the Rittenhouse stuff, I feel like Rittenhouse is pretty cut and dry a lot of different ways, but I still hear people get a lot of the kind of like facts or analysis, in my opinion, like really wrong. So I think the thing I want to talk to you about is there's like 3 main points that I'll see if I can move you on any of them. Number 1 is I think that the riots in Kenosha were literally propagated by fake news. They should have never happened. I think that Rittenhouse had just as much reason to be in Kenosha as any other person that was there. I think that all of the Rittenhouse killings, were the 2 and then the one shooting the guy's bicep, were all in self-defense and had nothing to do with defending property. These are 3 points that I see repeated the opposite way by left-leaning mainstream and alternative media over and over and over again. I think that all 3 are like clearly wrong.
Okay. I mean, the first one in terms of you don't agree with the Kenosha protest seems to me to be, I mean, largely irrelevant in terms of Rittenhouse, in my estimation. I mean, I don't want to litigate whether people should have been upset and should be upset about policing in this country relative to black people in particular.
Well,
I mean, that to me is, and you can argue that the Kenosha, protests were set off by, Blake's killing.
Mm-hmm. Blake's shooting, right?
Shooting, sorry. And I guess he's paralyzed. Mm-hmm. And you could argue that it was just that, without any of the context of the protests that have been going on across the country, mm-hmm. and the building, literally decades. I mean, I would tell this story for years on my show. When I was in Straight Entertainment, I did a sitcom called The Show. And it was a white head writer on an all-black variety show. Mm-hmm. And one of the guys I worked with was a guy named Chris Spencer. And Chris, we went back to his house at a break during shooting or rehearsal or whatever it was. And we pull into his garage in West Hollywood, and we get followed as we come in by his buddy in a Range Rover. And at that time, that was like if you were successful in LA, you had a Range Rover. And this was in the mid-90s. And the guy comes in, he's like, thank God you were there. I was being followed by the cops again for the 4th time this week, because they pulled me over 3 times to check and see if this was my car. And he said he had called the police department and spoke to a sergeant and was like, is there a sticker I can get that says this is my car? And the cop said, are you black? And he said, yes. And he said, there's really nothing I can do for you. And so, I mean, this has been going on, well, far before that. But certainly, you know, at least in terms of our lifetime, it's been going on and on. So I think you can say people should not have been upset by the shooting of Blake, and that was the only reason why they protested, and they protested on false grounds. But I mean, I don't even think that's worth litigating. People can make their own determination as to whether those protests were justified.
Okay, or go ahead.
As far as the second one that you said was...
Can we move through them one at a time, I think? And then
Sure.
Yeah. So on the first one, so when I'm thinking of like how I want to deal with a particular thing, I usually try to think of like, well, what happens on the other side? I want to be able to... Have you ever heard of the term stochastic terrorism? It's like this idea that like if you give enough of a certain type of rhetoric, even if you don't directly call people to violence, it's probably going to be some violence that happens. So I would say like Tucker Carlson, when he talks about the Great Replacement over and over and over and over again, and then when some kid picks up a gun and he starts killing black people or like immigrants or whatever, it's pretty obvious that like even if I can't draw a straight line from A to B, I can see how somebody could get from A to B. So I want to be able to condemn people on the right when they give irresponsible rhetoric that leads to things like shootings or things like the January 6th attempted coup insurrection. I want to be able to say when you engage in this type of rhetoric or language, it's dangerous and it will cause people to do this. Hello. So I think for Kenosha, I wouldn't say that like an amalgamation of things led to those riots. I would say pretty clearly it was absolutely the coverage of the Jacob Blake shooting. Jacob Blake was shot on August 23rd. There were riots that day and on the 24th, and on the 25th was the Rittenhouse shooting. That timeline of like 3 days is not an accident. It was very clearly, the video went out of Jacob Blake being shot. Every left-leaning media person in the world jumped on it, started blasting it all over Twitter, all over social media, all over mainstream media as like a poor innocent black guy that got shot in the back by cops 6 times. A lot of people still think he was killed even. I think that the misreporting and the mishandling of that was absolutely the biggest drive of those Kenosha riots that happened in the following days.
I mean, you may have a point. I don't know. To be honest with you, I mean, I wouldn't know how to parse that out. And you can say that the coverage was poor, and that, in my mind, is in no way a mitigating factor in my mind for the actions that Rittenhouse took. So it's sort of irrelevant relative to my perception of Rittenhouse. I mean, I take it as a granted that at any given time, news is sensationalistic, and the way that our media is organized now, it's sensationalistic, you know, depending on who they perceive their audience to be, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there were protests, peaceful protests in that first day. At night, things turned ugly, and you know, maybe it is the media's fault or certain media outlets and not others. I mean, but I think like the impetus to protest, it's pretty hard to say that when you're talking about, you know, a proceeding, whatever, 12 to 18 months you want to say, where you've had some of the biggest protests about police shootings that the country has seen, to say that that's completely divorced from that context, I mean, I think there's a very hard argument to make. But like I say, relative to Rittenhouse, none of that is relevant to me.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. And I would
so-
agree that other things are playing into it as well. Like, I'm not going to argue against police, like, even the facts of the matter relating to police bias. There's a huge, like, over 100 million traffic stops. The Veil of Darkness study that I think was published in Nature Human Behavior or whatever. I mean, so what you were talking about with your friend being pulled over in the Range Rover, like, yeah, I mean, these are pretty unarguable. So I wouldn't disagree with that. But the Kenosha stuff being spurred on by what I would consider to be essentially fake news was, I thought, a little bit troubling. But for point 2, I hear this a lot. It's repeated a lot. I've heard it on your show quite a few times. This idea that, like, Rittenhouse drove over state lines, or he drove to a neighboring city. His dad lived in that city. He worked there as a lifeguard. It was like a 20-minute drive. I don't think that I think he had just as much right to be in that community as literally any other protester there. I don't think that's.
I think the point, when people say that, in my estimation, is that it's one thing I own a bodega, or my dad owns a bodega, let's say, and I go down there and I sit in the bodega and maybe with a weapon, maybe not, and to protect that. And I think, look, we can't know what is in Kyle Rittenhouse's, mind or heart in that moment. Maybe he felt such a close connection to that community that he, that's what spurred him on to grab a gun and go down there and patrol, or not. I mean, I don't know. You don't know. We can't know that. It is material insofar as, crossing state lines makes it seem like it's further away. I don't know if I ever said crossing state lines. I think in the video that you took, I mean, my understanding of why we're here is you saw a video of mine on Twitter and or through Twitter, and you reached out to me. It's conceivable, but I had very little coverage of the Rittenhouse case itself. In fact, none of the actual case.
Sure.
I think I did a video following the verdict, but it has been not so much a policy, you could say, but just like I don't watch legal cases. I just find that not to be helpful. I didn't watch the O.J. Simpson trial. I wasn't in this business. I didn't watch the Johnny Depp and his girlfriend trial. I just don't watch trials. And I didn't watch the Zimmerman trial. I don't follow them. I don't cover them in general. Because I think, that's why you have
like a spectacle, I think. Yeah, I remember you mentioning this. It seems a little bit dramatic, and I would agree that people definitely. I mean, we've seen that with the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff. That it's a sensational thing. I think there was more interest in Amber Heard Johnny Depp than Ukraine.
There's lessons to be learned in these things, but I'm more interested in, if I'm going to follow any type of trials, I'm more interested in like tort cases against corporations than I am in trying to put myself in the form of the jury.
Sure.
So I mean, the fact is, it was a neighboring town. It was a different state. I mean, people are saying it to make the point that what is his investment in this? I also think that it's a point, but it's a minor one. I don't think it's a huge point. I don't think that I ever made a big deal of it. And to be honest with you, I don't watch much other coverage of anything. To the extent that I've even seen stuff that you've done, it's really only stuff that people send me.
Yeah, sure.
And so it's possible that people overplayed that in a way that was, I don't know, I guess in your mind prejudicial towards him. But that's not, I mean, I'm agnostic as to that. I mean, it's certainly accurate to say, but if you think it gives the wrong impression of what he was doing there, okay.
I mean, and I agree with everything you're saying now, but I mean, the idea that if you haven't followed much or don't know much about it, I think that's perfectly fine. I do that with a lot of stuff. But to say that and then simultaneously give really strong opinions about, I think, the facts of the matter, I think.
Well, I mean, on that video, you tell me what I got wrong in that video. I said he killed 2 people, and he shot a 3rd in the arm. And he went down there, according to him, to protect a car.
Yeah, so I think
dealership.
So this is
that his buddy's friend was asking him to protect.
Well, so to be clear, a couple things. on the last part, the reason why people were down there was because on the 24th, the Kenosha Guard formed on Facebook in response to car dealership, over 100 cars, and neighboring buildings being set on fire on a block, right? So that's why that like little militia thing formed on Facebook. Now, whether he heard about it from Facebook or a friend that heard about it on Facebook, there was a reason why that had formed. It wasn't just randomly like, I'm gonna go down to a place. Number one. For the second thing, I think that when I look at people's characterizations of events, I think we can be like a little bit more sophisticated than are the facts 100% like correct or incorrect. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. Like, I'm sure you've heard people say like 1350 over and over again, right?
I don't know what 1350 is.
Oh,
Let's just stick with what I said
Sure.
that you have a problem with, because I said he went down there to protect property.
Well, so like
whether
here are
found
things.
out through Facebook that there was a car dealership, or according to the GQ story on him, which I think is the deepest reporting I've seen, it was from his friend.
Sure.
Regardless.
Yeah, well, so like things that you've said that are like kind of true, but like a little bit like, so he killed 2 people with a gun because he killed people and went to a neighboring town to kill people. Like, the characterization is kind of strange that he's like driving to a neighboring town. Like, it's pretty common that people's communities, especially in rural areas, are in other areas.
From a different town in a different state. He went down to protect, either because he saw it on Facebook or because his friend said to protect a car dealership. That's what I said. And then he killed people, which he did.
True. Then also, the second thing is the idea that he's killing people to defend property. That isn't true either. He didn't kill anybody in defense of property.
Why did he show up there with a gun?
Ostensibly, as you've said, to protect property.
Okay. What do you do with a gun to protect property?
You would shoot people.
Okay.
But he didn't shoot people protecting property. If I take a gun with me to a bar and I go to drink and somebody tries to assault me,
But if you go to a bar to protect the bar from people coming in, and you know there's people coming in, and you fire at them, I mean, that's what you're doing.
I agree if that was the case, but Rittenhouse wasn't shooting at people defending property. He shot at people that shot at him first and attacked him.
He's patrolling around with a gun.
Yeah, but that's, you have a Second Amendment right in the United States to have a firearm, and that's his community as much as any other protesters.
But we're not talking about whether he had a right to do it.
Well, we are,
He was
right?
exonerated from the question of murder. It's not a question whether he had a right to do it. I'm saying he's an asshole for doing it.
Why is he more of an asshole than any protester was there? There was there past curfew.
You go down there with a gun. Well, he might be, but he shot. Not only did he shoot people, not only make the decision, I'm going to go down there with a gun to protect property. And if I'm going down there with a gun, that means that if push comes to shove, I'm going to shoot people. And so whether he thought, oh, I may end up having to shoot somebody because people will see the gun and come at me because I've got a gun and they want to disarm me, or they want to come. He's going into this situation with a gun, not for the express purpose of anything other than to protect property.
Sure.
Right? I mean, he's not going there to protest these things. And I'm not saying that, I'm not defending people who were, committing violence or any type of property destruction, or I'm not defending anybody in this scenario.
Could he not have just brought the gun to protect himself if he thought somebody was going to attack him, given that his...
Why? You know how you can protect yourself? Don't go there. If you're worried that that's a danger to you, don't go there.
So so digging in on the other side now, this is what sounds like the liberal response. Like, who cares if your community is on fire? Who cares if all of your stuff is being burned down? Who cares if people from outside the community are coming into protest, which is what was happening as well. The police, when they released the arrests, a lot of people weren't even from there. Just stay home and let everything happen. Like, that's not going to happen, right? Especially in rural areas. You know that people are going to show up. Like, or would you say the same about like Koreans during the LA riots? Like that, like they should have just stayed home. They should have let their stuff burn down. None of their friends should have showed up. Like, I think we would.
I think, listen, like I said, I think it's perfectly legitimate. You go into your store and you sit there as a way of protecting it, okay? But that's not what he did. He was roaming the streets as if he was some type of like, guardian angel or something. And I had problems even with the guardian angels in New York to some extent, but at least they weren't out there with a weapon that is used explicitly to kill people. I mean, and then on top of which, the video that you saw was not rehashing any of this. it was talking about his appearance in right-wing media, because not only did this guy, which I just, and like I say, perfectly within his right to decide he's going to go down and protect the city because of all the training he had or didn't have in protecting the city with, weapons like that, which I think is just an incredibly irresponsible thing to do. But then the guy is using it to make himself famous. Like, I can conceive of a situation where a 17 or 18-year-old kid, whatever his age was specifically at that time, and making this huge mistake of judgment. Like, I'm going to go down there with a weapon. I am not in any way trained to deal with this situation, to do crowd control or whatever it is. But I'm super psyched to do this. And I can conceive of a kid going down there, killing 2 people, if you want to say in a completely innocent way, and maiming a third in a completely innocent way. And then after that happens, and he gets, exonerated on murder charges, I can see, if this guy then decides, like, I'm going to take some time away and do some introspection, and I'm going to, because, you see this all the time. I mean, you can find YouTube videos of people who have killed people, either, accidentally. I drunk drove and I hit somebody, or it was dark and I hit somebody and they died, or I punched somebody one time, knocked them out, and they were dead. And you see them, like, deal with the fact that they had taken 2 lives or a life. And, then I would think, people make mistakes, but the guy's just an asshole. And that's really all I said. I don't think I even said he was an asshole, but the implication was he's an asshole, and he's using the fact that he killed 2 people as a sort of mechanism in which to get fame. I think that is, when we talk about, what's problematic in our society.
So, him trying to get fame, I think, is the natural consequence of how people on the left treat him. If one side is going to cast you as a villain, you can't be surprised when they run to the other side to be cast as a hero. Otherwise, you're just going to sit there and have your life destroyed and then get nothing out of it. I'm not saying his action in right-wing media is good, but given how many people say he killed black people, he was a white nationalist. The guy that called into your show said that he was I think he compared him to Hitler Youth policing civil rights marches, and I think you said that was a valid point. When he's being cast in that light over and over and over again, I don't think it's very surprising that he's going to run into the arms of people on the right that are going to embrace him as a hero, especially given how much is factually incorrect about what's being stated about him. How many times people say that he killed people in defense of property, which wasn't true. How many times people are willing to downplay the other protesters. You keep mentioning the 3rd guy that was maimed. That guy got maimed running up to Rittenhouse with a Glock that he was going to shoot him with. And I think that the overall issue you have here is this constant downplaying of what was going on in Kenosha, which was a community that has, I think, as high as $50 million of property damage. On a small community, $2 million of city property destroyed. There were like over 34... Why are you bringing
up property if he didn't kill those people in the service of protecting property?
What I'm saying is it's a kid that went down because he probably felt a calling to protect his community. And I think given the totality of the action that you saw, all the videos you saw... hold on, wait, let me finish real quick. Okay, lots of videos of him running around, doing the medico, whatever. We can say he's a dumb kid, he's doing dumb shit, sure. But there was not a single piece of footage anywhere that was released of showing him acting in an aggressive manner towards any person ever. That never got released, ever. And instead, all we have are videos of him moving when being asked, offering water bottles and bandages or whatever to people that are saying things. There's videos that were released weeks before of him cleaning graffiti off his property, I think trying to join some youth police or whatever bullshit. It seems to me, based on everything I've seen, probably just a kid that was concerned about his community. Given that his dad lived there, and he was a lifeguard there for some years, that's not the most inconceivable thing ever. So given that his community was literally being destroyed, given that all the videos show him showing up to clean up graffiti, offer water bottles or whatever, showing that all of the provocation that was on video was other people attacking him, and that's what happened over and over and over again. The first shooting only happened after a guy behind the first victim got shot into the air behind him. I don't think it's fair to say that Rittenhouse went there with the goal of being this bloodthirsty murder that was just trying to protect property, waiting to find somebody who was going to start.
Well, I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. But but this constant like phrasing of what he's doing, and then like a quote that you wait real quick, because you did a whole ramble. You said like 20 things that I disagree with. Just real quick, like you used this phrase. I was concerned someone might go in and steal Skittles. Like that was a phrase that you used as well when talking about the destruction that was being wrought on this community. And I think that was my final point, that if you were to, I hate to pull the conservative one here, if you were to reverse the races here, I think that all of the coverage on the left would have been far different. If it was a black person that shot 3 white people that were marching through an all black community setting fire to it, I think everybody would have been on their high horses defending his right to be in that community and defend their property from like white supremacists going through and marching through and burning stuff down.
Okay, so you have a problem with me saying Skittles because that's, I guess, hyperbole.
No, it's not. It's the downplaying constantly of like the damage the writing was causing, and then making him seem like a Hitler guy. Yeah.
Look, first off, when that guy IM'd me in that video, it was in response to this guy's conservative media tour. Okay, now like I am not responsible for the nameless people that you're telling me have spread misinformation. Like I say, I don't watch other shows. I'm responsible for what I did. Now, you, in response, and again, I only know this because somebody just sent this to me a day ago. You said that I would be guzzling buckets of his cum if he was black and they were white.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so now, aside from the issue of whether I would guzzle buckets of cum in any scenario, you're creating a straw man. And listen, because first off, I've been doing this for 18 years, and if there has never been a situation where this has taken place, the reverse scenario you're talking about, that may be instructive, but you would never find me ever celebrating, and particularly a guy who's celebrating the killing of anybody, ever. And then
it's not
the idea
celebrating
that,
the killing.
wait a second, excuse me, you said I would be guzzling buckets of his cum. That, I'm assuming, is your way of saying I'd be celebrating that person, right?
Not celebrating, but I think
there
would be
excited that I would be guzzling buckets of their cum.
I think that
I would let them jack off in my mouth because I'm so excited about what they did. And I'm telling you, I've never done that. I've never celebrated anybody killing anybody in any scenario whatsoever. I've been doing this for 18 years, 3 hours a day. If it was out there, you'd know it. So you're the one who's actually doing what you accused me of doing. I didn't do it. You and I have a different opinion as to why this guy went there, okay? We'll never know. This is a guy who's a fan of John Doyle, who is also like a white nationalist. We know this. But I still do not have any out there claiming I have some knowledge about his intent. I said he went down there to protect property, which is what he claimed he did. That is a very generous. I'm being perfectly, I'm letting him set the terms. He went down there with a gun and people got shot. I think it's a bad example for society. I think it sets a bad precedent. I'm surprised there isn't any type of civil action you could take on a wrongful death. I think it's vigilantism, regardless of who performs it, is wrong. And then I think using that to build your fame is fucking gross. And so I think the guy's an asshole. And so, that's all I've said on these videos. And you've gone on to say, like, that a hypothetical situation where I'd be so excited, I'd be jizzling, sucking people's cum because of it. And it's like, you're doing exactly what you straw man me for doing.
Okay, give me a second then. Okay, so I'm not straw manning you. So these are quotes that I've written down from your video. So one was, you said he killed 2 people with a gun because he killed people in a neighboring town, which is technically true in the same way that white people are becoming a minority in the United States. But I wouldn't let a conservative get away with that latter statement because it's obvious what they're implying, same as the former of what you're implying. You're implying that he's like traveling to some community that has no ties to. And you said as much in this conversation that you're like, well, I don't know why he would go down there, right? Not everybody lives in New York City. Like a 20-mile away town might be a place that you have close ties to.
Don't do that to me. I grew up in Worcester, Massachusetts. I've spent 15 years living in a rural area where my neighbors are cows.
Then how is it so inconceivable that a town like then how is it so inconceivable?
I know the majority of people I know own guns.
Sure, but then I don't understand how it's so inconceivable that somebody might have like a town that they closely identify with like 15, 20 miles away. I'm from Nebraska, like that's not uncommon, depending on how far east or west you live. Like, yeah, everybody goes to Omaha, everybody goes to...
Go down and patrol without any training, to go down there and patrol and do crowd control with a weapon.
If your community is burning and the police can't do anything, do you really think that that's that unbelievable of a response?
That you would go, that I would go down there with a gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for all of those people, then you would just say like, let it burn.
No, I'm not saying let it burn.
No, hold on. You have to do one or the other. You can't. There is no fence sitting on this one. Yeah.
If he ran up to me and said the town is burning, should I go down there with my weapon? I would say no, man, don't.
Okay, and then you'd be willing to condemn any other community that wanted to protect their community if they thought it was being burned down? If white nationalists rolled into some all-black community with the intent, with the Tulsa race riots, whatever, they wanted to roll down and burn everything down, you'd say like, well, you guys should just leave. You don't have any right to protect your community. Just go.
No, we wouldn't leave. Remember now, he's still traveling there. So, you know, I'm not saying don't leave. I'm saying if somebody comes up to me, I don't care what race they are, and they say like, you know, downtown is burning, I'm gonna go down there with my gun and protect it. And I would be like, dude, you don't have any business doing that. You're just gonna get yourself or somebody else killed. That's what I would say.
Okay. I mean, I guess that is...
We have a disagreement about whether or not we want to promote vigilantism with guns for people who are untrained in that situation. We have a disagreement. We have to agree.
It's not a matter of promotion. I think it's a matter of realizing that, like, if there are going to be community...
It's binary.
What?
So you either saying don't do it or you're saying do it. That's what you just told me.
I've always said don't do it. Even in the Rittenhouse case, I think going there was stupid. I've always said the same. But
you and I are in agreement.
No, we're not in agreement, because something being stupid isn't the same as something being morally wrong. I think anytime you're willing to like risk dying for a business or somebody else's business, probably not like the best decision. But to sit there and condemn the people that are watching their town being burned to the ground.
I'm not condemning anybody.
You're calling him a killer like 50 times. Of course you're condemning him.
I don't call him a killer. Why did I do that video?
Because you were trying to show how pathetic it was that he was upset that his life was being ruined, because you're saying, well, it's because you killed people.
Because he was on ginning up publicity for himself on right-wing shows like Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson and whoever else he can find to have him on. And he is making a celebrity out of himself because he killed 2 people.
He's already a celebrity, though. What's he supposed to do? What was he going to do after that trial? You know that his life is forever altered. It's not like he can just step back into like the shadows and be a normal citizen. Like that dude's life is going to be changed completely for the rest of...
That mistake that you and I agree that he made, he is paying for.
No, hold on. That wasn't his mistake. There was only, maybe he shouldn't... To even say that was a mistake, hold on. I think it was dumb, but the reality is he had a right to be in that community. He had a right to show up with a firearm to protect himself if he wanted to, and he didn't kill anybody in defense of property. He killed people that attacked him aggressively without provocation first in every single instance, one of which was a person with a firearm.
When you say that, it makes it sound like he was helicoptered in and just dropped in that moment where people are attacking him. He's going around with a gun. He's there because he's protecting property. But look, you can frame it in the way that you want to frame it. I'll frame it in the way that I want to frame it. You agree that nothing I'm saying is not factually correct, which is what you started out by saying. It's factually correct. It's not just that it's, horse paste. I'm saying it's horse paste, and it's also in different doses for other diseases. Ivermectin is used, and you don't like the fact that I'm saying it technically because my emphasis is this guy made a shitty mistake that ended up in costing 2 people their lives. And he now is going out and monetizing it. It's fucking gross. And you and I can disagree on that, but nothing I'm saying is factually incorrect whatsoever.
It's not just...
Like my opinion, Steven.
It's not just... Hold on, Sam, this is such a...
You pretended, you came up with a hypothetical accusing me if it was a different race that I would be so ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling their buckets of cum.
If I said that George Floyd died after being arrested for trying to buy something with counterfeit money with fentanyl in his system, do you think that that's okay to say? Even though factually everything I just said was correct? Or would you say, well, hold on, the framing here is a little bit dishonest? Because if you say that, you know what, that's fine, it's all factually correct, then I guess we agree on everything. That's fine, you can just say whatever you want, I guess. As long as you're picking the right facts and they don't happen to be incorrect.
That George Floyd had fentanyl in his system?
Yeah.
And that's why he died?
He died with fentanyl in his system. Could have been an OD, maybe. Don't know 100%.
I mean, I think we know the coroner's report.
You know the coroner's report, but we don't know 100% how much fentanyl contributed to him dying. We know that he got arrested there because I think he was trying to buy something with counterfeit money.
We know what the but-for was, right? The but-for was the knee on his neck. But yes, he did have fentanyl in his system. I don't think that's a reason to die, to be killed.
Sure, I'm not saying it's a reason to be killed. But if I were to only report on those types of facts, which a lot of conservatives did, even though it's all factually correct, I still think you'd have an issue with the framing. Much the same that I have an issue with your framing when you're saying he went to go and protect stores because somebody might steal some Skittles, and he killed 2 people with his gun to protect some stores. They weren't just Skittles that were on fire that night, and he didn't kill people protecting stores. He killed people that tried to kill him.
I mean, the minutia in which you're taking issue with, like my issue with someone saying that George Floyd, had fentanyl in his blood to the extent that I take issue with that, has to do with their intent. And their intent in that is to underplay the idea of police brutality and the way that black people are policed in this country. Your issue with my intent is that I'm not giving a fair enough shake to a guy who killed 2 people in self-defense because he was in a place, because he made an incredibly stupid decision, because he wanted to protect property, and he's going out and monetizing it. I am perfectly willing to accept that I am framing it in a way that makes that point that he is an asshole for going out and monetizing it, and that I'm framing it in that way to make that clear to people, because I want to discourage anybody, regardless of what their race is or what their ideology is, picking up a weapon and deciding they're going to play, sheriff or whatever it is, protector of the car lot.
Sure, and I guess my issue is I feel like do you agree that the riots were destroying Kenosha? Because I would say that you were downplaying that when you say things like somebody might show up and steal some Skittles.
Do I agree that the riots were destroying Kenosha? I don't. I mean, they were definitely causing damage. Do I know that they were destroying Kenosha? But I will stipulate, for the sake of this argument, they were destroying Kenosha.
Okay. Do you agree that every other protester that was there had just as much a right to be there as Rittenhouse himself?
I think everybody who's there has a right to be there. I think if you bring a gun to a protest, you're an asshole.
Okay, so the third guy that got shot, maimed, as you say so many times, that guy's an asshole too, right? Because he.
Sure.
Okay.
But you know what? You don't deserve to be shot because you're an asshole. I wasn't saying.
Well, hold on. He didn't get shot because he was an asshole. He was shot because he ran up to Rittenhouse and he brandished a firearm.
No, I'm saying being an asshole is no mitigation in terms of how wrong it is to be shot. And so I don't think Rittenhouse should have been shot either.
Okay, well, I guess.
I mean, I told you this would be a short conversation because we just have a fundamental disagreement as to whether his actions were appropriate. And I would say that you're still on this thing and I'm reacting to the fact that he's out there monetizing it. And I can't imagine for a moment that you could justify him going out and monetizing it.
Well, it's not so much justifying as monetizing. It's just this thing will happen over and over again where one side of the media, the right or the left, will massively come out and just totally shit on some dude. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe he ran to the other side. Like the Rittenhouse stuff on day one with
the other side. Well, you know, if you're so adept at rural areas, you tell me what side he was on.
Well, he just seemed like a kid that liked his community. He just seemed like a normal dude. That's what he looked like. Every video.
You tell me, you know so much about rural areas. You tell me what side this kid who's 17, who's got this weapon, what side is he on?
I don't think being 17 with an AR. Hold on, wait, what do you mean? What side? He's an American citizen that has a gun that lives in a rural area. Yeah, he's probably conservative, but he's not a white nationalist. He's not like a crazy, bloodthirsty, anti-civil rights, murdering, crazy dude. Like, he's just a kid with a...
John Doyle. What do you think about that? I don't know that much about John Doyle, but everything I've read isn't terribly good. What do you think about that?
I don't know when you say
John Doyle because the media was mean to him. Why didn't he like somebody else?
I don't know.
John Doyle is virulent.
This sounds like when my mom says that, like, oh, Obama is a terrorist because he was friends with Bill Ayers when he was younger, and Bill Ayers is part of the Weather Underground. I don't know what a 17-year-old's interest is in John Doyle. I do know that people went through all of his social media and every account he's ever posted on, didn't find anything racist, didn't find anything horrible, didn't find any anti-BLM. I'm pretty sure they found pro-BLM stuff on his shit. Maybe he's really good at hiding it. He just knew he was going to blow up into international coverage, so he managed to scrub all of it. But what is this John Doyle thing? What is the tie to Rittenhouse and John Doyle? Can you tell me? Like, how are you so convinced that he's so bought into, like, whatever white nationalists or crazy stuff the John Doyle guy is presenting?
You hear this audio?
No, I don't. What is the audio? And also, wait, is this pre or post shooting?
This is him on some Blaze show saying how much he loves John Doyle, and then John Doyle coming out and giving him a hug.
Okay, so this is post shooting. Post-shooting, it wouldn't surprise me if this guy became friends with every right-leaning person in the world because of the reason that I literally just gave. If you're going to be cast as a villain on one side, of course you're going to look to...
not just right-leaning. I mean, this guy, guard and protect your local church, guard and protect your local pregnancy, call them in advance, bring rifles and men with you, or we can just keep talking, whichever you'd like. That's a quote from John Doyle.
Wait, what was necessarily wrong with that quote?
He's threatening pregnancy centers with guns.
Oh, wait, what was that? I heard churches in the beginning. Can you read that quote to me again? Wait, hold on. And wait, is this a quote just recently over the Roe v. Wade thing? When did Rittenhouse talk to him?
Yeah, this is, well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of important? Because if you're showing me John Doyle quotes from a few weeks ago relating to Roe v. Wade and Rittenhouse,
John Doyle's been making quotes like this. I think. I mean, all right, fine. People can go search. Maybe John Doyle is not a self-described.
Sure. He might be a Christian fascist nationalist. He might be. I've heard that before. I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it wouldn't.
No more than I do about it.
Sure. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me that with the massive condemnation and villainization of the left, that Rittenhouse is probably going to look to whoever is going to accept on the right and then connect with whatever media entities or people are going to be connected via that. That's not surprising. But I don't think that you can blame him for that if we're constantly casting him as a villain. That's just going to be, he's 17, 18 years old.
Again, the last time Kyle Rittenhouse is the only time Kyle, after the verdict, I think I did a video saying this is a damn shame, because we want to discourage people from picking up guns and going down and, meeting protests with guns. I'm against that. I'm against that. I am blanket against that. And then the next time I talk about Kyle Rittenhouse is just because he's doing this tour. So it's not my fault. Now, listen, Christy Todd Whitman once told me that the reason why the conservatives don't buy into climate change is because the liberals are so uptight about it. I mean, if this guy is going to go and go out and monetize and become a celebrity because of this stuff, I'm sorry. I think he's an asshole. There's really not much else to talk about. I mean, there isn't.
Okay.
But while we're here, because some other people sent me some stuff.
Go for it, yeah.
Citizens United, you have done. I saw one a long time ago that somebody sent me, and I didn't mention your name on the show because you said I knew nothing about the case.
Yeah.
And I have, over the years, done literally dozens of interviews about Citizens United with constitutional law professors, with statutory law professors, with Feingold himself, whose law was overturned by Citizens United. And your characterization of the case is just bizarre to me. Somebody sent me a second one this week that you did, and based upon the way you responded to my video about Kyle Rittenhouse, where I had nothing factually wrong, you didn't like the framing, but your framing was assuming that if this happened to different races, that I'd be guzzling buckets of his cum. So you were really basically doing what you accused me of doing.
What do you think I'm incorrect about, factually incorrect about relating to the Citizens United case?
Well, you seem to think the case was just about what Citizens United did.
Well, I mean, the ruling is a broad ruling, but the facts of the case are the facts of the case.
Yeah, the facts of the case are the facts of the case, but you can have a narrow ruling, or you can have a ruling that answers a question that was not even asked by the plaintiff. And that's why Citizens United is such a bad situation. I don't care if the facts of the case where the Supreme Court found that, okay, Citizens United had spent enough time, producing documentaries to qualify as an actual, film company, and therefore could put that advertisement on. That would have been whatever. Who cares? But they went ahead and completely superseded and addressed a question that they were never even asked by the plaintiff. So the court went way beyond where they needed to resolve that question, and you didn't seem to understand that.
I mean, obviously, when you're getting things like super PACs coming downstream from the Citizens United case, the ruling was broad enough to affect more than just the overture of that bipartisan.
So what is it that you felt that I got wrong when you were saying he's an idiot, he doesn't understand this
My
case?
issue was that it felt like you had really strong opinions on the case, and then the person on the phone gave you an example that was literally just walking you through like almost exactly the facts of the case, and it seemed like neither you nor your co-host could see that he was clearly walking you to the end of that. And then when you agreed that like, oh yeah, well in that case that company should be able to advertise for a documentary, and then he's like, well, what's your problem with Citizens United? Both of you like lost your mind. You're like, well, hold on, wait a second, it's totally different. It's like,
Well, yes,
how do you not
because
see that
Citizens United, to say that Citizens United, the case that was decided by the Supreme Court, is about that factual situation is absolutely absurd. They addressed the question that was not asked by the plaintiff as to whether there should be any restrictions on corporate electioneering in the run-up to an election, and that was not even a question that was addressed.
Sure, but I mean, like,
you can look at what Stevens wrote in the dissent.
Sure, yes, I understand, but I mean, like, it felt to me, I guess I can never really prove it, that watching the caller walk you through the facts of the case, and then it seemed like neither of you were familiar with it. I'm not saying that I'm pro Citizens United or that I think that it was a good decision. I just think it feels like a really complicated question, and I feel like whenever people bring it up, then it's very easy. Like, oh, Citizens United is when the Supreme what?
What's the complicated part of that question?
Is what is a violation of the First Amendment right to advertise for stuff that might or might not be related to political campaigns in the run-up to elections? Yeah. I think that's a really complicated question.
No, they went far beyond that. It wasn't a question of advertising. The question of advertising was a very narrow question as to whether Citizens United, the organization, qualified as a media company. They tried in 2004. To sue, to seek an injunction against Michael Moore's movie. I can't remember what the name of it was. I think it was like Fahrenheit 451.
Okay.
I think it was that. It may have been one of his others, but it was an anti-Bush film. And he was advertising it within the run-up to the election, and they tried to get the FEC to stop it. And the FEC said, no, it's okay, because he's actually a filmmaker. So Citizens United tried to do the same thing, and the FEC said, no, you're not actually, or the three-panel court, or however they adjudicate these things, you're not an actual film company. And so they did a couple of movies so they could be ready for 2008 or 2008. What was it? Clinton, 2008.
It was about Hillary Clinton. Was with it? Yeah.
It was about Hillary Clinton, 2008, and that was the question that was in front of the court. They never put into the plaintiff's brief the question of whether the McCain-Feingold, or whatever the official name was of it, was legit. Whether you could stop electioneering by folks who are explicitly trying to electioneer, as opposed to have an argument that they're putting out some type of media.
Yeah, but I think the challenge is, but I think
the facts of the case
the challenge
is irrelevant because the court ignored the facts of the case and went even further to where they needed to go. And Roberts actually wanted to do the narrow ruling and just rule on that case, and the rest of them said, no, we're not doing that. And off to the races, he capitulated.
Sure. I think the issue is figuring out what electioneering is. I think that was the complicated part of it. That what kind of media could be released prior to a run-up to an election that would be considered electioneering or not. If somebody wanted to publish
there was an easy test for this, and that is the entity formed to produce media? And the way you measure that is how much media have they put out over the course of, you want to say 3 years is a reasonable time prior to it, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 1 year, 18 months, whatever it is. And that's the way you associate, you determine, is this an actual media enterprise or is it not? And there's ways, you know, you could say the standards that you could use are arbitrary or whatnot, but that is a very easy.
I don't think it's a very easy question. If Christopher,
hypothetical,
sure, 2024 rolls around and Nolan decides that he wants to do a film attacking Trump the entire time, and he's going to put Christopher Nolan, film director, he did Inception and all that. He decides he wants to put out a film that's just basically a massive attack campaign against Trump, and he's got, you know, he raises $400 million for this biopic, massive thing. I think conservatives will look at that, assuming we still have that 2002 bipartisan campaign act or whatever, or the financing thing, and they go, well, hold on, this is a campaign ad. This is ridiculous. You can't have to go, wait, excuse me, I'm a filmmaker. This is my right to do this. It's like, okay, well, we want to form companies and make movies too. No, you haven't had those companies long enough. I think that these questions, and I'm not trying to say I even agree or disagree.
What Citizens United was, and Roberts was willing to say Citizens United can show their ads because they have proven, just because they went into the film business, but they put out 2 films, they have a track record of it. I would say Nolan could do that, and I would say Citizens United could have done that too. But that's not what Citizens United, the case, is about. The case
we're talking about the broader implications of the case. This is what,
I'm not talking about the broader implication. I'm talking about the ruling in the case. The ruling in the case blew out the entire restrictions that we had on electioneering.
Hold on, I thought you said your issue wasn't the narrow ruling of the case, it was the broader implications, the broader ruling that was made in the case.
There were broader implications of the case, but the case itself, look, there was the case that was subsidiary that went through the lower courts, and that was the question is, does Citizen United qualify as a media organization because they have put out 2 movies in anticipation of wanting to advertise for this anti-Hillary movie? That was the case until it got to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not constrained by anything. And so they addressed a question that was not even brought up in the case, which is there any constitutional validity to the McCain-Feingold bill? And the answer they found was no, but no one.
To show you my path that I take to get to, it's also good for that. Mountains. So you're going to go down 1, and you can do this with or without a mount, it doesn't matter. I find it easiest with the slow 60% mount. You'll just come up here and you'll see this little lip right here. You're going to, if you have a mount, you're just going to run right up it and jump across this crevice. If you do not have a mount, it's a little bit more finicky, but you can jump right up it and jump right up this crevice. And when you have done that, you'll come up here, turn to the right, and you will be in Swamp of Sorrows with easy access to getting your Blasted Lands flight point or getting to Sunken Temple. Be in Swamp of Sorrows. This path here, there's one on the tree and the one on the hill. You're going to go to the one that has the tree by it. We're going to go behind and
ask that question. That was a question they posed to themselves, and they didn't need to.
Well, wasn't the issue with Citizens United was that in order to give them a win on that case, they basically necessarily needed to flip that bill? Wouldn't they have to make a ruling on it, or?
They could make a ruling that because they had done 2 movies in the run-up between 2004 and 2008, that they now qualified as a media enterprise, and that they could run advertisements for their documentary about Hillary Clinton.
So the precedent. So then the precedent here that you would have preferred to set is that any time a company wants to release a piece of media, it has to go through the courts to make sure they have the First Amendment right to do so, to make sure that they're a valid enough media company to do it.
Anytime a company wants to release a piece of media 60 days before an election, that is not release, but to advertise on television, on FCC airwaves, to advertise on television an ad about that media, they need to be a legitimate media company. And how do you establish that? They had a criteria. Have they produced films in the past? Have they produced media in the past? Have they had an operation where they have tried to make profit on those? There's a way to establish whether you have a business or not.
So then you're saying that the better route to go would be any time any company wants to advertise on FCC airwaves, 30 or 60 days, depending on if it's a primary or a federal election, that all of those are going to be challenged in court, and then the onus is on the person trying to exercise their First Amendment right. They need to go before court, and they need to prove to some arbitrary threshold, because it is going to be challenged a million different ways. Well, hold on. My company has actually produced 4 or 5 films. Oh, okay. Well, what about the fact that your company was just acquired by somebody else? What about the fact that your major shareholder that just bought the company 45 days ago is somebody that isn't involved in that? Okay, well, that's it, or whatever. Like, there are a million different ways that case could go, and the idea that every single time somebody wants to advertise about a political issue leading up to an election, the U.S. courts are going to be the ones to decide whether you're allowed to exercise that First Amendment right or not. Hold on, you're talking a lot, okay? I agree with you that we might...
Not truths.
I agree. No.
Yes, ignoring the existence of an apparatus to make that measurement that existed. In fact, that's why they were challenging that system.
Okay, hold on. I don't understand why you're pretending like it's such an easy test to figure out. Like, oh, well, we have this, boom, 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 and now we can decide. This is going to be something that's going to be argued. It's like fair use. This is going to be something that's going to be argued in front of a court every single time it comes up. The incentive is going to be there for people to take somebody. You can't do that. You guys haven't made enough of these films, or your films have all been propaganda, or you guys got funding from this conservative person. You're not a media company. You're just a propaganda outlet. Like, these kinds of accusations are already made between super PACs and PACs. And
from. Now, all this is moot now because the Supreme Court made a much bigger ruling than they needed to. In fact, John Roberts, who had wrote the initial brief, was going to do a narrow one. He was convinced by the other members of the court, the right-wingers, to expand this and attack the entire McCain-Feingold law that existed. And so it's gone. And my point is, you can argue that there's no way for the law to determine, any type of application as to whether something qualifies as one thing or another. It happens every single day, all across the country, by millions of, not millions, by tens of agencies across the country. But if you want to think that that can't happen, that's fine.
Wait, what is tested across the country by tens of? Wait,
I didn't know what that court case was about, and Stephen, you didn't know.
Okay.
You didn't know. You didn't understand it. You didn't understand, A, that the ruling was far greater than it
Obviously, the ruling is far greater than just the particular case, or we wouldn't be talking about super PACs, number one. Number two, I'm sorry, I don't believe that you knew the facts of the case. If you're willing to let the caller walk you through what was the narrow part of the case, and neither of you seem to have any idea where you were walking towards before the guy revealed, this is Citizens United. You're like, oh, and then you like completely, so...
Go about it multiple times.
I don't care who you've talked to about the outcome of the case. That's different than the facts of the case. There are how many people have talked about Roe v. Wade without being able to name, like, tell me what a substantive right is, or tell me what substantive due process is, or tell me like how, like, the difference between Casey and Roe. Like, a lot of people don't know any of these things, but they talk a ton about these cases. Like,
irrelevant, because they didn't even decide on the facts of the case. They decided on the constitutionality of McCain-Feingold, and that wasn't even requested in the brief by the plaintiffs. You understand, the facts of the case were made completely moot because of what that court did. So the idea that I did or did not know the facts which I did, but the idea that I did not is completely irrelevant to the implications of that case.
Oh, okay. If you say so, Sam. Is there anything else you wanted to go over?
In many respects, too. It's not unlike Dobbs.
Okay.
They didn't have to Roe v. Wade. Roberts wrote an opinion saying we just want to change the viability standard to 15 weeks so that Tennessee is okay. But they decided, and that 15-week thing becomes irrelevant. The facts of that case become irrelevant in Dobbs because they just decided we're going to change what the meaning of the Constitution is.
Well, no, the issue wasn't. The issue is not changing the meaning of the Constitution. I think the issue is that like when you're talking about that Dobbs case, I think that what's coming up is precedent from Casey, and the court decided that they didn't like that precedent, so they were going to overrule that. Not necessarily changing the Constitution.
No. Casey just changed the viability standard, and Roberts wanted to change the viability standard, and the court ended up overturning and getting rid of the right to an abortion, which
People have the
Constitution for 50 years.
Okay, so hold on. Sure, but they disagreed with the rationale for how they got that right from Roe, right? Which, if you're talking about...
Wasn't the question. They could have answered the question that was in front of them.
Courts do broad rulings sometimes. Sam, a court doesn't only do narrow rulings. There are times when the Supreme Court will make broad watershed rulings on things. Like,
exactly. That's the point of Citizens United, not what that company did.
Sure, of course that's the point, but I think in order to talk about the broad rulings, I think it's important to understand the narrow case as well, because sometimes the difficult broad decisions come from difficult facts surrounding a narrow case.
It is an excuse to change the meaning of the Constitution.
I mean, that's what the Supreme Court does every single time it makes a ruling or something, is it changes the Constitution. That's the...
Stephen, you don't know what you're talking about.
The Supreme Court exists to determine whether or not a law is violating the Constitution. Necessarily, every time they make a decision, they are interpreting or adding or taking away from the interpretation of the Constitution. That's what the Supreme Court does.
They will often take cases just because there's an argument between different circuit courts on statutory meaning.
Sure.
Which is not the Constitution.
Okay.
All right, look,
there might be statutory cases where
understands if you have any lawyers in your audience
that want to argue with you about Citizens United,
no, they're just going to know that you don't understand what you're talking about.
I've talked to a ton of lawyers over this, but if that's your takeaway from this, that's fine.
All right. Well, I think this was healthy.
Yeah, I enjoy the conversation. I love talking to you. I hope you don't hate me, regardless of the cum-guzzling accusations. I get a little fire alarm, but
it was really more just I was more offended about the idea that I would be of somebody shooting somebody.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation, everybody. Okay.
All right. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Take it easy. Bye.
Jesus Christ. Does that live up to your expectations? Something I noticed when I notice that this happens a lot sometimes. Sometimes I feel like when you talk to, I guess both sides end up doing it. It feels like when you talk to people about like a particular issue, when it comes to their side, they either want to be like either hyper nuanced or hyper broad, and then when it comes to the other side, they want to be either hyper nuanced or hyper broad. Like I feel like if I'm making like Tucker Carlson has never called for violence. Donald Trump has never called for violence directly. Like it's never been the case that you can find. It's never been the case that you can find an actual like thing on the record of Donald Trump saying we need to take over the Capitol or some shit, right? It's always going to be more vague or more broad than that. But rightfully so, we would still be critical of these people for. We'd still be critical of these people for the rhetoric and the implications surrounding it. It's wild to me that we can't apply that same standard across both sides, but here's a Sam